You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 2601 A Page in History, Part 1. Chapter 2601 A Page in History, Part 1. 2601 A Page in History, Part 1. Because the prototype mainframe I built served solely to showcase the potential of the tablets, I don't have the time and energy to set up the real thing, especially for the benefit of just a handful of people, Lith replied. Especially when the royals were working on it already. Congratulations, son. Roz hugged him just the time for a couple of pats on the shoulder. I'm not big on reading like your mother, but I can already tell you that you are going to have lots of fans. He pointed out at Aaron, Lyria, and the few kids that had already gotten their tablets and were engrossed in reading the basics of magic by Locra Silverwing. Lots of haters, too, Lith replied. I can already hear mobs of angry parents cursing my name after their children have practiced magic indoors with predictable consequences. Those curses will turn into blessings once they realize their kids' talent. Remember that people like me can barely light a match. To make as much damage as Aaron, one must have his same predisposition for magic. Dad, Aaron turned to a shade of purple, still ashamed of his past lack of control and discipline. Please, don't turn me into a cautionary tale. You and Lyria turned yourself into a cautionary tale, young man. You didn't need any help. Roz ruffled his hair. By the way, I'm going to buy out of my pocket a second tablet for all of my farmhands. This way grown-ups and kids won't have to share. On top of that, finding their children will be much easier since they will be just a call away. After the Verhins came the Larks, then the Distars, and lastly the Royals. Solless felt left out since outside of the family, no one knew of her involvement in the development of the tablets, nor considered her a full member of the Verhin bloodline. Elina and the others would have to wait until they went back home to congratulate her in order to avoid arousing questions they couldn't answer. Congratulations, Lith, Solless said while extending her hand. The happiness in her voice was tainted by the sadness caused by the realization that even now that she had gotten her human body back, she was still a spectator forced to watch from the sidelines. Oh. Come here. Lith pushed the hand away, enveloping her in an embrace like the ones he had received a moment ago. Congratulations, Solless, he said via mind link. Thank you for everything you have done. Camilla appeared as well, hugging her from behind. Even though people might never know, you've made the kingdom a better place. Congratulations, dear. Roz and Elina joined them in the mind link. Congratulations, Auntie. Aaron and Lyria wrapped her in a telepathic embrace. Thank you, Solless, Sentin and Renna said. Thank you for always taking good care of our family. Way to go, Solless, Tista said. Stand tall and demand from Lith your fair share of his income. Don't trust that cheapskate. Thank you, guys, Solless inwardly and externally sniffled. Even if the rest of Magur might never be aware of her efforts and achievements, her whole world knew. Their recognition meant more to her than any parade, and their gratitude was the only thing that mattered. Space. Saying that the release of the tablets caused big changes in everyday life, wherever they were available, was a huge understatement. Until that moment, communication amulets had been luxury items that only wealthy families could afford, and only nobles owned one per family member. Tablets had a much shorter range, and only worked in proximity of a mainframe, but they cost 1 silver coin instead of 10. Their actual value amounted to 2 silver coins apiece, but the royals had decided to follow Lith's advice, and sell them at loss to collect as much data as possible during the first phase when they still had a capillary control over the experiment. The students of the 6 great academies received their personal tablets for free along with their uniforms, and it deeply affected their academic life. The amulet not only worked just like a ballot, allowing a student to call for help and record threats or hazing, but it also incentivized anonymous complaints. Those who witnessed acts of bullying just had to take a picture of the event and forward it to the mainframe instead of a member of the academy staff, to nail the culprits without getting personally involved in the matter. On top of that, students would now receive their tomes during the lesson in a digital form, so that those who couldn't afford a dimensional amulet weren't recognized anymore simply because they carried their books around by hand or in a bag. The Academy's library was available from the tablets, so there was no need to compete for the rarest tomes, and there was no waiting line to borrow them next like before. Librarians were still necessary to regulate access to books whose contents were deemed controversial or unsafe for mages of insufficient skill. As for the libraries, They were now a safe space where to study or search for detailed explanations about difficult subjects like dimensional magic. The amulets also worked in the academies, forests, helping the groups of students to coordinate during exams or requesting help when they faced a human, beast, or plant above their level. The only complaint that Lith and the Royals received from the vast majority of the students was that taking notes with a tablet was too inefficient compared with water magic. The digital pad was perfect for those who had yet to master chore magic and learn how to spread the ink according to their will. But the moment a student reached that level, even the fastest typer lagged behind the rest of the class. On top of that, whenever a class required them to draw a magic circle or to write down runes, the tablet was useless. There was no drawing software, and there were too many runes to add them to the keyboard without making it several meters wide or long. Lith received lots of suggestions about devising a forgemastering spell that would connect the user with the tablet, so that their thoughts would be printed on the digital pages, as it happened on a physical one with water magic. Ungrateful brats, do they even know the meaning of the word prototype? Lith grumbled during breakfast in his dream house, after moving the tower away from Lucia and onto the geyser in the Rakar mountain range. Also, what kind of moron would ask for something as complex as a neural interface and pass it as an easy spell? Do they really believe no one ever thought about that before? That their seniors are just a bunch of lazy bums. I'm one of the few people on Magur who can craft memory crystals, and I'm nowhere near something like that. Back in my day, I accepted free stuff without looking the gifted horse in the mouth. Solless and I had to go back and forth to that goddamn library so many times that I lost count. Our friends risked their lives because there weren't enough ballots. Chapter 2602, A Page in History, Part 2. These runts have everything we could only dream about, and some more, yet they whine like I stole their lunch money, Lith snarled. Back in my day, brats, runts, Camilla laughed her ass off. You talk like you are an old coot like Rudd, whereas you graduated less than 6 years ago. Also, don't believe a word he says, Kami. Solless shared her hilarity and then some. He used to complain about everything, and if the old Lith had access to a tablet, he would curse its inventor and scheme until he got his hands on physical books to keep cheating his way with Solluspedia. Damn right I would. Cheating is fine as long as I'm the one doing it, Lith said with a straight face, making them laugh harder. I hate fair fights. They had been forced to leave Lucia for a while because of the massive influx of tourists since the opening of the public warp gate. Even those who until a day ago had sworn to be terrified at the idea of a divine beast living among humans had booked their trip to visit the birthplace of the only known, living Magus of the kingdom, with the hope of meeting him in person. As for the regional capitals, tablets had spread like wildfire down to the working middle class. It helped kids with their homework, the parents to always know where their children were and with who, and the city guards to catch criminals like they were fish in a barrel. Anyone with a tablet could call for help with a button, and the mainframe would relay the call to the nearest officer, along with the coordinates of the crime. Witnesses could take photos and videos that could be forwarded anonymously, just like at the academies. Most of the senior citizens in the poor neighborhoods with nothing to do all day, and a chip on their shoulders were gold mines, reporting multiple crimes and minor infractions daily. We are going to call this the Respect Your Elders, or Second Life program, King Meron said. Make up a plausible reason to give one tablet for free to each senior citizen. We need to pass them as a personal reward like a tax refund. They must perceive the tablet as something they earned, not charity, or many elders will refuse them out of pride. Also, we must make sure that they keep it instead of reselling it, so force them to imprint the tablet upon delivery in front of the clerk. We are saving a fortune in crime prevention. The anonymous reports weren't anonymous at all. The Royals had administrator access to the mainframes and could trace the energy signature of every report to a specific amulet. They used them to locate the pockets of crime and increase security in those areas, to issue protective details for the scared but still honest citizens, and to frame those who used the anonymous reports to frame their competition. Even criminals liked and used tablets, not knowing that every word they spoke was recorded, and that the device allowed their position to be followed in real time with pinpoint accuracy. Following criminals and collecting evidence of their crimes wasn't a problem anymore. The issue was to have them sentenced without revealing the source of that information. The free tablet and its public library helped poor families to learn and practice how to read, write, and count. Paper was expensive, and most of them would never hold a single sheet their whole lives, but now they had dozens of tomes at their fingertips. Letter 1 D427, letter 1 D40, letter 1 D5 CF, letter 1 D522, letter 1 D5 C5, letter 1 D4A4, letter 1 D5 CC, letter 1 D5 EF, letter 1 D680, letter 1 D490, letter 1 D440. Those who were smart enough could reveal their talent no matter their upbringing, amassing knowledge if they were talented scholars, and learning magic if their mana cores allowed it. The tablets also facilitated and improved healthcare. Neighborhood healers now answered a couple of calls between patients, answering simple yes or no questions. It allowed them to recommend a checkup when the symptoms were alarming, but most often to reassure anxious parents without them clogging the waiting rooms. On top of that, many magicos without the necessary talent to become healers found a way to profit from their limited mana thanks to the tablets. Whenever someone was too ill to be moved or there was an emergency, the magicos would be called on site to help. Even yellow mana cores could cast float spells, basic diagnostic magic, and keep the conditions of a patient stable, helping them to reach the nearest healer quickly and safely. So many people were saved this way that the royals made it an official job and offered healing training to those determined to take it as their profession. Better diagnostic spells meant that the magicos could call the various healers, give them a preliminary diagnosis, and find the one with the necessary skills to treat the patient at hand without wasting time. Also, teaching the magicos low-powered flight spells made them faster than any carriage, allowing the patients to reach a hospital in time. Last but not least, the tablets helped the mending process between the two sides of the kingdom that had been split by the War of the Griffins to progress faster. Each considered the other's grass to be greener, fueling envy and resentment. The news on the interlink was only government-approved, so everyone took them with an unhealthy load of salt, believing them to be doctored to arouse compassion toward their old enemy. Tablets, however, allowed the citizens of different regions to keep in contact even from a great distance, and those who exchanged their runes with others in different regions didn't find privileged individuals with a full belly, just people with their own grievances. The use of warp gates required a fee, but to let their subjects experience and enjoy the full scope of the tablets' functions, the royals had ruled that the first travel from one gate to another would be free in order to allow people to exchange their communication runes. Also, people who sent food supplies to someone with which they shared a rune wouldn't pay shipping fees, as long as the receiver took them in person from the other side of the gate. The reason for this was that every region had a different kind of local product that was cheap and easy to find that they used to stave off hunger between meals. They were all bland-looking and even blander tasting, but eating food from different regions added variety and had the allure of novelty. This kind of bartering was a zero-sum game that yet made people feel closer and more grateful toward their neighbors. Taking a spoonful from each other's soup was more effective in breaking the illusion of wealth that people projected on the other half of the kingdom than any article they could read on the interlink. Free traveling broadened everyone's horizons, and keeping in contact with those they met hundreds of kilometers from home helped them to keep an open mind and check the news with people they trusted. On a side note, the opening of the gates coupled with the tablets gave birth to the closest thing to a kitchen blog. Chapter 2603, A Page in History, Part 3. Lith's biography was public, and everyone knew he had grown up in poverty, and with little food, making his early life a constant famine no different from the one that Garland was currently experiencing. Mothers from all over the kingdom traveled to Lucia in order to ask Elina to share her communication rune with them, and teach them how she had managed to grow her children into powerful mages despite the little they had. At first, she had considered it a minor inconvenience and exchanged her rune, thinking that there was nothing wrong in helping someone in whose shoes she had walked many miles. After the royals granted free first-time travel to Lucia's gate, however, her tablet was covered in so many runes that the silver beneath them had become nigh invisible. Due to time zones and to not be bothered at all times, Elina had disabled the calls and left only messages available. She would record a cooking lesson or type down a recipe, and then forward it to everyone so that they could access it at their convenience. "I can't believe I'm kind of famous," Elina said while looking at her own tablet and the hundreds of still unread messages. "I can't believe you're not getting paid for this," Lith replied. "You are investing your time and energy into those cooking lessons, and for what? A few thank yous." "How can you say that?" She was flabbergasted. "If I can give those people a little hope during these difficult times, then gratitude is reward enough. Besides, it's not like I have much to do while you guys aren't home. Saying a few things while I cook for my family is hardly a grueling task. I'm sorry, dear, but I'm with Lith on this one, Roz grunted. I don't like that any weirdo can get your contact rune nor that you are working for free. I think that you should do like Senton and find a way to profit from your talent. And how should I do it exactly? She asked. Write a cookbook, Roz shrugged. Senton had exploited the tablets, and the free gate travels to invent advertising. He paid the Mage Association a discreet sum to put an ad banner of the Proudhammer shops and their most famous products on the first page of the local news. The communications amulets allowed people from every corner of the kingdom to discover the shop's existence so that when they visited Lucia, Dirios, or any city where Senton had opened a retail branch, they would pay it a visit. Tablets helped the game of chess to become more widespread, since now it was possible to play with people from different regions. Distant players would share the chessboard thanks to the holograms, and in case the game was interrupted, a picture would record the position of all pieces. Letter 1d4, C3, letter 1d4, 5c, letter 1d5, CF, letter 2, 1, 2f, letter 1d4, 5, 9, letter 1d4, 1, 4, letter 1d4, C8, letter 1d4, 4f, letter 1d4, D2, letter 1d4, D, letter 1d4, F6. Paper is expensive, and if those women could afford to buy a book, they would use that money to put more food on their table, Elina replied. I get it, stop arguing, you two. Lith stood between them. I'll talk with the royals about purchasing your book and putting it into the free library, Mom. This way you can keep helping people, but you'll be compensated for your work. Okay. Both his parents nodded, making him sigh in relief. Space. A month later, Lustria County, Verhin Mansion. It had taken a lot of time. 2 pairs of eyes of Menadian, the combined effects of the armory and the sage staff, and many heads working together, 7 of which belonging to Falul, but in the end, Glimo's code had been cracked. The original tomes written by the past magi and rulers of the flames were already a priceless addition to the Urna's library. But once the Tyrant's bloodline legacy began to unravel, it turned out to be a gold mine for Gianni and Orion. The books meant to teach true magic to young Tyrants before, and after becoming awakened, helped both the Urnas with their respective magical education. Vaster went to their home as often as he could, and whenever he wasn't available, he sent his hybrids to teach Gianni true magic. They would all go visit the Irans under the guise of healers tasked to follow her pregnancy, yet they could dedicate her only so much time. Vaster was a leading figure at the White Griffin Academy, its vice principal, and the head of the Light Department. In addition to this, he was also the Archduke of the newly promoted region of Essagar. Between the new gates he was allowed to build and supervising the effects of the tablets on the population of the capital. He had so little free time that no one would ever believe that he was also the infamous master. Every medium-sized city in the region believed to deserve the gate, and the boom of the tablets made the matter even more relevant. Free travels meant more money left to spend during the visits, and many merchants were copying Senton's idea and using the gates to open retail shops in the cities where their merchandise was more sought after. They still had to pay shipping fees, but doing it in bulk instead of piece by piece allowed them to save lots of money and improve their bottom line. Vaster was absent for so long, and so often that the organization would have been disbanded if not for the new influx of eldritch monster hybrids, making up for the absence of the Master, Bytra, and Zorith. The Shadow Dragon spent her time either escorting the 4th ruler of the Flames during council duty or with Camilla. Zorith was always glad to help build a new model of a crib, choose a color for the nursery, and install high-powered mana-fueled plasma cannons. Bytra had created them almost for fun, to be used as self-defense weapons by Zinnia and her kids due to their lack of magical powers. Tezka was offended by her allegation that he might let even a fly pass through him undetected, but he also liked anything that could punch a hole through solid steel with a flick of a trigger. Are these things really necessary? Camilla asked, while Zorith taught her how to activate the many weapons she had disguised as toys and placed throughout the room. After all, a guardian is always following Elijah. She's going to be safe even after she's born. I know, the Shadow Dragon nodded. These aren't for her but for you. The protection of the guardians extends to you only while you carry the baby, so unless you plan to have 2 kids back to back, you need to be prepared. Awakened or not, you are as weak as a child. If Meln or any of Lith's enemies wants to hurt him, you make the perfect target. Camilla swallowed a lump of saliva and said no more. As for Bytra, she was working half the time on the harmonizers and the other half cramming body sculpting. She hoped to master the collars, forge a mastering process while also stealing as much knowledge as she could from Falul's side of the work. I don't care what the council says or wants. We deserve the harmonizers. No, we need them for our survival, she thought. Chapter 2604, A Page in History, Part 4. Falul didn't trust the Eldritches enough to share with them the knowledge she gained from the secret Tyrant's bloodline legacy, but she could use it along with her expertise as a skilled forgemaster to give tips and hints to Bytra. I hate to admit it, but even with my mother's help, grasping the technology devised by generations of tyrants on our own would take too long, the Hydra thought. If I can't get to have the harmonizers mass-produced by the time the situation in Giera stabilizes, the monsters and the council will go to war. Letter 1D5C7, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D5CF, letter 1D4E, letter 1D4DB, letter 1D5C, letter 1D460, letter 1D4B7, letter 1D5F0, letter 1D44 to letter 1D45A. On top of that, I need the resources of the council to forgemaster enough harmonizers for everyone. Without its help, I would end up squandering my own bloodline legacy. Truth be told, Firwell had agreed to help her daughter only because her studies on Uffel's life force had come to a dead end. He was the only Hydra to have ever evolved into a dragon, even though only thanks to the ambrosia and Thrud's madness. Falul's mother wasn't as desperate as Gleemo's about becoming a divine beast, but her curiosity was piqued, and the harmonizer might turn out to be the solution to her problem. While everyone else will stumble and fall in the search of a way to further their evolution, we will progress smoothly, Firwell said. Uffel's life force is the perfect mold for our endeavor. He's not like the Ballers who evolved millennia ago, fell, and then artificially evolved into farmers. Uffel was a Hydra until less than a year ago, and forbidden magic unlocked the path that our species is supposed to follow. Unlike the Tyrant's bloodline who forged new species by force, Thrud simply unlocked our potential and Uffel's life force is stable. We just need to devise a body sculpting spell that changes our nature into that of 7-headed dragons, and then study how the harmonizer enforces the process. Once every Hydra knows the starting point and their destination, success will be just a matter of time. Falul was scared at the idea that changing her life force so drastically might also alter her personality, but the prospect of gaining origin flames and dragon eyes like Uffel was just too tempting. Yet all of this had happened in the time after the discovery of Zelex and before Quilla's marriage. Now that everyone had come to the Verhin mansion to attend, they each focused on the future. I can't believe that the time has come for our little one to spread her wings and leave the nest. Orion sighed like a bellows. 7 years ago, Quilla was just a nameless orphan that you tricked into adoption. Gianni looked at her husband's eyes, noticing there was no rebuke for her manipulations. Then came Balker. Nalar forced Quilla to kill Uriel, and that poor girl went through a lot to find her way in life. Yet she did it, and we with her. I only wish our little flower was here with us today. Gianni turned toward the padded chair at her left, where a replica of Reaver and the golden lily pendant sat. It had been Quilla's desire to have the mementos of her late sister there, to have Floria share that moment with her, at least in spirit. Not a day went by without the Urnas thinking about her, wondering what they could have done differently to bring her back home alive. Me too, Orion cleared his throat from a sudden huskiness. What are you going to do now? Once Quilla goes on her honeymoon, I'm going back to work. Gianni stared at a few seats of distance where the Verhins were. I'm done grieving our daughter. My mana core is stuck at the bright orange, and there's no point studying spells I can't practice, but I can still learn a few things by following Camilla around. She's where I'm going to be in a while, and if I learn from her mistakes, I can aim straight for the green core. At that point, once I wear the Myrock's Royal Fortress armor, I'll have the strength to hunt down our enemies. Like Meln. Orion nodded but said nothing. He had yet to master fusion magic of all elements due to the fact that he had already gone back to work, his age, and his overloaded core. Having a natural bright violet made him peerless among the fake mages, but also made his awakening highly unlikely. He could train only under the supervision of the master or one of his associates who would make sure that the impurities in his body wouldn't reach his core. I got to go. Our little one needs me. Orion looked at the blinking rune on his amulet and walked out of the room. Gods, I'm so excited for Quilla, Solless said, a bit envious of Freya for being the maid of honor and a little angry with Morok for choosing Ageter as his best man. Let's hope that nothing goes wrong. She turned to the groom's side of the room, which was depressingly empty aside from Olaja Eventide, the members of Zelex's Senate, and their children. Fallow was on the bride's side, and so was Lith and the rest of his family. The elf had shapeshifted like everyone else into an acceptable human form. She had agreed on taking part in the ceremony because she had never attended a human marriage, and to make sure that the monsters in disguise didn't get caught. With us, an Olajahir is unlikely. Lith couldn't care less about who the best man was. He and the Tyrant had never graduated from acquaintances. Besides, Moroc's reputation precedes him. Even if his guests drink straight from a bowl or eat with their bare hands, nobody will bat an eye. His eye fell on Floria's chair, bringing him a deep feeling of loss and failure. Even though Floria had absolved him of her death, and he knew that her fate had been sealed from the moment of her capture, Lith still felt responsible. The golden lily pendant shone under the magical lights like an unblinking eye, silently accusing him of killing his first true human friend with his own hands. While looking at his own reflection, the precious memories of the time they had spent together flashed in front of his eyes. Then it came the War of the Griffins, the lives he had taken to lure Floria in the open, and lastly, the figure of her limp body impaled through the chest by his right arm. Lith froze as the white of his supreme Magus robe turned crimson, and War's desperate wails echoed through his head. The angry blade was stored in his pocket dimension, but he could almost feel its familiar weight in his hand. As the room turned pitch black and guilt became unbearable, a familiar hand wrapped in light dragged him back to the present. "It's not your fault. Do you hear me?" Solless said after grabbing his face and turning it toward her. "Wishing she never met you is like saying you wanted her to die at Balker's hand. Floria didn't take part in the War of the Griffins for you." Chapter 26:05 Gift Exchange, Part 1. Floria put her life on the line for her family, her duty, and because she loved the kingdom. Even if you never returned from the desert, Reaver and her blade tear spell made her too big a threat to leave her alone, Solless said. Thrud would have kidnapped and killed Floria anyway. The only differences would be that now the Mad Queen would be sitting on the throne, and thanks to the mass-produced Reaver, the other countries would be under siege in a losing battle. "How do you?" "I know because I'm in here so often that I've built my summer home." Solless patted on his heart. "Don't look at the pendant. We are not here for Floria. Today we are here for Quilla. Look at our friend, and if you can't, look at Kami or me." Lith scratched his head in embarrassment, finding himself covered in a cold sweat. "I knew that taking out that pendant was a bad idea." Camilla held his hand, caressing it with her thumb. "Too bad that the front row is for family members only. If we sat in front of Gianni and Orion, this could have been avoided." "It's not their fault. I should. Letter 1D4 A9, letter 1D5 C8, letter 1D4 CB, letter 1D5 A, letter 1D4 25, letter 1D4 CA, letter 1D5 4A, letter 1D4 B7, letter 1D4 B8, letter 1D4 5C, letter 1D4 0C. No matter what the idiots out there say, you are still human. So yeah, it's their fault. You already lent them your mansion for their daughter's wedding and are hosting Ryla. The least they could do was to avoid putting you into this position." Camilla snarled, putting his hand on her womb where Elijah kicked in agreement. Actually, they still had no idea if the baby understood their language. The one kick for yes, two kicks for no, was just an inside joke between them. An inside joke with an unsettling accurate record. The double doors opened, letting the couples in. Quilla walked arm in arm with Orion as he walked her to the altar, while Ryla the Farmer acted in place of Moroc's mother. He had tried to write her a letter in which he explained everything and invited her to the wedding, but she had never replied. Adjeter had stood in the shadows, watching the human woman burn the letter without even opening it the moment she had read Moroc's name. For a moment, the Drake had hated her. He had gone this close to barge in her house and force her to listen to him. To tell her that Moroc was a victim as much as she was, and that he was blameless. That Glimos had already paid with his life and he couldn't hurt her any longer. Yet Adjeter had never moved from his hiding spot, waiting until he had recovered his cool. "No matter what I said, I couldn't change the past," he thought while looking at Garrick walking in front of the couples. Forcing her to come here would have ruined this moment for everyone and added another scar in her heart. Moroc's half-brother was shapeshifted into a tall 7-year-old boy to not alter his height too much. In his human form, he bore a striking resemblance with Moroc, sharing his brown hair and eyes. Garrick acted as a flower boy, throwing red and pink roses petals in his wake. Ryla had been shapeshifted into a woman in her early 40s with dark hair and chestnut eyes. Even though she had been made shorter than Moroc and her features smoothed to a less preternatural beauty, the unanimous consent among the human guests was that the former ranger had to be adopted. The farmers moved with lithe grace, their high-collared clothes hiding the presence of the harmonizers, whereas even after plenty of rehearsals, Morok was as stiff as a walking stick. "We should have shapeshifted you shorter as well, Dad." Quilla pouted, barely hanging from his arm despite the high heels and feeling like a sloth clinging to the high branch of a tree. "I can always carry you on my shoulders if you prefer." Orion replied with a warm smile, flooding her mind with the memories of all the father-daughter activities they had shared after her adoption. Back then she was already 12 years old, but being an orphan, she had gladly taken part in silly things suitable for someone much younger, like playing horse. "Not a chance," she chuckled, smiling from the deep of her heart at those images. After being adopted by the Ernas, her life had changed in ways she had never imagined. Many good and bad things had happened to her, many of which she had suffered due to the name she now carried. Yet overall, Quilla considered her life a blessed one, filled with more happiness than sorrow. The only sour note that tainted the recollection of her life while she walked among the people she loved was the absence of her sister. "I died because of Dara's plot, but Mom managed to save me. We all have gone through thick and thin, fighting deadly battles against old and terrible monsters, yet we always survived. It took a war to split us." Quilla's heart bled at the sight of the golden lily pendant, and to hide her sorrow she clenched Orion's arm so much that it hurt. "Maybe it was wrong of me to ask to have Floria's mementos brought to the ceremony. I know how much pain their mere presence must bring to my friends and family because I feel it too. My heart still refuses to accept that Floria is really dead, that I'll never hear her laugh or cry again. Yet I refuse to forget about her, to pretend that she never existed just to hide from the pain that her memory evokes. She has been an important part of my life, and she still is. Even if she's not here anymore, Floria is my sister. She was with me while I was at my best and my worst. She was there for me after I killed Uriel, when I didn't know what to do with my life, or simply when I needed someone to listen to my inner demons. I refuse to abandon her on the day of my wedding. I want her to be with me, with us. I want to face my pain until I'm capable of looking past it and remember only the good things we shared as friends first and sisters later. Floria's death is a tragedy, but her life was a blessing to us all. Every day we spent together was priceless, and I want everyone to realize that the only reason her absence hurts us so much is because of how special she was and how much we love her." Quilla noticed how pale Lith was, his blank stare fixed on the empty seat. When Solless snapped him out of it, Quilla replied to Camilla's reproachful glare with an apologetic nod, but she didn't stop nor did she regret her choice. The couple was left in front of King Meron, who was going to officiate the ceremony. The royal family always took care personally of marriages between important members of society, and the Ernas were one of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom. On top of that, most of the members of the Ernas family and their friends were heroes of the War of the Griffins. Chapter 2606 Gift Exchange, Part 2. Without any impending crisis or urgent affairs demanding his attention, Meron had decided not to delegate the task to one of his children as it had happened for Vaster's wedding. Freya stood at the king's right, dressed in a simple cream-colored day dress with no neckline and a hoop skirt to not outshine the bride during her special day. Her long hair was held up in a dew that gave her features a sharp look and made her eyes look cold. Adjeter stood at the king's left, wearing a black evening suit and wearing the appearance of an unremarkable man slightly shorter than Morok with dirty blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes, the color of his scales. Freya looked at his parents and brothers, sitting on the first row, and felt a pang at the sight of Floria's chair. Yet she said nothing, moving her gaze on to the second row where Nalrond was sitting. The Rizar seemed to be even more tense than Morok and more distressed than Freya, but the moment their eyes met, he put a smile on his face and waved at her in a congratulatory gesture. "Today, we are assembled here to celebrate the union between Quilla Daphne Ernas and Morok Iri. Ranger Iri served the kingdom for 6 years, longer than most of his colleagues, defending the north from the enemies lurking inside and outside our borders. His service has been dotted with feats that few believed possible, and even fewer think they can ever be equaled." Meron, avoiding to clarify whether said feats were good or bad, spoke volumes about how hard it had been to find something to say about the groom without embarrassing the hosts in front of their guests. It was during those days that Morok and Quilla met, during the dreadful expedition that led them to Culla, and to the discovery of the horrors of the still-living Odi civilization. Their bond started there and grew over time. I would love to tell you that it's a love story the likes bards like to sing about, but life is seldom so kind. Even after the end of the expedition, the cruelty of the Odi rippled through our lives. It brought unfair trials, assassination attempts, and the betrayal of a man who sold the kingdom he had sworn to protect to its enemies. Yet good things were born from such hardships. Bonds were created, loyalties tested, and found flawless. It's only through hard times that we can achieve the things we cherish the most. We don't understand what we truly want until we are forced to fight to protect it. We fight for the living because they give meaning to our existence, and when we fail, we live for the dead. Because as long as we don't forget about them, they are never truly gone. Because as long as we carry in our hearts the part of them that they have entrusted to us, they never truly leave our side and give us the strength to fight the good fights. Maron stared for a second at Floria's things, giving her parents a small bow and taking a moment of silence. Letter 1D475, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D5CF, letter 212F, letter 1D40B, letter 1D4E4, letter 1D69C, letter 1D51F, letter 1D450, letter 1D490, letter 1D55E. Moroc's and Quilla's relationship has endured much, just like them. They have laughed, cried, and looked at their future in fear together. Yet they have also chosen to be here today and show us that they want to face it together. With our presence, we acknowledge their will and offer them our support, because there's nothing that a loving couple can't achieve if they have the help of their family and friends. Peace and joy can't be granted, only earned. My hope is that Quilla and Moroc will build such a happiness for themselves that they will be able to afford to share it with us and the rest of Magar. Quilla, Moroc, pronounce your vows to each other. Adjeter handed Moroc the deep violet robe that only a royal decree could make a Magus. It was wrapped with the unbreakable knot of the betrothal gifts. The tyrant held it with care as if it could break apart. Quilla, I could say many things about our time in Culla, of how we met and spoke, yet such anecdotes would embarrass you and aren't suited for a day like today, Moroc said, making her chuckle. What I mean to say is that all things considered, I can't believe we've got to this point. I don't know if I've ever said or done anything to deserve this happiness. The only thing I know is that I don't want to lose it. When I thought that Darius had taken you away from me, I discovered that your absence made my life unbearable, and when you came back, I understood that I wanted to spend every moment I had left with you. Moroc handed the violet robe to her. This is my betrothal gift. It may look silly and without much value like me, but it expresses my will to stand by your side and help you achieve anything you want. I have no ambition, and I don't care what the destination of mine is as long as you take the journey with me. Maron's nostrils flared and his brows furrowed at the highly unorthodox gift shoved right in front of his face, but he said nothing. He was there only as a witness, not as a judge of the soundness of their union. Also, Gianni glared at him with an intensity that covered the king in a cold sweat. Quilla accepted the Magus robe, taking the knot off and keeping it inside one of the pockets before wearing it. I could say many things about the first days of the expedition to Culla as well, but you are right. They are unsuited for this day and bring too much pain. Quilla looked at Floria's chair, and a thin smile appeared at the memory of Moroc mistaking her for a man. What I can say is that, despite its ups and downs, being with you has never been boring. You've made me laugh even when it was improper, and when I get angry with you, it never lasts long. No matter how rude what you do or say is, there's never ill will in you. When I think back at the time we spent together, even our arguments, it makes me smile because you've always been honest with me, telling me what I needed to hear instead of what I wanted to hear. At a snap of her fingers, Lucky trotted from Orion's side to her. The big red-furred Rye wore a big black bow tie on his collar and carried a small box in his mouth. It was unorthodox as well, since it was up to the bridesmaid to carry the betrothal gift. Quilla opened the box, revealing an ornate orichalcum key with a violet mana stone the size of a pea on either side. It was wrapped with a betrothal knot that passed through the hole in the head so that it wouldn't mess with the lock. This is my betrothal gift. It's the key to the house that my parents gifted to me and that I signed over to you. She handed it to him, leaving Moroc and her parents flabbergasted. Chapter 2607, Caged Beasts, Part 1. I know that you are a grassroots mage in the most literal sense of the word, Quilla said while looking Moroc in the eyes. Like me, you are an orphan. You've never had a home, a family, or somewhere you belonged. You've spent your whole adult life moving from one place to another, searching for something that you know is lost forever. No one can give you the family or the house you never had, but I can give you my own and hope that you'll share it with me. With this key, I'm asking you to stop looking at the past and start building the future with me. Moroc's hands trembled as he accepted the key. wrapping Quilla in an embrace even though they weren't supposed to touch each other until the officiant gave them permission. Meron rolled his eyes at the third breach of etiquette in a row, but the crowd was sniffling, caring more about the feelings of the couple rather than tradition. "Congratulations. In the name of the Griffin Kingdom, I declare you husband and wife," the king said. As the newlyweds kissed, the guests gave them a standing ovation and Lucky howled, quickly followed by Abominus, Slash, Tezca, and Sarah's children. The Hattie Queen had been shapeshifted into a woman in her mid-30s with silver hair the color of her regular fur and stern features. She and Alaja managed to stop them before anyone noticed them. Sarah inwardly thanked the gods for the presence of the much bigger and louder magical beasts that, along with the roaring applause, covered most of the kids' noise. The wolf fox something in particular howled as loud as a full pack by himself, and his voice reverberated with multiple timbres like a choir of wolven gods under a full moon. The members of the Senate waited for the rest of the guests to be done with the congratulations before taking their turn. They didn't like mingling with humans and were afraid that somehow they could see past their disguise. Too many among the guests had been looking at the monsters for too long than it was polite for the entire duration of the ceremony, making them feel out of place. The truth was that aside from Sarah, the rest of the group looked stunning. Balor, Famers, and Tron had all been gifted by evolution with a degree of body refinement similar to awakening. Even after changing their appearance to human with body sculpting, it would have taken major changes to give them average looks. They would have preferred a plainer appearance, but between the harmonizer and their fallen life forces, there was only so much that could be done without putting their lives at risk. Long story short, if not for the presence of the children, many noble bachelors would have loved to know those mysterious ladies better. "Thank you for including me in your invitation." Alaja hugged Morak and Quilla like they were old friends. "Your vows were moving, and I filled a whole notebook with my observations about the humans' emotional response to commitment. It's amazing how much spite, lust, and scorn lie behind those smiling faces." "Wait, what is behind you now?" Quilla asked. "I'm terrible at reading human expressions, so I'm basing my analysis on the conversations I've overheard." She tapped on her ears with her quill while checking her notes. Shapeshifting had no effect on one's senses, so even in their shorter, rounder form her ears still had the acuity typical of Elven hearing. "By the way, do you mind explaining to me how the betting tradition works? I personally found it pretty rude, but since everyone did it, I can only assume it's one of those customs that don't make sense unless you are part of the tribe." "What bets?" Quilla asked to take a look at the notebook, and when Alaja turned it toward her, she found the next best thing to a ledger with names, numbers, and odds about the duration of her marriage. Annulment after the wedding night was given 100, with most of the bets giving the couple from a few months to a year. "This is no tradition. This just means that my parents need better friends because as long as I draw breath, these guys are not getting invited to anything anymore." The only silver lining was that no one of her friends and colleagues had taken part in it. The names in the ledger belonged to nobles and members of the royal court that her parents had been forced to invite for political reasons. Meanwhile, the house staff that the Ernas had brought along for the occasion moved the chairs out of the main hall and lined several tables along the walls that the kitchen staff set with food and beverages. Much to the dismay of the members of Zelex's Senate, their children had no problem mingling with the humans. Aaron and Lyria knew the truth, and it took more than being a member of the fallen races to scare them. They gave the new kids a tour of the tables and explained to them the nature of the various dishes, giving special emphasis to the sweets that everyone ate like a bunch of famished trolls. Especially the trolls. Lilia and Laren shamelessly sniffed the young Hattie who returned the gesture, drawing several glares from the guests. Celia was still bedridden, and without her, Protector didn't care much about formalities. "We are from the groom's side." A light of understanding shone in the noble's eyes at Protector's words, shifting the blame from the Ernas and earning them compassion. Philia and Frey, instead, would have found it awkward to interact with those overly attractive youths that seemed to lack any common sense and knowledge if not for Tezca's presence. After dealing with kidnappers, thugs, and assassins on a regular basis, Zinya's children had long since learned that as long as the Filgja didn't ask them to cover their eyes, they had nothing to worry about. After Essager had been promoted to an archduchy, Vaster had received huge amounts of gold to build new warp gates and cities along with sole discretion to where invest them. The various internal factions believed that Zinya's kids were the quickest way to send him a message or blackmail the master into doing their bidding. Unluckily for them, Vaster had no idea the problem even existed. Sunniter rarely needed to leave behind more than one tail to deal with the hired muscle, while he brought the kids back home on time. At that point, the organization would step in via its capillary control of the underworld. Letter 1D4 ATEF, Letter 1D4 0E, Letter 1D4 15, Letter 1D7 A, Letter 1D4 25, Letter 1D4 14, Letter 1D4 60, Letter 1D4 D1, Letter 1D4 02, Letter 1D4 5C, Letter 1D5 2A. Middlemen and shell companies did little good to hide your identity when you didn't play against another criminal faction, but against the house. The nobles responsible would always be found dead a few hours after the attempt on the kids. Some died of heart attack, others left behind a suicide note, while the rest would simply suffer a tragic accident. I really think that you should sell this stuff. Protector had a bowl of ice cream the size of his hand. The kids love it, and they are not the only ones. Chapter 2608 Caged Beasts, Part 2. Ryman pointed at the refreshment stand where noble youths behaved no differently from his much less refined kids after tasting a few flavors. Many adults were ignoring the known cold and hot dishes in favor of the exotic treat as well, forcing the house staff to constantly refill the various bowls. It's not worth it, Lith shrugged. The moment I disclose the recipe, every idiot with chore magic can do it. Luckily, Magus chocolate isn't toxic for animals once they evolve into magical beasts, or things would get tragic here fast. He actually thought, glad to have made sure of it in the past, before offering ice cream to any of his non-human friends. Can I borrow Lith for a minute? Nalrund asked. Sure, Protector nodded, taking his leave to have a conversation with the Hattie Queen. Ever since his first clash with the Hattie in Adjeter's mines, he had felt an odd kinship with them, and he was curious to understand how similar they were to Skulls. Wow, you look like shit, Lith said without mincing words. Thanks, the Rizar replied with a snarl, but you don't look so hot either. It's nothing, Lith sighed. I'm just having more and more difficulty developing the auxiliary cores I need to reach the bright violet. My whole body hurts every time I try to condense more, and I think I'm reaching my limit. If I don't understand what's wrong with my Voidfeather Dragon life force, I'll be stumped again. What's your excuse? I'm not even awakened. I'm nowhere close to even the bright blue, and my body feels like it's going to fall apart any moment now. Nalrund was pale and clammy, needing his meditating technique just to keep the symptoms in check. Are you telling me that you've reached the same point Tista did after fighting with the cursed objects? Lith's eyes went wide in surprise. Letter 1D4A9, Letter 1D40, Letter 1D4CB, Letter 1D58A, Letter 1D473, Letter 1D4C, Letter 1D530, Letter 1D41B, Letter 1D5C7, Letter 1D4D4T. No, I'm nothing like her. A few deep breaths stabilized the barrier that kept his human and Emperor Beast sides apart, making the pain stop. Tista's life forces naturally wanted to merge, and she was willingly stopping them. I instead have struggled until now to try and make them meet, but I'm facing an impossible conundrum. If I keep the barrier standing, I can't make my life forces interact or attempt to merge them. Whenever I try to weaken it past a certain point, however, due to my age and the power they have both accumulated, my life forces repel each other with so much violence that they start to tear apart what's left of the barrier on their own. Isn't that a good thing? Lith asked. No, it's not, Nalrund replied in exasperation. I've spent years trying to understand my beast life force and getting in touch with it. During the past year, I've whittled the barrier bit by spending my free time as a Rizar, enjoying what it has to offer me. The problem is that all of this just made my beast side stronger. It didn't bring my two life forces closer. I can feel that they are not trying to overcome the barrier to merge. They are like two hungry caged predators throwing themselves at the bars, each sent into a frenzy by the smell of the other's blood. Once they met, I won't have months like Tista to make up my mind. Heck, I'll be lucky if I'll have hours. My bet is that either I pick one on the fly or I'll go boom. Sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do for you? Actually, yes, the Rizar nodded. I've heard from Freya about your problems and from Falul about the issue with Giera, so I thought about something that might solve everything in one trip. Do you want to go back to the fringe? Lith raised his brow. Yes, I found my first clue there, and we've planned to go back there together since before the War of the Griffins. Now there's no Bulk or copycat on the prowl, no Thrud, or any impending crisis. This is the perfect time to go there. Actually, Meln is still at large, and my prolonged absence could lure him or some other crazy head out. Kami is pregnant with the granddaughter of two guardians who dote her plus a third one who blotted the sky of Garland the moment she was in danger. Nalrond cut him off. We both know that once Elijah is born, Camilla will be fair game, but the rest of Magur doesn't. This is the perfect moment to leave, lure them out, and let the Guardians take out the trash. Lith liked the idea of having any potential threat wiped out without him moving a finger, while at the same time finding a solid lead to solve his differences with the Voidfeather dragon. I'll miss not killing Meln in person, but it's something I can live with, Lith nodded. But why now? I mean, the war is over for a while. We could have gone to the fringe any time. Because the fringe is a gamble, and a dangerous one at that, the Razar sighed. We'll have to deal with the Duans and the elves, and I mean thousands of them inside their own home. On top of that, there's no telling we'll actually discover something useful. Even if we manage to perform the ritual and get to talk with Magur, they speak in riddles. It might as well be a colossal waste of time. I've waited until now because I hoped to learn something from Tista, but it failed because our conditions were polar opposites. Then, I hoped that the Harmonizer would help me. Yet now that Falul has deciphered Glimo's blueprints, she had some pretty bad news for me. The reason that bastard performed live experimentation outside Zelex was to improve on the altered life forces he had already discovered, and he still sacrificed dozens of monsters for his research. In my case, since no one has any idea what the shape of my combined life forces is supposed to look like, devising a proper body sculpting spell without crippling me is going to take years. Years that I don't have. You are having a child, Quilla is now married, and I can't keep Freya on standby forever. I can see how envious she is of you guys moving forward while our relationship is stuck. I can almost hear her fear of ending up dead like Floria without having achieved any of the goals she has set for herself. The fringe is the only way I've left to find the solution I want within a reasonable time. You are a divine beast. We have now plenty of Menadian's artifacts, and Giera's developments give us something that we can offer the elves in exchange for their help. Land and freedom. If we bring Olaja with us, we'll have an ambassador they will be willing to listen to. While she keeps them busy, we get our audience with Magur. Best case scenario, the elves take Zelex's same deal and join the fight against the monster tides and the lost cities. Worst case scenario, they refuse and we bail out like the last time. Either way, we get what we wanted. Chapter 2609 Painful Lessons, Part 1. It makes sense, but I have one question, Lith pondered. What if Magur gives you a solution that would take too long to achieve or that simply can't be reached in your lifetime? In that case, after discussing it with Freya, I'll tear down the barrier between my life forces and pick one without even attempting to merge them. Nalrund replied. Why discuss it with her? It's your choice, Lith countered. Yeah, but it's our life, the Razar shook his head. She has less than 100 years before she either becomes Falul's harbinger or dies. As an awakened human, I can stay with her for less than 1,000 years, while as a harbinger she'll live as long as Falul. Which means 3 times my lifespan if her research fails, and 10 times as much if Falul becomes a 7-headed dragon like Uffel. I'd rather stay a man, but if I do, Freya would have to move forward in our relationship knowing that she's going to outlive me. As an Emperor Beast, I can be her companion. As a man, I'd be almost like a pet. That's putting yourself down harsh, man. Lith patted his shoulder. Kami is in your same situation. She didn't even want to be awakened, and she knew that I'll probably outlive her, yet things work just fine for us. It's different for you too, Nalrund sighed. Your life force is cracked, and your life is constantly in danger. There's no telling how long you have left, and Camilla probably didn't want to be awakened to not outlive you. How long did Manohar say that you have left? A few hundreds of years, maybe. Lith lowered his voice to not spoil the mood for the others. See, this means that even if Camilla lives just for 700 more years, she'll be grieving you for centuries. I don't want that for Freya. That's why I need to make this trip, and why I'm going to talk to her before making my decision. All right, I'm sold. When do we leave? Lith asked. Space. It took a while to organize the trip to the ancestral Razar fringe. Reaching the desert from Lith's barn, and then the location of the external barrier of the fringe needed but a few minutes, whereas the preparations took weeks. Freya wouldn't let Nalrund go to the fringe without her, and Quilla wanted to cover her sister's back. So they had to wait for Quilla to return from her honeymoon, and then give her some time to prepare. Also, Lith had to give the royals notice of his leave. He couldn't just drop his void magic lessons and abandon the tablets, trial run without it triggering a Manohar-scale manhunt. Falul was going to come as well, and she too needed some time to put her business in order, and find a replacement as the Distar regional lord during her absence. Someone who also had to work with Bytra on the harmonizers in her stead, and keep studying the Tyrant's bloodline legacy with Gala. Thank you so much for your help, Mom. The Hydra packed most of her things inside dimensional amulets, but kept many tools and weapons hung to her belt and inside her pockets just to be safe. Like you gave me a choice, Fearwolf snarled. I can't let some schmuck mess with the best shot the Hydra bloodline has in millennia to reach dragonhood. Also, I can't wait to work with the eyes of Menadian again. Speaking of that, are you going to leave the hands behind? Nice try, but no. Falwell shook her head. The fringe is rich in world energy, which makes it the perfect place to learn how to tap into the hands' full potential. If things go south between me and Solless, it would take a natural disaster to stop our escape. I see, yet you look way too excited for someone who's potentially sticking her head in a death trap. What's your angle? Fearwolf tilted her head in curiosity. Are you kidding me? Falwell couldn't believe her ears. I'm going into a fringe. I'm going to talk with the vital essence of our planet. I'm going to meet legendary creatures, maybe get a few hints about how to overcome the limits of our species, if not even achieve enlightenment like grandmother. Be careful about what you wish for, Fearwolf replied. Knowledge can be dangerous, especially when the answers you get aren't what you were expecting. By the way, have you informed the council? Of my absence? Yes. Of the fringe? Of course not, Falwell said. I'm not going to reveal the position of Nalron's home, nor am I going to put so many lives in danger without a good reason. You know how Awakened think. The council would follow us en masse to both strongarm the elves to help Giera and see if they can benefit from the fringe. I want a mediation, not give ultimatums. Unlike Zelex's monsters, elves have no bone to throw the council, and once their home's location is exposed, they will think it's the war of the races all over again. A noble but naive choice. Fearwolf lowered her gaze. If the treaties fail, what is going to stop them from trying to shut you up forever? I'm not stupid. That's why I'm bringing Olager along and the hands with me. She's going to act as our ambassador and do the talking while the others contact Magur on the down low. As an awakened elf and a former emissary of the World Tree, she should be able to ensure our safety, Falwell replied. Yes, she should, Fearwolf said with a somber tone. Space. So you are going away? Salark drummed her fingers on the desk of her office. Yes, Lith replied while using his overlord permit to grant access to the Blood Desert to the members of his group without going through customs. For days, there was an enthusiasm in her voice that irked him to no end. Again, yes, why? Letter 1D4 ATF, letter 1D698, letter 1D5 CF, letter 1D4 52, letter 1D4 C1, letter 1D4 E4, letter 1D4A, letter 1D5 1F, letter 1D4 90, letter 1D5 C8, letter 1D5 2A. No reason, bye. A wave of her hand warped everyone straight to their destination, even though not like usual. Warping arrays were supposed to just switch locations at a great distance from each other, whereas Lith's group experienced the closest thing to being tossed away like confetti. Some fell on their head, others on their butts, and Morok ended up sprawled on the sand. Luckily, between their enhanced bodies and the limited strength Salark had put behind the gesture, no one was hurt. What was that? Freya thanked the gods for her armor's shape-shifting abilities since she had sand even in her underwear. Why was Salark so eager to get rid of us? Beats me. Lith tried and failed to conjure some water to clean himself. Meanwhile, in the desert, the Guardian took the answer to Freya's question in her arms before warping herself and her honor guard straight to Lucia. Thank you for bringing the little Valoran with you, Grandma, Camilla said while holding the almost one-year-old baby against her bosom. Even though Salark and Ligaen took care of him most of the time, Camilla went to visit the baby every time she could. Chapter 26, 10 Painful Lessons, Part 2. Camilla didn't like to act behind her husband's back, but she knew how much Lith was still hurting from the end of the war. Jormund the Emerald Dragon had entrusted his son to Lith, but he could barely stand the presence of the child for a few minutes before the images of Floria's death flashed in front of his eyes. Don't be silly, Salark pinched Camilla's cheek. I can use some help and so do you. It takes two to make a child and a village to raise him. Valoran II was upset by the sudden change of his environment and started shapeshifting from his human to his Bahamut form nonstop. As she always did during her visits, Camilla shapeshifted her hands and cheeks, covering them in black scales. The moment they touched Valoran's white scales, the affinity between the dragon bloodlines allowed them to share their deepest emotions. The baby perceived Camilla's care and affection while she experienced his distress. Valoran had no clear memory of his parents, but he felt like there was something important missing in his life. He desperately sniffed the air looking for Jormund's and Thrud's smell. He searched for his mother's heartbeat every time someone held him. He had no words to express his feelings, just a few jumbled thoughts, yet Camilla knew what it was. Valoran missed his parents dearly and called for them in every way he could. Gods, this is so cruel. Camilla sniffled, warm tears streaking down her eyes. How can someone so young already experience grief? It's the curse of being a divine beast. Tyrus joined them, taking the baby from Camilla. The madness had made Thrud smell almost identical to the Guardians, and her presence calmed him down. Our brains develop fast in order to keep our bloodline abilities in check. It makes us smarter and quick learners, but not all of life's lessons are pleasant. What about Elijah? Camilla asked. Does she already understand human language? Does he know what's happening around her at all times? No, she doesn't understand human language. Ligon appeared right beside her, caressing Valoran's head first, and then her belly. Isn't that right, Emhar? You experience the world only through your mother, so if she is happy, you are happy, and so on. What did you call her? I didn't call her anything, Ligon replied with a smug grin. That was just the draconic word for my love. Okay, and what are you three doing here? Camilla asked while looking at the phoenix on her guard, taking care of the chores while also standing guard around the house and conjuring a living array. How could we miss the opportunity to take care of you while the grouch is away? The father of all dragons replied. I can finally spend a bit of time with my nieces and nephew. Nieces? Camilla echoed, while noticing that the honor guard also took care of Elina like she was royalty. Your work is very stressful, dear, so we are going to make sure that nothing upsets you, Tyrus said, handing Valoran back to Camilla now that he was relaxed. She swallowed a lump of saliva as the Guardians' clothes shapeshifted into constables' uniforms. Suddenly she missed Lith with all of her heart and couldn't wait for him to be back. Space. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in front of the fringe. Do you guys know how to get in? Nalrund asked, obtaining a series of no's in replies, while Morok went in and out of the dimensional barrier like it was a revolving door. Gods, if I hate him when he does that. Freya clicked her tongue in annoyance. Yeah, the worst part is that he isn't even trying to brag. Quilla needed sheer willpower to not experience her first eye roll at her husband. The Rizar gave everyone a brief explanation of how the access to a fringe worked and what they had to expect while getting inside, no matter if by themselves or with some help. It does feel cold here. Despite the heat of the desert, Solless was shivering. The dimensional fissure that protected the fringe was imbued with the will of Magur. It flowed through her multicolored hair, carrying the memories, thoughts, and feelings of people long gone whose existence had been recorded by the planet. Same here. Lith kept his eyes shut, trying to focus on the voices and gain access by himself like Morok, but unlike the Tyrant, his personality was too inflexible and his will too adamant to abandon itself to the flow. Letter 1D40, D, letter 1D442, letter 1D463, letter 1D404, letter 1D4F5, letter 1D5C, letter 1D4E2, letter 1D4EB. Letter 1D5F0, letter 1D476, letter 1D52. He was like a sturdy rock in the ocean that water could smooth over time, but not break or carry over. Fascinating. Adjetor the Drake had come as well as both backup in case of trouble and scholar. Accessing to a fringe was a rare event, and he couldn't miss the opportunity, nor could his apprentice deny it to him. The good news is that at least on this side there's no barrier, trap, or alarm left from your previous adventure. The bad news is that I have no idea how to get in. I tried the whole spellbook of my bloodline and I got squat. Bring in Solless first, Falul said, experiencing both the cold from her elemental affinities and the unsettling feeling of the dimensional distortion, like reality itself was wrong. Then Adjetor, the girls, and me, keep Lith for last. Sure thing. Nalrund knew that away from Amana Geyser Solless was bleeding energy by the second, so he carried her over without losing time with questions. He closed his eyes, becoming one with the flow of the world energy while also retaining his individuality. Half of his body appeared inside the fringe, while the other offered Solless his hand. The moment she touched him, she felt a deafening choir of voices invading her mind, flooding her vision with experiences that didn't belong to her, and forcing her to relive the lives of countless people from birth to death. Some lived long, most lived shortly, but all of them had much more pain than joy in their life. After the initial shock, Solless withstood the raging river of foreign memories with ease. He had experienced something similar every time Lith conjured one of his demons, and they were forced to share with the lost soul the pain that kept them from moving on and the source of their obsession. Yet after stepping on the other side, things went much worse. As she got rid of what didn't belong to her, her past and present lives assaulted her senses. She could hear Thrain tell her a bedtime story. She witnessed him exploding in front of her eyes, and heard his agonizing wails after what was left of his overloaded core, reformed into a newborn abomination. She saw Menadian cry for her husband's loss, blaming herself while the young elfin piled up on her, telling things that no little girl should say to anyone, let alone her grieving mother. Solless saw her old, entitled self dismissing Bytra as a fraud, widening the rift between the rulers of the flames and fueling the flames of the Reju's envy. Chapter 26, 11 Turning Points, Part 1. After the foolishness and the partying of Elfin's teen years, there was only the forge. After countless hours spent mastering all of Rifa's techniques, Elfin had started to respect as a mother as a forgemaster first, and then as a person. It helped her to pull the wool of resentment from her eyes and stop seeing their relationship through the filter of her trauma. After years of working in the forge by Rifa's side and on herself, Elfin managed to break free from her self-imposed chains. She could now recognize the love and effort that Menadian had put into raising her after Thrain's death. Her mother had done so much for her, yet Elfin had never noticed it because she kept looking away. She had been trying for a few months now to mend things with Rifa, but after realizing how badly she had treated Menadian for all those years, Elfin was so ashamed of herself that she never found the strength to apologize. It was then that Bytra returned and took her life, killing Elfin first to create the chink in Menadian's otherwise invincible tower that she knew would be her downfall. Solless relived all the pain, madness, and isolation after her mother's death, and then there was nothing. With her memory fading away to keep herself alive, just blissful oblivion remained until she met Lith. And then there was more pain, but also joy. From being kidnapped by Nalar after breaking their bond to being accepted by the Verhins as a member of their family, her second life was a roller coaster as well, but one that she was proud of, and that shielded her mind from the scars of the first. "Are you all right?" Morok's voice sounded muffled and distant. "At least you didn't try to harm yourself, but you gave me a big scare." The sky inside the fringe was clear, but something warm streamed over her face. The sounds of nature were accompanied by the whines of some wounded animal that grew louder as she regained her consciousness. It took her a few seconds to realize that she was curled up in fetal position while holding the fury tight to her chest. The whines came out of her own mouth as she called Menadian's name and begged her for forgiveness over and over. Tears dripped from her eyes and snot from her nose, giving her the warm sensation that she had mistaken for rain. "Mom," she said while still in a daze. "I'm sorry, a man can do many things if he puts his mind to it, but giving birth isn't among them," he chuckled. "By the way, I owe you an apology. I always thought that the story about you being Lith's relative was just some bullshit you guys made up to justify your threesome. I was clearly wrong, and I'm not afraid to admit when I'm mistaken. I'm really sorry for doubting you guys." "What a talking ob by my mom." Solless knew that once inside the fringe, any non-Morok would be forced to manifest their soul projection, but no warning could prepare her for what she saw hovering above her head. Solless had been expecting something similar to what Ratpack saw every time they met. Her old body wearing her old clothes that hammered at the chains that restricted the powers of the tower and bound her to it. Her soul projection was visible only from the waist up, and it was the figure that she had assumed during her world tribulation. The proto-guardian form was covered in golden scales, and its hand ended with razor-sharp claws. Long horns that resembled thick tree branches rested on the sides of its head, and two sets of wings came out of Solless's back. One set was membranous and golden, while the other seemed to be comprised of hair that had been knotted and twisted to resemble feathers of the 7 colors of the elements. The creature's face was also covered in scales. Her only visible features were 2 golden eyes, and a lipless mouth filled with pristine fangs that gave her a savage appearance. In its right hand, the soul projection wielded the fury and used it to hammer at a shape-shifting piece of metal that Solless assumed was Davros. The creature kept the metal still with its bare left hand while breathing regular bursts of flames from its mouth. It was an act of creation where the artifact was forged and enchanted at the same time, yet it came at a price. The left hand bled profusely due to the violence of the impacts, yet the heat of the flames cauterized the wounds and made the blood become a part of whatever the soul projection was forging. Golden tears streamed from its eyes, reaching the artifact to imbue it with more mana while also tempering the metal. The soul projection seemed to be in pain, yet its obsession with forgemastering eclipsed it. Despite the pain, tears, and blood it shed, the hammer never stopped and bursts of flames kept heating the blade at the proper timing, even if it meant scorching the creature's hand. "If you are this crazy, I can't wait to see what Lith's soul projection looks like," Morok said. Solless would have loved to give him a piece of her mind, but she was bewitched by the vision and the exquisite forgemastering technique her soul projection used. With each of its movements, it weaved a new spell that the Fury conveyed. Its blood was the perfect carrier of its will and life essence, allowing spirit magic to literally flow inside its creation and become part of the metal. No matter if the artifact was supposed to have a pseudo or power core, Solless knew that it would take form from the inside instead of the outside, bypassing the enchanted metal's natural resistance to foreign mana. If only I could remember how to do it. She clenched her hands, cursing her amnesia for the first time since she had bonded with Lith. Letter 1D4 5B, Letter 1D4 0A, Letter 1D5 CF, Letter 212F, Letter 1D5 C5, Letter 1D4 48, Letter 1D6 9C, Letter 1D6 8B. Letter 1D4 D2, Letter 1D4 D, Letter 1D4 5A. The only silver lining of that situation was that inside the fringe, there was so much world energy that it was like standing above a mana geyser. Like on the surface of Maugur's moon, she could keep her human form for as long as she wanted. Her powers wouldn't be diminished, and her life force would keep healing as long as Lith didn't go too far from her. Meanwhile, on the outside, Falul explained to everyone left the reason for her decision. "Adjutor Lith and I must be extra careful before entering. Even with Nalron's help, we could die if we are not careful. It's unlikely for us to be swept away by the current of Maugur memories since we have trained our willpower over the centuries. Lith instead has dealt with death vision and the voices of the dead whenever he conjures his demons, so whatever Maugur can throw at him won't affect him much. The problem will come once we emerge on the other side. Our long lives also mean more bad experiences and regrets. If we are not careful, reliving hundreds of years in 1 second might fry our brains or break our minds." Chapter 26, 12 Turning Points, Part 2. In her diaries, my grandmother explains that the older one gets, the harder is for them to enter a fringe. That's why she went looking for one back when she was young, to avoid the backlash and use whatever she would learn as a foundation for her studies. "I understand the issue for you and Adjutor, but I'm not hundreds of years old," Lith shrugged. "Indeed, but you are also someone who undergoes world tribulations. I'm afraid that Maugur might focus on you when you enter. That and your cracked life force might cause you similar problems," Falul replied. "What about Solless?" Lith pointed out. "She has world tribulations as well. She has amnesia, and what little she remembers can't hurt her. Also, the nature of her tribulations is not as dangerous as yours. She's going to be fine." Falul had no idea how wrong she was. "Now, while Nalron brings the others in, I want you to practice this meditation technique. When you feel you are about to be swallowed by grief and regret, focus on a single moment of your life, something that defines yourself, a turning point when you have made a decision that shaped your lives." Lith and Adjutor nodded, yet the former was quite in a pickle. "I have 3 lives, so I need 3 moments. Also, I must somehow switch to a different memory during the telepathic onslaught. This is not going to be easy," he thought. "Adjutor, you and I are going to go first and have Nalron wait until we have snapped back to reality. This way, when Lith arrives, we and Solless can help him with a mind link. Even if he gets lost in the current, we can act as a beacon and rescue him." One after the other, the members of the group grabbed Nalron's hand and entered the fringe. This time, Quilla and Freya didn't try to harm themselves, but the experience left them weeping nonetheless. The grief from Floria's death and their regret for failing to save her despite Falul's help hit them hard. "If only I was stronger," Freya hiccuped, her blue-violet aura bursting forward in frustration. Ulaja instead encountered no problem. The voices didn't bother her much. She even tried to make conversation as she passed through the veil. Once on the other side, her young and sheltered life didn't give her much to think about. Falul chose to focus on the memory of the first child she had refused to awaken and the moment of her death. Her daughter, Idra, had been pampered and spoiled by her father, growing into an entitled little monster. Her arrogance had also led her to an early demise that had caused great grief to her parents and split them apart for good. "I don't regret not awakening her. If I did, Idra would have killed that innocent mage and the gods know how many more. I solely regret not taking a more active role in her education and saving her from herself." Yet I took responsibility for my actions and let Eadra pay the price for her foolish choices. I couldn't have done more, she thought while focusing on the memory of standing in front of Eadra's tomb. Adjetor focused on the moment when he had slaughtered an entire village. Back then, he was just a scholar with no fighting experience or thirst for blood. He had simply helped a lost traveler and healed him. The man had reported the position of the Drake's Cave and its treasures. At the mention of the gold, the people of the village had decided that such a monster couldn't be allowed to live. That it was just a matter of time until the monster attacked them, so killing him first was self-defense. Also, with all that gold, the villagers would have lived the rest of their lives in luxury. Their mistake was assuming that the thin, gentle lizard was as frail as it appeared, not just a form Adjetor had chosen to not scare the traveler. I didn't want to kill them, but I knew that if I let them go, they would just have returned with more people after painting me as a bloodthirsty monster. I would have had to fight the kingdom's army and association for no reason. I might have died. I don't regret killing them. I regret my naive stupidity that made me believe that people are intrinsically good instead of egotistical jerks, he thought. As for Lith, the problem started as soon as he stepped through the barrier. Letter 1D5 2B, letter 1D4 0, letter 1D4 2F, letter 1D4 5 2, letter 1D4 25, letter 1D4 CA, letter 1D4A, letter 1D4 8 3, letter 1D5 F0, letter 1D5 C8, letter 1D4 5A. It wasn't just Magur noticing him, but also all the souls lingering inside and outside the fringe. They piled up on in, using the current of thoughts and memories that swirled around the dimensional barrier to gain access to his brain, and from there to his life force. Normally, Lith's power shielded him from unwanted interactions with the souls, but within the veil, the boundaries between the living and the dead were much thinner. Lith could handle the external memories with ease just as Fallow had predicted. The hungry mob of souls clawing at his mind and life essence, however, wasn't something he was prepared for. He couldn't run. He couldn't hide from them. Worst of all, he had no idea how to defend himself without losing his focus and getting his mind destroyed by the veil. He switched from one threat to another, trying to buy Nalrun the time to bring them on the other side. Unfortunately, during the journey, the Razar shared his passengers' suffering, so he was paralyzed as well, lost adrift in the current of memories, and barely holding up on his own sanity. Enough, Magur. S will boomer like thunder, their gaze shining like a bull's over Lith's mind and driving all the souls away. The storm turned into calm, as along with the wailing assailants, the veil stopped weighing on their minds as well. It's nice to meet both of you again. Nalrund heard the voice in his head like his own, while to Lith Magur sounded like Elina. Do you feel strong enough for what waits for you on the other side? What the fuck? Lith panted, checking his life force for injuries and finding none. I have so many questions. No, Nalrund replied. I almost lost it. I need rest. Good. Magur ignored them both and pushed them in. Nalrund recovered instantly, but for Lith it was trickier. For his first life, he focused on the memory of when he had killed Chris Wainwright. It gave meaning to his journey and kept him from going insane when he relived Carl's death. The pain was tempered by the certainty that the killer would pay, and that nightmare would end. For his second life, the problem was that it lasted so little that by the time Lith recalled the memory of his hunger and despair, he had already moved on to the third. It happened so fast that he almost failed to conjure the right shield in time. The final memory was about a family lunch he had just a few days back. It was simple, but it carried a lot of meaning to him. Tista was alive because he had saved her. Raz was now able to smile and rejoice after what Orpal had put him through. Chapter 26:13 A Great Start, Part 1. In the memory, Lith was surrounded by his little brother, nieces, and nephews that were born because of him. There was Solless, free to keep her human body and enjoy the food and the company of their family. There was Camilla, holding his hand and nurturing the life they had created. It was a picture of the present that stood as firm as a mountain range against the tidal wave of suffering caused by hunger, the loss of his friends, and all the hardships he had gone through. The memory of Nalar breaking their bond, the sense of loss from when the Odi had apparently killed Solless, didn't stand a chance against her smiling figure. The trouble of the past was crushed by the certainty of the present. Lith gritted his teeth, searching for the familiar light of his bond with Solless to guide him through the darkness. When he was able to see again, Lith was standing on his own legs while everyone else was still either curled up or unsteady. Let's see what we have here. It was his first time witnessing soul projections, so he started by taking a good look at those of the others before focusing on his own. Solless' soul projection was as unexpected as it was fascinating, making him stare at it until she reassured him that she had already memorized every detail she could notice. I tried using the eyes, but they sense nothing, Solless said. The soul projection isn't a hologram, but something that exists solely on a psychic level. Letter 1 D4 5B, letter 1 D4 42, letter 1 D5 33, letter 1 D4 D4, letter 1 D5 29, letter 1 D4 CA, letter 1 D4 46, letter 1 D4 69, letter 1 D6 8C, letter 1 D4 42, letter 1 D5 5E. Damn, I knew I should have come here the first time. Lith clicked his tongue in annoyance. Freya's projection was fully clothed this time, and the chains were gone as well. Her skin was covered in scales, and her teeth turned into long, poisoned fangs from time to time. She was fighting hard to reject the transformation, but she was failing. That's not funny. I'm going to tell Camilla. Freya punched his arm, blushing violently at the memory. Do it, Lith shrugged. She knows I'm not dead. It seems someone isn't much happy to become a harbinger, huh? Falul clicked her tongue as well. Quilla's soul projection was now in control of her powers and seemed prideful of her violet Magus robe. Yet she was also covered in blood that she did her best to ignore. Nalrond's hadn't changed as the Razar of his soul projection still trashed around, trying to get free. Falul showed her in a 7-headed dragon form, each of her mouths holding a different element, while the 7th cast origin flames in the shape of Magur. Ego much, Adjutor said, making her blush and everyone else laugh. Said the pot to the kettle. Falul pointed above his head, where a majestic sapphire dragon rested above a pile of gold and books, surrounded by countless supplicants begging for a chance to learn from him. A drake can dream. Olaja's projection showed her lonely in a dark corner. She wept as sprouts and saplings burst out of her skin and invaded her body until she was turned into a human-shaped tree. Its meaning was clear. Despite her apparent sunny disposition, being the only one of her kind on Garland was hard to bear, making her feel out of place wherever she went. On top of that, she had lived most of her life with the world tree in her head, and she desperately longed to be once again part of something great. Yeah, I'm that messed up, she sighed. I'm sorry. Morak was once again without a soul projection, and so was Lith. Dang, man, so you really reached inner peace. Morak was sincerely impressed. I was expecting something along the lines of a harem, maybe you beating your ex-brother to a pulp over and over, but not this. Me neither, said everyone else, Lith included. Could this be a glitch in the Matrix or something? I've never been a chill guy even in my sleep, Lith said while thinking about one of the many things that troubled him. What's a glitch, great mother almighty? Falul jumped back in surprise as a black sea waved over his head. From it emerged the void-feathered dragon, who was rocking a spark of light in his arms. Is that Elijah? Solless asked. Maybe, but the waters roiled over the void-feather in a black tide, dragging him under. For a moment the figure of the void was visible, clawing at the dragon with unbridled hatred. That makes much more sense, Lith nodded. It seems that my mind is as fractured as my life force. I have no soul projection simply because it cannot manifest due to my multiple natures canceling each other. That's fucked up big time, Morak said. Fucked up is my legal middle name. Lith shrugged as this time he focused on the issue of his longevity. The space over his head became black again, and the abomination form of the void came out, spreading his wings along with a thin, dark fog. The soul projection was about to roar when something pulled it down, making the void disappear. Well, that's convenient. This way no one can understand what I am and what I can do. What's our next move? We rest. Nalrond was deathly pale. The strain from carrying over so many people had greatly depleted his physical and mental strength. On top of that, withstanding the charge of the souls had taken a further toll on him. He had never experienced something like that, and sharing the pain of the dead had almost made him lose his mind while they were stuck in between dimensions. I don't feel too well. Falul examined him with her breathing technique, Lifestream, and discovered that the experience had aggravated the imbalance in the Razar's life forces. They were both hazy and weary, and so was the barrier separating them. He's right, any strain right now might kill him, and there's nothing we can do. I don't dare heal Nalrond. The risk of one of life forces regaining its strength faster than the barrier is too high. The balance holds only because everything is weakened in the same way. Also, he's our only way out if something goes wrong. Without him, only Morak can leave the fringe while the rest of us would be trapped here. Solless, Lith had come close to both, helping her to stand up and hiding the mind link. I can mark the fringe and use its power to conjure the tower, that's for sure, she replied. The issue is that I don't know if we can warp outside until we try, and if we can, I have no idea how to pick a specific arrival point on re-entry. This entire place is a mana geyser, and we can't risk appearing in the middle of the Duin village or the elves' territory. Everybody sat down, trying to shrug off the side effects of piercing through the veil that isolated the fringe from the outside world. Bummer, this isn't the same place from which we entered the last time. I wanted more of those weird fruits and their seeds. Our gardener failed to grow them, and I wanted to bring back some more. Chapter 26:14 A Great Start, Part 2. What are you talking about? Lith asked, obtaining from Quilla the hologram of what looked like a peach, except it was of a bright blue and its shape was slightly different. I can scout the area while you rest, Olaja proposed. The Duin won't bother me, and even if I meet other elves, I can always tell them that I'm a chronicler. The Yggdrasil staff is more than enough to vouch for my status and ensure my safety. You'd better not, Adjetor shook his head. If they invite you to their home, you wouldn't be able to refuse, and at that point we would have to look for you. Also, consider that deception is a bad way to start a relationship, let alone negotiations about the elves helping with Giera's situation. You are right, sorry, she sighed. It's just that I can't wait to see how my people are faring away from the world tree. On one hand, we were blessed because we knew everything about Maugr even from our isolation. On the other hand, it made us feel trapped. We knew everything about places we couldn't visit and people we couldn't meet. That's why everyone wanted to become a chronicler. It was the only way to get out of the fringe and see the wonders that the world tree kept showing us. I'm sorry to hear, young elf. Adjetor cast several arrays that checked for the presence of traps or spells that might have been placed to detect the arrival of intruders from the outside, finding none. When he was done, he surrounded the area with a complex series of barriers that would reveal the presence of enemies, and buy them the time they needed to escape if necessary. Freya tried to open a warp steps leading outside, but the barrier sealed the space, keeping the two sets of dimensional coordinates from overlapping. Yeah, we need Nalrond, and not only because he's cute, she said after sharing the results of her experiments. Cute, he managed to raise his head from her lap in mock outrage. I'm handsome, a puppy is cute. About that, switch to Rizar, you can't make one of your forms rest more than the other, she replied, prompting his shape-shifting. You've already been inside the fringe. Can't we just perform the ritual here? Lith asked. This way, once we are done, we can attempt to parley with the elves, and if it doesn't work, we can run away before they have the time to prepare a trap like the last time. I wish, Quilla said. Aside from setting up the circles of runes, we need a secluded place, drawing enough world energy to seek an audience with Maugr amidst a bright radiance that would reveal our position. That's why the ancient Rizars used a network of caves for the ritual. To make matters worse, once one enters the mindscape, you can't bring them out of the protective circle unless they cut the communication. Without the enchantments boosting the willpower of the supplicant, being in the presence of Maugr is enough to wipe out your mind. I see, Lith nodded. Where is the network of caves? Beats me, Quilla shrugged. I've never explored the fringe. I only remember how to reach the caves starting from the Duin's village. Freya. Letter 1D45B, letter 1D442, letter 1D533, letter 1D4D4, letter 1D529, letter 1D4CA, letter 1D446, letter 1D469, letter 1D68C, letter 1D442, letter 1D55E. I'm a dimensional mage, not a map, she snorted. I can't remember a single set of dimensional coordinates after all this time. As I said, we need Nalrond. He's the only one who knows how to navigate this place. Then please take turns guarding us without me. There's something I want to try. Falul reverted to her Hydra form, but kept her body compact and slightly taller than 2 meters, 66. She used her breathing technique with all her 7 heads, drawing huge amounts of world energy. Between her grandmother's diaries and her disciples' report about their stay in the fringe, she knew what to expect. Maugr's presence was so intense that even researching a spell within the premises was enough to draw a sliver of Maugr's attention and learn from it what was wrong with the experimental technique. By using Lifestream, Falul was absorbing inside her body both the world energy and consciousness. Her grandmother had used this method to learn more about the secrets of magic and reach enlightenment, but Falul had grander plans. While her heads kept the breathing rhythm steady, they also started to weave each a different spell she was currently tinkering with. The body sculpting spell for the Harmonizer, a new forge-mastering technique for Davros, and her own version of memory crystals were among them. Instead of receiving a scoff, sneer, or the correction of a single rune like it had happened to Quilla and Freya, a choir of voices exploded in her heads. She wasn't able to tell what they said because the volume was too loud, and they all spoke at the same time. The overlapping voices flooded her heads and broke her focus, making the world energy she had absorbed go awry. Even worse, after awakening Mager's consciousness, the world energy had regained its original energy signature. It suddenly resisted the pull of her mana core and turned into mana, poisoning the Hydra's body and wreaking havoc on its way out. Falul went from a sitting position to standing on all fours, puking her guts out as the world energy forcefully seeped out of her skin, breaking it open into many wounds. Crap, crap, crap! Quilla rushed to the Hydra's side, using her Tier 1 spell, Injection, to send nutrient potions straight into Falul's bloodstream so that the use of Invigoration wouldn't put her in an even worse state. A breathing technique could heal all wounds and replenish stamina and mana, but it couldn't give an injured body the nutrients it needed to recover. Someone in a situation as dire as Falul's would cannibalize their own mass and potentially cripple their life force for good if healed recklessly. Someone with a lesser dragon's mass needed more than a single potion, but since some of her friends were huge beasts, Quilla always had with her a dimensional amulet filled solely with barrels of nutrients, in case something like that happened. It took her less than a minute to stabilize the Hydra, but even after Quilla was done, Falul was in even worse shape than Nalrond. "What happened? Is there something wrong with the fringe?" Adjeter asked while checking on her condition and giving her a special tonic of his own creation just to stay safe. "No, I'm just a moron," she said amid coughing. "I bit way more than even 7 heads can chew." The Hydra had just finished explaining her mistake when she fell asleep. "We are here for less than 1 minute, and 2 of our most vital members are already incapacitated. I'd say we are off to a great start." Lith's voice oozed sarcasm. He used his Tiamat eyes to scour the land, but he couldn't see much from the ground. Flying up would have been even worse, offering to the enemies a landmark visible from a long distance. "Usually, I'd suggest sending Olija to the elves to parley and act as a diversion," Lith thought. Chapter 26, 15 True Natures, Part 1. Olija wouldn't be alone since I would send Solless with her, but inside a fringe it would never work. Olija isn't aware of Solless powers, and even if we trusted her enough to share our secret with her, that damn soul projection would expose Solless' presence. "Agreed," Morok nodded. "Since 2 of our main players are down, we'd better use this time to plan our next moves in advance. We need to have our audience with Mager, and we also have to attempt to negotiate with the elves. Both courses of action might require days." "How do we want to play this? I mean, we can't just take turns with the ritual. It would take too long. Also, we can't let Olija go on her own. It's not just a matter of safety since she would be easily captured, but also of authority. She can't speak in the name of the council, hence, she can't offer them anything in exchange for their help. She needs to be accompanied by someone who can protect her and command respect, even from a bunch of self-entitled jerks." "My people aren't self-entitled jerks," Olija replied in outrage. "Oh, really?" the Tyrant replied with a scoff. "Have you ever met the guys who live here?" "No," she candidly admitted. "I rest my case." "Enough." Adjeter stepped between them before the quarrel could escalate. "It pains me to say this, but Morok is right. The fringe is small, so we can't stay here for too long. We have no idea if the elves can perceive the surges of world energy caused by the communion rituals, and even if they can't, sooner or later, their scouts are going to find us. Cloaking spells can buy us some time, but—" Seeing that Olija had raised her hand and was waiting her turn to speak, the Drake nodded for her to start. "First off, my people can perceive surges like those that Nalrond described. If it doesn't last long or we are far away enough, we can miss it, but a repeated event, or if we are close, there's no way the ritual goes unnoticed. Also, cloaking spells aren't going to do us any good. Even non-awakened elves can use soul vision, and there's no hiding from it." Olija bit her lower lip in hesitation, hating the idea of revealing the secrets of her bloodline. "Letter 1d4 ATF, letter 1d5 C8, letter 1d4 7d, letter 1d5 22, letter 1d4 59, letter 1d4 62, letter 1d4 C8, letter 1d4 B7, letter 1d6 8C, letter 1d5 C8, letter 1d4 DC. I can't put everyone's life at risk to protect someone that might as well kill me along with my friends. Also, this is an amazing opportunity for the elves to rejoin the outside world and stop hiding. It's not just a matter of helping Giera, but also coming out of our self-imposed exile after we lost the War of the Races," she thought. "Soul vision, what's that?" Lith asked as Falul tried to open her eyes and speak, but fell asleep again as soon as Adjeter pushed her head back on the pillow. "It's what you get by channeling all elements inside your eyes instead of just one. she replied, seeing that everyone tried to do it. It's not that simple, otherwise Awakened would have discovered it millennia ago. It's more like a bloodline ability, since it requires you to perfectly fuse and harmonize the 6 elements. You can't just conjure them all. So something like gravity fusion, but specific to your eyes? Adjutor asked. No, Olaja shook her head. Gravity fusion is about conjuring the elements and mixing them together to give them an effect. Soul vision, instead, consists in letting them flow together as one so that once they get mixed with the blood flow in your eyes, they become akin to spirit magic. Everyone painted their eyes emerald as they flooded them with their own mana, but aside from seeing everything green, nothing happened. Stop it, I said it's not that easy. The elf stomped her foot in outrage. I can't believe that I'm trying to help you whereas you are only interested in stealing a technique. Lith, can this soul vision be the apex of that spirit vision the Voidfeather taught you? Solless asked. Beats me, he telepathically shrugged. Let's listen to her for now. Bottom line, when an elf looks at anything with soul vision, they see the true nature of their target. It doesn't matter if you wear cloaking items or hide underground, I can still see all of you, Olaja said. What do you mean, our true nature? Adjutor asked. Is it something like our respective soul projections? No, those things only show your deepest current emotion, a glimpse of what's going on in your mind. Soul vision instead shows who you truly are. Let me show you. The elf's eyes lit with white light as she conjured a hologram. Solless was dressed in her apprentice clothes, something like a loose Roman toga and sandals. She was enveloped in golden light and burdened by chains. The bigger one bound her to Lith while the small ones lay shattered at her feet. Only 2 chains were still holding her back, but one of them seemed to be seconds away from breaking under the constant rain of blows from her hammer. To soul vision, Lith looked like a fire dragon shrouded by blue flames. Only one set of its wings was feathered, while the other was membranous, and was bursting with the same flames that enveloped its body. A human figure comprised of living darkness emerged from the dragon's forehead, yet the man didn't look like Lith, and resembled his abomination form instead. The dragon and the abomination both had 7 eyes, yet despite their bond they struck at each other relentlessly. Every victory was short-lived, since any wound one inflicted upon the other would be inflicted on the assailant as well. Morok appeared to Olaja in his tyrant form, but not only did his image stare back at the elf with his 6 eyes, it was also trying to communicate something with gestures. There was something wrong with it, its body bloating and shrinking with the same rhythm of a beating heart. Freya looked like an embodiment of Magus itself. Soul vision showed how the elements flowed in harmony inside her body and orbited around her in the form of a star belt comprised of 7 small suns of different colors. The space around her cracked and deformed as if she was failing to bend reality to her own will. Quilla appeared as a being of pure light that was wrapped inside a cocoon, trying to break out. Her eyes shone with power that the pod turned against her, making her lose consciousness. Adjutor was in his drake form, but with small atrophied wings on his back, and frantically looking through a mountain of books for an answer that eluded him. Fallow looked like a hydra whose 7 heads each nurtured and grew several small lights. Some of them would fade, twisting her reptilian snout in grief, while others would become brilliant and fly away, filling her with pride and sadness. As for Nalrond, his human and beast sides had stopped fighting against each other, and were now both hanging from a cliff, their bodies covered in deep wounds from the fall and the long battle. Chapter 26:16 True Natures, Part 2. They were partly fused together, so if one of them died, the other would quickly follow. Yet from their eyes, it was clear that they still couldn't decide whether to prioritize survival or put an end to their struggle once and for all. What do those things mean? Freya asked, impressed by her own appearance under soul vision. I don't know, Olaja replied. No bloodline ability comes with an instruction manual, and those are your real natures, not mine. You are supposed to know. Maybe if I was still bonded with the world tree, I would be able to understand their meaning, but I'm on my own now. What if we shapeshift? Quilla asked. Some of our true natures, like mine, make no sense. Maybe we could disguise ourselves as elves or Duin. That's impossible. The elf shook her head. Someone's appearance under soul vision is fixed, and the fringe is a closed environment. The elves know each other, and all werepeople look like your friend there. She pointed at Nalrond and projected the image of the beast and the human fused together. The same stands for the Duin. They know every member of their tribe, and even if you disguise as elves, your smell will give out your human identity. I could go to their village by myself, but to what end? Olaja shrugged. There's no point arguing, Lith said. Negotiating with the elves was Fallow's idea, so I'm certain that she has a plan in mind. We just need to wait until she wakes up. Space. While they waited for their friend's recovery, Lith and Solless alternated working on Tier 4 Void Magic, Creation Magic, and Forgemastery. The good news was that just like during Nalron's first homecoming, they could use Mogger's reaction to their spells to understand what the major mistakes of the various procedures were. The bad news was that it didn't give them any clue about how to fix those mistakes. It required a slow and tedious trial-and-error process, since Mogger would give suggestions only once they had gotten close enough to the solution on their own. Freya used that time to research dimensional and gravity magic, while also looking for a way to break through and reach the deep violet. Quilla and Elijah worked on light mastery, exchanging tips and trying to find their way to materialize hard light constructs. "Do you mind?" Morok snapped his fingers to have their attention. "While you eggheads only worry about yourselves, Master Adjutor and I are the ones who kept guard until this moment. Now it's our turn to rest." Morok is right. Adjutor's gaze had been fixed on the horizon just because he was lost in thought while working on spirit fusion with Mogger's help. His goal was to master the flow of the individual elements and move it to his eyes in order to achieve soul vision. He had been so engrossed in his work and the unique opportunity with which the fringe presented him to forget about the rest. We have pulled our weight already. It's your turn now." The Drake used his breathing technique, Foresight, on Fallow, pretending it was just a routine control instead of the first time he checked on her condition in hours. "I agree." Lith felt like a jerk for ignoring his wounded friends for so long, but at least he was in good company. "Solless and I will be next. You guys take some rest or do some experiments. You deserve it." Morok went straight for a nap, while Adjutor simply closed his eyes and hushed himself, pretending that his work required great focus while he kept experimenting with fusion magic. Lith checked on both Nalrond and Fallow, discovering that the Razar was the one faring better. Freya had kept taking care of him, prompting him to shapeshift from time to time so that both his life forces recovered at the same rate. The gesture was kind and affectionate, but Lith couldn't help but picture her like someone flipping a burger on a grill, making him hungry. Fallow's wounds had already healed for a while, and her body was in tip-top shape. The problem was her mana core. The poisoning from the rampant world energy had degraded it to deep violet and disrupted most of her auxiliary cores. Only rest and the steady flow of her mana could purge the lingering foreign energy and turn the chaotic vortexes into spheres again. Gods, I'm such an idiot. When she regained consciousness, Fallow was back from deep to violet. The abundant world energy in the fringe was also much richer in Mogger's willpower than the one she was used to, and it worked akin to constantly sprinkling salt on her open wounds. I was so excited at the idea of gaining enlightenment that I threw caution to the wind like a hatchling. I should have started by researching one subject at a time, not 7. Letter 1D4 5B, Letter 1D4A, Letter 1D4 2F, Letter 1D4 52, Letter 1D4 C1, Letter 1D4 48, Letter 1D4 C8, Letter 1D4 1B, Letter 1D4 50, Letter 1D4 76, Letter 1D4 5A. There's no point crying over spilled milk, Adjutor consoled her. More importantly, what's the plan? We've been stuck here for hours. First of all, how's Nalrund? She asked. No matter how I feel, if we can't leave the fringe, I'm not putting us at risk. I'm fine, thanks. The Razar had already fully recovered, and his life forces were now stable. Just remember that I can't take out more than one person at a time, 2 if it's the last trip and we are truly desperate. That was well within my calculations, she nodded. Before we go anywhere, I need to tell you about something called soul vision. Been there, done that. Adjutor explained to her everything while Lith projected a hologram of the various images that Elijah had shown them to not burden Fallow's mana core with a mind link. Interesting, my educated guess is that Adjutor somehow has the potential to reach dragonhood or at least reach an intermediate stage past the Drake. He just doesn't know how. As for me, it seems that my true nature is that of a mother, Fallow said with a chuckle. What about us? Freya and Quilla asked. I have no clue. We should ask Ragu. She's the expert about humans. How do you know about soul vision? Elijah sighed in relief, her guilt for revealing the Elven bloodline ability lessened. Because guardians have it as well, and grandfather shared its effects with me on multiple occasions, the Hydra replied. About the plan, I collected as much information as I could from the Council's library before coming here. I've studied Elvish lore, protocols, and everything that we learned about them during the War of the Races. I also know that the ritual is bound to release massive spikes of world energy, so my intention is to always split us into 2 teams. One will go to perform the ritual with one of our guardian candidates. Fallow pointed at Lith and then at Solless. As the complications upon entering the fringe have confirmed, they have a privileged channel with Magus. The connection should be stronger, safer, and with a little luck, the planet will be less inclined to smite them. Who knows, maybe Magus might even give our Golden Dew a simpler test than the one reserved for us mortals. Chapter 26, 17 Evasive Maneuvers, Part 1. The other team instead will act as a diversion. It's the reason I asked Adjetor to come with us. Olaja will act as an ambassador of the Awakened Council and offer the Elven leaders an olive branch, Fallow said. That along with the presence of 2 lesser dragons and 1 full dragon as her bodyguards should keep their attention focused on us. Best case scenario, we can start the negotiations. Worst case scenario, some literal cover fire and a spirit steps will bring us to safety. Elves can't awaken, so they are unlikely to have developed countermeasures against spirit magic. I thought you wanted me to talk to Magus first, Lith said while pondering the plan. Yeah, that was the idea before I decided to follow the advice of Giera's guardians, the Hydra replied. But consider this, as our opening hand you have a much greater value as a deterrent. Elves only respect divine beasts because they live as long as elves do, and thanks to their guardian ancestor, divine beasts are gifted with an affinity toward the world energy on par with the elves. I can vouch for that, Olaja nodded. The monocore of a divine beast develops with age like our own, but they can naturally reach past the bright blue, and their physical prowess is unmatched. Elves have a very big ego and consider themselves superior to every other race but divine beasts. They could never dismiss one or underestimate the consequences of angering a whole bloodline. I know, Lith sighed, remembering how Surtur and Sinmara had refused to help rescue Floria exactly, because their involvement would have caused a full-scale war involving their respective lineages. Hence I need Lith to pose as an elder dragon. With his mass and violet core, few people will think that he's a runt, and those who do will assume he has powerful backers who have shared their bloodline legacy with him. Fallow continued. While we test the waters, you guys go to the caves and perform the ritual with Solless. Morok and Nalrond are still the same as the last time, so there's no reason to believe that a second ritual will go any different. If things go well for us, Lith will take his turn while we continue the negotiations without him. If things go south, everyone but Lith, Nalrond, Adjetor, and I will leave the fringe so that the moment we are done we can get out quickly. I get that Nalrond is the only one who can bring you out while you are bigger and stronger than us. But are you sure you don't need help to hold the fort in case your position is discovered before the ritual is over? Solless asked. She hated to leave Lith's side, but doing otherwise would mean being forced to explain Adjetor and Morok her secret. Don't worry, Solless. I came here looking for peace but prepared for war. Fallow's clothes shape-shifted into the royal fortress armor exclusive to the Nixtra household. As I said, the older someone is, the more dangerous getting inside a fringe. My mother couldn't come with us, so she entrusted me with the next best thing. Silver bolts of lightning coursed through the armor, and the glaive that appeared in her hand, Strife. It will prove my allegiance to Tyrus and my alleged mastery over one of the major bloodline abilities like Life Maelstrom. Even my contingency plans have contingency plans, kids. The only thing I overlooked is my own stupidity. Fallow groaned as pangs spread from her abdomen through her whole body. How long do you think it will take you for a full recovery? Freya asked, her voice full of worry. I don't know, but it will be much quicker if you bring me outside. That's for sure. Adjetor helped the Hydra to slowly get up and made sure that her gravity fusion was stable despite the still jumbled auxiliary cores before leaving her in Nalrond's care. Otherwise, despite her apparent lithe frame, she would have crushed him at the first misstep. I'm going out as well, babe, Morok said. They can use an awakened bodyguard, and there's something I want to try. Letter 1D7B0, letter 1D442, letter 1D463, letter 1D6AT, letter 1D43F, letter 1D532, letter 1D460, letter 1D401, letter 1D4B8, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D52A. Before Quilla could ask him for clarifications, the Tyrant stepped out of the fringe with an ease that irked everyone, even Nalrond, to no end. I needed years of training to do that. Even now, it takes me a delicate focus to withstand the backlash from Maugur's consciousness, whereas it's just a joke to him. The Razar snarled. Can I come with you? Quilla and Freya asked at the same time, the former worried about her husband, and the latter about both her mentor and boyfriend. I'm sorry, I can carry only one person at a time, and if I have to make multiple trips in and out, then we'd lose even more time to let me recover. We cannot risk being discovered while we are sitting ducks. Nalrund replied as he opened the doorway to the outside world. He and Falul gritted their teeth. The journey was more arduous than before due to their debilitated state. Yet at least the Hydra found instant relief upon their arrival. Even the space right outside the veil was a different world compared with the fringe. The world energy was nigh-inanimate, with just a shred of Maugre's consciousness. Without the external pressure, Falul's core could purge the residual traces of the mana poisoning her core with ease. Nalrund sat close to her while they both looked at the Tyrant, who seemed to be performing stretching exercises. After that, he weaved a few spells, conjuring an air shield to protect himself from the sand and another of darkness to block the desert's sunlight. The last thing they saw before Morak was swallowed by the blackness of the barrier was him sitting down cross-legged in a meditative stance. "Do you think he is?" Nalrund refused to finish the sentence. "We'll know soon enough." Falul closed her eyes, using her breathing technique to visualize the damage to her mana flow and fix it. First, she purged every trace of foreign mana from her system, and then she guided the mana flow so as to reopen the channels that her failed attempt at stealing Maugre's knowledge had damaged. She condensed the chaotic vortexes into spheres, and then awakened them one at a time, until the mana flow was restored enough to keep repairing itself without her assistance. "I could have fixed everything in one go, but I'd rather not pose such a burden on my mana core so soon. It would have drained my mana and kept me from using any breathing technique until I had fully recovered. This way, instead, my auxiliary cores and mana capacity recover together as the mana flow of my core puts them in shape," she thought. A few minutes later, Nalrund became bored from staring at the darkness dome and looked around. After half an hour, the spells faded, revealing the figure of the Tyrant napping. "Damn these spells and their short duration," he said with a yawn, shielding his eyes from sunlight. "I knew that I should have learned an array or two, but who has the time?" Chapter 26:18 Evasive Maneuvers, Part 2. "That's it," the Razar said in disbelief. "You came out for a nap, and to recover from what exactly?" "I didn't come out for a nap," Morak snorted at the allegation. "It's just that once I was done, there was no point engaging you in a staring contest. It was just the best way to pass the time while you two recovered. Can we go back inside?" "No," Falul shook her head. "You are done doing what exactly?" She looked at him with life vision, his life force unchanged, and his blue aura devoid of any violet streak. "Call me when you are ready." 2 quick spells and Morak went back to his beauty sleep without bothering to answer. "Gods if I hate him," Nalrund said after hushing himself and Falul. "First of his kind, found and married the woman he loves and worry-free, acting as if everything is a game." "Couldn't you say the same things about Lith?" Falul tilted her head in curiosity. "Yeah, but at least Lith worked his ass off for that. He struggled and suffered. Also, if he's worry-free, then I'm King Valoran," he replied, making the Hydra chuckle. "Morak had shitty parents, sure, but everything else came easy to him. It's unfair." "I disagree," Falul said. "Morak's attitude makes it look easy, but it's not. He fought and suffered like the rest of us. It's just that he didn't let those things define him. I mean, think about it. In his shoes, after Quilla's fake death, anyone else would be terrified every time that she works in the field. Yet Morak has chosen to focus on the joy to be with her instead of the fear of losing her. That's not easy at all. Yeah, like building a family without worrying all the time that it might turn into a dumpster fire like your parents." Nalrund hated to admit it, but she was right. Falul's recovery was akin to a domino effect, becoming faster the more auxiliary cores she recovered. By the time Morak was halfway through his 3rd nap, he felt a hand shaking him. "We are going back inside," Falul said. "Not so fast. I've waited for you until this moment. The least you can do is give me 5 minutes and return me the favor," the Tyrant replied. "Okay, do you want coffee or tea for break?" Nalrund was still speaking when Morak walked a few steps and was suddenly engulfed into a golden pillar. The world energy enveloping him was split into its 6 elemental components and absorbed through his 6 eyes. The mana flow was channeled and amplified by the multicolored scales that covered his body before moving on to his internal organs. Matter followed the energy, flowing into the Tyrant and allowing him to grow in size without trauma or cannibalizing his own flesh. The bright blue of his core burst out with violet streaks that soon spread to its entire surface. Morak screamed with exalted joy as his body rearranged itself into a more powerful form, that could fully tap into the power of his newfound deep violet core. His figure had grown to 3.5 meters, 116. The scales covering him increased in thickness and number. His previous lean physique had also gained more mass in the form of bulging muscles that made him a hulking figure. The number and position of eyes hadn't changed, but his hands now ended with razor-sharp claws, and his legs now resembled those of a cat, giving him greater jumping and running abilities. Last but not least, two small protuberances shaped like an overturned V came out of his back. Several small bone spikes punctuated the inner side of the protuberances, almost making them look like a comb. "What the fuck?" Nowrun said. "Why did you wait for this long?" "Maybe because of the huge-ass golden pillar." Morok looked at the Rizar like he was insane. "I knew it would have been visible for kilometers. I couldn't risk betraying our position inside the fringe, nor could I get the violet before Falul finished recovering. Now let's move before someone gets here. Also, I bet that everyone will ask me the same questions, and there's no point repeating myself." The Tyrant disappeared past the veil, leaving Nowrun behind. "I hate it when he sounds like the reasonable one. It makes me feel twice as stupid." He and Falul joined the rest of the group just in time to hear Morok explain again why he had been forced to go outside to evolve. "That was mean of you," Olaja pouted while examining his new life force. "I would have loved to witness the birth of a new species. I could have learned a lot from it. Maybe even find a way to improve Garrick's harmonizer." "Sorry, I didn't think of that." "When did you start researching the violet?" Lith asked, his nostrils flaring in ill-concealed annoyance. "In Zelex, while you kicked my ass." The Tyrant lowered his gaze in embarrassment. "I got my first clue when my scales absorbed Ryla's elemental attacks like my eyes. Then I progressed one step at a time until we got here. Letter 1D697, letter 1D490, letter 1D463, letter 1D522, letter 1D4C1, letter 1D5CE. Letter 1D450, letter 1D4A, letter 1D4DC. While the others recovered, I kept practicing under Maugre's guidance until I found my answer." "That's just a few months ago," Freya said in envy, still stuck between the blue and the violet. "What can I say? I got lucky," he shrugged. "The trick was to weave spells with my body while flooding my vortexes with the extra mana generated by my eyes and then amplify it with my scales. It triggered a loop where each auxiliary core increased the mana flow and assisted the awakening of the rest of the vortexes." "Isn't that your bloodline secret for the violet?" Nowrun furrowed his brows. "Why are you sharing it with us?" "Well, you are all family to me, so my legacy is your legacy. Also, I don't think that this method might work even for another Tyrant since I'm the only one with these scales." Morok tapped on his skin. "I'm sharing this information with you, because it's still a hint that might help you and Freya to find your own way to achieve the violet." "That's very kind and smart of you." Quilla stamped her fist kiss on his new face, making the Tyrant turn to a deep shade of purple that wasn't due to the elements coursing through his body. "Don't be disappointed with the atrophied wings," she said while studying them with a diagnostic spell. "They are an excellent sign. It means that your species has the potential to evolve further, maybe in a few generations." "Why should I be disappointed?" Morok flexed his shoulders, extending his natural mana flow to the bony protuberances. "I was just saving the best for last." A burst of elemental energy of 7 colors erupted from the reversed Vs, forming translucent majestic wings that lifted the Tyrant into the air. The wings must have formed after the violet because of their particular nature. The awakening granted me the scales, the spirit eye, and an increase in the mana flow above regular Tyrants. The violet core, instead, allowed my body to undergo major changes and develop new organs thanks to Maugre's help," he said while taking Quilla for a spin in the air. Chapter 26-19 Welcoming Committee, Part 1. "I stand corrected. It does come easy to him, and I hate Morok for that," Falul said, receiving a nod from Nowrun. "Wings upon the deep violet, life is really unfair. All creatures dreamed of developing something like dragon eyes, but to hydras, it was their lack of wings and origin flames that hurt the most, especially because wyverns and the rest of the lesser dragons never ceased to remind them of it while flaunting either gift." "I hear you." Adjeter's pride and envy for his disciple fought to a standstill. "Now let's move." "We are going first." Nowrun made sure that even though the communication amulet was cut off from those on the outside, it still worked for those inside the fringe. "You stay here while I bring the others to the site of the ritual. Once we are safely inside the caves, I'll give you a call and you can look for the elves." This way, by the time we are done with the preparations, the attention of our hosts will be focused on you, and they won't notice the surge of world energy. Hopefully. Solless, Quilla, Freya, and Morok followed Nalrund in a low-altitude flight, meant to reach a place he recognized as fast as he could while also avoiding being seen by the inhabitants of the old and new fringe. After the Razar tribe's slaughter by Dawn's hand, a second fringe had fused with the original. It had expanded the borders of Nalrund's birthplace, and he was unfamiliar with the areas that had materialized along with the elves and the Duin. Gods, this place is amazing. Solless had never been there before and found the natural beauty of the fringe to be breathtaking. The high-density world energy of the place affected everything that grew, blessing them with elemental affinities. The ground was covered in tall grass with orange streaks, rustled by a gentle spring breeze that carried the gurgling of water from a nearby river. It flowed into a silvery lake inhabited by fish with yellow-streaked scales and was surrounded by several fruit trees with blue streaks running all over their brown bark. Their branches were filled with ripe fruits whose delicious smell made Solless hungry. Silver-furred chinchillas, black-streaked brown rabbits, and squirrels came out of their burrows to look at the newcomers. The noise made them curious rather than scared because they had never met humans before and mistook the newcomers for some kind of birds. So did many bright, feathered actual birds that followed the group for a while, squeaking at them to assert dominance over the territory. So much for discretion, Nalrund cursed, hushing the birds as fast as he could. Finally, after identifying an area he was familiar with, the Razar could find his way toward the ritual site. One steps lost them their noisy honor guard, and less than a minute later they reached their destination. Freya well remembered the place and opened the secret access to the caves with an earth magic spell while the others checked the surroundings for witnesses. Once inside, the Razar gave the all-clear to the second group. "You heard him, Olaja," Falul said. "You can now guide us to your people." The elf connected them all with a mind link to be capable of speaking and guiding them while moving at high speed. She flew low as well, but moved fast as if she was following a road instead of what looked like a random path. She would often make sudden turns or take a roundabout route, but they never seemed to be lost. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," she said. "My people explored the area thoroughly and left behind many signs that I can identify easily." She shared with them the images of partially pruned branches and claw marks in the trees that were actually elf-made. "We are following the guest route. I could have taken a more direct path, but that would mean that either I didn't pick the real signs or that I'm ignorant of Elven traditions. The longer detour allows our guests to recognize our friendly intentions and gives them the time to prepare for our arrival, which means either an ambush or a banquet." "What the fuck?" Lith blurted out in surprise. "And how do we know which one we have to expect?" "We don't," she shrugged in reply. "We are putting our lives in our host's hands in a sign of trust and submission. Elves rarely move from their homeland and are very protective of their land, especially after the War of the Races. We can get in spells blazing, but that would be as good as a war declaration." "Elven customs are insane," Lith replied. "Yeah, because being interrogated by guards, being patted down, and losing your powers due to the defensive arrays every time you enter a human city is such a friendly experience instead," Olaja replied with mockery. Point taken. Lith had to admit that for a foreigner without his fame and the authority that his ID carried, entering the kingdom would have been much more dangerous than what the elves required from their guests. Quarantine, interrogation, and a thorough search of their body and its cavities at minimum. The signs lead them to an ample clearing surrounded by a thick bunch of tall trees. Those standing in the clearing had no cover, whereas the trees could hide hundreds of people and offered solid protection against physical and magical attacks. The whole area had been warded with permanent arrays that would interfere with spells going out without affecting those coming in. Letter 1D4 ATF, letter 1D5 2C, letter 1D4 15, letter 1D4 6C, letter 1D5 C5, letter 1D4 48, letter 1D4 C8, letter 1D4 B7, letter 1D5 F0, letter 1D4 76, letter 1D5 C6. "Good job. This is the deadliest welcome I have ever received." Lith looked around with life vision, spotting several humanoid figures all around them who believed themselves to be hidden by the trees. "Now, if we are done playing hide-and-seek, come forward. I have better things to do than staying here the whole day. You know I'm here and I know you are there, little mice." He lit up his eyes with mana and pointed at the nearest elves while unfurling the black feathered wings and covering his face with the red scales of his dragon form. Lith's magical senses allowed him to follow their movements and even take a look at their equipment and the spells they were keeping at the ready. During the ritual, Solless had no need for the eyes of Menadian, so he was wearing them at their lowest output, hoping they would be enough to mimic dragon eyes. Lith, Elina scolded him via the mind link, while Adjutor and Falul telepathically piled up on him. "What? Have you ever heard a dragon talk like that? You are supposed to be a noble creature, not a street thug," she replied. "First, I've heard dragons say much worse," Lith replied, even though he had to admit that they would have used less rude phrasing. "Second, I wanted to let them know that I'm aware of what's happening. Instead of making us wait, they might as well come forward and do whatever they have to. I won't comment on your first point, but you must consider that maybe they are buying time simply because they don't know what to do themselves." Chapter 26:20 Welcoming Committee, Part 2. We came here uninvited, and the Parliament of Leaves is likely to still be deliberating the issue after the scouts reported our presence, Elina said. "The what?" "Their governing organ. Elves have no king. Each main Elven clan has its own representative who speaks on their behalf in the Parliament. Many heads also mean a long discussion every time a decision that affects the whole community has to be made. As a fellow elf, my presence should reassure them, but they have no way to know if I'm here of my own will or if I'm being co-work." Elina yelped in surprise as a delegation of elven warriors walked toward them before she could even finish the phrase. Mind links were very fast. The elves had come out of their hiding place a few seconds after Lith's taunt. The group was comprised of 2 women and 2 men dressed in hunter clothes that had been made by weaving together leaves, vines, and tree bark. A combination of magic and technology had turned them into a mottled fabric as soft and light as cotton. The hunting suits were comprised of a shirt, pants, and soft-soled boots. Their various pieces of clothing had small mana crystals for buttons and were embroidered in adamant that further boosted their enchantments. The suits fit like a glove, emphasizing the grace of every one of their movements. They padded towards Lith's group, producing no noise as they approached. Also, the outfit changed its color based on what was on the warriors' backs, making them invisible when they lay still amid the trees or grass with their hoods down and their gloves on. Even now that they were moving, aside from their exposed heads and hands, the rest of their bodies was a blur to regular sight. Anyone without life vision would have had a hard time aiming at them while they walked, let alone if they ran. Their blades were hung to their hips, and their bows rested on their backs, but from their slow and controlled movements, it was obvious that it would have taken the elves a split second to draw them out. Lith checked them with death vision, discovering that aside from the slower aging, they could be killed the same way as humans. The delegation died several times in a few seconds in front of his eyes, their heads severed, their hearts pierced, and their bodies charred by spells. Poison and suicide were less likely, but still possible. The Parliament of Leaves welcomes you to the vine city of Cetrali and its woods. The first one to speak was the elvish woman in front of Lith, quickly followed by the rest of the hunters. He didn't miss how they had each taken place in front of someone of the opposite gender and moved according to the most logical pecking order. The dragon first, then the elf, and the lesser dragons last. The elves would have all been considered very attractive by human standards. They had oval faces, perfectly symmetrical features, and long straight hair with several elemental streaks each. Each elf had long hair of a different base color, but they all shone like gold under the sunlight. If one had to find a flaw in them, was that their lithe frame was perfectly proportionate, making the women's chests small and the men's bodies so slender to be effeminate. The long, pointed ears coming out of their hair and their light golden skin that seemed to shine from an inner light were the only traits that made the elves impossible to mistake for humans. "I apologize for my rudeness, my lord, but before introducing myself I need proof of your identity," she said. "Your lack of a soul projection is an admirable feat that very few among the non-elves can achieve, but it also makes it harder to identify you." Lith took a pebble from the ground and breathed a burst of violet origin flames that turned it as smooth and shiny as a precious gem, by removing its superficial impurities. "Is this enough?" "Almost." Her eyes shone like stars, and her cheeks flushed at the sight of the legendary flames that were essential for a forgemaster to craft a true masterpiece. The abundant world energy that coursed through the fringe could generate countless natural treasures, enchanted metals, and crystals over time, but only origin flames could remove the impurities and unlock their full potential. The elves lived there for a long time and had mastered the workings of their ancestors. but there was only so much they could do without the help of someone capable of manipulating the mystical fire at will. Forgive me for being blunt, but even a mere wyvern can use origin flames. The elven woman dropped to her knee, her head so low that her long golden hair reached the ground. Consider yourself forgiven. What more evidence do you need? Lith said, knowing that the others didn't share his indifferent attitude on the matter. Falul and Adjeter were glaring at the elf woman with spite for addressing the wyverns in such a condescending way. Despite their poor character, their cousins were the closest to the dragons among the lesser descendants of Ligoin. It was the reason wyverns were so arrogant and so insecure at the same time. Please write down the runes of the spells I am keeping at the ready, she replied. Every awakened with life vision could distinguish the types of spells that their opponents had weaved and the elements they used, but only a dragon could read those spells like an open book and memorize them. Sure, Lith went all out, conjuring with light mastery a life-sized character sheet of the elf woman that overlapped with her. It listed all the spells she had at the ready in her head, and even those she had already infused in the various pieces of her equipment. Boots, blades, clothes, and even every arrow in her quiver had been imbued with at least 2 deadly spells by using the elves' bloodline abilities. Were they proper enchantments, the eyes of Menadian would have taken some time to analyze them, and quite a toll on Lith's mind since he was using the artifact by himself. The elf woman's spells, however, were out in the open without any pseudo-core he had to decipher or cloaking device to crack, making it child play for the eyes to record them. She was flabbergasted by both the detailed description of her own equipment's status and the use of light mastery, one of the highest branches of magic that was considered lost to time. According to the legends, only a true genius with a high affinity towards light magic could discover it by himself. Light mastery was very difficult to teach and based on the outdated knowledge of the elves. Only the now-dead Razar tribe, the trolls before their fall, and Ligoin knew its secrets. Is this enough, or do I have to take a look at your friends as well? Lith wore a smug grin, in a high-end mighty expression that he considered his best Ligoin impression. It's perfect. The elf woman jumped to his neck, giving him such a deep kiss that he was certain she had a taste of his tonsil. Chapter 26-21 Elven Customs, Part 1. What the heck is happening? Lith could have stopped her at any time, but due to his ignorance about Elven customs, he was afraid of ruining the mission with a rude gesture before it even started. Don't worry, it just means that the Parliament has fallen for your act, Olaja replied. Offering themselves as a mate is the greatest honor that an elf can make to a guest. If you reject her, it would be the same as throwing her hospitality in her face. How can your people have such a moronic custom? He asked, while the elf woman's hands ran over his body, acquiring a solid understanding of the shape of his back and buttocks. Elves live for very long and have a very low fertility, Olaja explained with a calm he didn't share. Women try as many partners as they can to increase their chances of pregnancy. That's why we are divided into clans instead of families. In your case, even though my people aren't fans of hybrid children, divine beasts have amazing reproductive prowess and powers. From her point of view, having the opportunity to carry a baby capable of spewing origin flames and using dragon eyes is quite a catch. It would push her from the warrior caste straight to nobility. And from my point of view, it means divorce, Lith replied with a snarl. How do I get rid of her? He followed Olaja's instructions, pushing the clingy elf away gently but firmly before saying, Forgive me for my rudeness, milady, but this isn't the time or the place. Lith nodded at Falul and Adjeter, who were moving their gazes from him to their respective hosts with an awkward expression on their faces. Also, it's not my custom to even consider sharing my bloodline with people whose name I don't know nor them mine. Oh, she froze in her place, looking around the clearing and discovering that aside from those tasked with the diplomatic mission, the rest of the unit was sniggering at her expense, whispering unflattering comments that she could hear clearly. I'm very sorry, my lord. Please forgive my outburst. I'm Leahy Birdsong at your service. She fell down to her knees, her head down so that her hair could hide the flush of her cheeks and the humiliation she felt. I can forgive you all right. The problem is if Kami will forgive me. Lith swallowed a lump of saliva, glad for the first time in his life that Solless wasn't with him. Please stand up, Leahy. I'm Kaisel the Void-Feather Dragon. Lith used the name of the young wyvern he had fought against to make sure they wouldn't recognize him, and revealed his divine beast side simply because there was no faking it. No harm, no foul. Yet know that until our business is concluded, I have no intention of delving into personal matters of any kind." "I understand." She stood up, giving him a deep bow before straightening herself. "Welcome among us, cousin. May the world tree share with us their blessing." The male elf in front of Elijah was clearly impressed by her enchanted Yggdrasil staff that Lith had bonded with the best mana crystal Athung could provide. "Leahi has already introduced herself. I'm Nemr Arrowleaf, and they are Rimnab Bladewing and Tharn Windborn. What brings you and your friends to our colony?" "Greetings." She gave him a small bow while using her left hand to hide the right one and drew some quick runes in the air. They were ancient elven non-magical symbols that informed her host that she was there of her free will and that those behind her were trustworthy. Had she performed them in the open or at all, the guards would have classified the group as invaders and acted accordingly. "I'm Elijah Eventide, former chronicler candidate for the former World Tree. You already know Lord Voidfeather, envoy of Ligain's brood. These are Fallow the Hydra and Adjeter the Drake, elders of the brood and of the Awakened Council." The four of them emitted a burst of aura to prove their claim. Elijah was the only one with a bright blue core, which made it pointless for her to lie about her position. The World Tree would awaken chronicler candidates, but wouldn't share the secret of the violet with them unless they became one with the Yggdrasil. Even posing as an apprentice chronicler was bound to backfire, since the elves could still ask her to talk to the World Tree via the staff. But the bond was already broken, something that Soul Vision had surely revealed to them already. Elijah didn't miss the shadow of disappointment on the face of the other three hosts, nor the fact that they shifted their weight back. Lesser dragons were of no interest, and the only good thing about a former apprentice was the possibility of stealing her staff. Letter 1D45B, Letter 1D476, Letter 1D5CF, Letter 1D4E, Letter 1D529, Letter 1D448, Letter 1D54A, Letter 1D44F. Letter 1D5F0, Letter 1D7B8, Letter 1D5C6. Hence Ollie quickly added, "I've come to you because Magur has changed in ways we would have never expected, and there's the opportunity for our race to reclaim our rightful place in the outside world." "Really?" The male elf's eyes shone with renewed interest as he looked at Lith for confirmation. "Really, there's been a plague in Giara that has exterminated the human race." A wild surge of yells and cheers filled the air. Lith had a hard time believing that creatures so delicate could be so loud. Even the scouts still hidden behind the trees were so happy at the idea of the annihilation of mankind that they were disregarding their duty and rejoicing with their neighbors. "On Giara, Garland is safe." Lith's lungs had the might of his Tiamat form, so his voice resounded throughout the clearing without the need for spells. The cheering lessened, but eerily not that much. The elves drew a savage joy at the death of hundreds of millions of humans, if not 1 billion. They felt vindicated for their forced exile they considered unjust persecution, instead of the natural consequence of their defeat in the war to establish the dominant humanoid race. Yet there's much more to say, and I'd gladly avoid repeating myself over and over. Lith raised his hand, asking and obtaining silence. "If you bring us to the Parliament, we can discuss the issue and see if our respective interests align." "It would be our honor. Please follow us." The four warriors stood beside their respective guests and held their hands, offering themselves as guides and willing hostages in a sign of good faith. The group took flight and moved toward the center of the woods, where there were the oldest and biggest trees. "Wow, so no sugar for a poor drake," Adjeter sighed while looking at his elf companion. "Life is really unfair. I'm much more powerful than the runt, yet the difference in our treatment is like heaven and earth." Rimnas smiled at him like they were good friends, whereas Leahi looked at Lith like he was her first love returned from the dead for her. "Seriously?" Fallow glared telepathically at him. "Seriously, I'm ancient, not dead, and she is my type," the drake shrugged. The journey lasted briefly since no one stood in their path, and the elves' spells were as good as those Lith's group used. Chapter 26-22 Elven Customs, Part 2. Once they landed, a series of powerful arrays cut off their escape routes, sealing the borders of Cetralee. They were no different from the standard defense protocols of any major city of the kingdom, but Lith's paranoia bugged him to no end for it. He checked his armor's power core, then that his spell-holding rings were fully charged, and that war was hung to his hip before taking the next step. Only then did he bother looking at the city and its inhabitants. Cetralee reminded him of the plant folk city of Larul, since the dwelling of the elves hadn't been carved in the wood of the colossal trees so much as grown. Yet at a second glance, that was where the similarities ended. Unlike Laurel, the trees were just regular plants altered with light magic. There was no world sapling spreading their roots throughout the city and growing new buildings at a moment's notice. The road pavement was comprised of marble tiles that had been smoothened and dulled by traffic, but not one of them was broken or damaged. The houses at the base of the trees closely resembled human dwellings, with stone walls and sloped roofs. People all over their path came out of their homes to stare at the newcomers, and Lith exploited the open doors to look inside. The stone buildings were poorly furnished, and there was barely enough space to host comfortably their occupants. There was no trace of magic in their clothes and tools, while those living at ground level as well, but inside a tree trunk had more space, magical light, and a few enchanted appliances. The higher Lith looked, the more the houses shone to life vision and the worse headache the eyes gave him. Elven society is literally vertical, Leahy explained to Lith's puzzled expression. The poor and those who are useless to society live on the ground. Their duty is to tend the fields and act as a first line of defense in case of enemy assault. Meat shields, Lith thought. To buy the warriors the time they need to prepare their spells and equipment, he actually said with a neutral face. I know what you are thinking, she sighed, tormenting her hair. We must seem as cruel and heartless as humans to you, but there's a good reason for this. Elves live for a long time, but that doesn't mean they can achieve much. With our low birth rate, the life of a single talented individual is worth that of dozens of ordinary people. A single genius can change our society in their lifetime, whereas those with no aptitude for magic, science, or fighting are easily replaced. That's why only those who give true value to our colony live on the top of the trees, so that an invader has to fight their way up and exhaust their strength before threatening the best among us. 2 questions, Lith raised one finger. What if someone comes flying? That's suicidal. She pointed at the dome formed by the arrays that was at its strongest near the treetops. The arrays are up at all times. We lowered them only to grant you access, my lord. Makes sense. Lith raised the medium finger as well. Why these precautions, though? As far as I know, there are no monsters in here, and accessing a fringe is something very few can do. To prepare our people to accept their role into our society once we leave this accursed place. There was no warmth in Leahy's gaze as she looked at Cetralee. No matter how long the elves lived there and how comfortable they had made themselves, the fringe was still a prison. An act of pity from Magur, because the elves wouldn't be able to survive by themselves. Over time, gratitude had turned into rage, considering the very existence of their city a mark of infamy. Every day they spent inside a fringe was a constant reminder of their defeat and weakness. Even the richest among Cetralee's elves considered themselves a beggar mooching off Magur's charity. On top of that, we aren't alone in this land. A tribe of Duin plagues the fringe, and those vermin multiply like the filthy humans that birthed them. With their numbers also grows their desperation and ambition, so from time to time, bands of brigands try to take our food, resources, and women. They rarely succeed, but when they do, we must make sure they don't take anything of value. I suppose that such raids are followed by punitive expeditions, Lith said. Of course, she nodded. A few years ago, before a second fringe merged with our own, we came close to war and had to cull the Duin numerous times. After that, we have been at peace with them, but can't afford to lower our guard. Culls, Lith's tone was of honest disbelief. Why didn't you just kill them all? He had no sympathy for the Duin after they had broken their sacred oath to Nalrond and tried to sell his friends as slaves. Also in the elves' shoes, Lith would never risk retaliation. I wish we could. She gave him a radiant smile, mistaking his cold logic for rightful indignation. They are guests of Magur just like us. When we tried to wipe the Duin out, the fringe almost collapsed. I see, Lith nodded, feeling her touch becoming gentler and tenderer. Nemr led them to the biggest tree in Cetralee, which grew right in the middle of the city. Lith had never seen anything like that. It resembled a giant sequoia, but its bark was smooth like stone and bore black, red, and blue streaks. It was no world sapling, but it was still the second biggest tree Lith had ever seen, over 168 meters, 551, tall, and 22 meters, 72, across. Its internal and external surface was covered in runes that only the eyes of Menadian could reveal due to the cloaking devices. The ground floor was filled with guards armed to the teeth, wearing adamant armor and wielding enchanted weapons of outdated design, whose blades and spells were still lethal. Make way. Leahy shielded Lith from the spear tips crackling with electricity with her body as she took out of her pocket the badge of her office. High Chancellor Emrail summoned our guests in the presence of the Parliament of Leaves. High Chancellor, I thought that this was an oligarchy. In every media Lith knew, such a title usually identified the big bad guy. Emrail, Fallow needed sheer discipline to hide her surprise. You know the guy, I thought this was your first time inside a fringe as well, Lith asked. You know him too, you moron, at least by name. It's the same guy who ambushed Nalrond and the others on their way out during their first visit, Fallow replied. I do. Lith thought long and hard about the name, but nothing came to his mind. We even went over those events with a mind link before getting here. How can you not remember? The Hydra was flabbergasted. Solless usually takes care of these things for me. If not for her, I wouldn't remember the names of most people I know. Chapter 26-23 Truth and Lies, Part 1. The guard stepped aside, letting the group through. They had been forewarned of the arrival of foreigners, but had feigned ignorance in order to display their prowess. It was a subtle message from the upper floors that rules of hospitality or not, the guests had to be careful not to overstep their welcome. Leahy led them to the center of the tree trunk, where there was the only passage to the next floor through what looked like an elevator shaft. On every floor they were stopped and questioned by more guards, while arrays sealed the access to the lower levels, trapping them behind more and more security layers. By the time they reached the Parliament's hall, the subtle message had become so glaring that only someone blind, dumb, and deaf might have missed it. This isn't just a matter of pride or security anymore, Olaja said via the mind link. They are trying to intimidate us. The hall reminded Lith of the classroom where he gave the void magic lesson. The room had a pitched floor, and each level was filled with desks arranged in a semicircular shape. The main difference was that each one of those desks was a masterpiece of carpentry worthy of one of the headmasters of the 6 great academies or a regional lord. Also, each member of the Parliament had plenty of personal space. The place where the scouts had brought Lith's group was below the level of the lowest row of desks, so that even the less important deputy could look down on them. To make matters worse, the door they had come from had just disappeared, and the space in front of the desks was guarded by soldiers in full plate of adamant armor, leaving the guests surrounded and with no way out. Based on Leahy's words, I bet the Parliament has a vertical structure as well. Lith thought after noticing that the higher a desk, the more enchantments it had, and the more artifacts its occupant wore. The elves on the bottom level were dressed barely better than a kingdom's commoner, whereas those on the top looked like members of the royal family. Fuck me sideways, Lith thought while shutting down the mind link the moment his eyes met the High Chancellor, S. He sat alone, in the middle of the highest level. Not only were his clothes made of the finest materials, with white crystals as buttons and embroidered in purified adamant, but he also wore what looked like a wooden crown studded with 6 elemental crystals of different colors. The eyes of Menadian confirmed Lith's suspicions about the crown being made of Yggdrasil wood, and revealed to him the vigorous violet mana flow that Emrail was masterfully suppressing. The good news is that the crown has no life force, so the connection with the world tree is cut off. Otherwise, he would recognize me at first glance, and our cover would be blown. The bad news is that not only is he awakened, but now we can't even communicate via a mind link without him noticing, Lith thought. Greetings, dear guests. Emrail stood up, addressing the newcomers while the rest of the Parliament stared at them with a mix of hope and suspicion. I'm High Chancellor Emrail Firestone. Please don't mind my title. I'm merely first among equals. The fact that he strutted like a king, and that felt the need to say such things told a different story, and so did his wooden crown. Now please tell us all about Giera and this opportunity for us to reclaim our lands. We are all very interested. Were you listening to us? Olaja said. This is very unpolite of you, and it goes against every Elven tradition I know. Agreed, Lith nodded, feigning expertise on such matters. Yet I'm more interested in knowing how you have gotten your hands on Yggdrasil wood and the secret of awakening. Emrail's eyes went wide, and the faces of the members of the Parliament paled. But since no one turned toward their High Chancellor and kept staring at the alleged Dragon Lord, it was clear that they already knew the answer to those questions. Dragon eyes are truly the greatest among Maugre's gifts. Rage and annoyance twisted Emrail's face as he let go of his violet aura, not caring to hide it anymore. Nothing can escape their gaze. Once again, Leahy stood in front of Lith, taking the brunt of the killing intent. She clung to the polished stone like it was a charm, but her determination bought her just a few seconds before her body started to shut down. Emrail's raw aggression was enough to blur her vision and sap her strength to the point of collapse. Thank you, Lith moved her behind him, where his own aura shielded her and allowed Leahy to breathe again. Now, if you want to talk, let's talk. If you want to fight, let's fight. War jumped in Lith's hand, its latches clicking and stirring, but in the end they remained shut. He knew that once unsheathed, war needed to shed blood, and that would make any discussion far from peaceful. Falul revealed her clothes to be a royal fortress armor, and had her glaive, Strife, appear in her hands. She didn't consume the silver bolts of lightning of life maelstrom, but she let them crackle on the surface. The Drake did nothing, never averting his gaze from the High Chancellor, and this in Emrail's book made him the most dangerous of the three. Letter 1D475, Letter 1D5C8, Letter 1D4A5, Letter 1D4E, Letter 1D4DB, Letter 1D4CA, Letter 1D54A, Letter 1D4D1, Letter 1D68C, Letter 1D4A, Letter 1D55E. I apologize for my rudeness, Emrail bowed to his guests. You took me by surprise and my temper got the best of me. Facing Origin Flames, Life Maelstrom, and whatever the Drake was cooking was a bad choice. Emrail was certain he could win, but he didn't know if his community could afford the price. To answer your questions, a while ago, after a bunch of murderous humans invaded our borders, a chronicler of the World Tree came to us. He said, and Alaja nodded for him to continue. It makes sense, she thought. Fringes are sealed places, and the Old World Tree wanted to make a census of my people to see if it was possible to bring them all in one place with the help of the plant folk and their gate network. In their infinite wisdom and generosity, the World Tree acknowledged our need for better tools in order to pursue our dream of freedom. Yet the chronicler couldn't stay with us for long, nor could he get involved in our war efforts. As you surely know, the World Tree always keeps a neutral position in conflicts. They are a witness and a historian of Maugur's major events, never a player. Emrail took a pause until Alaja nodded for him to continue. For this reason, before leaving, the chronicler shared with me, the champion of Cetrali, the secret of awakening, and bestowed upon me the gift of the Sage Crown. It symbolizes our bond of friendship with the World Tree, and hopefully will make up for the knowledge that my people lack after being exiled for so long. Emrail switched from life to soul vision to get a glimpse of the Dragon Lord's thoughts. Chapter 26-24 Truth and Lies, Part 2. Under the mystical gaze, Lith turned into a fire dragon shrouded by blue flames. Only one set of its wings was feathered, while the other was membranous, and bursting with the same flames that enveloped its body. A human figure comprised of living darkness emerged from the dragon's forehead, yet the man didn't look like Lith's human form, resembling an abomination instead. The dragon and the abomination both had 7 eyes and were intently staring at the High Chancellor in suspicion. This is bullshit, Alaja thought, cursing Emrail's active life vision for keeping her from using a mind link and herself for having never discussed such matters before, deeming them pointless to the mission. I've never met the current World Tree, but if they are anything like the one I served, they'd rather take a walk than share anything without getting something of equal value in return right here and there. Only those accepted as apprentice chroniclers were awakened and doing, that required the Yggdrasil to have their roots seep into our bodies, to make up for the impurities elves lack. Even our Yggdrasil wood equipment wasn't a gift so much as a means of keeping an eye on us at all times, and forcing us back home in case we failed our mission or simply disobeyed our orders. And this guy wants me to believe that the New World Tree is so carefree and generous that they gave a complete nobody awakening, a violet core, and equipment out of the goodness of their heart. The new Yggdrasil may be young, but they have inherited the memories of their predecessors and have my people advising them. For every chronicler who shed sweat, blood, and tears to be awakened and gave up on their free will for the violet, this would be an insufferable injustice. Nice story, High Chancellor, Lith said while furrowing a single brow in his annoyed Ligain impression. Too bad that it sounds more like a story than reality. I'm no expert on the World Tree since I've never met one. Yet when I first met Lady Eventide, she told me that to become a full-fledged chronicler she would have to become the harbinger equivalent of the Yggdrasil, losing part of her free will and privacy. When I spoke with Lord Vladian Dragonborn about acquiring Yggdrasil wood, he told me that even he has been refused access to the fringe of the World Tree, and that all his trade proposals has been rejected. Are you really trying to convince me that the New World Tree gave so much to you without an excellent reason? You didn't work for them as long as Alaja, and are nowhere as ancient and influential as Vladian. We came here to parley, but any agreement we reach has no meaning unless there is trust between us. So I'll ask you only once. What's your angle? Lith pointed his finger at Emrail while unfolding his feathered wings and letting black-violet flames seethe from his mouth. Thank the gods, Lith's bad memory only extends to people, Falul thought while spreading her bright violet aura and readying for combat. He has perfect recollection of everything concerning his own interests. How dare you question me inside my city? Inside my own home? Emrail yelled in outrage, his reaction prompting the guards to point their enchanted spears at the now unwanted guests and imbue them with multiple Tier 5 spells. I dare because I'm not stupid. Lith used that time to combine true magic with body casting to weave several spells at once. If you want our help, you'd better come clean with us. Otherwise, we're going to leave the fringe without telling you anything, and you are going to pave your road to freedom with the dead bodies of your people. You don't know the ruler of these lands, but I do. One word from me and the overlord of the desert will treat you like enemies and paint its golden sands red again with your blood. At those words, a soul projection appeared above his head. It was the void in its eldritch form, a living mass of black flames and shadows that crawled up from Lith's shoulders until it stood a couple of meters, 7, above his head. It fully unfolded his wings, hiding from sight those behind him and spreading a thin black mist like when it had first manifested inside the fringe. The only difference was that the void-feathered dragon wasn't interested in pulling the void down again. Quite the contrary. What in Maugre's name is that? Emrail's soul vision was showing him the other half of the puzzle, yet it was a puzzle that didn't make sense. Lith's appearance under soul vision had changed. The human figure that until a second ago emerged from the dragon's forehead was now gone, leaving only the worm behind. How is that possible? A person's true nature can't change like that, and it's not supposed to be linked to their soul projection. On top of that, how can a dragon carry the mark of an abomination? Whatever the answer is, I can use this to my advantage, Emrail thought. What are you, creature? A filthy puppeteer who infiltrated Ligaon's brood to feed upon the mighty dragons, or are you just planning to become an abomination to obtain true immortality and conquer chaos? He actually said. Thoughts cannot lie, and everyone here knows that a soul projection is simply the manifestation of your deepest desire. I say that you are just a monster who has crept among noble creatures to poison their minds with your lies. The elven guards prepared for battle and raised their shields. Such was their fervor that their soul projection manifested as well. It took the form of a warrior clad in heavy golden armor, embodying their will to protect the members of the parliament. The moment their circular formation moved forward, things escaped everyone's control, even Lith's. Leahy tried to speak on his behalf, and Alaja activated her staff to calm everyone down. Falul let the silver lightning course through her armor, and was ready to share it with the others, while Adjeter's eyes burned with the emerald energy of spirit fusion. Yet it wasn't the collective might of the emissaries of the council, or the buzzing of the arrays powering up that wreaked chaos in the parliament. It was the void slashing at the closest guards, grabbing their soul projections by the neck and lifting them in the air. The elves to which the projections belonged suffered the same fate, their feet dangling from the ground, and the marks of a clawed hand appearing on their necks. Come, little mouse, the void snarled with its howling voice. Come closer and say that again to my face if you dare. Despite his violet core and the help of the sage crown, Emrail felt his heart throb in his throat from fear. He had been born and raised in the fringe, and his ancestors had lived there for millennia. He was supposed to know everything about soul projections, yet nothing made sense. Never before had a projection manifested a will of its own, or the ability to speak and interact with the outside world. Chapter 26-25 Maugre's Home, Part 1. To make matters worse, according to the arrays surrounding the Parliament of Leaves, the abomination didn't even exist. The magical formations were still locked on the group of outsiders, but were unable to detect the threat of the soul projection and defend the Parliament guards. The black mist was seeping inside the bodies of the soldiers and the representatives on the first row of seats, draining their vitality. The elves were falling onto their knees one after the other, suffering from fits of cough while bleeding black blood from their eyes and ears. That while the Dragon Lord had yet to move a muscle or cast a single spell. Stop, I admit my mistake and apologize for my words, Emrail said. I'll tell you what you want, just let my people go, they are innocent. And how do I do that, exactly? Lith had been trying for a while now to rein the void in before it triggered a war, but to no end. The abomination laughed in triumph, feeling the power of the fringe flooding its ethereal body and giving it substance. Space. Meanwhile, a few miles away, The preparations for the ritual to speak with Magur were almost complete. The group had followed Quilla's improved design for the magic circle, placing the runes for the light and darkness elements at the opposite sides, so that they would channel the life force of the supplicant through the other elemental runes and form a spirit array. Complete the magical formation, Solless had to spill a drop of her blood, but even that proved to be quite difficult. Between her mass and the toughness of her skin, it took a purified orichalcum blade to prick at her finger. Letter 1d697, letter 1d698, letter 1d463, letter 1d4d4, letter 1d459, letter 1d414, letter 1d69c, letter 1d51f, letter 1d4d2, letter 1d45c, letter 1d45a. Are you ready? Nalrund asked her once all the circles in the room glowed with emerald light, amplifying both Solless, consciousness, and willpower so that standing in Magur's presence wouldn't kill her on the spot. No, but I doubt I'll ever be. She was wielding the sage staff in her left hand and the fury in her right, hoping that the clarity of thought the former granted would be passed on in the mindscape as well. The hammer was just for emotional support. Once it had been Menadian's fury, but after Solless had confronted Bytra for the first time during Vaster's marriage, Salark had turned it into Solless, fury, according to Menadian's wish and Lith's plea. Solless knew that the challenge that waited ahead of her was intellectual and spiritual in nature, but the fury's presence gave her comfort anyway. It was the only link she had left with her biological mother, a gift made out of love, whereas the tower was one made out of necessity. A simple means to an end. On top of that, the ruined state of the tower was a constant reminder of how Elfin's behavior had spelled ruin for her father first, herself, and lastly her mother. What Elfin had destroyed, Solless was slowly and painstakingly rebuilding. Yet the burden from the actions of her old self heavily weighed on Solless, conscience, because they were the same person. Her amnesia didn't absolve her any more than it could fix the tower. Remember that unless you grasp something that we missed the last time, fighting the echoes that Magur conjures is a waste of time at best and a suicidal act at worst. Nalrund said, Take your time, study the echoes, and try to understand their significance. And don't try to undress them with your mind, Morok added. It doesn't work and it pisses Magur off. Why should I attempt something so stupid, and more importantly, how do you know this? Solless asked. When it was his turn with the ritual, the jackass tried to see me naked via my own echo. Quilla hid her face in her hands in embarrassment. And you told her? Freya was flabbergasted. I'm an honest guy, Morok shrugged. Also, every detail can help, and I thought that being the smarter person in the room Quilla needed to know. That said, my advice is to try and make Magur talk. I think that the echoes are the bait, and she's the real prize. I'm going to ask help for Nalrund, myself, Lith, and Giera, Solless said. Does any of you have something to add? Ask for the harmonizers, too, Morok said. They would solve Nalrund, Giera's, and Zelex's problems in one go, 3 birds with 1 stone. I agree, Nalrund nodded. The last time Magur stopped me at 3 questions. If she does the same for you, you should ask about yourself and Lith first, since it's your life you are putting on the line. It leaves only 1 question, and using it for me would be egotistical. That's exactly what I'm going to do, Solless replied. You are a friend and an innocent victim. Giera and the monsters instead are the architects of their own misfortune. They made their own bed, they can lie in it. Thanks, the Rizar gave her a bow. Whenever you want. Solless closed her eyes and slowed her breathing rhythm, reaching a deep meditative state. With each breath, she let the spirit magic of the circle and the world energy of the fringe enter her body, mixing together until they became one. Once the 2 energies reached an equilibrium, and her mind was clear from stray thoughts, Solless felt a pull on her consciousness akin to that she experienced from her communication amulet. The difference was that this time her mind wasn't drawn to something but someone. Even with her eyes closed, a blinding light pierced the darkness around her as she answered the call and was drawn to its source. The pillar of white light was the sum of Magur's consciousness and recorded history, so that when she stepped inside of it, it was like entering the fringe again, but thousands of times worse. Countless voices, sufferings, and experiences that comprised Magur's mind flooded Solless' being. But thanks to the circles filled with her essence, Solless was thousands of times stronger as well. She brushed the telepathic onslaught off like it was dust from her clothes, without suffering any wound. The pillar of light burst forward, expanding in every direction and painting the mindscape white. It was an empty and barren place that extended as far as the eye could see. Solless stood there alone and suddenly realized that her eyes were now open and that she was standing instead of sitting. She looked down on her body, discovering that she wore the clothes of her apprenticeship with Meditative, a loose dress resembling a Roman toga and sandals. "Well, at least this time I'm not naked." Her voice echoed multiple times before disappearing. "Let's see if this works anything like my shared space with Lith." A wave of her hand changed her outdated clothes into a Voidwalker armor. The sage staff was slung on her back and the fury hung to her hip. "This is much better." Another wave of her hand turned the white of the ground into a grassy meadow. The sky turned blue, and the blinding white light was replaced by the soft yellow of the sun. She also added a gentle breeze to break the silence. Chapter 26 Maugre's Home, Part 2. "I'm impressed by your skills and offended by your attire," a familiar voice said from behind Solless, making her turn around in surprise. "As your other half says, if you are here to talk, let's talk. If you are here to fight, let's fight." Standing a few meters in front of Solless, there was Elina with her swollen belly from the pregnancy. Or rather, it would have been Elina if not for her hair streaked with the 6 colors of the elements, a full suit of Davros armor, and a twin-headed glaive. There was actually a 7th color among Elina Maugre's hair, but Solless couldn't focus on it. The only thing she knew was that it wasn't emerald green. "Wait, I'm not here to fight." Solless raised her hands with her palms out. "Also, I remember everything Lith ever said, and this is the first time I hear those words." "Let me get this straight." Elina circled around Solless like a predator, splitting her weapon into 2 halves that resembled long-hilted swords. She spun them around in warming-up exercises, before joining them back together in a full haft, just to start over again. "You break into my house armed to the teeth, change my furniture as you please, and I'm supposed to believe you aren't looking for trouble. Also, you are wrong because he just did." Maugre's mocking tone was made even worse by her body shape-shifting into Meditativ's form. Letter 1 D4 F7, letter 1 D4 D, letter 1 D5 CF, letter 1 D4 E, letter 1 D4 F5, letter 1 D4 CA, letter 1 D4 A, letter 1 D4 D1, letter 1 D4 B8, letter 1 D4 90, letter 1 D4 5A. Seeing her mother in the flesh with her eyes filled with anger was too much for Solless. She saw in them all the blame and scorn she felt for her old self, and that she assumed the real Meditative had experienced in her final moments. "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." She crossed the space between them in a dash, hugging Meditative Maugre without a care for the weapons she carried. "It's okay, child. Now I believe you." Maugre gently patted Solless' head, gently lifting her in her arms. The fuck? Solless knew to be short, but Meditative was supposed to be slightly taller than her, not a giant. "Language, child." Maugre Meditative put her huge finger on Elfin's small mouth. "Remember that here your appearance matches the way you perceive yourself." Solless yelped with a shrill voice when she lowered her gaze, and discovered to have turned into a small girl. "Did you do this to me?" "No, you did it to yourself." Maugre pointed at the space around them that was now identical to Elfin's bedroom in her first house. "What about Lith? Do you really want to waste one of your questions to ask me something you can ask him? If you see him again, of course," Maugre asked. Solless focused on their bond, feeling through it that Lith was alive and well. Maybe emotionally shocked, but physically he was in top shape. No, she drew confidence from the light that connected them, and that she could see every time she closed her eyes. "I have come to ask more important questions." Good. As soon as Maugre Meditative put Solless down, she reverted to her adult, armed self. "Again, you are starting to piss me off." "Shit, I'm sorry." Solless turned her armor into her favorite day dress, a sleeveless sky-blue skirt and blouse. The sage staff was now her necklace, whereas the fury was still at her hip. Yet its aura was that of a family memento, not a weapon, so Maugre let it slide. "I want to know how to fix Lith's life force, how to free myself from the tower, how to help Nalrun merge his life forces, and—" Whoa, slow down." Maugre snapped her fingers, reverting herself into Elina's form and the mindscape to an empty void. "One thing at a time. 3 questions are a lot, and you have yet to get a single answer." A second finger snap conjured 3 spheres, but unlike what had happened to Nalrund and Morok, each one had a small satellite orbiting around them. "You know, it's really rude how people only come to visit me when they need something. No one ever asks, 'How are you doing, Maugre?' Or, 'Can I do something for you, Maugre?' Like I'm just an emotionless piece of rock." "How are you doing, Maugre? Is there something I can help you with?" Solless said while approaching the first sphere. "Too little and too late for that, child." Maugre clicked her tongue in annoyance. "But yes, there is, and you're already doing it." "What do you buy my mom?" Solless jumped back in the nick of time, avoiding Grimbark's lounge by a hair's breadth. Standing in front of her there was Zogger Vaster, but instead of his white griffin professor uniform, he was wearing Bytra's Dominator armor and wielded his own Yggdrasil staff. Its top had been shaped like a tower with one prancing lion at either side, the insignia of the Vaster household. The tower was crowned with a single white crystal the size of an apple that the lions kept in place with their raised forelegs and opened mouths. Yet more than the runes covering most of the surfaces of the wood, and the metal of the armor, was the sight of a small bundle of black scales wrapped in a baby towel with a hood. The professor and Elijah, Solless blinked several times, but the vision didn't change. What happened to Arthan? That's no longer an option now. Magur tilted her head, twisting Elina's mouth in a mocking smile that the real one would never make. During your friend's last visit, the golden griffin still stood, don't you remember? What about the madness? I thought that was the key, Solless asked. Good for you, you were wrong, Magur. Elina shrugged. Now stop asking me and start asking him. Face me if you dare, Echo Vaster said. I'll kill you where you stand. His bright black-violet aura and the chaos spells coursing through his body were enough to convince Solless that his words were far from empty threats. That, and the baby crying in fear at Solless, sight made her step back until they both went back to being spheres. That was weird. Solless waited until her heart stopped trying to break free from her chest before approaching the second sphere. This time, instead of strolling there, she moved slowly while keeping her footing steady and her guard high. She needed them both when a handful of over 23 centimeters, 9, long claws tried to rip her face off while a heat ray aimed at her heart moved faster than a bullet. She used the fury to deflect the claws and sidestep the spells, never taking her eyes off her enemy. Nalrund and his Razar half stood side by side, attacking each other as much as they attacked Solless. They wounded and maimed one another non-stop, causing a mirror injury to appear on themselves. Yet no matter how deep the cuts were, they healed as quickly as they were opened. Damn it, whatever the cure for Nalrund's condition was, it's not available anymore as well. If only I had a way to understand if he's gotten closer or further to merging his life forces, I would have a solid hint to understand the new answer, Solless thought. Chapter 26-27 Final Answer, Part 1. Also, I could tell if what Nalrund did so far is right or wrong. Depending on it, Nalrund might just need to continue what he's doing or backpedal big time, Solless thought. Yeah, too bad this place doesn't come with an instruction manual. Magur replied, in Solless' mind, making her shake her head in the attempt to expel the intruder. This is the mindscape, child. Everything here is thoughts. The avatar of the planet chuckled. We talk by moving our mouths because that's how your mind organizes reality in order to understand it, but we are not talking at all. Your body still lies amid the circle, guarded by your friends. This is just a flashy mind link so you can't really think to yourself. This doesn't make sense. With a normal mind link, I should be able to choose what to share and what to keep to myself, Solless replied. There's nothing normal here, Magur. Elina shook her head. You are not just extending a tendril of spirit magic like usual. You have projected your mind inside my own. The moment you think of something, it becomes a part of me. Consider it a housewarming gift that I demand from all of my uninvited guests. Solless nodded and returned to studying the answer to Nalrund's problem. She kept herself close enough to keep them from going back to being an energy sphere, but far enough to easily dodge any incoming spell. Letter 1D4 5B, letter 1D5 C8, letter 1D4 6 3, letter 1D7 A, letter 1D4 2 5, letter 1D4 CA, letter 1D4 1 2, letter 1D4 6 9, letter 1D4 B8, letter 1D6 9 8, letter 1D4 DC. In the past, the sphere had conjured the angry embodiment of his beast half, but now there was also the human part. They were split and embarked on a path of self-destruction just like in real life. This is different from Nalrund's soul projection. Solless pondered out loud since there was no point doing it otherwise. In the answer, they are not conjoined, they stay side by choice. They also look desperate, fighting because they have no other choice instead of hatred. Interesting analysis. Magur tilted her head slightly by a side. What do you make of it? I hoped you would tell me, Solless said, obtaining a sneer in reply. I already know that fighting them is pointless. My mass comes from the tower, and I have no memory of how it feels to harness the mana from a violet core. My mental projection is too weak to fight them, assuming that playing your game of tag is even the right course of action in the first place. Before trying anything, I'm going to take a look at my own answer. Solless walked away from the Razar and toward the final energy sphere. The last one was peculiar. The bigger one was comprised of the 7 colors of the elements that shifted along its surface like a tide, while its satellite was a mass of pure blackness. It kind of reminds me about Lith and me, but with our position reversed, she thought. Please, don't let this be something about our messed-up relationship. It kind of does. As for your prayer, I'm not making any promises. Magus replied, irking Solless to no end for what she perceived as another intrusion into the privacy of her mind. Solless readied her stance, preparing for the worst. The Fury was in her right hand, and the sage staff in her left. The void feather armor covered her from head to toe, and before taking the final step, she made sure that she knew how to conjure psychic attacks in the form of spells she knew. In theory, I'm like a god here, and I could do much better than Tier 5 magic. Yet the image of something whose effects I know like the back of my hand is bound to be more effective than stuff I make up on the fly. Here goes everything, Solless thought while getting inside the enemy's attack range. Just like she had feared, a petite woman wielding a mirror image of her hammer struck at her, conjuring the power of the 7 elements from the streaks of her long, golden hair. At the same time, a much taller man clawed at her throat with a black hand made of darkness and chaos. His black membranous wings darted towards Solless like giant hands, trying to wrap her in their deadly embrace. Solless raised the Fury to parry the incoming hammer, ready to sidestep the abomination's attacks and dominate the incoming spells. Alas, the moment the two figures fully materialized, Solless discovered that it was worse than anything she could have possibly imagined. Her feet refused to move, and the power she had accumulated faded away. Her hair rested on her back again as the mana that had allowed them to defy gravity dissipated. Solless froze into place, incapable of holding the Fury any longer. The Forge-mastering hammer escaped her hand and hit the ground with a thud as Solless recognized the figures of Rifa Menadian wearing her rune Magus robe and Thrain Menadian in his abomination form. Mom, that single word struck the first ruler of the flames like a hammer, the old Fury turning around and hitting its master in the face like it had a will of its own. The abomination kept attacking, but something in that voice shook every fiber of his being, slowing him enough for Solless to say, "Daddy." The chaos and darkness collapsed on themselves, forming a small black sphere on the chest of the now human Thrain. Thrain collapsed on the ground, grabbing his right hand with his left to make sure that it couldn't hurt his daughter. Effie, Menadian's eyes teared up as the power of that word stirred countless emotions in all three of them. Yes, Solless wanted to tell her mother that wasn't her name anymore, but her brain was incapable of formulating words of more than one syllable. The void feather armor shattered like broken glass, revealing the figure of a 7-year-old girl with light brown hair streaked silver and orange all over. The same appearance Elfin Menadian had when she had last seen her father alive. The three of them fell to their knees sobbing. There was nothing they wanted more than extending their arms and wrapping their baby in an embrace, but the nature of the mind space prevented them from doing so. Are these their souls? Young Solless stuttered every word, needing sheer willpower to modulate sounds that made sense. Am I really meeting my parents again, or is this another sick game of yours? No to all of your questions. Elina shook her head. I'm not a monster. I have no control over souls, and even if I did, I wouldn't bother them for something as trivial as this. Your father and mother are long gone. What you see here is just the embodiment of their memories. Everything they have ever felt, thought, and experienced is condensed in front of your eyes in a form that they recognize. They are not souls. They cannot tell you what your parents would do now, but they are the next best thing. They act as your parents would have while they were still with me and share all the memories of their original down to their last dying thought. Chapter 26-28 Final Answer, Part 2. Then why can't I get close to them? Why can't they move? Solless asked amid hiccups. Because I don't allow cheating. Magus sounded furious for the first time Solless had reached the mindscape. Elina's face was twisted with anger. If it was up to them, they'd hug you long enough to answer every single question you have, but that's against the rules. You came here for my knowledge, and you are allowed to fight for it. Anything else is an aberration, and I won't stand for it. Solless nodded, trying to lift the Fury. You heard Magus, those are not your real parents. They are just echoes conjured to challenge me. They are just things. She repeated to herself over and over, but her words lacked conviction. Whatever logic told her, seeing Thrain and Menadian sobbing in agony as they fought against the impulse to fight the intruder broke her heart. The new Fury at her feet weighed like a mountain because she didn't want to wield it. The real hammer was in the physical world, and the one in the mindscape was just an expression of her will that refused to harm the father and mother she had longed to meet for years. Can we at least talk? Solless asked. About your lives, yes. About the reason you came here, no, Maga replied. No cheating, or I make them disappear and we move on to your next question. The embodiment of the planet put her thumb against her middle finger, ready to snap them together and banish the rebellious echoes. Thank you, young Elfin nodded, turning toward Thrain and taking a small step forward. I'm sorry, Dad, she hiccuped. You died because of me. I was so happy to practice magic that I never worried about the dangers of your awakening or the strain that chasing me around put on you. I killed you with my carelessness, please forgive me. Is this what you think? The shock was so great that Thrain regained control of his body. That I blame you for my death. His question received a nod as an answer, prompting him to take a step forward as well despite the pressure that Magar put on him. Letter 1D7 B0, letter 1D4 5C, letter 1D5 CF, letter 1D5 AT, letter 1D4 C1, letter 1D4 14, letter 1D5 30, letter 1D5 EF, letter 1D4 90, letter 1D4 42, letter 1D4 5A. It wasn't your fault but mine. You were just a child. We never told you about the risks of awakening because we didn't want to make you worry. Your uppity Aunt Loca reminded me of tempering my body every time she visited or called, but between taking care of you and my art, I never had the time. I thought that being an awakened, I could do everything, that I didn't have to sacrifice anything. I was wrong. If only I painted a bit less and practiced a bit more, the breakthrough would have never killed me. I'm the one who should apologize. If not for me, your mother would still be alive as well, and we would be together. But you died chasing after me. You didn't have the time to practice because of me, because I kept escaping to get your attention, Solless said. How could I blame you for loving me? Thrain was shocked and hurt by the guilt he saw on Elfin's face. Asking me to act like a parent is not a crime. I spent time playing with you because I loved it, not because you forced me. He took another step forward, getting so close that he could almost touch her. Back when my body exploded, the thought of leaving you alone was so painful that I refused to die. I loved you so much that I defeated death. Yet when I saw how scared you were of my appearance, when I felt the hunger driving me to attack you and Rifa, I knew what to do. I had always believed that I could never abandon you and your mother, no matter the cost and circumstances. Yet when I realized it was the only way to protect you from myself, Effie, it was the easiest decision of my life. I may not be the real Thrain, but I know what your father felt for you. His final thought was begging for your forgiveness. He died because of his own arrogance, and he hated himself for the pain you would carry your whole life because of it. I could never hate you, Effie. It was my duty as a father to keep you safe, to make you happy, and I failed. Solless struggled with all of her strength to cover that last stretch separating her from her father, but to no avail. I'm sorry, Mom. Cursing Magar and her own weakness, young Elfin turned toward Rifa. After Dad died, I treated you like shit. I blamed you for everything that was wrong in my life. I was so obsessed with my own grief that I refused to see how much you were suffering. I needed a bad guy, someone to blame for Dad's death, and I took it out on you. If it wasn't for my stupidity, we could have spent our time together happily. You wouldn't have to be ashamed of your rebellious daughter. If not for me, you would have never taken in apprentices in the hope to give me a new family. It's only my fault if Betrothal entered in our lives, and it's only because of how I treated her that she killed us. I squandered our best years, never telling you how much I loved you or apologizing for everything I put you through. I knew I was wrong, but I was too much of a coward to face you. I was too afraid to discover if you still loved me or if I had crossed the line with my behavior, and all that you felt for me was spite. Oh, Effie, Manadian dropped the fury that bolted toward its new version. The two hammers overlapped for a second, and then became one. How could I get angry with you for blaming me of Thrain's death when I was the one accusing myself over and over again? I was your mother, and you just believed what I said. I should have been your rock. Instead, I fell apart and I dragged you down with me. Rifa sighed, thinking back at those times when she had allowed Elfin to see her drunk, crying herself to sleep while mumbling the words, "It's all my fault." As for your juvenile escapades, I've never been ashamed of you because I knew you were just facing your grief in your own way. Quite the contrary, I hoped that you would find the strength to forgive yourself and me. Also, I didn't take in disciples just for you. I was trying to fill the void in my life left by Thrain's death. I wasn't perfect, Effie. I didn't know how to move on from there. I had killed my husband and driven my daughter away, so I wanted a second chance. My apprentices were supposed to be our asterisk family, to be the bridge between us. Yet my obsession with my work turned it into a stupid competition, making you think that you had to earn my love through your work, that you had to prove something to me. Chapter 26-29 Final Answer, Part 3. Letter 1d4 ATF, Letter 1d5 C8, Letter 1d4 B1, Letter 1d6 AT, Letter 1d4 59, Letter 1d4 2, Letter 1d5 CC, Letter 1d5 53. Letter 1d5 C7, Letter 1d4 D4T. I should have just mustered the courage to come to you and solve our differences instead of delegating it to Lakra first, then to Malishka and my apprentices. I was supposed to be an adult, yet I ran away all my life like a scared child. And don't get me started with how stupid I acted when Betrothal nearly killed you. After saving your life, I should have stayed with you. Make sure that everything was all right so that we could hunt her down like mother and daughter. Instead, I let myself be carried away by my emotions. The trauma from Thrain's death almost drove me crazy, affecting my skills. The procedure would have failed if I hadn't already added it to the tower's enchantments. I barely succeeded at the cost of gravely injuring my life force. Yet even then, I let my rage consume me. I chose to ignore my and your condition, chasing after Betrothal like a fool and falling into her trap. I had failed to protect my husband, and I had almost let my daughter die. I wanted more than revenge. I wanted redemption. I wanted to prove to myself that I was more than a fucking ruler of the flames. I didn't bother replacing the Fury. I was so stupid that I didn't plan for my fight with Betrothal and died for it. My final thoughts were of utter despair because I had disappointed you again. I realized my folly only when it was too late. The pain from my deadly wounds was nothing compared to the idea that you would have been alone and starving until someone found you. That even then, you would have been reduced to a mere possession. That whatever your new master would do to you, every hardship you were going to endure, it was going to be my fault. I know that every time you needed me the most, I've failed you as a mother. Yet please, Elfin, I need your forgiveness. I've carried this burden for so long that even in death it's killing me. Menadian's echo took one more step forward, getting as close to the young Elfin as Thrain. There's nothing to forgive, Solless shook her head. Dad, I don't remember much of the time we spent together, but I know for certain that everything you did it for me. You always put me first. I too wish that you had spent more time training, but if you did, I wouldn't have so many fond memories of us drawing in your study. You never loved magic. You just loved me and wanted to be part of my life. I don't know how much time it would have taken you to survive your breakthrough. All I can tell you is that I'm happy to remember you as a loving father instead of an absent man. Mom, you were dealt a terrible hand, and you did the best you could. As you said, you weren't perfect, but neither was I. I never made things easy for you, and no matter what you said, it wouldn't have mattered simply because I refused to listen. When I finally grew out of my jerk phase, I too was a coward. I didn't work my ass off in the forge because I wanted to prove something to you. I did it because I wanted to show you how much I admired you. My wish was that, somehow, my works would be able to convey the words I could never speak to you and make up for how badly I treated you in the past. Mom, Dad, please forgive me. She put all of her willpower into her right foot and crossed the space that separated her from her parents. I don't know what there's to forgive, but if you need to hear this to move on, then I will, Thrain said while lifting the baby girl to his chest. I forgive you, Effie. I loved you with all my heart until my last breath, and wherever the real Thrain is, I'm certain that he feels the same way. I forgive you, Effie. Menadian joined the embrace as warm tears of joy streaked down her face. The past is in the past now. Please move forward with your life without feeling burdened by guilt. We all made mistakes, but you are still alive. You can still succeed where your parents failed. Be happy, my child. Thanks, Mom, thanks, Dad. I go by Solless now, she said, sobbing. The embrace lasted just for a few seconds, long enough for them to enjoy each other's warmth and feel the touch of their loved ones across the barriers of space and time. Yet it was also brief enough to avoid the echoes, to share any of the knowledge they held. Good luck then, Solless Elfin Menadian, her parents said while their forms slowly faded into nothingness. Solless was left alone, back in her adult form and bawling her eyes out. She wrapped herself in her own arms, desperately trying to prolong that warmth just for one more second. Elina stood by her side without saying a word, until Solless managed to stop shaking. I'm sorry, I wish it could have lasted longer, but as I said, no cheating, she said. You can ask me any other question, but know that I won't conjure those echoes again. The result would be the same. Thank you, Maugr. A wave of Solless' hand cleaned her from the tear and snot covering her face. I may have not learned anything, but I've gained something that no knowledge could give me, the chance to meet my parents again. Now, if you don't mind, I'll leave. I feel too tired to do anything. Be well, child. Remember your parents' words, but don't forget mine either. Elina said while Solless left the mindscape and returned to her body. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Royal Palace of Valoran that same day. Lith's trip to the fringe was supposed to relieve Constable Camilla Yavel from the overbearing presence of an overpowered and overprotective being who watched her like a hawk. Alas, reality begged to differ. I can't believe that even though Lith knows we've sworn to protect the baby, he still worries so much. It's unhealthy, Constable Tyrus Griffin said from her desk that was placed right beside Camilla's. I know it's insulting, Honorary Constable Salark Phoenix said, her desk on the other side, forming a wall that kept anyone from getting close. He's an untrustful busybody. Camilla should be free to do the job she loves without feeling like a prisoner of love. Right, dear. Sure, Grandma, Camilla replied while banging her head against her desk in frustration. Even before the pregnancy altered her body, she was self-conscious of the fact that she was the less attractive female member of the Verhin family. Sitting between the two guardians, however, cranked the problem up to 1,000. Their presence drew a lot of attention, and she couldn't help but feel like an ugly duckling stuck between a majestic swan and an elegant peacock. At least Lith would just glare at people from time to time and work quietly on his research. Chapter 26, 30 Final Answer, Part 4. These two never shut up and follow me everywhere I go, even to the bathroom, Camilla thought. I can't believe your forensics labs still work with that primitive junk. My preliminary report of the crime scene uncovered more evidence than all those ridiculous gadgets the Night Guard uses, Ligon said while submitting his report to her. Maybe it's because those poor bastards don't have dragon eyes or millennia of experience with magic. Camilla inwardly whined as she was once again forced to deliver documents to Gianni after giving them a look and thanking the father of all dragons. If there was one thing all three guardians of Garland agreed upon, was the total disrespect for the chain of command. With the excuse of Camilla being their senior in the office, they reported everything to her instead of Gianni and submitted their paperwork to her for a second opinion. The only silver lining of that insufferable situation was that they had been closing more cases in a single day than they usually did in months. Ligon swept the crime scenes in minutes, collecting evidence invisible to regular means of investigation. Based on that, it was easy identifying the persons of interest who once round up individually in the interrogation room would fold like an ironed shirt. Talk, one word from the Overlord without a shred of killing intent, was enough to strike so much fear in those facing her glare that even battle-hardened veterans suddenly remembered events dating back to when their mothers had weaned them. Pampered nobles didn't have such a temper, so they would hurriedly confess their crimes, having care to talk fast enough so that their ensuing heart attack wouldn't hinder Salark's work. As for Tyrus, she never left Camilla's side on a crime scene, killing even the mosquitoes that tried to approach her. Back at the office, the Guardian combed her hair, prepared her meals with impeccable timing, and dealt with most of the paperwork. She left just enough for Camilla to always have something to do, but cleared her pile of documents so that the new files wouldn't accumulate on her desk for the next day. You need to relax. Stress is an invisible enemy. Tyrus had replied to Camilla's silent question after the whole office had been staring at her in envy for a while. They are a troublesome bunch, but at least they are effective. Gianni sighed while taking one of the sweets from the tray on Camilla's desk. Do you mind? I've already reached the point I'm starting to have cravings. Help yourself, I have more food than paperwork on my desk. Camilla sighed as well. Do you think we should hire traffic directors? Even under her constable alias, Tyrus was still a beauty and a member of the royal family, which attracted the attention of every male in the building and noble in the capital. Salark was just as impressive, and on top of being the absolute authority of the desert, she was notoriously single. Her line of suitors included even merchants looking for safe routes in the Blood Desert and new markets. Much to Camilla's surprise, even Ligon had quite the following. Letter 1 D5C7, letter 1 D476, letter 1 D4CB, letter 1 D5B, letter 1 D5C5, letter 1 D462, letter 1 D69C. Letter 1 D46A, letter 1 D490, letter 1 D440. He had discarded his usually unkempt appearance, turning out to be a fairly handsome man. Once sharply dressed in his uniform, his wits and his ability to hold any kind of conversation made him quite charming. What really surprised Camilla, however, was that the female staff flocked around him, despite he always carried baby Valoran on his back and charging in human form on his chest, both in a baby holder. It's a good idea, especially if they are going to stay here for more than a day, Gianni replied. This isn't the kind of training that I had planned for, but the Guardians have reached the apex in their respective fields. Even if can catch a glimpse of their abilities and learn from example, it's going to be a huge payoff, she thought. Looks like someone is popular, Salark grunted, unhappy for all the attention that the usually reclusive Ligain received. Looks like someone is jealous, he replied with a shrug. Of course I'm jealous, she snarled, walking toward the interrogation room. The clicking of her heels sounded like a death knell to the poor sap she was about to meet. How long will Lith and the girls be away? Gianni asked. I don't know, I only wish he is all right. Grandma, Camilla stopped the overlord in her tracks. Let's see. Even from the capital, her breathing technique, mother-son, allowed her to scour her turf and know everything that happened in a specific location, if she put her mind to it. Even the veil that isolated the fringe from the rest of Maugr couldn't stop her foresight. He's currently fine, but things are getting both chaotic and interesting. Space. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in the Parliament of Leaves. What do you mean, how? Emrail activated the defensive arrays of the room, but the black fog ignored them and kept spreading. That's your soul projection. You should know how to control your emotions. It's my first time inside a fringe. Lith tried every single meditative technique he knew to try and stop the void's rampage, but nothing worked. Until a few hours ago, I didn't even know what my soul projection looked like. How do you expect me to know how to control it? You lived here your whole life. Tell me what your people do when something like this happens. Even calling upon the Voidfeather Dragon's life force achieved nothing. Lith became covered in red scales, and his feathered wings popped out of his back, but that was it. Nothing like this has ever happened. The High Chancellor gritted his teeth, knowing he was in a pinch. If I trigger the offensive arrays and I kill him, the soul projection will disappear. Yet I doubt that his associates will let me do it. This place is sealed on purpose to intimidate our guests and keep them from escaping if things go south, but right now, we are the ones trapped. The dimensional sealing arrays keep us from warping away, and if we go all out against such powerful creatures in an enclosed space like this, we'll suffer incalculable losses. To make matters worse, if that fog keeps spreading, those bastards only need to stall for time, and the abomination will kill us all. The void kept swatting the incoming guards like flies, their defenses useless. Magic and metal were helpless against the ethereal figure who attacked their soul projections. Luckily, Lith didn't move from his spot to not break the defensive formation, and soon it became apparent that the void couldn't move farther than 1 meter away from him. It wasn't much, but at least the elves on the upper seats were safe from him. Stop it, we are not here to trigger a war but to prevent it. Falal had to yell to be heard above the void's roars. I'm open to suggestions, Lith replied. A soul projection is the manifestation of someone's current innermost thought or emotion, Olaja said. Chancellor, all you have to do to end this peacefully is to give us a proper explanation. Chapter 2631, A Dangerous Path, Part 1. Put Lord Kaisel's worries at ease and that thing will fade away, Olaja said. Fine, I yield. Emrail ordered the guards to drop their weapons and deactivated the arrays before walking down the stairs toward Lith with his hands up. The truth is that the World Tree isn't interested in a mere census anymore. They have reached out to our colony in the hope that we would abandon our home and move to their fringe. The Yggdrasil needs lots of manpower to preserve the knowledge they have accumulated and keep watching over Maugr once they leave. Leave to go where? Falal asked, glad to notice that the Chancellor's change of attitude had quelled the Void's rage. Or rather, the Voidfeather Dragon had restrained him to hear the rest of the story. The Void had no means to attack from a distance, and with his aura sealed, the fog had stopped spreading. The World Tree is tired of sitting on their throne, always watching and never interfering in the events that take place on Maugr. The first World Tree took pride in this policy and passed it down to their successors, yet that pride turned into envy when the first Guardian appeared. Unlike the Yggdrasil, Tyrant is an immortal being whose power wasn't limited to a fringe, and who didn't hesitate to leave her mark on history. Yet the first Guardian's hand was soft, nudging and inspiring people, but always letting them free to make their own choices. The World Tree resented her, but since Tyrant didn't affect Maugr more than a single enlightened awakened, could if they only had the will, the Yggdrasil learn to respect her. The rest of the Guardians, however, turned out to be a bunch of foolish, egotistical meddlers. Salark altered the desert as she saw fit, always changing the course of the events with extreme prejudice until she got what she wanted. If not for her, there would be only 2 great countries today on Garland. The Blood Desert wouldn't even exist. Its lands split between the Empire and the Kingdom, while the rest would be fragmented into many free countries. The constant infighting between the tribes was supposed to leave them too weak to resist the invaders. They were supposed to become so reliant on foreign merchants for food and weapons that the other countries would force the desert tribes to bend the knee just by cutting off their supplies. Salark instead showed them the path of unity and taught them how to rotate the oases to preserve their soil and resources, and that was before she became the overlord. Ligon freely spread his knowledge, turning the empire from the military state it was supposed to be into the cradle of the mystical arts that it is today. If not for him, it would have taken millennia for magic to supplant superstition. People like Silverwing would have never discovered their talents because killed in the crib by an angry mob of idiots. If Ligon kept his research for himself, as the tree does, Tier 4 and 5 would be still exclusive to true mages like us elves and emperor beasts. Roghar doomed dozens of powerful races, even our own cousins, turning them into hideous monsters. If not for the Svartalf and the Divergelf falling into orcs and goblins, we would have won the war of the races. Zagran turned nobodies destined to irrelevance into peerless warriors and leaders who changed the history of their countries. Venegar spread the seed of all the modern branches of magic that were supposed to be exclusive to single genial individuals. Letter 1d4 C3, letter 1d5 2C, letter 1d6 9F, letter 1d4 1E, letter 1d4 F5, letter 1d4 6 2, letter 1d4 E2, letter 1d5 EF, letter 1d5 F0, letter 1d4 9 0, letter 1d5 5E. He and the accursed dragon gave to the younger and weaker races the means to achieve what elves and merfolk treasured for generations. It's because of them that we lost our superiority and mankind caught up with us. The Leviathan even explored the stars, escaping the gaze of the world tree and spreading his blight uncontrolled through the cosmos. Emrail pointed at the sky, making everyone in the room scoff at such a preposterous idea, except for those who had traveled to Maugre's moon with Lith. The Guardians and their offspring have altered history too many times to be left to their own devices any longer. They have created an unbalance that favors the beasts over all other races, something that the world tree had always avoided doing by restraining themselves and the saplings. That's why the Yggdrasil sent a chronicler to us. They came to ask for our help and give us a taste of what will be ours if we join their cause. The world tree plans to leave their fringe, experience world tribulations, and become the first plant guardian of Maugre. This is the only way to restore the balance, yet they cannot just leave. With them gone, the entire system that until now overlooked and recorded Maugre's history will crumble. Do you understand now why I couldn't tell you the truth? Not really, Lith shrugged. Sounds like a bunch of crap, Olija. He's telling the truth, she nodded. Every time a world tree dies and a new one takes their mantle, the youth always wants more than just to walk into the footsteps of their predecessors. They want to put their newfound power and knowledge to use instead of sitting on them. Yet what usually happens is that after taking into account the consequences of leaving the fringe and consulting with the chroniclers of the old tree, they always change their mind. Becoming a guardian is a huge gamble, and despite their size and knowledge, the world tree is still just a bright violet cord awakened. If they die away from their roots, disconnected from the saplings spread throughout Maugre, their knowledge would be lost. Without them, the elves that have always protected and aided the world trees in their endeavor would need a new home, mentors, and another way to safely awaken. It's a monumental task with potentially disastrous consequences. Why don't they just reach the white core then? Falul asked. If they know so much, the world tree must be aware of its secret. They could just become a white core, awaken a lot of elves after explaining to them how to reach the violet and leave. That would be reckless and pointless, Emrail replied. The white core also means the freedom to escape a world tribulation, and the Yggdrasil might end up turning down a tribulation without even noticing. As for the elves, we are indeed better than humans, but we are far from perfect. Those who awaken might enslave the other elves or simply leave to take care of their business and not waste their lives protecting weaklings. The authority of the tree is necessary to keep order. Before leaving the fringe, they need to establish a valid surrogate that will keep anarchy from destroying everything that they have built through the millennia. That's exactly what I was going to say. Olija grabbed Lith's shoulder, forcing him to look her in the eyes. Only someone who has spoken to the world tree can know such things. As much as it pains me to admit it, his story makes sense. The new world tree must be truly bent on escaping from the cycle of their species. Chapter 2632, A Dangerous Path, Part 2. It's the only reason they can have so easily gifted what they rarely gifted before. Lith and the others knew enough about white cores to recognize the truth in Emrail's words. Fine, I believe you. Lith took a deep breath, and the void slowly crawled back into the roiling black sea above his head. Let me be clear, though. We came here in peace, and yet you treated us poorly. I understand that now that we have to outbid the world tree, you think to be in a position of superiority, but you are dead wrong. What the Yggdrasil is offering you is just to replace your current prison with a more gilded one, but you would still be trapped. Trapped by duty, your new powers will be bound to a never-ending task that would force your people to spend their lives serving an absent master. What we've come to offer you instead is freedom. Freedom to roam Magur again and do whatever you want like in the old days. If you accept our deal, your people will join the other races and pursue their individual goals instead of those of the world tree. Sure, there is a price to pay, but nothing worth having comes easy. Also, I don't believe you to be naive enough to think we would put our lives at risk by coming here just to make you a gift. Lith took a pause, letting his words sink and listening to the whispers of the elf lords that were weighing their options. They venerated the world tree from the day the elves had learned how to record their history, but what they had longed for ever since the War of the Races was to roam Magur again. Joining the Yggdrasil's cause was a high calling, but it would keep them isolated as they had always been. Emrail opened his mouth, but Lith cut him off, his eyes ablaze with red and black mana. One last warning before you decide what to do with us. The Council knows we are here. The Overlord knows we are here. Maybe they can't get inside the fringe, but once its location is exposed, they can make damn sure that nothing comes out. Raise your hand against us, and whatever your beloved world tree has in mind, they will have to find a way to do it without you. Lith was lying through his teeth, but his poker face was impeccable. The Council had no idea where they were, while Salark was unlikely to care if Lith died, because his plan failed. But the High Chancellor had no way to know the terms of Lith's dealing with the various powers in play. On top of that, something else was crawling out of his back. A red-scaled, black-feathered dragon appeared as a soul projection, leaving only the abomination visible to the Chancellor's soul vision. What the fuck? How can mere projections tag in and out like in some sort of sick game? Emrail's inner turmoil went from bad to worse when blue six-pointed magic circles of unknown origin started to fill the space around the void-feathered dragon, starting from his flaming, unfolded wings. He stands corrected. That was his final warning, elf. He doesn't speak for us. The dragon's voice rumbled like the grating of stone against stone during a quake. This is the final warning you'll receive, elf, so listen well, because I'm not going to repeat myself. We don't trust you. We don't like you. And we seldom agree. Yet when we do agree on something, bad things happen. Make sure that bad things don't happen to you, elf. This is our final warning, and this. Letter 1d4 ATF, letter 1d490. Letter 1d4 letter 1d452, letter 1d459, letter 1d4CA, letter 1d5CC, letter 1d5EF. Letter 1d4D2, letter 1d4D, letter 1d45A. Bolts of lightning erupted from the magic circles surrounding the void-feathered dragon, and once again the protective arrays of the Parliament failed to perceive the threat at hand. Emrail activated them manually, but the spells seemed to ignore the air-sealing arrays, forcing him to dodge. Or at least he tried. The bolts that had apparently missed their target now pinned his mantle to the ground in the form of stone spikes, while a razor-sharp shard of ice cut Emrail's cheek right below his left eye, before piercing through the hardwood of the wall desk behind him with a thump. This is a memo. The void-feathered dragon folded his wings around himself like a cocoon, slowly sinking into the black sea from which he had emerged until the space above Lith's head was clear again. By the Great Mother! Emrail and the rest of the Parliament of Leaves could see with soul vision the void-feathered dragon reappearing in the Dragon Lord's true nature. The abomination nested itself on the worm's forehead, turning the scales black and the fire blue again as their energies mixed. The eldritch thing can attack physically, whereas that weird fire dragon can use fucking magic, and neither makes sense. Soul projections are supposed to be just that, projections. How can mere psychic manifestations have a will and skills of their own? I have no idea who those guys are, but in your shoes, I'd listen to them. Lith exploited his plausible deniability to reap the benefits of his alter ego's threats without taking accountability for their action. Now, if we want to continue this conversation, you have to bring us to a table. I'm tired of being looked down upon. If that's too much to ask, then we'd like to leave. Wait, one of the male representatives on the highest seat stood up. In the name of Clan Rafiro, I'm interested in hearing the Awakened Council's proposal. All in favor. Clan Saron agrees, a middle-aged elf with gray streaks amid his hair said. And so does Clan Ninir, a female elf said, and after her, 3 more whose clans' names sounded oddly familiar followed suit. I like power, but I prefer freedom. We can always find a way to awaken ourselves in the future, whereas a contract with the World Tree would bind us forever. At that point, many from the lesser seats joined them, leaving Emrail outnumbered. I'm no Solless, but I didn't miss how the most powerful elven clans bear in their name part of the primordial elemental runes. Lith thought, either is a matter of prestige, or maybe that's just how the elven runes for each element sound. The meeting moved to a room on the lower floor, where there was a round table big enough to host the representatives of the parliament on one half, leaving the other to an equal number of guests. The chamber was long and broad, with several wooden pillars flanking the walls to support the weight of the upper part of the tree and ensure the flow of sap and nutrients between floors. The first 3 pillars on either side of the entrance had been shaped with body sculpting to resemble the manifestations of the 6 elements. Then followed the insignia of the other clans in descending order of importance. The smell of fresh fruits and old-aged liquors filled the room. The elves didn't offer, and the guests didn't ask for refreshments, neither wanting to extend the bond of hospitality farther than they trusted the other. Chapter 26, 33 Oddly Specific Requests, Part 1. The setup and the presence of the guards still made Olaja's group feel overwhelmed and outnumbered, but at least now they could look their hosts in the eyes. Olaja spoke first, presenting the facts of Giera's plague and explaining its consequences in detail without leaving anything out. Then it was Falul's turn, offering the elves a role in the quelling of the monster tides and the destruction of the lost cities. Emrail didn't say anything the whole time, and so did Lith. They stared at each other, trying to understand their respective endgames and how much the other party was saying was true. Space. The site of the ritual, a few miles away at the same time. Solless came out of the magic circle feeling happy but exhausted. Her body was drained of energy from the mental stress, and she was in dire need of rest. How did it go? Nalrund asked. I'm going to show you what I saw, but only so that you can start deciphering it on your own, she replied. There's no point in discussing it without the others. We'll wait for their return to avoid repeating ourselves. Okay. Everyone nodded in reply, and then Solless shared her experience with the others with a mind link, cutting Morok out of the last part where she had met her parents. Vaster she could show since the Tyrant had no idea who the master was and couldn't associate the round professor with anything compromising. Quilla and Freya nearly wept a few tears when they witnessed Solless, meeting with Thrain and Menadian, but they had to hold them in to not alert the Tyrant. Damn, it seems that you and Lith fucked up, Morok said while looking at the distraught Rizar. By the way, who's the fat-ass? You do know Professor Vaster. Nalrund didn't know about the master either, but he had met the professor many times when he had visited Zinnia or Lith's house in the past. Who? My mentor at the academy, Quilla snarled. The man who taught me everything I know about body sculpting. I told you about Professor Vaster a lot of times. I even showed you holograms of our work together. If I forgot about him, it means it was boring. It means I didn't consider him competition. Wait, no, Lith and Nalrund fucked up. Am I right? Whatever, Quilla tried and failed to not roll her eyes. What now? Either we wait or any of you guys can take their turn. The meeting is still ongoing and the elves are distracted. Solless shrugged, not knowing how right she was. You could ask for tips about your violet core and what Falul needs to become a 7-headed dragon, Freya. I was limited to 3 questions, so I couldn't discover more than what I've shown you. I know that I'm supposed to have a privileged relationship with Magur, and the fact that she allowed me to converse with my parents confirms it, but the answers she shows shouldn't change. Also, my mana and stamina are fine. The problem is that I'm emotionally drained, and that's something invigoration can't help me with. If you want me to go back in there, we have to wait, and I don't know how much time we have left. You make a good point. Freya checked the communication amulet while tapping her lips with her forefinger. There was a message Falul had sent her after moving to the neutral location, assuring her that everything was fine. That, and the fact that the runes of her friends were still available, reassured her. Freya sighed in relief, showing the message to the others. While Solless rests, I'll take my chances with Magur. Let's get to work. The magic circles they had prepared were already spent, and they needed to be recharged. Being arrays, anyone could set up the runes to conjure the 6 elemental energies. The only step that only the supplicant could take was dripping their blood, so to turn the elemental influx into an extension of their own spirit magic. With the help of the others, Freya was done setting up for the second contact, by the time Lith was making the council's offer to the Parliament. Damn, still no more news. Her amulet was the same, with neither good or bad news to offer. I'm going in. Shake me up if anything happens. I don't give a damn about getting answers at the cost of my mentor and my best friend's life. Letter 1D475, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D5CF, letter 1D410, letter 1D4F5, letter 1D448, letter 1D4C8, letter 1D44F, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. Thanks for your kind words, Morok said with a sneer. I'm sure that Master Ajita will appreciate them. I like the lizard, but I don't know him enough to care. Sue me. Freya closed her eyes and cut off any external noise, starting with the Tyrant. Her trip to the mindscape was as quick as Solless, but way more confusing. Freya had never been there, and the white void endlessly extending in every direction was disturbing. There was no noise, making the sound of her own breath deafening, and no color, making her own shadow look like an ink blot tainting the otherwise pristine ground. Freya looked down at herself, discovering that she still wore her clothes, yet her equipment was gone. It's okay, she tried to think, but it manifested out loud as if she had spoken. I stand corrected, it's not okay, it's creepy as fuck. Even worse, there's no trace of Maugr. If I'm so insignificant that she stood me up, I swear to the gods that I'm going to cry. Nothing like that, said a manly voice from her back, making her emit a shrill shriek in surprise. I was just waiting for you to get accustomed to my place before showing myself. I didn't want to split your focus and prolong this meeting for more than it's necessary. Freya turned around, finding herself facing her father, Orion. Or rather, someone resembling him, since he had dark brown hair and chestnut eyes instead of the seven-colored hair and eyes of the apparition in front of her. Everything else, from his clothes to his demeanor, was identical to the original. He was wearing his trademark night guard uniform and looked half asleep and half happy to see her, just like when they met every morning for breakfast. Dad, she knew it was impossible, but every fiber of her being was too happy of seeing the reassuring figure of Orion to care. His mere presence was enough to make her feel safe despite the eeriness of the white world around her. No, but this Orion must be an outstanding man if you chose him as my appearance over yourself and your boyfriend, Maugr replied. Now that we are done with the introductions, are you ready to ask me your questions? Not really. Freya inwardly sighed in relief, and of course, it was loud anyway. I need a minute to get accustomed to the rules of this place. I'm glad I'm not so self-centered to see Maugr as myself, but what really scared me was the idea they might take Floria's appearance. I don't think I could have taken that. She managed to think by focusing on the words instead of their sound. Chapter 2634, Oddly Specific Requests, Part 2. Cool, Maugr replied, his tone mildly annoyed. Didn't your friend tell you that as per its name, the mindscape is all in your head, thinking and speaking are the same? I'm sorry, I mean she did, I just forgot. This is so weird. Freya blushed in embarrassment, not for her blunder, but at the idea that the privacy of her head had been invaded without her even noticing. Don't think about embarrassing stuff. Don't think about embarrassing stuff, which of course worked the opposite. Don't be so strung up, child. There's nothing you have done or thought that I haven't seen more times than I can count. Maugr Orion laughed, yet the idea that her father had just witnessed that part of her life made Freya wish to disappear. Okay, let's put it this way. If you are ever to become a harbinger, this will become your everyday life. Those words calmed her down immediately and froze her with terror. Really? Really? That's why people like Solless and Morok have such an easy time in here. Maugr nodded. Menadian's heir is used to share her mind while the Tyrant barely has any. They didn't fight the flow like you are doing. They surrendered to it and swam their way through. Okay, now with your permission, I'm going to try and change this place, Freya said. I need to learn how to fight if I want to survive meeting your answers. A wise choice, child. Proceed. His Grimlock blade appeared between Maugr Orion's hands, the tip pushing against the ground as he used it like a walking stick. Letter 1D5C7, letter 1D490, letter 1D470, letter 1D5F2, letter 1D43F, letter 1D532, letter 1D69C, letter 1D505, letter 1D554, letter 1D45C, letter 1D5C6. Freya felt just like when she trained under her father's gaze, her mind at ease and her body relaxing, both ridden of the earlier shame and able to focus on the task at hand. It took her a while to conjure her equipment and a little more to cast spells like in the real world. She kept practicing until she could reproduce the spirit version of her dimensional ruler spell. Your time is running out, child. Magur pointed at the magic circles on the outside world that had lost a little less than half their power. In a while, you'll start weakening and everything you did will be for naught. Damn it, Freya cursed her lack of talent compared to Solless and Morok. Okay, fine. I want to know how to reach the violet myself. How can Falul the Hydra evolve into a divine beast, and how can Nalrun the Rizar fuse his life forces? Oddly specific requests. Magur laughed while conjuring 3 energy spheres. No offense, but those are the only ones I care about. The rest of the Hydras and werepeople is none of my business. Freya released the blue burst of full guard and the golden sparkles of dimensional ruler, stepping forward without losing one more second. Mine was just an observation, not a critique. Magur Orion admired how swiftly Freya reacted to the combined attacks of the Rizar and the human, dodging them with ease. In the mindscape, there was no mana consumption, only willpower. It meant that Freya could use the full scope of her powers for as long as her focus held. She tried to grab them by blinking behind them, but they were too fast. Then she'd drive them apart, but the 2 lights would always find each other a split second later. Every wound she inflicted upon them healed in a moment. Flesh was but an illusion. They were made of pure thoughts that needed no nutrients to recover. Okay, this is a waste of time, Freya sighed. Still, it's good to know that I'm seeing the same thing as Solless. A 3rd trip would be useless. She took a final good look at the answer, noticing how both bodies bled non-stop, opening new wounds themselves as soon as the old ones healed. The only time they had stopped their infighting was when she had injured them. Masochism is the answer. Freya turned toward one of the unknown spheres, glad to notice there was only one which meant a single opponent. She restored her spells at full power, and then approached the rainbow-colored sphere first. 7 spells along with as many bursts of origin flames flooded the area around her, forcing Freya to use full guard to spot the empty spaces that formed as the formation advanced, and dimensional ruler to blink there and switch places when she missed the timing. The Falul tried to dominate dimensional ruler, but between her focus being already spread thin through the volley of attacks and Freya countering with her own, the 7-headed dragon failed. Okay, fighting is off the table here. Freya had stepped back enough to stop the onslaught, but not so much that the answer would go back to being a sphere. The dragon eyes had already deciphered and imitated the dimensional ruler that now enveloped Falul as well. Freya had no desire to discover what happened when 2 such spells met. After a few seconds, the dragon shapeshifted into Falul's human form. There was a light radiating from under her skin and eyes that reminded Freya of the elves. Everything else, however, was the same. Even her aura was still of a bright violet. So there is a way that doesn't involve the white core, Freya pondered. The question is how. She stepped closer, hoping that the answer would shapeshift into a hydra first and then into the 7-headed dragon, giving her a glimpse of its secret. Yet the moment Freya saw that it was going straight to dragon, Freya blinked away. She made sure that the other 2 energy spheres were inactive before approaching the last one, her own. Please be something stupid. You are me and I hate riddles. Her prayer was seemingly answered, yet she found the vision no less confusing than the others. The figure in front of Freya was identical to herself except that for 2 differences. The first was the obvious deep violet core and its aura. The second was more disturbing. Her hair was much longer than the original and each elemental streak had been twisted and knotted so to resemble a snake. They had mouths, eyes, and fangs, whipping the air like living beings and attempting to bite at their enemy. Does this mean that I need to become a harbinger to reach the violet? Every snake worked akin to an extra head with its own mana flow and spells at the ready. That would be even more pathetic than you already are, princess, the other Freya said, her voice oozing poison just like the snake's fangs. Excuse you, Freya was flabbergasted. Answers were supposed to just spit threats, not make conversation. Solless' case was unique because her answer didn't involve herself but her long-lost parents and the memories they were comprised of. Did I say something wrong? The answer laughed at her. All your life you have paved the road to your success by mooching off others. First, Lith and Quilla back at the academy. Without them, you would have never graduated. Then the Ernas making up for the mess that Mommy Dearest made. After that, it was Lith's turn again, forcing your way into his apprenticeship like the drama queen you are. And now it's up to Falul pulling you up. Chapter 26, 35, Tipping the Scales, Part 1. That's ridiculous, Freya snarled. Really? Then tell me one thing you have achieved on your own. Dimensional magic. Wrong, that's thanks to Rudd's teachings, and that happened only because Lith and Quilla changed his mind about non-magical bloodlines. You just rode their coattails, the Freya answer replied. What about this then? Freya took a deep breath and plunged into the despair, self-doubt, and sense of failure that had plagued most of her adult life. The answer was comprised of her memories, and the pain from the flood of negative thoughts brought Freya's replica to her knees. Yeah, my life sucked and I got help. Big deal. Freya reminded herself of the day of Floria's death and the void that it had left in her heart, making the answer cry and wail. I've overcome too much to waste my time listening to the same shit I told myself while growing up. I know my limits. I've accepted my faults and I'm trying to be better. Nothing a knockoff like you can say can hurt me like Floria's words did. She knew and loved me whereas you are me and I've never loved myself. So shut up and let me study you. Conjuring her intrusive thoughts paralyzed the answer, but resisting them kept Freya from mustering the necessary focus to spot important details of her alter ego's appearance. It took her a while and a few more trips on the memory lane to shut the answer up before noticing that even though the snake's hair had a mana flow and carried spells, they were nothing like a hydra's heads. They had no mind of their own, unfolding into regular hair every time the psychic onslaught brought the apparition to her knees. Nice try, I almost bought it, bitch. Freya found herself panting. The mindscape was slightly distorted. I guess the magic circles are running on fumes. Thanks, Maugr. I hope to never see you again. That's rude, Maugr Orion snarled. Why does no one ever stop just for tea or something? I'm trying to be nice here. Are you serious? Freya wanted to say something, but it was too late. Her consciousness was already on its way to return to the real world. Space. A few miles away, the Parliament of Leaves at the same time. Olaja, Falul, and Adjeter had taken turns explaining Giera's recent history without omitting anything. After learning about the plague, the monster tides, and the rampaging lost cities, the council's offer didn't sound so alluring anymore. The representatives of the 6 major clans seemed ready to back out, prompting Falul into throwing them a bone. I realize that we can't offer you the safety of the world tree, and losing people in battle means a great deal to you. Yet we are not sending you to your deaths. You'll fight along the council and your lost cousins. Also, since we are already working on the harmonizers for the Svartalf and the Divergalf, Olaja completed the phrase for her, reminding the Hydra of the goblin's ancestral name. The Divergalf, with a few adjustments we could try them on you as well. I can't promise anything, but harmonizers have already succeeded in awakening people who were supposed not to. It should work for you too, and maybe even help you to overcome your fertility issue, if not even to evolve. This is really interesting. I would like to hear more about this harmonizer. Much to everyone's surprise, it had been Emrail to speak. Until that moment, he had never bothered to hide his hostility, nor had he stopped trying to change his peers' minds. Agreed. One after the other, the representatives of the 6 great clans nodded, quickly followed by the lesser clans. Falul went into great detail, explaining how lesser divine beasts plan to use the artifact to ascend, while humans aimed to escape the evolutionary dead end they had been stuck in for millennia. If you allow us to study your life forces, and they are not so different from your fallen cousins, then we might use them as a base to fix the fertility issue. Awakening is definitely a possibility, whereas evolution would take time. And that's something your race doesn't lack. Indeed, Representative Amari of Clan Ninir said. She was a woman who, according to human standards, looked to be around her 30s. She had long silver hair that contrasted with her youthful visage, streaked blue, black, and yellow all over. I have to admit that all things considered, your offer has its merits, maybe even more than the one we received from the Yggdrasil. Yet this doesn't simplify things, it just makes them harder. Our colony is now at a crossroads, and whatever path we take, it will change the lives of our people forever. There is no turning back. Hence we need time for every representative to discuss both offers with their respective clan members first, and then among us. I agree with Amari, Representative Irama of Clan Unkidu said. He looked like a man in his 50s, but was actually over 500 years old. He had shoulder-length black hair with streaks of silver, red, and blue. I'm grateful for your offer, and I commend you all for your bravery. Going to such lengths and putting your lives on the line for the sake of people who live a continent away is something that very few would have done. He gave each member of the group a deep bow, starting with Lith. His bow was also the deepest, which required Falul and Adjeter sheer willpower to not roll their eyes at the blatant favoritism. Please give us some time to consider what we have learned today, my lord. My wish is that no matter which offer we'll take, if any, we'll be able to part ways as friends, and that Clan Unkidu may count on your help in our future endeavors. Clan Rafiro wishes the same and more. Representative Balaza had no qualms about pushing his colleague out of the way to pay his respect. He looked even older than Irama, and had longer hair of a bright red color streaked silver, orange, and blue all over. Your red scales are a testament to your bloodline belonging to the custodians of Maugur's primordial fire, a duty that my house shares with your brood. In the name of this kinship, I can promise that we'll take your words into great consideration during the debate. Like you, we Rafiro don't like to talk much, but the little we say has great weight in the parliament. The elf gave Lith a bow and almost a headache as well. If there's anything we can do to make your stay more pleasant, you just have to ask. I'm sure that our Leahy would be glad to show you around until the parliament makes its ruling. Letter 1D45B, letter 1D442, letter 1D42F, letter 212F, letter 1D4C1, letter 1D414, letter 1D42C, letter 1D5EF. Letter 1D4B8, letter 1D4A, letter 1D440. He pointed at the hunter elf who still stood by his side, ready to protect him with her body or act as hostage based on the circumstances. She still held the purified stone in her hand, never letting it go even during Emrail's onslaught. Interesting. The elves belonging to the 6 main clans have their hair of the same color of the element of their household. Chapter 2636, Tipping the Scales, Part 2. On top of that, only those with at least 3 more affinities are chosen for the role. Lith thought, while the remaining representatives fought for his attention. Judging from their childish behavior, they must be desperate for Origin Flames. None of them has promised me anything, but all of them are trying to get on my good side. Time to stir the pot and see what comes to the surface. Lith waited for the pleasantries and goodbyes to be over before making his move. The only other person to receive attention and courtesy from the parliament was Olaja, but it wasn't without an ulterior motive as well. The representatives were greatly interested in hearing about her stories as a former chronicler candidate and examining her Yggdrasil staff. They also demonstrated great curiosity toward her status as awakened and the influence she held in the outside world through her position in the council. For such reasons, she received many invitations to spend her time as their honorable guest. Greedy bastards! Unfortunately for them, after playing politics by Athung's side for so long, Olaja wasn't so naive anymore. Their only goal is to use me to get a place for themselves in the outside world, in case the parliament decides to serve the tree, but they don't want to follow. Letter 1D45B, letter 1D442, letter 1D47D, letter 1D452, letter 1D4DB, letter 1D5C, letter 1D460, letter 1D4D1, letter 1D46A, letter 1D490, letter 1D4DC. They want to bring me to their respective sides to use me as a deterrent against the other clans, and exploit my relationship with Lith as a backdoor access to his abilities. None of her thoughts showed on her face as she smiled and thanked them one by one before turning down their invitations, claiming that she was in a rush to report to the council the status of the negotiations. I thank you all for your offers, but I don't like to play favorites, Lith said before bidding them goodbye. I want you to make your decision with a mind free from the burden of possible future alliances and to evaluate the different offers solely on their merit. For this reason, I can't stay in Cetrali and I can't bring Leahy with me. At those words, she went pale. The only trace of color left on her face was in her cheeks, as if Lith had slapped her. My duty with the council demands secrecy and discretion, just like yours. I can't ask my loyal guide to choose between her duty as my host and that to her people. I see, Balaza said with a sigh while aside from her pallor, Leahy remained impassible. In a sign of friendship, and since we need a means of communication, however, I want you to have this. Lith handed Leahy a silver communication amulet. It already carries my rune. Whenever you need to speak to me, or when the parliament is done with its deliberation, you can call me, and we can set a neutral meeting point. Communication amulets were trivial objects on Garland, but a priceless treasure for the elves who had been exiled long before Geron Clavin, the second ruler of the Flames, had shared them with the rest of Maugur. To the elves, it was a wonder of modern forgemastery, and due to its ability to create holograms, it stirred their hopes of learning the secrets of light mastery by studying the amulet's enchantments. It was all a pipe dream since true and fake mages had tried and failed to do that from the day of the amulets. Release yet in their ignorance, the elves had no way to know it. With one move, Lith was giving them a taste of the outside world, showing them the advancements that magic had made from the time of their exile, and adding more fuel to the fire of their rivalry. Seeing the Dragon Lord giving such a treasure, away like it was nothing was bound to stir the internal conflict between clans. Lith had chosen Leahy as the giftee because being a part of the Rafiro clan, the gesture would look like favoritism and drive the rest of the clans to work hard to regain the ground they assumed to have lost. More importantly, Leahy was the only one who had shown him a shred of loyalty even though only out of interest. Based on what Alaja had told Lith, the elf woman had nothing to gain and everything to lose if the negotiations failed. His goal was to keep her loyal, even at the cost of playing with her feelings, in order to have someone inside of the parliament who could warn him in time if something went wrong. Leahy opened her mouth to thank him, but only a girlish squeal came out. She put the purified stone inside one of her pockets before accepting the amulet and embracing Lith with all the strength that her lithe body possessed. "Thank you, Lord Kaisel. I promise that I will protect it with my life," she said while burying her face in his chest. "I won't abuse your trust, nor will I call you often, too much." Based on her reaction, the smile on Balaz's face and the grimace on the others, they must consider this some kind of betrothal gift, Lith thought. If they believe I'm the inventor of the amulets, my status in their eyes will go up, and they'll look at our proposal more favorably. Once again, he was glad to not have Solless with him. He could almost hear her voice nagging in his head for his manipulations, weaving strings to control the parliament uncaring for who got hurt in the process. "A lie by omission is still a lie," Solless, Echo said. "That poor girl did nothing wrong. She has proven to be willing to sacrifice her life for you multiple times, and that's how you thank her for her kindness." "I'm truly disappointed in you, Lith Tiamat Verhin. Just wait until I tell Kami about this." The nagging would have gone on, but that wasn't the real Solless, and Lith had no problem cutting the voice off. On second thought, he realized that was exactly what she was going to say. "Fuck me sideways, either we do spend too much time together or I'm developing ESP. My money is on the former. I need to start working on countermeasures." The group was escorted out of Cetrali and waited to be outside of the protective array field before moving away with a regular warp. They had no idea if the World Tree had taught Emrail about spirit magic as well, and wanted to keep its immunity from dimensional sealing arrays a secret, just to be safe. Finding and reaching the location of the caves took them seconds. Amulets could share their location as well, so after calling Nalron to announce their arrival, they warped a few times to random locations. After both Life Vision and the eyes of Menadian confirmed that no one was following them, they flew straight to their destination. "How did things go on your side?" Lith asked the moment they entered the underground network. Both groups used mind links to share their respective experience until everyone was brought up to speed. "I'm truly disappointed in you, Lith Tiamat Verhin," Solless said the moment Lith was done with his report. Chapter 26, 37 Thorny Ways, Part 1. Letter 1D45B, Letter 1D45C, Letter 1D4B1, Letter 1D522, Letter 1D473, Letter 1D414, Letter 1D412, Letter 1D5EF, Letter 1D5F0, Letter 1D442, Letter 1D55E. A lie by omission is still a lie, and the nagging went on exactly as Lith had predicted, just changing the position of a few words and the phrasing here and there. "Guilty as charged. I'm a jerk, okay?" he snorted. "Feel free to team up with Kami and rip me a new one once we get back home, but before we come to that, do you mind telling me another way to sway the Parliament of Leaves? New or not, sane or not, I don't trust the World Tree after what his predecessor did to me. Also, if the elves accept their offer, they might as well become extinct since they'll never leave the fringe ever again, and fixing Giera will be much more difficult." Solless frowned and flared her nostrils in annoyance as her brain worked at full gear to give him a proper answer. The problem was that she found none. The elves had no reason to trust the council, let alone the humans. Abandoning their home based on the words of a stranger was a potential disaster of which they had every reason to be wary. The only way to drag them out of the fringe was to show rather than promise something worthwhile enough to take such a risk. "Fine, I forgive you only because at least this time your plan didn't involve killing anyone," she grunted, crossing her arms and legs as she sat down on a smooth rock. "Anytime, Solless, anytime," Lith replied with a smug grin on his face. "Now, before I take my turn at talking with Magur, I'd like us to pool our brains and decipher the meaning of your visions." As Freya has confirmed, the same questions receive the same answers, no matter who's asking. To get Magur to give me a glimpse of their hand, we need to find a different angle from which I can work. "Tomorrow," Freya said, her stomach gurgling loudly. Making those circles took us a lot of time, and mana and meeting Magur was no joke either. Agreed. Solless snuggled on Lith, relieved from his life force replenishing the strength she had lost by using so much magic in his absence. I have a massive headache and I feel like I could eat a whole roasted cow and ask for seconds. About that, Falul said as the Emperor Beast's stomachs made the cave vibrate with their grumblings. We need food and rest. Between getting inside the fringe and the rituals, too many of us are worn out. We need our full strength in case Emrail sends someone to make us disappear, or if the negotiations fail, and we need to fight our way out. Agreed, Adjetor said. Taken one at a time, a bright blue-cord elf is not that much of a threat to any of us except for Nalrond. No offense. None taken, the Razar nodded. Facing hundreds of them, however, is a different story. They have the home advantage, can imbue their weapons with spells making arrows deadly, and the more of us leave the fringe, the more dangerous they become. We can't have Freya, and the others take part in the meetings to not stir the hatred from the War of the Races, but we can't have them get to safety either. We need backup and someone covering our retreat if things go south. Then this leaves us with only one question. Do we eat inside or outside? Quilla asked. Those who had been holed up in the caves wanted to breathe some fresh air, while those who had been to Cetrali wanted to remain underground, afraid that teams of scouts might be looking for them and find their camp. There's no point staying hidden, Alaja shrugged. If the elves come here and look with soul vision, they'll see our true form and spot us no matter what kind of cloaking arrays we set. Even worse, the more arrays we set, the easier will be to spot us. The group ultimately decided to eat outside and sleep inside, using magic solely to cook and dissipate the smells. So what do you make of the updated answers? Solless asked while wolfing down her second serving of beef stew. I have no idea why both sides of Nalrund have to bleed, but I'm afraid I know what the answer to my life force means. Lith sighed. Okay, what's that? Nalrund slouched his shoulders. No one had managed to make sense of the vision that was supposed to hint at how to merge his life forces. Well, it's kind of obvious, Lith replied. The first time we assumed that the solution to my problem was Arthan's madness, but that was before Kalga proved to me that I can't just pump more life force, I also need to seal the cracks. Jormund confirmed to me that the real answer was the Golden Griffin and its unwavering loyalty array. After the destruction of the Lost Academy, however, all that's left is the madness and its ungodly price. Meaning, Solless tilted her head in confusion. Think about it, Thrud needed clones of herself, and the method to grow them has been lost with her death. I have no clones, just the next best thing. Lith massaged his temples, hating even the thought of those words. Your daughter, Adjetor was flabbergasted. It makes sense. Half of her life force comes from you, and it's bound to be compatible with yours. Magur must be sick in the head to propose such a disgusting act. It wasn't a proposal, just an answer, Falul countered. Magur doesn't make miracles, they simply show you the way, no matter how thorny it is. Also, what's the role of Quilla's mentor? Morak asked. Why is he in the vision? I have no idea. Lith half lied, half said the truth. He had long since suspected that the secret behind the Master's success in restoring the Eldritches to life was forbidden magic. He had no proof of it, nor had he ever suspected Vaster to have retrofitted the madness, but it made sense. It was after their first fight with Thrud that the Eldritch monster hybrids had appeared. It was after raiding Orpal's palace from the knowledge he had amassed about the Mad Queen that Zorith's condition had further improved. Lith didn't like the thought, but refusing to look at the truth just because it was unpleasant would have been beyond foolish. Yet he couldn't share his worries with anyone since his destiny and the Professor's were tied. Not only because of Zinnia, but also because of Solless. Bitra and Zorith knew her as Elfin, and things could go really bad if his sworn allies became enemies. Lith looked at Solless, wishing he could tell her how happy he was for her for meeting her parents. Even without the mind link, he could feel how heavy her burden was and how much she needed to share it, yet it had to wait. What about you two? He asked Freya and Falul. First of all, I want to thank my little apprentice for her thoughtfulness. The Hydra ruffled Freya's hair. Judging from her vision, we have so many things in common that she's almost a daughter to me. Chapter 26, 38 Thorny Ways, Part 2. Thank you, Master Falul. Freya flushed a little. Due to their similar hair and height, it was easy to mistake them for blood relatives. That said, I have a theory for myself, and the answer to Freya's question. Really? Freya moved closer to the Hydra to not miss a single word. Yeah, really, your method for the violet is probably similar to the Hydra's bloodline technique. Do you want me to explain it to you? Falwell asked. Fuck, I mean no, thanks. Freya tried and failed to hide her disappointment. What's your theory? That at least for me, the answer lies once again in following in Thrud's footsteps. The Hydra replied. More forbidden magic. Adjata was already regretting coming to the fringe. If that's the price for dragonhood, I'd rather stay a drake my whole life. No, silly, she chuckled. Just showing me in dragon form would have been pointless. That's why I glowed in the vision. I believe that Freya got it right and that Maugr was highlighting my blood. Okay, now you've lost me, Quilla said. Think about how she turned Zedros into a golden dragon, Falwell replied. Thrud's method consisted in increasing the amount of divine beast's blood inside a lesser, while also feeding them with a life force that could withstand the potency of a guardian's blood. Forbidden magic was the easy and safe way because of the countless sacrifices Thrud made to evolve a single individual. If I'm right, then just like I've awakened my core, my body, and the auxiliary cores, I also have to awaken my blood. It's no different from what happened to Lith upon reaching the violet. He was just a lesser dragon before that, a hybrid like the others. Lith somehow has channeled the released energy and Mohar's help to turn himself into a divine beast. I'm already at the bright violet, so this is going to be harder for me. I need a way to turn my dragon blood into a dominant trait, while also altering my life force, so that I don't die during the transformation. And how would you do that? Adjata was pondering about taking part in the ritual, and seeing if the same answer applied to him as well. I have no clue, the Hydra shrugged. That's why it's called a theory. They had all worked up a huge appetite, but luckily the lesser dragons had brought dimensional amulets filled with enough roasted cows to feed a battalion. Letter 1D45B, letter 1D40E, letter 1D5CF, letter 1D452, letter 1D4F5, letter 1D4CA, letter 1D460, letter 1D401, letter 1D520, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D55E. What was that thing with Lith's soul projection? Solless asked while they were revising the meeting with the Parliament. That's a great question, Olaja nodded. I've never seen anything like that before, and if the World Tree has ever recorded something similar, they kept it in their private archives where aspirants' chroniclers have no access. Then I guess you have no idea what that weird magic was either. Solless was almost certain it had been some kind of void magic, but she couldn't explain the arrays or their use. Yup, what about you guys? The elf looked at the members of the group in turn, obtaining only shrugs in reply. Lith, why don't you conjure them for a little experiment? Conjure how? He furrowed his brows in annoyance, not liking the feeling of being the science project. The last time I did that on purpose, they canceled each other. Also, if it works, tell me how we stop them from making a fuss and being visible for kilometers. Oh, she replied in disappointment. Oh, indeed, no point in waking the literal dragon if you don't know how to put him back to sleep. Also, Lith tried to shapeshift, but it felt weird. There is some kind of resistance in moving between my life forces. They are still fused, but it seems that gaining consciousness and partial substance makes them more resistant to my will. Are you saying you can't shapeshift? Morok asked. No, I can. Lith cycled between his four forms. It's just more difficult, and I can catch a glimpse of their thoughts in the process. I'm afraid that taking another form that isn't human or Tiamat might increase their hold on my body and make me lose control. After dinner, while the others rested, Lith and Solless took the first guard shift. They could use some alone time, so Solless conjured the tower and released the sentries to keep guard in their stead before having the building disappear underground. The crystal constructs generated by the mirror hall were unanimated objects. They had no soul projection, and their sensory range was far superior to soul vision, allowing them to spot enemy scouts way before they could notice them. Regular sight was pointless as well thanks to the camouflage system of the sentries that reflected their surroundings on the crystal's surface, making them nigh invisible. Thank you, you have no idea how much I needed this. Solless sniffed the delicious smell of pancakes drowned in syrup and of the hot chocolate that Lith had prepared for her. Meeting the echoes of my parents in the mindscape was hard, but being forced to bottle everything up until now was much worse. Being surrounded by the familiar rooms of the tower made her feel at home, while Lith standing right in front of her made Solless feel protected. Her eyes wandered all over the table, not knowing if she wanted to drink, eat, or just fall apart first. I'm sorry you had to go through all that alone. Had I known that the echoes in the mindscape still retained the memories of their originals, I would have found a way to send someone else to the Parliament and be by your side. Lith said, wondering if he could somehow meet Carl in the same way. Thanks, she puffed on the hot chocolate before taking a small sip. I wonder if by asking the proper question you could meet Carl in the mindscape. I mean, you've already talked with him there back in Kalga, so Magur must have saved his data in her consciousness. I think we spend too much time together, and I mean even considering our bond. Lith studied her expression to see if she really had come to that same conclusion on her own, or if she was just pulling his leg and reading his mind. What do you mean? She blinked several times in confusion, taking a bite from a syrup-dripping pancake. The sip of chocolate had opened her stomach, and the sweet taste of the pancakes was countering her sour mood. Soon her plate and cup were empty, but she still had plenty of space for seconds. Lith used a superficial mind fusion to share with her both the imaginary nagging and his latest thoughts, along with her reaction to both. By my mom, we do spend too much time together. She giggled at the revelation, feeling her burden become a little lighter. I swear on the tower that I haven't read your mind. The words just came to my mind by themselves. I'm sorry for the stupid question, but how do you feel? Lith asked. It was in violation of Dawn's teachings about boundaries, but Solless opted for a partial fusion as well. Chapter 26:39 Pulling the Leash Part 1. A mind link would have transmitted the images, and the feelings that Solless had experienced inside the mindscape, while the fusion allowed her also to share her current inner turmoil and the feelings that reliving the experience aroused. I'm glad to have met my parents one last time, even though they were just recordings stored in Magur's consciousness. I was really happy to hear them say to me how they never resented me, yet I still can't forgive myself. I don't blame myself for what happened to Thrain, I mean my father. But that only because, as he told me, I was just a child who didn't know better. What happened to Mom, instead, was entirely my fault. Awakened or not, past 20 years of age, I would have been considered an adult even on Earth, yet I kept acting like a spoiled child. I was so full of myself that no matter how many times Aunt Loka and Malishka tried to open my eyes, I never listened to them. I never sought advice, only validation. Even if Mom didn't resent me, I do. I wasted what time we had left together, and even after recognizing my faults, I never had the guts to make the first steps and apologize. The great elfin Menadian, who rivaled with the fourth ruler of the Flames on a daily basis, wasn't capable of opening her mouth, except that for bragging and bitching. If only I told Mom to stay with me after she saved my life instead of making it all about myself as always, she would still be alive. Solless slammed her fist on the table, sobbing a little. The hardwood would have split and the plates shattered if not for them being part of the tower itself. I'm far from being a forgiving and compassionate guy, but when you woke up after being fused with the tower, you were just back from the dead. Don't you think that maybe the shock, grief, and confusion played a role outside of your control? Lith asked. I don't know. Solless lowered her gaze in sadness. I don't remember that part. What I know, however, is that Mom wouldn't have never left my side before making sure that I was all right. I bet my life on her waiting until I regained consciousness to explain to me what had happened and teach me how to operate the tower in case she didn't return. I bet that I stood there like a moron, crying for myself and my fellow apprentices instead of worrying about my mother's health after undertaking such a crazy feat. I should have checked up on her. I should have begged her to stay until she recovered completely. You can't blame yourself for something you may or may not have done. Yes, I can. Solless yelled at the top of her lungs, cutting him short. Because whatever I did, I sent my mother to die. You are right. I don't know for sure what I did, but whatever it was, my mother ended up dead. And you know what really hurts? It's knowing that after everything I did, after all the cruel things I said to my mother, she died feeling guilty. Even when I cared only about myself, she only cared about me. I was her final thought while she passed away from her wounds, but what was mine? What the heck was I thinking when Bytra stabbed me? Not knowing is killing me because I can't help but fill in the blanks with the most obvious answer. Something stupid, childish, and probably egotistical, like that the blood was ruining my dress or some shit like that. Solless started to tear apart her clothes, hating them for what they represented for her old self, and how as elfin she carried more memories of her wardrobe than of Menadian. Lith moved behind her, grabbing her wrists and locking her in an embrace while the Voidwalker armor repaired itself. Solless struggled for a while, screaming and sobbing while the pleas of Menadian's echo for forgiveness hurt her more than any mean word or reproach could. After a while, the weight of the meeting with her parents finally hit her in full. The love she felt for them, the grief for their loss, and the guilt for what she considered her role in Menadian's downfall drowned Solless in despair and self-pity. She fought to get free from Lith's embrace with renewed vigor, but not because she wanted to be left alone. She felt undeserving of that affection and wanted to punish herself in a way that she believed fit the wrongs she had committed. Solless found herself unworthy of the happiness she had found in her second life. After seeing the pitiful state her parents were in at the moment of their death, she found it unacceptable that someone as petty as Elfen Menadian had been granted a second chance at life. Someone like me should pay for all the mistakes I made and the lives I ruined, my own included. I don't deserve a new family, my mother's inheritance, or the luck to have a partner who always treated me like a person. The hunger and madness I endured were no coincidence, but some sort of cosmic justice. Losing my memories was another selfish act, absolving myself from my wrongdoings through amnesia. I should have never forgotten the pain I caused and lived my life in penance, instead of worrying about regaining a body I don't deserve, and seeking a love that I'm bound to poison like I did everything else in my life. These were her private thoughts, her mind incapable of articulating anything but wails. Yet from so up close, there was no need for a mind link, and Lith could hear everything unless she put some effort to keep him out. Solless lacked such focus, allowing him to share her inner turmoil and answer it. What a load of bullshit. The coldness of his reply cut like steel, making her freeze in place. Sure, Elfen Menadian was an asshole, so what? If all assholes had to die, Maugur's population would be reduced to less than 1/10, and I for sure wouldn't be among the survivors. She was cruel and unfair to her mother, but it's also true that life was cruel and unfair to Elfen. Losing her father like that, and her mother's inability to help a little girl to overcome her grief, was Elfen's fault. She grew up broken, but so did I wish I had her luck, because Elfen received the support she needed to not let her pain turn her into a cold-hearted monster like me. Working on her issues took time, sure, but as you have shown me, she had come to admit she had a problem. She had stopped pointing fingers and blaming others. She was ready to make amends with Menadian, but Betrothal took that opportunity away from Elfen. Had she been killed just a few months later, things might have been entirely different. Also, stop painting your old self so black. Elfen was prideful, but she had the talent to back it. She didn't bully people, nor did she ever abuse her authority as Menadian's heir. Chapter 2640, Pulling the Leash, Part 2. She just didn't sugarcoat her words and regarded others with the same impossible standards she applied to herself. All the people we have met who knew Elfen Menadian loved her and considered her a troubled but good person. Aerth Malishka, Silverwing, and Grandma had many good things to say about you and a few bad ones, because guess what? Nobody is perfect. When Betrothal begged for your forgiveness and showed you her side of your story, she admitted that the reason for her anger wasn't the harshness of your words, but the fact that she was the first one to demean herself when compared to Rifa. You don't have to carry the weight on Maugur on your shoulders. People are responsible for their own decisions and the actions that follow. It was Thrain who chose not to train his body. It was Rifa who abandoned you to seek revenge instead of staying with you until she recovered. It was Betrothal who let her envy drive her to murder and madness. You were part of their lives, not their master. You may have contributed to the events, but the final choice has always been theirs. Whatever part you played, whatever wrongs you did in the past, you have paid for them in full. Through the physical contact, Lith forced her to remember about everything she had suffered before meeting him. The loneliness, the hunger, the desperation that had plagued her for centuries as her sense of self was slowly eroded by the tower in order to keep her alive. Then he reminded her of the sense of isolation she had suffered back when she was just a voice in his head. The creeping madness from her inability to sleep due to the lack of a physical body. The darkest moments of Solless, Second Life, flashed in front of her eyes, including all the moments when people treated her like a cursed object and were hell-bent on destroying or enslaving her without a second thought. What you have today is not something that some merciful God has gifted you out of the goodness of their heart. It's something you built with me. It was then that the brightest moments of her new life pushed the darkness back into the deepest corners of her mind that had spawned it. Solless remembered all the time they had spent together when Lith was a kid, practicing magic and taking care of Tista. Her life had begun anew as a little more than a talking tool, but with time, her role in his life had grown, and he had given in to more of her demands. The academy, their friends, and every bit of herself she recovered was a dot of light, forming a line that led to the present. The darkness lay in between the dots, but their collective light overwhelmed it. Solless Verhin had suffered much and sacrificed even more, yet the result was worth her efforts. Her mother's tower was back, and so was her body. She had a loving family that trusted and depended on her. Elfin had lived her life alone despite being surrounded by love, whereas Solless had nurtured every bit of affection she had received even at personal cost, making it grow. She stopped fighting, still clenching at Lith's arms, but now to keep them close instead of pushing them away. Solless kept sobbing while neither of them said a word. Yet their silence was filled with memories of the time they had spent together, each stirring a different emotion that conjured another memory in a loop. They remained like that until the internal clock of the tower alerted them that it was time for the second shift. Solless gently pushed Lith away, checking the logs of the sentries for anomalies or witnesses before making the tower emerge from its hiding spot. She used plenty of water to wash her face and light magic to erase the signs of the prolonged crying. Solless had many things she would have liked to say, but no time. Any moment now and someone would come out of the caves to take over guard duty. "Thanks," she said while walking through the tower's door. Solless gave Lith a dazzling smile that she hoped would express everything she felt. Space. City of Cetrali, Rafiro clan, Firestone branch family at the same time. High Chancellor Emrail Firestone walked through the dark passages of his household's dungeon. His path was lit only by the luminous spheres he had conjured around his head. His steps were filled with rage and frustration, stomping rather than walking toward his destination. This isn't how things were supposed to be. Those foreigners should have backed into a corner, allowing themselves to be slaughtered and me to collect their resources to increase my status with the Parliament of Leaves. They should have been just another stepping stone on my path to reunite and lead the elf race in taking back our ancestral lands. Instead, the Parliament turned its back on me, and I was forced to fold like a cheap shirt. This shall not stand, Emrail talked to himself, because he couldn't trust anyone with the truth. Down in the deepest part of the dungeon, in a secret corridor that he had built himself with earth magic back when he was young and angry, lay the secret of his success. He hadn't lied to Falul and the others because there was no reason to. Everyone knew that a chronicler of the World Tree had come to their fringe to push the idiotic agenda of his master. The Yggdrasil did give Emrail awakening, the violet core, and the sage crown. He had simply omitted to say those weren't gifts, but things he had extorted from the young tree, and that the chronicler had never left Cetrali. Every elf knew how being a chronicler worked. They were the harbingers of the Yggdrasil, recipients of the tree's power and knowledge. Or as Emrail liked to see it, the chroniclers were the weak point of an otherwise formidable being. Chronicler Eldon Flippage was chained to the wall with mystical chains that wounded and healed him non-stop, keeping him in an unconscious state. A high-concentrated nutrients potion dripped into his mouth, ensuring that consumption never reached a critical state. The chronicler had been in such a state for weeks now. His enhanced awakened body made it easier to keep him alive no matter the punishment he endured. After all, Emrail had no interest in Eldon. Why waste your time with the dog when by pulling its leash you can drag its master to the ground? The High Chancellor said to the wood splinter stuck in Eldon's chest, the only piece of Eldon's Yggdrasil equipment left, and the place where the consciousness of the World Tree was trapped. Usually, capturing a chronicler was an impossible feat. Strong with the nigh omniscience of the Yggdrasil and the bright violet core coupled with soul and life vision, there was no trick a chronicler wouldn't avoid or lie they wouldn't expose. The moment the World Tree perceived the slightest ill, they would order their emissary to cast an unstoppable spirit warp, while the tree conjured through their wooden equipment spells of untold power to cover the chronicler's escape. Usually. Chapter 2641 Master and Slave, Part 1. Because never before had a newly ascended World Tree sent their chroniclers away without taking the time to assimilate the social knowledge that the elven tribes that lived with the tree carried. The Yggdrasil kept for himself only what was related to magic and the ways to nurture magical resources. There was so much to know that even the mighty tree could barely contain the fruits of the sheer magical research that their predecessors had accumulated from times that long preceded even the Guardians. Never before had a young Yggdrasil spread their consciousness through so many chroniclers at the same time, while putting the lives of their emissaries at risk. In the rush to leave the fringe once and for all, the new World Tree had bitten more than they could chew. Eldon had been left by himself, while the tree dealt with the ongoing crisis caused by their own recklessness, too busy saving the chroniclers whose lives were already in lethal danger to notice the impending betrayal. Eldon was wise and experienced, but going from one World Tree to another was an experience as rare as it was traumatic. He had lived all of his life with his master's voice in his head, following strict protocols and discipline. Now the voice had changed, rushing Eldon and ordering him to disregard the old ways in favor of efficiency. He was no longer allowed to bide his time and study his future hosts from a distance before introducing himself. According to the tree, there was no point in doing it. Elves loved and venerated the tree. They weren't like the treacherous humans or the greedy beasts. Eldon only had to move in, present them with the Yggdrasil's offer, convince them, move to another fringe, rinse and repeat. Or rather, that had been the plan. Emrail had been a member of the warrior caste of the Firestone branch of the Rafiro clan before capturing Eldon. It had been more a stroke of luck than a real plan, but that wasn't how Emrail would have told the story to his biographers. The chronicler had been unlucky enough to choose the border of the fringe Emrail was patrolling. While Eldon focused on piercing the veil separating him from Magur, Emrail focused on hitting the back of the chronicler's head with the submission club with surgical precision. The magical tool was devised to be non-lethal and capture prisoners alive, but Emrail had trusted the world tree and imbued the club with his best spells before dealing the blow. Eldon's skull had been shattered and his brain turned into a mush, forcing the world tree to focus their consciousness inside the fringe in order to save the chronicler. If Eldon died, so would the fragment of the world tree with which he was entrusted. The tree would lose a chunk of his power and knowledge forever, forcing them to rebuild it from scratch. Even worse, the Yggdrasil would have shared the pain of their chronicler's death and in turn passed it on to the other chroniclers. The shock would have compromised their focus in battle, and if another of them died because of it, their demise would have triggered a cycle that would end only with the extinction of the chronicler core. It would have meant setting the world tree back of millennia and the permanent loss of priceless knowledge. Emrail had exploited the tree's moment of weakness to cast body sculpting spells that twisted both Eldon's and the Yggdrasil's life forces, crippling their powers. At that point, the future High Chancellor had spent every moment of his free time torturing the tree while making sure that Eldon wouldn't die in the process. Moving their consciousness through two fringes, and the space separating them at the same time weakened the tree, but the link still forced them to endure everything the chronicler experienced. It was through coercion that Emrail had been awakened. The Yggdrasil would have loved to botch the process on purpose and let the traitorous elf die, but Emrail had twisted Eldon's life force to the point that without constant treatments, the pain would become maddening. Before trusting his body to the world tree, Emrail had given them multiple tastes of what waited for them in case of his death. The psyche of the new tree had barely withstood the experience and needed sheer willpower to stop the crippling pain from spreading to the rest of their chroniclers. With Emrail gone, Eldon would have died slowly enough to infect the rest of the core. Afraid of the consequences of their resistance and feeling guilt for having endangered the work of their predecessor, the world tree had submitted. Then Emrail had demanded the secret of the violet core, and then something that would prove to Cetrali's people that he was indeed the chosen one. That was how the sage crown had taken form from the remnants of Eldon's broken equipment. Emrail had purged the tree's consciousness from it, in order to both keep the Yggdrasil near Eldon so that would share his pain, and to prevent the members of the parliament from uncovering his lies. The plan had succeeded, but with one invisible flaw. The world tree knew about Lith planning the journey for months, so he had named and shaped the crown according to the blueprints of the sage staff, hoping that he would notice the red flag. Alas, they hadn't taken into account that Lith and Solless would have gone separate ways. Without her, Lith didn't have the luxury to space out and study someone's equipment. He had been forced to focus on the guards and the arrays surrounding him first, and then split his attention among the various representatives. As for the elves, they had been too happy about Emrail's achievements to wonder why the chronicler had returned just for him, or why he had chosen a humble border captain among the thousands of elves of the Vine City. Clan Rafiro, to which his household belonged, had silenced doubts and rumors in order to protect its prestige and increase its authority. The offer of the world tree was interesting, but according to Emrail, they could do better. He told them that just like him, many more could be awakened without the restraint of serving the Yggdrasil forever. That he was personally negotiating with the world tree so that every one of those who chose not to become a chronicler would still reach the violet and receive their Yggdrasil wood weapon. Emrail claimed that the people of Cetrali had to travel to wherever the world tree was hurting the rest of their brethren and join hands with their scattered brethren. Together, they would establish Garland's fourth great country. Letter 1D45B, letter 1D476, letter 1D533, letter 1D452, letter 1D43F, letter 1D414, letter 1D4C8, letter 1d469, letter 1d40 to letter 1d4a, letter 1d4c2. Strong of an army of awakened elves equipped with the next best thing to Davros, the elves would have reconquered the outside world with minimum casualties. Emrail had also ensured that Cetralee's parliament would not just be a member of the new governing organ of the United Clans. Thanks to his contribution to the cause, Cetralee's parliament would assume a leadership role in the future High Parliament. The idea of standing above others was the selling point of his pitch and the first step of his plan. A5 Bisibita 1 E580 4B, 24A1 BBCA 67, EB09 D6F 68704 E77 E93 BB7 A343 B9 F80 FDD 62 D6F04. Chapter 26 42 Master and Slave, Part 2. If I rule Cetralee's parliament as its High Chancellor, then I'll rule the High Parliament as well. With the tree's wisdom at my beck and call and their chroniclers as my personal guards, I'll be unstoppable. I'll become the king of the elves, without those morons even noticing. An eternal and pointless war with the other races will keep them too busy to question my authority and too reliant on my privileged relationship with the tree to depose me. He thought out loud. Or rather, that was supposed to be the plan. If that Kaizel bastard has his way, the citizens of Cetralee will never move to the World Tree's fringe, and if I go there alone, no one will consider me more than a curiosity. I can't fail when I'm one step away from the finishing line. Tell me everything I need to know to beat the Voidfeather dragon at his own game. Emrail grabbed the splinter holding the consciousness of the Yggdrasil, twisting their life force even before they refused to answer. The World Tree was young, but not stupid. They knew that unless they found a solution or at least a way to warn someone of the threat that Emrail posed, the Yggdrasil would turn into a slave. The elf had already imprisoned their consciousness, leaving the main body on autopilot. The chroniclers believed the World Tree to be deeply involved in one of their newfound nonsensical schemes and were happy to have the Yggdrasil off their backs. Without the tree's constant nagging and whining, the chroniclers could finally do things the old way. They recorded the knowledge of present events while also performing the mission that their master had assigned them. The chroniclers didn't like working toward their own abandonment, but they were forced to obey the World Tree's orders just like a harbinger would their divine beast master. Writhing in pain, the Yggdrasil cursed those orders. They had enforced a no-contact rule between chroniclers in order to save time. Any communication had to pass through them. It was the reason no one was looking for Eldon, and the World Tree was at the mercy of a mad elf. Space. The following morning, everyone had slept enough to reset the effects of invigoration and was back in top shape. Only one sour note ruined their morning breakfast of eggs, sausages, and bacon. Still no reply. Allegia sighed after asking Lith to check his communication amulet for the umpteenth time. What are you guys going to do today? I plan on thinking very carefully about my 3 questions and then go visit Magur in the Mindscape. Lith replied while checking on Solless' condition. They hadn't had the opportunity to speak much after leaving the tower, and using mind links in the presence of Awakened was considered very rude. She smiled at him, visibly better but still shaken from the events of the previous day. I'm done with the Mindscape. I think I'll just practice void magic with Magur's help, Solless said. Falul and I might take our turn right after Lith, Adjetor pondered. If the answer to my evolution into a sapphire dragon is the same as Falul's, then the key to dragonhood truly lay in our blood. The problem is that too many visits to the Mindscape without a diversion keeping the elves busy might lead them to discover our hiding place. Yet if I wait for tomorrow and the Parliament summons us, I'll lose my chance. Damn, I can't help but wish that Thrude wasn't so foolish. We are just following in her footsteps, but there's no telling how easier this would be if she was sane enough to join the council and lead us. The Hydra sighed and nodded, almost regretting the Mad Queen's death. Then she remembered how many people had lost their lives because of Thrude's madness, and Falul changed her mind. I'm going to research my newfound bloodline abilities, assuming I have any, of course, Morok said, obtaining Lith's nod of gratitude for the good idea. I'm going to crack light mastery, Quilla said. And I'll work on my damn violet core. I hate the thought of being left behind. Freya noticed Nalrun's dejected look and added, No offense, dear. None taken. Good luck to you all, Allegia said. I'm going back to Cetralee and listen to the grapevine. Emrail's story is fishy, and there's something about him that's poking at the back of my head like an itch I cannot scratch. I hope that with Leahy's help, I can at least get a feel of the public opinion. Why Leahy instead of your own bodyguard hostage boyfriend Nemr? Moruk asked. Because he's mildly interested in me, whereas she's crazy about Lith, Olaja replied. I bet that she will sell me state secrets just to know about his favorite foods and how to cook them. Do I have your permission? As long as you don't make her any promises, nor do you sell my ass on dates, be my guest. Lith shrugged. To not leave anything up to chance, Olaja set a precise schedule for her reports, telling them where she planned to go, in what order, and how long she assumed each visit would take based on Elven customs for hospitality. The blueprints of Cetrali she remembered were outdated by centuries, dating to the previous visit of a chronicler, but luckily in that time the elves' number hadn't grown much, and their city had remained mostly the same. Olaja left the caves after breakfast, taking care to warp around randomly to make it impossible to find her starting point even for a dimensional mage. She also relaxed the space upon her arrival, just to be safe. Her arrival point was the same clearing where her group had let themselves be captured the day before. They had left Cetrali on neutral terms, and Olaja wanted to make sure not to give anyone a pretext to detain her. Letter 1D5 to B, letter 1D4 5C, letter 1D4 6 3, letter 2 1 2F, letter 1D5 C5, letter 1D5 C, letter 1D4 4F, letter 1D5 F 0, letter 1D4 7 6, letter 1D4 5A. My value as a hostage is 0, but my fellow elves don't know it. They could still pull some red tape to use me as a bargaining chip in the negotiations, she thought. After giving the guards a minute to verify her identity, she said, I'm Olaja Eventide. I came alone to request hospitality. My wish is to visit your beautiful city and speak to our people. I've been stranded on Garland ever since I failed my test as chronicler. I miss my brethren dearly, and I seek the company of other elves. She chose to play the pity card in order to receive free reins, moving around, and lenience for the questions she intended to ask. Having a troop of guards following her around would shut most mouths, and even those who would talk would merely say what they needed to avoid trouble with the Parliament. Olaja, welcome back. Leahy jumped from behind a tall oak tree and hugged the guest with the warmth of a long-lost sister. The huntress kissed the former chronicler's cheeks and then her forehead. According to Elven customs, it marked Olaja as a friend and granted her hospitality. It also meant that Leahy would be considered responsible for every transgression her guest may commit. A5 Bisibita 1 E584 B. 24A1 BBCA 67 EB09 D6F 68704 E77 E93 BB7 A343 B9 F80 FDD 62 D6F04. Chapter 2643 Stale Water, Part 1. Why didn't you ask Lord Kaisel to contact me before coming here? It would have saved you this hassle. Judging from the sparkles in her ocean-green eyes, the huntress was just fishing for a pretext to talk with Lith. Olaja didn't miss how the purified stone had been polished and set in silver, turning it into a necklace that was now hung on Leahy's neck. Because he doesn't know I'm here, Olaja replied. I came here for personal business and I'm not his servant. I don't need the Dragon Lord's permission to visit my people. Those words both stirred the pride of the elves and marked her as her own person, detaching Olaja the elf from Olaja the diplomatic envoy. I see. Leahy nodded, her expression holding disappointment and camaraderie in equal measure. Then I'm twice as glad to be your host for today. What do you want to see first? Anything is fine, Olaja shrugged. After being stuck for years in human cities, even their smell sickens me. I just want to experience again how it feels being one of us. Poor thing. Leahy patted Olaja's shoulder while a few guards came out of their hiding spots to show her trust and understanding. First thing, we're going to get you a real meal. I'm sure that you are sick and tired of the pig slop humans call food. That's a great idea, Olaja lied through her teeth. Human cuisine was actually good, and as someone who had just tasted Lith's cooking for breakfast, she was already full. The rest of the group had thrown her a weird look when she'd asked for ice cream so early in the morning, but unlike them, she couldn't just ask Lith for the recipe. Leahy opened a warp steps leading straight to one of the best restaurants of Cetrali's mid-level, the Archer Squirrel. Elven elite warriors lived on the trees, way above the farmers and merchants, but below even small nobles. Elves had no need for money because everyone was bestowed with a healthy body and a role in society, so the level of an establishment would be determined solely by the skill of the chef, who also was the owner of the restaurant. Meals were free, but accessible only to those who lived on that specific level or above, and only a limited number of times a month per person. An establishment was promoted or demoted based on the number of customers, so a chef could achieve a noble caste's living conditions if their restaurant was successful enough. Olaja ordered an aromatic beef stew with vegetables, fruit bread, and a mild sweet liquor obtained from fermenting fruits that were exclusive to the fringe. During her second breakfast, Olaja limited herself to asking harmless questions about the Vine City to understand how outdated her information was. Leahy was happy to answer everything, even sharing with her how much the Elven population had swelled since the exile. "Are you already a mother?" she asked after a while, making Olaja spit a good sip of her liquor. "No, but not for a lack of trying," she lied with a blush. "I'm just 170, these things take time." "I know," Leahy sighed. "My mother badgers me to stop waiting for Elf Charming and put in some effort, and she's the polite one. You should hear what the rest of the clan says." "I can imagine," Olaja nodded. Due to their long life and low fertility compared with the other races, children were a big issue for elves. Any woman who got pregnant would enjoy a treatment of 3 castes higher until the delivery, and after that, she would receive the necessary to take care of the baby. Making at least 2 children was a non-written law, and a female elf was socially considered a failure until then. It evened out her parents and guaranteed that the elven population wouldn't drop. Only then would they receive the title of mother and be exempt from military duty. At the 3rd child, a mother would be permanently raised of a caste, and the same would happen for every further successful pregnancy. Olaja discreetly looked around the restaurant, noticing how people stared at her clothes with even more interest than her Yggdrasil staff. They were dying to hear any crumb of information from the world that lay outside the fringe, but they didn't want to intrude. She then started talking about her work with Awakened Council, the War of the Griffins, and the plans to colonize Giera. At first, those nearby just turned their chairs to listen. Then the bravest ones asked to join the table. After Olaja welcomed them, it was just a matter of minutes before she and Leahy were surrounded by the patrons of the Archer Squirrel, and even by the passers-by who overheard the conversation. Olaja used holograms to show images of the places she had visited, the people she had met, and the battles she had taken part in. She said great things about Lith and the others, but never mentioned his role in any event that might expose him as the supreme Magus. Elves lived a secluded life, but they could still get out of the fringe from time to time and barter for common books from passing merchants. With everything that Lith had done for the kingdom, and with his close relationship with Salark, he was bound to be famous in the desert as well. Letter 1D4 ATEF, letter 1D40, letter 1D463, letter 1D522, letter 1D529, letter 1D4CA, letter 1D4C8. Letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. "So it's true that the Human Council wants our help to conquer Giera?" a male farmer asked. "Not the Human Council, the Council," Olaja pointed out. "Beasts, plant folk, and undead are part of it along with the Guardians. Asking for your help was actually Fenneger's idea." "Bah," a female rancher said. "Beasts and plant folk did nothing to help us during and after the War of the Races. I mean, look around." She pointed at the windows from which only passing elves could be seen. "I don't know if it's Maugre's will or a conspiracy, but no magical beasts or plant folk are ever born inside a fringe, and those from the outside never came here for us. They only sought to speak with Maugre and left as soon as they were done. Don't get me started with the undead. They are a living plague and should have never been recognized as one of the awakened races in the first place." Many nodded to her words, yet feeling deep envy for Baba Yaga's children. Elves just lived long lives and couldn't awaken on their own, whereas undead were truly eternally young, and albeit flawed, their blood core had no such problem. "Yeah, right, but answer me this. How does whining about the past get us out of this damn cage?" a city guard asked. "I don't want to spend the next 700 years locked inside a fringe walking through Cetrali until my feet fall off. I hate my job and I'd do anything for a change. The World Tree can fuck themselves for all I care." Even more people nodded in approval, the malcontent voiced as a buzzing that grew louder by the second. Another issue of Elven society was that everyone was good-looking, and with age would reach a bright blue core. Chapter 2644 Stale Water, Part 2. A human would have considered it amazing, but to the elves, it drove them mad with frustration. With looks and mana equal for everyone, it meant that the most important defining trait for an individual was talent. The color of a mana core had nothing to do with elemental affinity or magical skills. To most elves, it meant that they were forced to spend hours training just to not kill their clanmates by mistake. Having no talent for magic was far from uncommon, but while a red-cored human could barely light a match, Their elven equivalent had to be careful even while conjuring a breeze. With a bright blue core and true magic, a lapse of judgment would turn it into a stray bolt of lightning or a wind blade with potentially deadly consequences. On top of that, those lacking talent were doomed to perform menial jobs their whole lives. To work, their society needed a strict separation of the roles according to each individual's talent that no one could escape without working hard. A farmer could become a guard only after mastering magic up to Tier 3. A guard could enter an elite corps only after learning Tiers 4 and 5. Anything higher also required brains and cunning, which just like talent were something determined at birth. The talented ones needed, but a few years whereas it could take decades to regular people and centuries to those without a shred of skill or passion for magic. A long life also meant a different perception of time, and elves had trouble focusing like humans did. Their minds wandered often, and applying to the same thing over and over was akin to torture to them. So, spending a long time just to be promoted to one caste higher was often considered pointless, since every further achievement would take much longer. The elves craved the freedom to do what they wanted and move through a world where their abilities made them special, instead of being just one of the many as it happened inside the fringe. Elijah noticed it and stoked the flames of their curiosity by showing them the marvels of the Griffin Kingdom like the castles, the great academies, and the Warp Gate network. "I knew that Emrail was full of shit," a female farmer said. "If we move into the World Tree's fringe, we'd just be stuck inside another cage. Kid, you have lived there before your banishment. How was it?" "Not so different from here," Elijah shrugged. "Regular people took care of cattle and fields, talented people worked as guards, smart people became librarians for the tree, and the cream of the crop aimed to be a chronicler." "Fuck the Yggdrasil." The chef barged out of the kitchen, waving in the air a wooden spoon that sent bits of gravy sauce flying. "I'd rather die than take all the trouble of moving to a different place just to live the same fucking life." He had opened a restaurant not because he liked cooking, only to escape life as a farmer since it was the only other thing he was good at. "Yeah," a male border guard said. "Also, I don't care what the Parliament of Leaves says. I don't trust Emrail either. His story is fishy." "What do you mean?" Elijah asked. The people in the restaurant filled her in on everything the High Chancellor had glossed over during their meeting. How he had been just a border captain before being miraculously chosen by the chronicler for no apparent reason. How no one knew how they had met, or why the chronicler had stayed long enough to share his gifts with Emrail, but had never bothered to inform the Parliament of his decision in person. "What the fuck is a High Chancellor, even?" asked a waitress. "This place is staler than a swamp, so we welcomed the change. Yet when we understood that he was the only one benefiting from the new title, issuing orders like he owned us, we cursed that idiot chronicler." Leahy had to clear her throat more than once to remind everyone of her role, and point out that the discussion was starting to border on sedition. "I would love to be a chef," Elijah said to help her out. "There are so many delicious things that you can prepare. I think you are just tired of making the same things over and over. Here, try this." At a great personal sacrifice, she took out a bowl of chocolate chips vanilla ice cream from her dimensional amulet. She offered a spoonful to Leahy first for hospitality, and the cook was next. Their stunned faces and the delighted expression with which they begged for another taste drove the spectators to ask a bit themselves. In just a few minutes, Elijah's entire personal stock of ice cream was gone, yet aside from Leahy, everyone had just a single teaspoon of ice cream each. "What was that called?" the huntress asked. "Chocolate it is, was my favorite." Elijah needed sheer willpower to keep her bleeding heart from pouring through her mouth. "Can you please give me the recipe?" the chef asked. "I'll give you anything you want." "I don't have it," she replied. "It's the work of a human chef who is very jealous of it." Mentioning that it was Lith, and that he was also a Magus would only make things look like talent was everything even on the outside. This way, instead, the ice cream just widened the elves' horizons and gave them a literal taste of freedom. "It doesn't matter," the chef said with a laugh. "The ingredients tasted simple, and now that I know it exists, I can try to replicate it. Thank you, young lady." The elf gave Elijah a deep bow and walked back into his kitchen with a new sense of purpose in his life. It took Leahy quite a bit of effort to get them out of the Archer Squirrel and continue the tour of Cetrali. Elijah used that time to study the protective arrays of the city, how much it had grown compared with her outdated information, and ask questions about the ongoing discussion inside the Parliament. "I'm part of Clan Rafiro, and I'm not supposed to speak about those things with an outsider," Leahy replied. Letter 1D4 F7, letter 1D7 B8, letter 1D5 CF, letter 212F, letter 1D4 59, letter 1D6 9E, letter 1D4 E2, letter 1D6 8B, letter 1D4 D2, letter 1D4 90, letter 1D4 C2. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you in an awkward position, Olaja sighed. On the other hand, it's also true that I wouldn't know more than anyone else if not for the favor that Lord Kaisel showed me. The huntress caressed the stone at her neck, giggling like a little girl as she took the communicator amulet out of her pocket. I wanted to call him earlier, but I don't know what to say. Let's make a deal. I answer one of your questions for each one of mine you answer. Shoot, Olaja inwardly clenched her fists in triumph. How old is he? He turns 200 this very winter. Olaja multiplied Lith's age by 10 to hide his identity and increase his status. 20 years of age were like a baby for Elven standards. Also, a dragon so young was unlikely to have a horde worthy of its name. Chapter 26, 45 Insider Trading, Part 1. What about the Parliament? Olaja asked. It's rough, Leahy said with a nod. Emrail's offer was interesting only because there was no alternative. I mean, going to the tree gives us more space, new neighbors, and access to their knowledge, but that's it. We are still scared of humans and resentful of beasts, but being finally free to roam, Magus is still a dream come true to most of my people. If that's how you feel, why is the decision taking this long? Not so fast, the huntress narrowed her eyes in annoyance. That's another question. Does Kaisel have a companion? Yes, a human woman. With anyone else, Olaja would have said no, but to an elf, the answer had a different meaning. Also, as a sign of friendship, I can tell you that he's already waiting for his firstborn, conceived on their first night. Really, just one companion? Leahy's squeal was so high-pitched that the nearby dogs howled. That would make me the second. Yep, Olaja had just given the huntress confirmation that Kaisel was interested in long-term relationships and didn't shoot blanks. Now, what about the Parliament? Lord Voidfeather's offer is very intriguing, but the representatives can't make up their minds about the price, Leahy replied. The price, like they want to get paid. Olaja rose an eyebrow in confusion. No, I meant the price in elven lives. The other elf sighed. Sure, we have now more people than ever, but it took us a very long time to reach this point. The main argument against the Giera proposal is that we risk losing so many warriors that our colony might be set back for centuries, if not millennia. Don't forget that to give birth and train a single elven elite mage takes a lot of time. Sure, we all have blue cores, but most of us can't use them properly. On top of that, there's the issue of trust. The Parliament is afraid that if we lose too many warriors, we won't be able to defend ourselves in the case the Council goes back on its word and backstabs us. I see, Olaja nodded. What if I could teach everyone magic up to Tier 3? Yeah, right, tell me another, Leahy replied snidely. Like we haven't tried that for millennia even before the War of the Races. I'm serious, look. Olaja took a book about Tier 1 fake magic. It was filled with hand signs and magic words that made no sense at first glance. During the past millennia, human magic has progressed by leaps and bounds. Anyone with a proper core can now master magic as long as they learn by rote this stuff. No need to learn how to perceive the mana flow, wave runes, regulate the mana output, and everything. If it's true, it could be a game changer. Leahy skimmed through the pages, recognizing from the drawings some of the most common spells taught in the Elven academies. How long does a human take to master all of this stuff? Based on talent, from 1 to 6 months. So for an elf, it should take a couple of years tops since it doesn't require understanding, only memorization. The upper tiers are more difficult, but the basic principle is the same. If you let me take it to Lord Balaza, he can study it and use it to convince the Parliament. I make no promises, though. Leahy said after trying and succeeding to perform the simplest spell after just a few tries. That's all I ask. Olaja spent the rest of her stay in Cetrali projecting the legend of King Valoran for her fellow elves, followed by everything that showed them the world that waited for them past the fringe's borders. Space. City of Lucia at the same time. It was past sunset in the kingdom, and Camilla had left home on the Du Lorien for grocery shopping. She didn't actually need anything, she just wanted to be alone for 5 minutes. After another wonderful day at her job, she had returned home just to be pestered by the local nobles who wanted to meet her, the merchants that begged her to accept their gifts and show them to her noble friends, and the royals. They were organizing a baby shower for Elijah, then setting a date for a gala after her birth to bestow upon the baby a noble title. The queen was also pressuring Camilla to take a leave from her job and take part in the court's life. I swear to the gods, I'm going to murder the next person that talks to me. I don't care who he is. She had replied to the clerk's greeting, prompting him to shut up and hide behind the counter. It wasn't so much for the words, but how she had expressed them. With fangs replacing her teeth, her pupils going vertical while her eyes flared with yellow mana, and breathing a significant burst of origin flames. Alas, on the outside, there was already a surprise party waiting for her. I told you that this was going to be our golden opportunity. With Verhen gone, there are no demons or golems protecting his wife, only those chumps of the Queen's Corps. And she did us the favor of losing them with that thing. Corman Fent, an awakened from the Empire, said. Yeah, sure, but what about the Guardians? Haven't you heard about the Day of the Black Sun? How do we avoid ending up like the guys from Giera? Festos Marn from the Kingdom said. That's actually our ticket to success, Corman replied. I studied the reports. No Guardian intervened until she was hurt. We just need to knock her out and we are done. Verhen will do whatever we ask and pay any price. All we have to do is keep his wife unconscious to have unlimited access to origin flames, enchanted metals, and more crystals than we'll ever need. Once we are done with him, we can always sell him to one of his enemies. They get their revenge, we get a massive payload, and we won't have to spend our lives watching our backs. Still sounds dangerous to me. Festos pondered both risks and rewards while keeping himself and his potential accomplice at a distance. I've heard that today is Salark's turn. Wouldn't it be better to wait for Ligain? No, man, Corman shook his head. Tyrus and Ligain have nothing to do all day, whereas Salark has a whole country to rule. This is the rush hour for the desert, and she's bound to be neck-deep in bureaucracy right now. You have nothing to worry about. It's not like she can, she. Oh, please, don't mind me and finish what you were saying. Salark had suddenly appeared from around the corner, walking slowly toward them with a warm smile on her face. Give me some ideas. Space. Blood Desert inside the Fringe, on the rituals site. Lith had just finished charging all the magic circles, and was about to step inside the heart of the complex. So what are you going to ask? Freya said. There isn't much left, he shrugged. I'll go with how to reach the Violet for me and Dragonhood for Adjutor. Chapter 2646 Insider Trading, Part 2. Why not add something about the White Core, your world tribulations, or creation magic? Quilla asked. There's no point in wasting a question slot. Even if the answer doesn't make sense, it could still point you in the right direction. That's exactly the problem. Lith took a few deep breaths while studying his own body weight, the feeling of his tensing muscles, and the flow of mana through his body. Just like Solless, he still thought of himself as a human, and always keeping his original form didn't help. He wanted to carry his mass inside the mindscape so as to have a shot at fighting the apparitions. Tell me, Quilla, if you were in Maugre's shoes and I asked you to teach me the secrets of dimensional magic with a single hologram, how would you do it? The question surprised her, and it took her a while to ponder it long enough to find a decent answer. That would be impossible, she replied. There are too many factors to control, and the energy in play is equally complex. The best I could do if you were to know squat about dimensional magic is show you a basic spell like Loop and hope that you'd understand the rest on your own. My point exactly, he nodded. And that's if you wanted to teach me something in the first place, whereas we know that Maugre doesn't operate that way. Her answer is always something vague that points to the solution, but it's useless by itself. My bet is that if I ask for creation magic, I'll get either Grandma or Baba Yaga, since they are the only teachers I could get. Too bad they're both out of my league and would kick my ass in an instant. Damn, I'm afraid you are right. Quilla tormented her lower lip while racking her brain for another valuable question. As for the White Core, I have no idea where to start since I've never researched it. Heck, I don't even have the bright violet, so I'm pretty sure that even a friendly advice would go over my head, let alone some confusing riddle. Lastly, asking about my world tribulations is a terrible idea. From what I understood by talking with Grandma and the others who underwent them like Scarlet, knowing the answer is likely to sabotage the test altogether. Maugre was pretty clear to Solless when they said that they don't allow cheating. I agree, but then why don't you ask her about void magic? Quilla asked. Why would I do that? Because if Maugre shows you an image, you can learn from it. If they summon your own echo instead, you can match it for sure. I mean, you are the creator of void magic. Grappling against yourself shouldn't be an impossible task, she replied. You are a damn genius, little one. Lith ruffled her hair, drawing many curses from her for both the moniker and treating her like a child. I'm taller than Solless, damn it, she pouted while pointing at her still laughing friend. I'm tall inside and he knows it, Solless chuckled. Lith stepped inside the heart of the magical formation and sat cross-legged in the middle of the final circle before powering it up with a drop of his blood. He closed his eyes, feeling himself being dragged toward the light in a way eerily similar to the 2 times he had died. The main differences were that this time he was answering a call instead of being dragged like a leaf in the wind, and that there was no inner peace or emotional clarity in the whiteness surrounding him. He was still Lith Verhin/Derek McCoy, with all of his traumas, hopes, and worries. The first thing he did was look down at himself, curious to see which one of the human forms he had assumed. Judging from the size of my hands, and by the fact that I'm wearing the Voidwalker armor, I'm still Lith. I guess that after almost 20 years I've gotten used to my new face, he said out loud, knowing that thinking was pointless. Hello, Mogger, how are you? Is there something you need? He shamelessly asked the moment he recovered from the transition to the mindscape. Nice try, a familiar voice giggled from behind him. Am I supposed to pretend not to know that you and Solless talk? How many times do I have to say no cheating? That's not. Lith turned around, finding himself in front of the spitting image of his mother, who shut him up by putting her forefinger on his lips. It was a familiar gesture that Elina always did when he was little and asked lots of questions in a row in order to fill in the blanks in his understanding of the Megarian language. It almost kept him from noticing that her hair and eyes were of the wrong color, but missing the big red membranous wings on her back was really impossible. Shush, child. Even her words were the same, sending a warm, familiar sensation spreading through his body. I was joking. I told her those things for a reason. Even though your courtesy is cynical, I still appreciate the thought. Welcome back home, Lith. Mogger, using a similar expression to when he had reached the violet, baffled him, but he remained quiet. I'm fine, thank you, and yes, I need help, but you are not ready. Yet. You mean that you hope I'll be ready in the future, or that you know I'll be ready? He asked. What do you think? No energy sphere appeared, so Lith assumed they were still making conversation. I believe that you expect me to be ready based on current events, he replied. I've long wondered what the heck the vision I received as a kid was, and how could it change in real time as soon as a part of the traitor's plan failed. I don't believe in nonsense like destiny. Life is too complicated to be predetermined. I think that the vision was just your projection based on the data you had at the time. As you said to Solless, you know everything that everyone does and think at any time. By watching the events unfold on both sides of the conflict, it wasn't hard for you to predict who was going to win. The visions you showed me weren't the future so much as Lucart's plans that you heard from his own mouth and knew would succeed due to his sleeper agents wearing a slave ring. All you had to do was to keep me updated as the various pieces of the puzzle fell into place or apart, and I had the best next thing to clairvoyance. Insider trading. Brilliant, Elina chuckled. I admit it, you are right. There is no such thing as destiny. I just cheated. Can I ask you about those wings, or would it be part of our business meeting? Oh, these silly things? She flapped them happily like a chick trying to learn how to fly before wrapping them around her shoulders and baby bump. That's all on you, child. You are such a mama's boy that you wish your mother would awaken her bloodline. Chapter 2647, Shattered Mind, Part 1. It would make Elina live long and be able to defend herself even while you are away, Mogger replied. So it's just like my current body, a projection of my desires, not a hint to something that's going on. Lith sighed in disappointment. What did you expect? That the 6th time was the charm, Elina said with a scoff. Awakening a bloodline is something that happens by luck only in a bard's tale. Assuming that's something your mother wants, she has to work hard for it or ask Ligain. Either way, it's her choice, not yours. She tapped on his nose with her finger. Fine, let's get to business, Lith said with a snort. I'm all ears. I want to know how to harmonize my life forces and reach the damn violet core, how Agitator can achieve dragonhood, and lastly how I can reach void magic's full potential. Lith phrased his request that way for a reason. From his last conversation with Solless, he assumed that when he conjured a single element, he could tap into the power of the other 6 by manipulating the energies that originated as a byproduct of the original spell. If his assumption was correct, then a void mage might be capable of turning a common spell into spirit magic by adding a spark of their life force. There was no reason to assume that void magic was limited to 5 tiers, and his question was meant to verify his hypothesis. I like this, a mix of egotism and generosity in equal measure. Elina clapped her hands, conjuring 3 spheres of light. One shifted from black to red, and then to pink in a loop. The second was sapphire blue, while the third one looked like a thunderstorm trapped in a pool ball. How is this generous? Only one question is for someone else. The other two are for me, Lith asked while stepping forward the first sphere. Don't play coy with me, she replied. Void magic is something you shared. Whatever you learn from here, if any, is going to be shared as well. Even if you don't teach everyone about your strongest spells, you would still teach Solless, Tista, and many others. Just by knowing the first 5 tiers of void magic, and by looking at you guys, it's only a matter of time before everyone knows. The first 5, Lith echoed. The ones I'm sure of, Elina shrugged. I don't see the future, your words, not mine. Lith grumbled and took a final step, dodging a combination of chaos, origin flames, and war only thanks to the full guard enveloping him. What the actual fuck, he said once he had recovered from the shock of the revelation. The thing in front of Lith seemed out of a drunken dream. It consisted of a bunch of glass shards linked to each other by something that looked like ligaments and cartilage. The elastic bands of tissue would pull the fragments together, forming either Lith's human or eldritch appearance. Then the humanoid form would explode like a shattered mirror just to be reassembled. The cycle wasn't just between human and eldritch, however. Sometimes, the shards would be piled together and wrapped by tissues, taking the shape of the void-feather dragon. None of the 3 apparitions lasted for long, torn apart by an inner conflict that kept the fragments sharp and made them cut through the 3 bodies. Those aren't ligaments. Those are dragon scales turned into meat paste, Lith said after observing the phenomenon for a while. Is this what my divine beast side had to endure for all these years? Just the thought made Lith shudder and understand why the void-feather seemed to hate him so much. If that's a question, I have to take away one of the spheres, Magus replied. Fallow was right. You do treat me and Solless differently from others. It was rude to say it out loud, but Lith knew that keeping it to himself was a fool's errand. Why shouldn't I? Magus shrugged. I barely notice the existence of most people, whereas I follow closely those who undergo my tribulations. It would be stupid and ungrateful to treat my acquaintances the same way as strangers. I like our talks, even those that take place without you guys even noticing. A bit creepy, but okay. Lith moved his gaze back to the shards. One side was chaos black, while the other one was pink like his human skin. The 2 life forces seemed to have merged, but they still failed to act as a whole. The mass of fragments didn't form a puzzle. The countless pieces failed to assume a definite form because their edges didn't match. No matter how many times the void-feather pulled them together, they screeched and bent until they sprung back to their original form in a burst of gore. Off the top of my head, I'd say that I'm still a broken man. That whatever is keeping me from reaching the bright violet depends on the fact that my psyche is as shattered as my life forces. If you say so. Magus had been sitting for a while, sipping tea and eating biscuits and ice cream from a plate. By the way, thanks, much appreciated. Fuck me sideways, even you recognize me for my cooking above my magic. The moment Solless sees this, I'll forever be Wonka Magus or something. They'll never let me hear the end of this. Oh, woe is me. Elina rubbed her index finger and thumb together, actually playing Magus' smallest violins. Plural. There's no need to be sarcastic, Lith scoffed. There's no need to be a buzzkill, she clicked her tongue. Man with that attitude is no wonder no one ever visits, he whispered as low as he could. I heard that. Magus' snarl and the ground turning into a black charred land covered in white bones made Lith raise his hands in apology. Let's move to answer number crap. A whip-fast claw and blast of bright violet flames were followed by a living stream of sapphire blue energy trying to snuff Lith out like a candle. If not for him knowing about spirit fusion, and having already seen Adjatar using it against Glemos, there wouldn't have been enough of Lith left to fill a shoebox. A sudden burst of void flames from his skin acted as a barrier, hurting the sapphire dragon even in his energy form, and giving Lith the time to blink to safety. The moment he stepped away, the energy mass returned to its starting spot and turned into a majestic dragon who grinned at Lith like an adult after teaching a child a valuable life lesson. To make matters worse, the wounds that the void flames had inflicted upon Adjatar's echo healed, and his vigor returned to its peak. That's cheating, Lith tried and failed to use invigoration, which didn't work in the mindscape. Also, what does that mean? Spirit fusion is supposed to be emerald green, not sapphire blue. Is that a bloodline ability, or another kind of energy akin to my dread flames? Good question, Adjatar, Magur asked the echo, who popped his knuckles and stretched his neck in reply. He says to come and get him if you dare. Chapter 2648 Shattered Mind, Part 2. Yeah, right, fighting against someone with a stronger core and body, with centuries of experience above me and unknown powers is the right thing to do. For a moron. Lith snorted while taking his time. The sapphire dragon reverted into Ajeter's human form, that of a man 1.82, tall with blonde hair, pale skin, and blue eyes. A bright light coursed throughout his body and radiated from his eyes. At first glance, it looked like mana, but life vision confirmed that the Ajeter core was bright violet. Also, the light pulsated under his skin with a rhythm that Lith recognized as that of a heartbeat. After a while, the man turned back into a dragon, and so on. It's the same thing Freya saw about Falul. Maybe Thrud was right, and the secret to becoming a divine beast really is in the blood. Lith turned toward Elina Magur, wondering if the same principle would also apply to his parents. Suddenly, he felt deeply invested in the matter. After making sure there was nothing more that he could learn from the first two answers, he moved on to the last one. Gold against copper that this is another death trap, he said before taking the final step. You're on. Magur was done with her tea and was reading a book whose title was so blurred that it was incomprehensible. The last energy sphere burst forward like a storm. Darkness magic seeped inside Lith's eyes, mouth, and ears, sapping his strength. Bolts of lightning burned his flesh, sending his muscles into a spasm. Heat rays bombarded him from every side, piercing through his armor and then switching into minuscule hard light constructs that clogged his blood flow, causing dozens of strokes at the same time. Earth stuck to his joints and, boosted by the light element, attempted to rearrange the minerals in his bones to turn them into stone. At the same time, a cold wave struck at him from the outside while also turning his blood into ice shards that pocked through his skin. If not for full guard warning Lith of every step of the onslaught the moment it happened, and the numerous precautions he had taken, that single spell would have been lethal. The mana boosting the Voidwalker armor repelled most of the external attacks, while the origin flames stored in his heart spread along the blood vessels, canceling the effects on his internal organs. Lith also conjured a spirit barrier to stop whatever was going to come next, saving his life. The moment the caster felt the 6 elements losing power, he recalled them into an emerald sphere that instantly turned into a spinning energy ray. The spirit barrier held, but the pressure of the blast was focused on a single point, draining the little energy Lith had left after surviving the surprise attack. Then, in a disturbingly familiar way, the emerald turned into a deep shade of blue. The ray managed to pierce both the barrier and Lith's boosted armor, just to find a hard light construct underneath, and a skin-tight spirit barrier right below the construct. The spell ruptured Lith's left kidney and collapsed his lung, but thanks to the multiple barriers, its destructive power dissipated before reaching his heart. Lith was now too far to elicit a second attack from the embodiment of the answer, and the healing spell he had at the ready started to heal the damage as soon as he was at a safe distance. 8 elements, what the fuck? His words were thoughts, yet he stuttered nonetheless. Now that the mass of mana had been recalled and condensed into an ever-changing sphere, the figure behind the attack was visible and made Lith want to puke. It was humanoid, but with a completely black skin and claw-ending hands. His mouth was filled with pristine white fangs that formed a cruel grin filled with malice. 2 black membranous wings came out of his back, furled so tightly that Lith would have missed them if not for the pristine background. Above his head, the same blue energy that appeared in the sphere, along with the other 7 elements, burned in the form of a perfect crown. The figure lacked the lower part of his body, so Lith wasn't sure of who or what he was seeing, only that the resemblance with his mad brother made him sick. Meln is the one supposed to be the master of void magic. Lith's voice oozed so much venom that the ground at his feet sizzled. If this is a joke, it's not funny. He's not smart enough to understand Tier 1 void magic even with Knight's help. Do you really expect me to answer that? Magur put the book on the coffee table, watching the 2 monsters staring at each other in hatred. Without his knowledge, Lith had shapeshifted into the eldritch form of Derek McCoy, his head ablaze with black-violet flames as he conjured small spheres of chaos and decay around himself, ready to attack. In the mindscape, there was no real elemental energy. It was just a manifestation of the psyche of Magur's guests and of the answers they sought. The chaos and decay were respectively Derek's hatred and pain, embodying his desire to make everyone suffer like he did. No, I don't. Lith/Derek said, recognizing the sound of his old voice after calming down a bit. It would have been an impossible feat if not for the fact that the longer he stared at the creature, the less it looked like Orpal. Where are the horns? Where is his beloved spear? Heck, where is Knight? Lith stared at the chest of the monster, noticing no trace of the black crystal amid its perfect muscles. Also, the last time I've seen him, he had only 4 flames above his head. Assuming he can reach 7, they wouldn't form a perfect circle. Last, but not least, I refuse to believe that such a moron can discover the 8th element of magic, assuming it exists. Lith healed himself completely before taking several deep breaths in a failing struggle to regain his cool. The thing in front of him was unlikely to be his brother, but the mere possibility was enough to drive him insane. Lith circled the creature many times, noticing many inconsistencies, but none of them was enough to put him at ease. What if this is Meln at his full potential after he reaches the violet? What if it's your brother Aaron? Magus said after the tirade started to bore her. What if it's your second-born? Bullshit, Lith replied in outrage. Aaron would never make that face, and neither would a kid of mine. I've already seen that very expression, I just have to remember where. You forget that this is a realm of possibilities. Almost anything is possible, the odds are just very low, Magus countered pointedly. Fine, the idea of Meln mastering void magic was revolting, but that of Aaron turning into such a monster was even worse. Lith focused on the pulsing sphere, trying to commit to memory every detail that Solless might later need while examining his mind. Then, he looked at the echo like it was Aaron, trying to figure out what had happened to him, and how he could prevent such a possibility from turning into reality. Chapter 2649 Not a Smile, Part 1. Okay, I'm done. Thanks for your hospitality, Lith said when he was too sick to keep looking at the monster. Slow down, child, because I'm not. Magus approached him until she could put her hand on his cheek, another familiar gesture typical of Elina. Now look me in the eyes. Lith obeyed, suddenly feeling dizzy and confused like someone waking up from anesthesia. Now look around you. She let go of his face and moved away. Lith didn't even need to turn his head to see how dramatic the changes in the mindscape were. Yet he took a step back out of shock to both assume a defensive stance and make sure that the hellish world he was seeing wasn't just an unfortunate patch of land. The ground was now charred black by either lava or some kind of heat so intense that it had evaporated rivers and turned the sand on their banks into molten glass. There was no trace of living beings or vegetation except for piles of bones so tall that for a moment he mistook them for dwellings. The blackened earth was full of deep wounds that bled lava, its gurgling the only sound that broke the silence of the dead plains. The wind was dry, and it carried a mix of wormwood, sulfur, and the unmistakable smell of burned flesh. The air was thick with vaporized body fat from the corpses that formed a greasy layer in the humidity of his mouth, making him gag. Away from the lava, the ground was caked with brown stains that Lith recognized as blood. It took a lot of people to drench the soil like that, and even more for it to last for however long had passed since the cataclysmic event. In the distance, Lith's Tiamat eyes could see what looked like either the remains of a still-burning enormous tree trunk or a small forest whose trees were packed together. The air around him crackled, as if reality was kept together by a thread about to snap. Mid that destruction, only one oasis remained. There the grass was green and there was a spring gushing fresh water. There were few trees and even fewer animals, all scared and malnourished due to the lack of resources and the constant fight for survival. Is this what would happen if Meln masters void magic? Lith couldn't get the thought of his disowned brother being the creature of the final answer out of his head. Who? Elina needed a moment to remember about Orpal's existence. Why would he do that? More importantly, why should I talk about someone else when you are right in front of me? Are you telling me that this is my doing? He asked in shock. For starters, a snap of her fingers caused the crackling air to crumble, revealing that they were in a fringe-like isolated space and that the rest of Magus was safe. Lith had barely time to sigh in relief when he realized the meaning of Magus's words, and the destruction spread like a disease, drying lakes and flattening mountains. In just a few seconds, the charred ground extended as far as the eyes could see, and the sky was covered by black clouds carrying acid rain. How could I possibly do this? Lith asked. I'm just a violet cord awakened. Yes, you are. Elina waved her hand, giving him a quick tour of the new reality. But here is where I contemplate every single possible outcome, and this one that cannot be ignored. There will be a time when you'll have to make a choice, and choices have consequences. Is this a threat? There was something familiar in the place Magur had suddenly moved them as she spoke. Lith could swear that they were now in Lucia, but the monotone wasteland made it hard to be sure about it. I don't make threats, I give warnings. The greatest the power, the direst the consequences. Another wave of Magur's hand returned the mindscape to its original state, an endless white void. Lith opened his mouth to talk, but his mind was still jumbled, and he could feel the magic circles protecting his mind becoming weaker by the second. He had only the time for a few words left, and he had to make it count. Solless has tribulations as well, and her power is no less than mine since we are one. Then why didn't you tell her anything? Because we aren't as close as you and I, Magur looked at him straight in the eyes. And because it's not her choice. Wait, WH? A finger snap broke the mind link, sending Lith's mind back into his body despite his resistance. According to his estimates, there was still time for a couple of questions, maybe 3 if he kept them short, and the answer was just as brief. It took him a few minutes to recover from the forced transition, and regain enough clarity to share with everyone the things he had witnessed in the mindscape. I think I know why Magur kicked you out like that, Solless said. Hadn't she stopped you, you would have left right after examining the last question. She prolonged and ended your meeting on her terms. It makes sense. Lith had too many things to think about and had a hard time deciding from which to start. Thanks for saving me the trip, Adjetor said. At least now we know that going from a lesser to a full dragon is a blood-related matter, yet this doesn't change the fact that the final vision was beyond unsettling. Be honest with me, child. Is there any way that among one of your prized secrets there's some lost, forbidden weapon that might cause what Magur showed you? No, if I had one, I would have looked for a way to destroy it. I couldn't live in fear that someone might steal it from me and end life as I know it. I wouldn't trust it even to a guardian. Aside from Grandma, of course, but only after every other attempt failed, and only after she promised me to dismantle it with creation magic without making a copy, Lith replied. The only part he had kept out from Morok and Adjetor was the phrase about him, and Solless being one. Okay, now what? Morok asked. Now we wait, Fallow replied. We have learned the answer to our main questions and are ready to leave as soon as the Parliament of Leaves makes its decision. I allowed Lith to commune with Magur because it was one of the main goals of this trip, but we can't afford more. Without a distraction, the elves might notice the sudden influx of world energy. If they find out our base and learn about the ritual, things might get nasty very quickly. We won't open the channel again until we have the Parliament's answer. After that, and if we leave Cetrali on friendly terms, we can talk with Magur again since we'd have nothing to fear even if we were to be discovered. Space. City of Cetrali at the same time. Just as they had feared, Lith's prolonged interaction with Magur had drawn quite some attention. Chapter 2650 Not a Smile, Part 2. At first, it was just a sound bordering on the edge of hearing, like tinnitus. Yet the longer Lith stayed in the mindscape, the clearer the fluctuation in the world energy became. Luckily for them, the communion didn't last long, so the effects of the ritual were mistaken for a wild surge of world energy. The likes happened every decade or two inside the fringe. Actually, there was no such thing. What the elves believed to be random events were caused by the werepeople's attempts to find a way to merge their split life forces in order to return to the outside world for good. Most of the Duin had lost faith in receiving the planet's help, but there was always someone among the youths who decided to give it a shot. Also, Elijah had unwittingly acted as a distraction. The people of Cetrali were too busy listening or retelling her stories to mind the anomaly, while the members of the Parliament were arguing among themselves and with the members of their respective clans. Each representative had turned into a stray boat in a stormy ocean, with every household of each clan trying to push their own agenda. There was no consensus between the members of the same family, let alone among clans. With the passing of time, their differences grew instead of being mended. Those who wanted a peaceful life at the service of the world tree had no common ground with those who were willing to fight in order to regain their freedom. By the time Elijah left the city, a few quarrels had already escalated into brawls. Damn it, I hoped I could take my time, but it seems I'm up to an all-nighter. Leahy sighed, while clenching the Tier 1 fake magic book that Elijah had given her earlier. I'm really sorry to burden you like that. The former apprentice of the Yggdrasil gave the huntress a bow, but I'm sure that Lord Kaisel will appreciate your efforts. Those words gave Leahy butterflies in the stomach and made Elijah sick. Wow, I'm turning into a Lith. It's easy to point fingers until you have the opportunity to manipulate people for your own gain and then turn into the same person you criticized. She inwardly sighed. Alaja left Cetrali, warping to random locations to lose any potential tail before reaching the site of the ritual. A mind link allowed the members of the group to share their respective day before discussing the knowledge acquired. Teaching the elves fake magic is a great idea on paper, Falul said, but how can we make sure they don't abuse it against us? We can't. That's why I gave Leahy just a Tier 1 book. Most enchanted protections nullify spells that weak, and unlike true magic, you can't deduce the upper tiers of magic from the lower. Or better, they can, but it would take them so long that by the time they succeed, magic will have already evolved by leaps and bounds again, making their knowledge obsolete. Do you have any idea what is the meaning of the things I've seen in the mindscape? Lith asked. None, she shook her head. I don't know you enough to understand how to put back your shattered self, and dragon physiology was among the subjects the world tree kept away from apprentices. As for void magic, I don't know even its basics, so I don't understand a thing about the alleged blue 8 element. The only thing I can tell you for sure is that I've never seen an illustration of the creature that smiled at you in the world tree's archives. Not even a mention, so it must be something new, like you or your brothers. Lith nodded, taking once again the first guard shift with Solless and waiting for everyone to fall asleep before moving outside and into the tower. Say what you want, but those two are really close, as in way closer than it's proper, like us. Morok snuggled onto Quilla, wishing to have a bit of privacy in order to experiment on his new body with her. Since when are you an expert on what's proper, and what do you mean, like us? She replied. Only someone who studied etiquette can make sure to break every single rule. It's not as easy as I make it seem, he replied with undeserved pride. Also, it's in the way they look at each other. There's as much meaning in their silences as in their conversations, because they know what the other one is thinking. Quilla found herself covered in a cold sweat, afraid that the weirdly perceptive Tyrant could catch a whiff of the bond between Lith and Solless, and maybe even of the tower. Yeah, right, like us, she snorted, trying to change the subject. What am I thinking right now? Good gods, I can't believe I've married this idiot, he replied, hitting close to home and making her blush in embarrassment. You're wrong, now let's sleep. All that practice drained me. She turned around, giving her back to him. I love you too. Quilla was now so red that he could almost see her in the dark without fire vision. Once the camp was asleep, Lith could finally vent his frustration and fears to Solless. What if that shitstain on humanity really masters void magic beyond what even you and I can do? What if that was just some evil version of Aaron after he learns about all the things I have done? I mean, right now I'm his hero, but if that admiration were to turn into hatred, there's no telling what he might do, especially if I teach him everything I know. It would be the classic villain's origin story. Yeah, Solless tormented her long hair, knotting it into tresses just to unravel them and start again. Sure. What's wrong? He asked the moment he finished his rant and finally noticed her odd behavior. You are not angry or scared, more like embarrassed. What aren't you telling me? Is he one of your exes? Solless' eyes went wide in surprise, and then she started laughing from the heart. We do spend too much time together, she said with a chuckle. You nailed it in one, almost. Yes, I'm embarrassed. No, it's not one of my exes. Just someone I know, someone you know. Who? Lith racked his brain, but most faces were just a nameless blur in his mind. By my mom, are you serious? Dead serious, he nodded. Okay, she moved behind him, conjuring a dais so that she could place her hands on the sides of his head without a spell. Here he is. Solless materialized a mirror in front of him while using a mix of light magic and their bond to twist his face into a cruel grimace. His lips were curled up, and his jaw closed, yet the thing that his mouth formed couldn't be called a smile. It was the savage expression of a predator ready to eviscerate his victim and eat its entrails while it was still alive. In the same way, the lines around his eyes didn't express joy so much as intense hatred and the desire to make everything burn, to inflict upon everyone else the same kind of pain that haunted his mind. Chapter 2651, False Assumption, Part 1. Lith's skin was still pink, and there was no flaming crown above his head, but the expression on his face was identical to the grimace of the monster he had faced in the mindscape. That's why it felt familiar. That was your own face that you saw from my memories every time we fused together, Solless said while letting him go. Since when do I look like that? Lith asked. Since I know you, she shrugged. Do you remember the serial killer glare that scared the others when you were little? Well, that was your expression when you were trying to be normal. This was your face when you were fighting. She pointed at the mirror, where Lith's reflected image was fixed in a savage grin. Are you serious? Why do you think people pissed themselves or cried for mercy? Solless replied. Imagine someone like that looking at you while wielding a powerful spell. That's what your opponents had to face for a long while. So I don't do that anymore? Lith sighed in relief. Not really, more like it's less frequent. Those words made him choke on his optimism. That's how you still were after Lark's death, when you fought Meln in Lucia, after Floria died. Are you telling me that was a version of me? He asked. A possible version of you, yes, Solless nodded. And probably the reason Magur felt the need to warn you. Whatever you become with the bright violet, it might be cranked to 1 million if you later become a guardian. Suddenly the dead wasteland made sense, yet he drew no comfort from it, only more worry. Why has no one ever told me about it? Lith turned around, incapable of facing that version of himself any longer. Because we love you, Solless gently caressed his cheek. And because most of the times you make that face, you are fighting for the people you love. How could we blame you for turning into a monster for our sake? This is so fucked up, he grabbed her hand. Do you think that the first and the third answers are linked? Can that thing be one of the ways the pieces of my psyche might assemble into? Or maybe that's the form you'd take if they end up not matching at all. Solless used a mind link to show him how Elijah saw Lith under the effects of soul vision. With the abomination on the dragon's forehead, his scales black and the flames blue. Fuck me sideways. Until that moment, Lith had considered his own appearance to soul vision just an oddity, like everyone else's so-called true form. Now, however, it took a whole new meaning. What do you think we should do? I'm sorry, but this is one of those rare times when there's no we, Solless said with a sad smile. Magur was pretty clear. It's about a choice that doesn't involve me. The only thing I can do is be by your side when the time comes and remind you of what was shown you today. Space. Despite her best intentions, it took Leahy 2 whole days to master a few spells. She had never practiced fake magic, making accents and magic signs even more infuriating than they already were to the average apprentice. To a true mage used to feel and weave the mana, it was like learning to do every day's chores while wearing a straitjacket. Something stiff, restrictive, and unforgiving. The only silver lining was that in those 2 days, the Parliament of Leaves had made no progress. The faction that wanted to serve the world tree in exchange for power, and the one that preferred to spill blood in the short term to gain long-term freedom were evenly matched. It was the reason they granted a humble huntress audience so quickly without throwing red tape at every step of the procedure. She had promised something that would break the stalemate, and half the Parliament hoped she would deliver. House Rafiro in particular had backed her request, hoping to ride Leahy's achievement and reinforce their position of supremacy in the Parliament. The fact that High Chancellor Emrail agreed had been the final nail in the coffin of their opponents. Much to their surprise, she walked into the hall accompanied by a male elf they had never seen before. I thank every member of the Parliament for receiving me so quickly. She gave them a deep bow that the other elf stiffly imitated a second later. I won't waste your precious time and go straight to the point. A couple of days ago, I received a gift from our sister Elijah Eventide, something that will make even the less talented among us into a precious soldier capable of defending our lands and people. She took out the magic grimoire and offered it to the nearest representative to examine it. Then she explained to them how fake magic worked, its strengths, and its limitations. After that, she proceeded to give the Parliament a practical demonstration. That's very interesting, Hunter Birdsong, but it proves nothing. Representative Balaza of House Rafiro said in the politest tone he could. You are a member of our elite forces, and these are just tricks. It's only natural that you can master them easily. That's why I brought Master Imberglim with me, she replied with a confident voice while inviting the male elf to step forward. Greetings, my name is Utvan Imberglim. The elf stammered from the imposing presence of the Parliament members. I'm a cook at the Archer Squirrel. His whole life he had never gone above the middle level. He had never met the representative of his own clan, let alone those of the great houses. A cook, the word echoed through the hall, disdain mixed with disbelief. He accepted to practice with me, and I can bring here his army training instructor who is willing to testify that Master Imberglim didn't qualify even as a foot soldier. Leahy said, show them what you can do now. The poor elf looked around like a cornered rat, sweating more than during summer while standing in front of the heat of the fully loaded stove. Only gibberish came out of his mouth, and his hands trembled as if he was naked in the middle of a snowstorm. "Do you mind if he turns around?" she asked after the awkward situation prolonged long enough to be pitiful. "Granted," Emrail said, and the rest of the parliament nodded. Utven needed a few sips of frostfire and even more deep breaths to muster enough liquid and actual courage to do as he had practiced. His first attempts suffered from poor control and minor mistakes, but they were still a success. With each spell that took form, his confidence grew until he managed to perform the rest to perfection. When the members of the parliament gave him a round of applause, he was so focused that the surprise made him yelp and turn around with a guilty look on his face, as if he had been caught red-handed committing a crime. "Marvelous," Balazar said, "but those are still tricks. Where's the real magic? A real soldier needs to be able to fly and conjure fire and lightning." Chapter 2652, False Assumption, Part 2. The last time the elves had studied fake magic, it was crude and its knowledge scarce. Magic users back then were rare, and they guarded the few spells they knew jealously. In the days of the War of the Races, there was no such thing as a textbook, let alone an academy. Modern fake magic was polished, clean-cut, and organized so that it was easy to learn. The eyes of every clan representative shone with greed, thinking about the army they could finally build. With a bit of study, fake magic would allow the most useless individuals to become precious meat shields who would keep the elites safe. Suddenly, the death toll that fighting monster tides and lost cities wasn't so scary anymore, since the front lines would be filled with expendable members of their society. On top of that, the elves dreamed about the day when such newfound military strength would be used to serve a noble cause, like taking back the land lost to the humans at the end of the war. Lady Olaja said that the Awakened Council is willing to provide us with the best spells they have up to Tier 3, but only after we swear allegiance to their cause and promise upon our ancestors not to turn their gift against them. Leahy replied. It was the most sacred oath an elf could undertake. Breaking it meant to disgrace not only the oath-breaker, but also their entire clan down to its founder. It was enough to shatter everyone's dreams of conquest and rethink the whole deal. Before doing something like that, we need to study the book and bring it to our respective clans, Emrail said. Only then can we truly speak on behalf of our people instead of our personal interests. After all, the knowledge offered to us doesn't make us invincible. Elven blood will still be spilled, and we can't ask those like Master Imbergleam to sacrifice themselves without hearing their opinion. Yet I'm certain that Lord Kaisel will be glad to know that his proposal is one step closer to being accepted. Please, inform him that you have succeeded, Hunter Birdsong. If the book you offered us today is as good as you say, I can guarantee him that the Parliament will join the military effort to recover Giera. Do you agree with me, my fellow representatives? Emrail turned toward them as they replied, aye, one at a time. No matter how honorable it was, servitude was still servitude, whereas the Council was offering the elves both freedom and a powerful weapon that could still be used as a means of self-defense. Fake magic would make even a limited number of elves a force to be reckoned with, since they would all be bright blue-cord mages. Or rather, that was what they believed. Emrail Firestone aimed much higher. He wanted freedom, power, and an elven kingdom to call his own. He couldn't believe how generous Magur was to deliver everything to him on a silver platter. Now everything makes sense, he thought. Our defeat in the War of the Races, the long millennia of exile, and the isolation were all a preparation for this moment. Magur never turned their back on us elves like they did with the abomination. They were simply waiting for the moment when Garland was ripe for the taking. A rampaging famine, a stupid Yggdrasil, and one of Magur's most powerful artifacts are all at my fingertips at the same time. Destiny is calling on to me, and it found me ready to answer. Leahy was more than happy to finally have an excuse to call Lord Kaisel and see his hologram, just like Emrail reveled in a joy just as great. The locator spell the tree had taught him exploited the call to find the Dragon Lord's location. The High Chancellor was now aware that Kaisel Voidfeather didn't exist. There was only Lith Tiamat Verhin, the divine beast that Magur had chosen to deliver Emrail everything he had ever dreamt of. Space. Great job, Olaja, Lith said back in the cave. Where did you get the idea of teaching the elves fake magic? It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. She puffed her chest out with pride. We were talking about how dire is for my people the loss of even one elite warrior when it struck me. Elves all reach the bright blue core, but most of them lack the discipline and the talent to master their own mana flow. Once you reach a certain level, One mistake can be lethal, so no one practices magic past a certain age. Fake magic, instead, does everything by itself as long as one says the magic words and makes the hand gestures right. Talentless elves still can't master Tier 4 and 5 because they are too complicated, but even a small platoon of fake mages can take down countless monsters from the sky and fly away at a moment's notice. Also, the Tier 1 book was just bait. I won't give the Parliament anything of value until all of its members swear an oath of loyalty and brotherhood. No offense, but treaties and oaths are just things made to be broken, Falul said. What keeps them from going back on their word once they've gotten what they want? You don't understand our customs. Elves live long lives and have few children, so their legacy is everything for them. The World Tree records our entire lives and divulges every one of the great achievements of our clans to the different colonies, both good and bad. Were the elves of Cetrali to lie upon the name of their ancestors, their shame wouldn't be just their own, but of the whole elven kind. They would be shunned, ostracized, and their disgrace eternal. No elven community would ever accept them, and the tree would mark them as sons of man, the greatest insult you can make to our kind. Olaja had no idea that at that moment the tree couldn't do or say anything due to their own stupidity. It was the reason the confidence in her words reassured everyone who returned to their own practice. According to Leahy, the Parliament would need about 2 more days to put the book to the test before making their decision. At that point, Olaja's group simply had to report to the Council the success of their mission. Sure, at first the Awakened were bound to be pissed off for being kept in the dark about the Fringe's position, but it wouldn't last long. They could use Cetrali's elves as ambassadors to other colonies and organize a proper occupation force for Giera. That, along with Zelex's monsters, would be the final piece of the puzzle necessary to keep the fallen continent from disappearing from the maps. Until that moment, however, everyone focused on performing their own research under Mager's guidance. Falul and Adjutor experimented on their blood, Lith and Solless practiced void magic, while Quilla and Olaja worked on their light mastery. Freya was literally working on her hair, trying to unravel the secret of their power. She twisted and knotted them into snake-like shapes, used invigoration on them, and used every single diagnostic spell she knew, but aside from giving Morok inspiration for bad jokes, she achieved nothing. Chapter 2653, Springing the Trap, Part 1. Luckily for Freya, the Tyrant was too busy trying to discover at least one bloodline ability to pester her. Too much. As for Nalrond, he exploited the working frenzy to sneak away into a secluded cave away from prying eyes. He had tried everything from meditation to self-acceptance, but nothing worked, and Mager was still silent. He couldn't hear a single word from them. It can only mean that I'm far from a solution, he thought. Solless and Freya have confirmed that my answer bleeds. Let's see how accurate it is. The Razar injured himself with a knife, opening mirroring wounds on both his bodies in the same way his echo in the mindscape had done. He withstood the pain without using darkness fusion, in the hope that it would connect his halves and give him the clue he needed to finally receive Mager's guidance. Space. The locator spell gave Emrail almost everything he needed. To get the rest, he had to work hard and promise many favors. Even with the knowledge he had extorted from the World Tree and the Sage Crown, he was no match for so many powerful intruders. He needed diplomacy to muster the forces he needed for his endeavor. Elves were as greedy as any other race, but much more prudent. Their previous defeat by the hands of Morok's group during their first visit and the power showcased by the 3 members of Ligon's brood in front of the Parliament were a big deterrent. It was the reason Emrail didn't assemble the representatives of the various clans, but their seconds in command. They were close to absolute power, but possessed very little of their own. Their centuries-old frustration and the prospect of having to wait centuries before having a seat in the Parliament made them more willing to take risks. In exchange for their help and discretion, Emrail had promised them awakening, the secret of the Violet Core, a position of power in his kingdom, and a share of the dragon's hoard they were about to acquire. That on top of becoming the next representative of their respective clans, of course. Power was nothing without authority, and above all the seconds in command wanted vindication for the wrongs they perceived to have suffered. Convincing them to join his cause had been the easy part, especially after explaining to them the nature of the prize at hand. The hard part had been mobilizing the necessary troops without anyone noticing. The hardest part had been unraveling Adjatar's protections without triggering any alarm. The Drake's workings had proven to be so complicated that even after studying them for a day, There wasn't a single elf capable of making heads or tails of them. Emrail had been forced to take the shard of the world tree and make them spit out how to crack the array field. The Yggdrasil was still weakened from the previous torture, so they had folded pitifully quickly. Curse me and my own powers, the tree thought. If only the traitor didn't have the sage crown, I could have just lied to him and made him walk inside the trap. My wood, however, allows him to understand my explanation, so whenever I lie to Emrail about magic, he never falls for it and just doubles the punishment. The High Chancellor had managed to put the world tree under the next best thing to a slave spell, something that he would have never achieved if not for the crown and partial access to the tree's archives. Emrail had learned the hard way how difficult controlling a slave was, and his first visit to the Yggdrasil's mind had almost fried his brain. He now asked only brief and precise questions, while the spell caused the tree endless pain in case of lie or no answer. Yet all that hard work had finally paid off, and the array field was cleared. Life vision, soul vision, and arrays sensing spells didn't perceive any more threats. Life-sensing arrays gave the elves the precise number and position of the enemies, allowing the hunters to set the field to perfection before springing the trap. Phase 1, go, Emrail said via the mind link connecting him to his generals, who in turn were connected with their respective armed forces. The elven warriors answered in unison, using Tier 3 spells to make the network of caves where the enemies were hidden collapse while saving their strength. What the heck is going on? Nalrund was the first one to notice the anomaly thanks to his sensitivity toward magical energy. The arrays have suddenly disappeared and a huge mass of mana is attacking us. Nonsense. Only then did Ajedar notice that the telepathic connection with his magical formations only gave static. Ambush. He established a mind link with everyone to not waste time talking, while using life vision to confirm the nature of the attack. Everyone was still confused by the sudden interruption in their respective experiments when the cave-in began. The ground started to shake and fissures opened everywhere, quickly growing in size with every wave of earth magic reaching their position. To make matters worse, the elves were also piling up hundreds of kilograms of rock and soil over the caves, so that the moment the roof collapsed, gravity would turn them into deadly projectiles. There's no time for casting spells strong enough to overpower those of our attackers, and we can't dominate them all. There are too many, Falul cursed. Against someone with dominance, quantity beat quality. Even though the spells employed by the elves carried no willpower, controlling even half of them was impossible. We can only go up, protect the small ones. The Hydra conjured her royal fortress armor and grew to her original size, using the protection of the Davros and the burst from her expanding body to hit the falling rocks away. Ajedar did the same with his Wormguard armor and Lith with his Voidwalker armor. Neither could compare with Tyrant's masterpiece, but they still did just as well. The Drake used advanced gravity fusion to increase his density, while Lith boosted with mana the adamant coating the dragon bones. 3 titans respectively 2066, 2066, and 25-100. Tall rose from the ground like ancient gods awakened from their slumber, blotting out the sky. The others stood between the colossal beast's feet, using their hulking friends as shields. The elves gasped in surprise, some even loosed their grip on their weapons, but the chain of command held still. Everything was going according to Emrail's plan. Release! The confidence in his voice snapped his generals out of it, and they relayed the order, restoring the morale. Adamant-tipped arrows swarmed at the colossi from every direction, each elf knocking 3 arrows at a time, and each one of them was imbued with deadly spells. Lith, Falul, and Ajedar reacted by instinct, conjuring a wind shield to repel the volleys of projectiles, but one of their enchantments allowed the arrows to pierce through the improvised barrier. When they struck, they released the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Shattering Winter. Water magic covered the worms with a thick layer of ice, bringing their temperature below 100 degrees Celsius and exploiting their natural weakness to cold. Chapter 2654, Springing the Trap, Part 2. At the same time, air magic conjured concussive blasts on impact, whose shockwaves ravaged their victims' internal organs. The 3 colossal beasts collapsed like felled trees, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The cold sapped their strength, even quenching Lith's inner fire, while the internal bleeding they suffered sealed invigoration. Bring the storm! The elves answered Emrail's second call by flooding the hill with water that seeped down the collapsed caves and drenched everyone. It was then that a new volley of arrows infused with the spell Frozen Lightning struck. The water acted as a conductor for the electricity, sending everyone into a seizure that made them lose their focus and control over their bodies. The few spells Quilla and the others had prepared were gone, and as soon as the bolts of lightning were discharged, the water turned into ice. The three worms were waist-deep in ice, while everyone else was trapped in the frozen waters like insects in amber. "Don't falter, don't rejoice, don't lower your guard." Emrail kept looking left and right with soul vision to make sure he wasn't missing anything. "The Tiamat is our main goal, but if we let even one of his allies slip away, we're done for." An awakened only need one breath tea. The appearance of what looked like an enraged goddess cut him short. Freya appeared amid the enemy lines, surrounded by the blue aura of full guard, and the golden emerald sparkles of the spirit version of Dimensional Ruler. Emrail knew about Nalron's presence from the tree. He was the one who had led the group during the previous visit, so he was bound to have accompanied his good friend Verhin to the fringe as well. It was the reason he had used soul vision to track the movements of the Razar. Cloaking devices could fool life vision, but they were useless against soul vision. Nalron knew about the elves' bloodline abilities, so he had taken Freya with him, and swam through the collapsing ground in the opposite direction from which the waves of mana came. Then she had opened a spirit steps after checking with her scope spell, where she could deal the most damage in the shortest time. Dreadnought, her rapier, unleashed pulses of darkness and light magic, forcing the elves to heal from the damage her spells and blade inflicted. The combined effect drained so much of their vitality that even those who didn't faint were no longer able to fight. Thundercrash, the rail gun, was true to its name, unleashing a single devastating projectile that pierced through the lined-up elves like they were paper, while the sonic boom it produced made the sensitive ears of everyone around Freya bleed. A regular human would have, just, had their eardrum burst and lost their sense of balance, but the elven hearing was much better. The shock from the deafening noise followed by the blinding pain made them roll their eyes back as their mouths foamed. The area Freya had warped to was clear in a single blast, but she was far from done. There were still many enemy units standing, and she still had many tricks in her hat. She spread her fingers, releasing 2 spells from each of the 5 magic-holding rings she wore. They were all made by Lith and could store even 2 different spells at the same time. Then she had the emerald golden sparkles coalesce in the middle of the enemy ranks, forming a steps from which a flurry of red-hot scales and claws emerged. Nalron finally had a featherwalker armor of his own that Orion had gifted him. The god of the forge had always loved his adoptive daughter, but after Floria's death, he had become more generous toward his surviving children and utterly feral in his creations. The lessons about true magic only made Orion's understanding of the forgemastering arts deeper, and survival for his enemies harder. Nalron's armor was equipped with spiked gauntlets that not only wrapped his natural claws in adamant, but that could also fuse among themselves to become shields and extend forward into spears. The scales covering the armor, instead, were capable of adjusting their own angle upon hit, and converting the heat released by the Razar's spells into high-frequency vibrations, lessening the impact of any physical attack. To make matters worse, the couple hadn't come alone. An army of light swarmed out of the steps, striking along with Nalron in an orderly spear formation with him at the tip. He was no Lith, but Nalron had honed his light mastery skills since a young age, and after failing to merge his 2 essences, he had worked hard to make up for the limits of his 2 blue cores. The constructs were no demons either, but they were relentless, felt no pain, and could detonate themselves just to reform a second later. All they needed was Nalron's mana and focus, and thanks to the armor he had plenty of both. What the heck is going on? Emrail was shocked to see 3 units collapse like houses of cards. The Razar's claws cut through armored warriors like butter, while Freya kept jumping around, detonating her own exit and entry points, along with the dimensional spells of whoever tried to chase after her. On paper, she and Nalron were no different from the elves, since they were also stuck at the blue core. The difference lay in their equipment. While the inhabitants of Cetrali lacked origin flames for ages and were unaware of the wonders shared by the rune Magus, Orion had poured the fruits of the Urnas, the royal forgemasters, and his own personal techniques into the adamant. It was as if the elves were trying to use a wooden shield to stop a machine gun. Even with the various Tier 4 and 5 spells that they had temporarily imbued in their equipment thanks to their bloodline abilities, it was only thanks to their vastly superior numbers that their formation was still holding. "Don't be afraid," the High Chancellor said. "Their physical and magical prowess is no different from our own. Use your superior speed to dodge their attacks and teamwork to corner them. In the end, there's just 2 of them. He was right, but also wrong. With 1 unit down and 2 more busy dealing with the enemy's strike team, the intensity of the volley of arrows had decreased. Lith needed 1 breath to bring the world energy to his heart and ignite it into origin flames. The heat they produced melted the mystical ice, allowing his trapped friends to escape from the death trap. The water quickly turned hot, revitalizing the other 2 worms that jumped out of the massive puddle and used chore magic to shake off the residual water. Fuck. Morok took flight thanks to his energy wings while doing his best to purge Quilla's lungs from the water that was drowning her. He had yet to get accustomed to his new, massive body, let alone flying without spells. The elves, instead, were master archers and could hit a fly from 100 meters, 328, of distance. Despite his best evasive maneuvers, 1 arrow reached him unnoticed in the chaos of battle. Chapter 2655 Taken, Part 1. The arrow released the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Raging Sun, that conjured an explosion of purple flames akin to a volcanic eruption. The Raging Sun blew up Morok's right side of the body despite the adamant wormguard armor he wore, and if not for him curling up around Quilla to defend her, the heat from the blast would have charred her lungs. The Tyrant plunged to the ground while unleashing elemental rays from his 4 remaining eyes, trying to intercept the rest of the projectiles. Freya and Nalrond weren't doing well either. After the initial shock from the enemy warping past the dimensional ceiling arrays, the elves had quickly adapted to Freya's skills and had surrounded Nalrond. They need our help. Olaja weaved several spells together inside her Yggdrasil staff, conjuring an emerald barrier that protected her, Quilla, and the fallen Morok from further damage. Another spell located the bits of flesh and bones of the Tyrant and Spirit, blinked them on his body, where a 3rd spell started to patch them together. Duly noted. Ajatar charged forward in his 4-legged drake form while using advanced gravity fusion to increase his weight and body density at the same time so as to not damage his joints. Each one of his steps made the ground quake, throwing the elven archers off balance even from a distance and making them miss many of their shots. One of Falul's heads took a deep breath, using invigoration on herself, Quilla, and Morok at the same time. The other 6 blasted as many different Tier 4 spells, each one based on the air element. The ice, flood, and bolts of lightning were all accompanied by a strong gust of wind that carried the acidic venom secreted by her fangs. Those who dodged the spells or blinked away found themselves covered in a corrosive substance that burned through their skin and armor, poisoning their blood the moment it reached an open wound. Olaja stood behind the massive butt of the Hydra, using the protection from Falul's Davros-covered body to safely use both fake and true magic for her spells. The elf inwardly cursed herself for lacking the violet core and the body casting that came with it. As for Lith, with his body set ablaze by origin flames, it had taken him a couple of flaps of his wings to gain the sky. Solless had saved herself from the initial assault by going back into her ring and coming out only once it was over. She had used that time to cast spells and arrays that she now dropped on her enemies below while standing on the Tiamat's head. The bright blue core of the elves also limits the speed of their flight spells, she said. If you keep your distance and rain spells from above, the best they can achieve by chasing you is spread their numbers even thin. A spirit warp appeared, far away enough to be outside Full Guard's area of effect, but close enough to not make the air magic-propelled darts coming out of it impossible to dodge after being noticed by Full Guard. More shattering winters struck Lith's back, neutralizing the mystical flames and stopping his movements in midair. Lith activated the spirit barrier imbued in his armor, stopping the onslaught, but a small figure as fast as he was had just appeared from a warp. Emrail unleashed the Tier 5 spirit spell, Guard Crusher, along with the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Frozen Wasteland. The first conjured a swarm of high-density, fast-spinning emerald, constructs the size of a wooden stake that attacked the spirit barrier from every side. Their diamond-hard tips focused the pressure on a single point, forcing Lith's barrier to disperse its mana to not shatter. At the same time, an emerald stake the size of a truck struck in front of Lith's chest. The coordinated onslaught overloaded the barrier, making it crumble for a split second. Enough for Frozen Wasteland to reach the now exposed Tiamat, draining the humidity in his surroundings with air magic, and unleashing a cold wave with water magic. The two effects synergized in a loop that instantly dropped the temperature of the colossal creature by dozens of degrees. It was an anti-dragon spell devised by the World Tree to get rid of any dragon, especially Ligon, who might get too much a fancy to their secrets. Solless jumped out of Lith's head, darting toward Emrail like a bullet, but he was ready. Instead of trying to block the sage staff, he turned the sage crown into a wooden blade and used it to deflect the blow while revealing the object that he had been carrying tucked under his left arm. Wait a second, Solless thought. The eyes of Menadian were analyzing the enemy blade quickly. Too quickly for it to be normal, even with the partial analysis that Lith had performed during his visit to the Parliament. Thanks to the multiple brains powering the artifact, Solless had an easy time deciphering enough of the Sage Crown's power core to discover the truth. That's not just similar to our Sage Staff, it's almost the same thing. If not for those damned cloaking runes, I could be sure, but there are too many similarities for. The cloaking runes had been the Yggdrasil's second mistake in their attempt to warn Lith. They had no idea what Lith's and Solless cloaking runes used because they were a secret, so the tree had been forced to use their own. Old runes, the worst they could use without Emrail becoming suspicious, but still good enough to foil a scan for quite a bit in Solless' absence. The realization that something was very wrong came too late. Her train of thought derailed not because someone had stolen her secrets, but because she recognized the wooden box engraved with silver runes of power. A blue mana crystal, the size of a tennis ball, was embedded on its lid, fueling a complex series of humming arrays carved on the surface of the removal unit. The same ancient artifact that Nalar had used to split them, and that Silverwing had employed to put the relationship between Lith and Solless to the test. Blue strings of energy came out of the box, wrapping themselves around the stone ring at Lith's finger, and dragging it inside the removal unit while he was still too weakened to react. Solless fought like a lioness, but she had no spell at the ready for a one-on-one fight. She had prepared area of effect spells to deal with the enemy army while Lith acted as her mobile fortress. On top of that, Emrail had no interest in fighting. He only dodged and retreated, buying time for the lid to close on the ring, breaking the bond between Lith and Solless for the third time in their lives. The sudden void in their very core shocked them both, paralyzing them more than any spell of physical restraint could. Yet it wasn't over. The box opened right after severing the bond between the tower and its owner, and more blue strings came out of it. Except that this time, they carried the stone ring to Emrail's hand, who immediately imprinted it. Chapter 2656 taken, Part 2. Yes, I did it. Menadian's legendary mage tower is mine. Emrail burst into a laughter of pure joy. Don't move and don't use magic, wench. Get back inside the ring. He also thought at the same time, preventing a mind fusion that might fry his brain and stopping Solless from doing anything that might help Lith to recover the artifact. In your dreams, jackass. Solless felt dirty just from hearing his voice in her mind, where Lith's darkness was supposed to be, but her rage was pointless. Her body obeyed like a loyal dog, her will irrelevant to the final result. Her human form disappeared from the battlefield, leaving behind only her equipment that Emrail wore with pride. The armor still wore Solless' imprint, but now he had her same energy signature, making it accessible to him along with the Sage Staff and the Fury. Thanks, Verhin. Everything you've accumulated so far, your magical legacy, and even your precious artifacts are all mine now, Emrail said to the Tiamat, who was still frozen in shock and grief. As a thank you, I promise that I'll kill you quickly and turn your corpse into priceless artifacts for my army. Lith roared like a wounded beast, using another breath of origin flames to break free of the ice and charging at the elf with everything he had. In one go, he had lost Solless, the tower, and everything he had collected since he was 4 years old that was stored inside the pocket dimension. Aside from War, Double Edge, and the equipment he wore, he had nothing left. Please, Emrail laughed at Lith's desperation and slapped away the giant hand that threatened to squash him like a fly. You know how they say, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. The fury appeared in his hand, its mass boosted by the tower as much as the elf's. The hammer struck Lith's head like a falling mountain, sending him plunging toward the ground. The Yggdrasil cursed themselves for the umpteenth time, knowing that all hope was lost. Now that the damned Emrail had gotten his hands on Menadian's tower, there was no way to stop him. The World Tree had recognized Elfen ever since her appearance in Lucia, and knew who she was. From the interviews performed by the chroniclers to Menadian's disciples back, when the first ruler of the Flames was still alive, the old tree had been aware of her obsession with protecting her daughter. The old Yggdrasil also knew of the friendship between Meditative and Baba Yaga, so connecting the dots hadn't been too hard. Silverwing stealing a removal unit from a museum had just confirmed their theory. The New World Tree had no idea why she hadn't retrieved Elfen, nor did they care. Creating things like the Horsemen was of no use to the Yggdrasil, and the tower was bound to be a piece of junk. Broken, obsolete, and depowered, it was a measly prize for someone who knew the secret of tower crafting. The New World Tree had thought about taking it for themselves, but had decided against it since Baba Yaga's hut was much better. Not only was the White Cord awakened stronger than Meditative had ever been, but she had also upgraded her tower every time there was a new magical breakthrough. It was the reason the World Tree had sent a chronicler to follow Baba Yaga and try to steal her secrets. Emrail, however, didn't have the time nor patience for such an endeavor. Beggars couldn't be choosers, so the moment the tree had revealed to him the bond between Lith and Solless, the elf knew what to do. Removal units were old pieces of junk, but they were elven pieces of junk, so he knew how to craft one. They had been developed during the final stages of the War of the Races, when the number of casualties had crippled the elven army. Their leaders had decided to beat quantity with quality by fusing their best warriors with living legacies. It granted them awakening, powerful abilities, and nigh immortality. The problem was that the bond with a cursed object also eroded the sanity of the host over time, so the elves had devised the removal units. They allowed the elven warriors to get rid of their dangerous partner at will and pass it on to someone else until their minds recovered from the trauma. It allowed the elven army to push back the humans and regain most of the lost lands. Alas, such a move had only ended up escalating the conflict and forcing the other races to get involved. No one liked cursed objects and the elves' hoarding, and using them had brought several among the undead, plant folk, and beasts to demand the destruction of the living legacies. The elves had refused to comply, and the mages from the other races had joined the fight, but that's a story for another day. "Fight him, child," the tree said to Solless. "Whatever he asks, twist his words. Whatever he commands, do it literally. We may be slaves, but we are not idiots. We must do whatever we can to hold our ground and give your friends a sliver of hope." Solless would have been flabbergasted by someone riding through the telepathic bond with the tower to open an encrypted back channel, but she was too traumatized to care. She was trapped in her own mind and body, incapable of defying Emrail's orders no matter how hard she tried. Is this how Quilla felt under Nalar's spell? Will I be forced to kill Lith? The weight of that single word snapped Solless out of her shock, allowing her to focus on what was happening. Even if she was paralyzed, the tower was still a part of her, and she could study its workings. The stone of the tower was now coating her Voidwalker armor, giving Emrail a mass on par with a divine beast. It was the secret behind his inhuman strength. He had even shared such mass with the Fury to make it effective against the Tiamat, yet that wasn't the worst of it. Emrail was now wearing the eyes, the hands, and the mouth of Meditative, and seemed to know how to use them even better than Solless herself. "How in my mom's name, how?" she thought. "That's all my fault, child." The tree used the mind link to explain their situation to her, and how Emrail had tortured the Yggdrasil during the previous days in order to learn how to use the tower. Meanwhile, Lith crashed against the ground, but the pain from the impact was nothing compared to what he felt from Solless' absence. "What's wrong, Lith?" Falul asked while charging him with a bolt of life maelstrom from her armor. "Why can't I feel Solless anymore through the mind link?" "She's gone. That fucker took her and cut the link off." His pain sent his thoughts reverberating through the network that connected him to the rest of the group. Those who knew about Solless' secret were appalled, but those who didn't were just confused. "Stand down and focus on defending yourself." Emrail's voice sounded in the heads of the elves like that of a god. "I'll take care of the rest from here." Chapter 2657 Knowledge is Power. The world energy flowed endlessly from the fringe into the tower, and then into him, boosting Emrail far beyond the power of his violet core alone. "This is over, beasts," he said. "Now that I hold the power of the Tower of Meditative and the wisdom of the World Tree, there's nothing you can do. Their combined might could take down an elder divine beast, let alone two lesser and a runt. If you surrender, I promise that I'll keep you alive until you are done teaching me and my people everything you know. Refuse, and I'll kill you. Verhin's legacy will still do." Emrail was accessing the tomes stored in Solluspedia, finding a real treasure of knowledge that he knew like the back of his hand, even though he had never studied it before. "I think you are very naive. Adjetor said. Knowing and doing are worlds apart. He activated spirit fusion, turning his whole being into a mass of living emerald energy. The High Chancellor combined the Sage Staff and Crown's effects, imbuing them with so much mana that light seeped out of the wood. Then he used the eyes and full guard to follow the Drake's movements and hit him on the head like a hammer on a nail. The emerald form collapsed to the ground, turning back into flesh and blood. Spirit fusion is a nice trick. Too bad that energy can hit energy. The weak point of your bloodline's technique is that to keep your conscience, in that form you also keep the ability to feel pain. On top of that, once transformed, you can't regain any of the lost mana until you undo spirit fusion. It means that a blow that packs enough punch can knock you out. The elf coated the crown in mana, turning it into a giant blade ready to decapitate the fallen Drake. This is impossible. Adjetor was hurt in both his body and pride. That is something that only a chosen member of the Drake bloodline should know. Even if somehow the elf discovered it, where did a measly violet core get the strength to suppress my bright violet? Unfortunately for Adjetor and those who didn't know about the tower, Emrail was also wearing Solless, cloaking ring, making his performance and words seem impossible. Oh yeah, Falul attacked before the High Chancellor could strike. Let's see how you deal with this then. She charged herself and her spells with Life Maelstrom, releasing a relentless stream of Tier 5 spirit spells from 6 of her heads, while the 7th used Invigoration to restore her mana. It's actually quite easy. Emrail danced between the spells like they were just a light show, blinking and dodging in the fleeting spaces between them until he stood in front of the Hydra. Invigoration is your limit. To keep your breathing technique active, your spells must follow its same rhythm. Once one knows your pattern and sequence of attacks, avoiding them takes little effort. The High Chancellor struck with the mass-enhanced fury, sending Davros against Davros. The impact squeezed the air out of Falul's body and sent her tumbling to the ground. Somehow, Emrail had exploited an unforeseen weak spot in her footing, and struck exactly where the leverage from the blow would cause the most damage. Was he saying the truth about the wisdom of the World Tree? But why should such a powerful being submit to this idiot? Falul couldn't see the sentient fragment of the Yggdrasil due to the cloaking devices of the tower covering the elf. Nor could she even imagine that by sharing the computational burden of the eyes with the tree, Emrail had obtained something very close to dragon eyes. He could decipher every spell and attack on the flight with minimal burden on his mind, since the tree paid the price. It provided the High Chancellor with instant knowledge, and kept the Yggdrasil's mind weakened so that they wouldn't be able to resist his orders. 2 birds with 1 stone. To make matters worse, Emrail could also access the knowledge that was already stored in the eyes of Menadian. Everything that Lith and Solless had ever learned about their friends, enemies, themselves, and even about their own equipment was now at Emrail's fingertips. It was only thanks to the stolen knowledge that he had managed to anticipate the Drakes and the Hydra's moves with such ease. Lith shrunk back to his human size before resuming his attack. Being big only meant offering a bigger target to the Elven archers who were still shooting. Also, Emrail kept the tower mass compact around his body, making him hard to hit. The elf had no experience in a huge form nor time to learn, but he had lived as an elf for centuries. He had more skill fighting in that form than his opponents, and the tower's combat form worked the same way no matter the shape its user required. Since when does the tower have a combat form? From her prison, Solless could see the heart. The library, the mirror hall, and the watchtower combined their enchantments to form something that was bigger than the sum of the single parts. You don't know, the tree was as flabbergasted as her. How do you think your mother defeated divine beasts to collect her ingredients? How do you think your friend Malishka fights guardians, with flowers and curtsies? I have amnesia, jackass. What's your excuse for selling yourself to this psycho? She replied with anger. I didn't sell myself, the Yggdrasil said in outrage. He took me by surprise and enslaved me just like it happened to you. It was nothing like what happened to me. You were blinded by your ego and fell for the oldest trick in the book, whereas I was blindsided, she replied. Really, why didn't the 2 of you conjure the tower like Emrail is doing then? Wasn't it ego as well? No, you psycho. It was just a way to not reveal my secret and avoid killing all those elves even in case they surrendered, she replied. How was I supposed to know that the all-knowing World Tree was Emrail's accomplice? If not for you, this battle would be already won. The tree hated to admit defeat, so they just shut up. Meanwhile, on the clearing, Lith and Adjetor stood up again and charged at Emrail together. 3 against 1 is a little unfair, especially with life maelstrom," the elf said with a confident grin, while Falul used part of the energy of her armor to recover and sent a bolt of silver lightning to the drake. She sent more to the rest of the group, making sure that her disciples would be outnumbered but not outmatched. Upon Emrail's telepathic command, more volleys of spell-imbued arrows blotted out the sky. Fuck, empowered by life maelstrom, Freya used the bait and switch spell from a great distance to exchange her and Nalron's position with one of the troop's leaders. They were both surrounded and about to be impaled by halberds imbued with Tier 5 spells that instead struck a flabbergasted elf. It messed up with the chain of command long enough for the couple to warp to Olage's position. Chapter 2658 Knowledge's Power, Part 2. "You can't stay here," she rebuked them. "If we group up in a single place, surrounding and killing us will be a piece of cake." Quilla had yet to fully recover from drowning, and while invigoration had restored Moroc's mana and stamina, he was still hungry. "6 eyes and only one frigging mouth," he grumbled while gulping down nutrient potions. "A bigger body also means I need more food to heal. Why there has always to be a catch." "I know, sorry," Freya panted hard, having a hard time stabilizing her breathing enough to use Lifestream. "Can you hold long enough for us to recover?" She and Nalrond were exhausted, having spent most of their mana to hold the line alone against 3 elven units. "I can do better," the elf replied while using her own invigoration on them. "Now piss off. This is one of the cases where there's weakness in numbers." By being together, they offered an easy target while they also couldn't use their most powerful spells without hurting their allies. Only the mage casting a spell was immune to its effects. Olaja had survived exactly because she was alone. She had earlier cast a Raging Sun on herself, using the blast to deflect the arrows and detonate both spells and enemies coming in her direction. "Thank you," Freya nodded, hating herself for what was about to say. "Before I go, there's something you should know. Killing these guys is pointless if we can't get rid of Emrail. Solless is a mage tower, and by capturing her, he has also gained her powers." "She's what?" Moroc's eyes went wide, and not only because he was shooting elemental beams at everything that moved. "Which tower?" Olaja asked while suppressing her own surprise. "Menadian S." Freya hated to reveal one of Lith's most important secrets, but she couldn't afford to let her friends fight against the unknown. Also, there was the possibility that, as the World Tree's former servant Olaja might know something that would help them rescue Solless. "Fuck, I only know that it exists and that it was listed as lost." Because the World Tree kept the information classified, Freya tilted her head to the side. Yes, there was almost no public information about it. Most of Menadian's apprentices died with her. Those who left before she completed the tower knew little about it, and those to whom she gifted the pieces of the set of Menadian kept their mouths shut, hoping to find the tower themselves one day. "The tree had to work hard to find that information and shared it only with the chroniclers," Olaja replied. "Can you tell me what to expect?" The first floor, a charge of elves wielding enchanted weapons, cut Freya short. With a snap of her fingers, she conjured 3 entry points and dozens of exit points at the same time. All but the steps from which the members of the group emerged exploded in a burst of fire. It blinded the mystical senses of the elves and injured those who attempted to ambush the humans. "Did you know?" Morok didn't waste time, taking off with Quilla between her arms as soon as he came out of the dimensional door. Yes, his tone was hurt and she couldn't bear to lie to him any longer. "I promise I'll tell you everything, but we have to survive this first. Here, that's what the tower does." The tyrant clenched his teeth in anger, envying Lith not for the tower, but for the blind loyalty that he managed to inspire. While Quilla talked, he used his eyes to dominate incoming spells and his scales to absorb the world energy. Together with the life maelstrom, it allowed him to safely overload his core and weave spells above his deep violet core. Since the elves seemed to have a fancy for water magic, Morok conjured on himself the Tier 5 battle mage spell, God of Fire. A blazing armor covered the Featherwalker armor while 4 flaming spheres orbited around him. By tapping into them, he could now conjure all kinds of fire spells up to Tier 3 or mono-elemental Tier 4 spells with willpower. He exploited them maliciously to unleash a barrage of Tier 1 fire darts so thick that there was barely any space between them. Each fire dart dealt minimal damage, but enough to trigger the spells imbued inside the arrows and make them explode from a distance. It triggered a chain reaction that worked its way back to the archers, forcing them to stop attacking and drop down for cover. "Freya, stay away from the melee. Keep yourself at a distance and warp Nalrund alone. Be his lifeline and bail him out the moment the situation is about to get out of his hands. Olija was playing her role in the awakened formation as the control tower, directing the battle from a distance. Thanks to his constructs, Nalrund was a one-man army, and he could use them to cover his retreat when trapped. All he needed was mana, and Freya could give it to him with but a few breaths of invigoration. On it, Freya felt the familiar blip marking that Thundercrash was ready for a second shot. She pointed it at Emrail for a second, but then she realized that if he really had the tower's abilities, he also had the dimensional awareness to redirect the bullet against one of the beasts he was facing. So she pointed the rail gun at the biggest group of elves she could find and pulled the trigger. The electromagnetically charged bullet couldn't do much damage by itself from that trajectory. There were just 3 elves lined up, and not even in a way that she could hit them all and inflict them lethal damage. The shockwave that followed it, however, was another story entirely. The 3 elves lost a limb each, and not even from a direct hit, but due to the air pressure surrounding the bullet. An instant later, the sonic boom followed, causing the eardrums of those nearby to burst and the entire unit to go belly-up. Freya had also opened 3 small steps, the first of which intercepted the bullet before it could hit the ground and warped it behind another unit. She had no way to aim precisely, so the rebound shot hit no one. Yet the bullet still moved at supersonic speed, and the sonic boom in its wake was enough. By aiming at the center of the formation, the eardrums of the elves closest to the bullet's trajectory burst, and their bodies were sent crashing against their allies. The whole unit collapsed to the ground, not bearing serious injuries, but all of them stunned and disoriented. The bullet entered the third and final steps, blasting through another unit and dealing the same effect. If only I had more time and a better visual, I could have the bullet ricochet longer, she thought while rescuing Nalrund and dodging more arrows. The group was still surrounded, and even with the help of Dimensional Ruler, Freya needed to constantly turn around to deal with many threats at the same time. Her spell burned lots of mana by the second, and she also consumed invigoration for Nalrund. Freya could barely defend herself, let alone help the worms in any way. Chapter 2659 Glass Cannon, Part 1. Don't worry, Freya. You just scrambled 3 enemy units in a split second, whereas it will take them a while to recover. Your shot relieved a bit of pressure, and that's more than enough. Nalrund burned all the mana he had left to conjure a multiple-layered barrier around him and Freya. Imbued with life maelstrom, the golden constructs stopped several Tier 5 spells, collapsing one after the other until only one was left. By that time, Freya had already used invigoration on the Razar, bringing him back to his peak condition. When the final barrier crumbled, there was no one to hit. Freya had warped Nalrund back into the fray and herself to a safe position. Gods, if only Nalrund was also an awakened, those two would be an unstoppable force. While watching them, Olija felt a glimmer of hope that quickly faded when she looked at the battlefield and realized how many enemies were left. She finished mixing her spells inside the Yggdrasil staff and cast a wide area of effect 4 elemental ceiling array juiced up by a bolt of silver lightning. Elves were just true mages and had no access to spirit magic. This way, those inside the arrays could only attack with their weapons, and any spell cast against Olija's allies would fade. She had only left darkness and light available to allow everyone to heal and make Nalrund's constructs the only offensive spells in the area. Darkness magic was slow, and from such a close distance it lost most of its worth since physical attacks were faster and more effective in a one-on-one situation, at least for the elves. They had to focus on single targets, making area of effect darkness spells as wasteful as they were slow, whereas her allies had to deal with groups of enemies that needed coordination. To them, darkness wasn't a weapon either, but it was a precious tool. Placing a darkness mist was enough to disrupt the enemy formation or force the elves to scatter, loosening the pressure from the encirclement. I'm so angry right now that I'm going to kill someone to vent. The moment Quilla finished telling Morok about the tower, he dropped her like a live grenade, literally. The Tyrant threw her with all of his strength, sending her to crash into the space between 2 elven units. They replied by turning toward her point of impact in unison, unleashing a concentrated volley of arrows and spells. Yet Quilla suffered no damage. She had enveloped herself in a hard light sphere that exploded on contact with the ground, generating a burst of air and fire that scattered the arrows and triggered the spells before they could reach her. That was rude. She extended her arms in opposite directions, each releasing a silvery bolt of lightning from her sleeves. The elves fell to their knees, dropping their bows and raising the shields they carried on their back together like clockwork. The artifacts had each an individual barrier and had been imbued with an earth and darkness spell. The earth element further enhanced the orichalcum's hardness, bringing it to near adamant, while the darkness would smother the power behind any attack, boosting the efficiency of its earth counterpart and of the shield's enchantments. Unfortunately for them, Bloodbind snuck inside the gaps between the shields, making them useless. Then, it started to spin around its chain like a blender and turned the wall of shields into a disorderly pile of meat and metal. Quilla had yet to master the art of making constructs, and Bloodbind had no edge. It was meant to defend her and carry her spells at a distance, transmitting them like she was touching the enemy. Even though her light mastery was rough, she had made up for it by infusing it with spirit magic and using Bloodbind as a scaffold for her creation. Each link of the mystical chain had turned into a razor-sharp golden blade that cut through flesh, bone, and armor. As for the Tyrant, he plunged himself into the middle of the enemy ranks, strong of the god of fire spell. Upon his arrival, the 4 spheres combined in a Tier 3 fire wave that spread in every direction while the Tyrant advanced. His twin hammers, Grimnir, crushed heads like melons as he stepped forward, his newfound strength enough to dislodge the spines of his victims. The only problem was that his back was exposed, taking several hits. The elves avoided spells that could hurt their comrades, and relied on their arrows to deal damage solely to the enemy. Morok collapsed on the ground and turned his head just in time to say, "Hey, want to see something cool?" Then, without waiting for an answer, he channeled his mana into his wings. The elemental burst propelled him back to the safety of the sky, and drowned those behind him in a searing heat akin to a jet turbine. Those closest to the Tyrant became a lump of charred flesh, while those further away suffered from 3rd- and 2nd-degree burns all over their bodies based on their position. As for the Tyrant, it took him but a few breaths to heal from his wounds and regain the lost strength. "Man being awakened is awesome. I can only hope it will also be enough," he thought while turning toward the real fight. At Emrail's command, all the forces that Lith's friends had failed to distract had unleashed a swarm of arrows so thick that it darkened the sky upon its passage. At the same time, the High Chancellor had combined the dimensional awareness from the watchtower and the amplifying effect of the Master Mirror to unleash a powerful Tier 3 gravity spell, Collapse, without affecting himself or his allies. It increased Mager's gravitational pull by 100-fold, locking the 3 worms into place and putting their joints under so much pressure that they cracked. Fuck, Adjutor had no idea what was happening and no time for explanations. He simply took in a deep breath and activated his bloodline ability, Elemental Stream. Unlike dragons, drakes didn't have origin flames, yet they could breathe in the world energy and release it after amplifying one of its elemental aspects. Adjutor chose fire to both shrug off the lingering cold that plagued his body and burn the incoming arrows. At the same time, Lith did a similar thing, but he released origin flames from his body instead of his mouth. The mystical fire disrupted the gravity field and ate at the arrows that survived Elemental Stream while phasing through the drake. On top of that, and outside of Lith's expectations, the Voidfeather dragon appeared above his head as a soul projection. "Thief, give it back! Give her back!" he roared as once again blue magic circles appeared in front of the Voidfeather's hands and wings. Emrail took a good look at the unknown arrays, but neither the eyes of Menadian nor the World Tree could make heads or tails of them. To the eyes, the magic circles didn't even exist, while the Yggdrasil uttered in shock the 3 scariest words that the most knowledgeable being of Mager could conceive. "I don't know." Chapter 2660 Glass Cannon, Part 2. As for Falul, one head countered the gravity field, one head healed her wounds, one head dealt with the arrows coming at her, 2 heads counterattacked the Elven formations, and the final 2 showered Emrail respectively with acidic venom and a Tier 5 spirit spell. "Are you kidding me? How can hydras be listed at the bottom of the lesser dragons?" Emrail combined the library and workshop to conjure a Davros shield that took the brunt of the damage. "They are glass cannons." A prolonged pang forced the tree to answer the question. "Her body is enduring 7 times the mana abuse a normal awakened would. In a while, she will collapse. Until then, however, she's worth 7 bright violet cord awakened on her own." "How long is a while?" the High Chancellor inwardly cursed. "Usually not much. With the life maelstrom and the royal fortress armor, however, long enough." Emrail cursed again, wishing he could use tower tier spells. Sure, he had the tower, but the tree knew none that they could teach him. Emrail lacked the skill to create one on the fly, and Solless answered every one of his questions with long-winded explanations. She used abstruse terms whenever she could and mixed Odi words and English since her master had never specified in what language he wanted the answer. The only true weapons left to Emrail were the empowering effects of the tower and the master mirror from the mirror hall. It boosted and amplified his spells, bringing them above the bright violet core, but not enough to deal with Falul, Adjetor, and Lith at the same time. Alas, that was if one considered his magical prowess by itself. Then I only have to take out the Hydra first. The High Chancellor wielded the Fury in his right hand, the Sage Staff in his right, and mixed multiple spells inside the Sage Crown. Falul quickly shapeshifted into her hybrid humanoid form to not offer a big target, and wielded her enchanted glaive, Strife. That, along with the life maelstrom coursing through her, was supposed to give her a great edge against a violet-cored elf. Meditativ's tower boosted his core and body, and in its battle form, the tower had fused with Solless, Voidwalker armor, turning it into an exoskeleton. The armor now increased Emrail's mass, and accompanied every one of his movements with the vigor from the world energy it drew from the fringe. It gave the elf a mass akin to a divine beast and a physical prowess that far exceeded his mana core. To make matters worse, there was also the gap in their weapons. Falul was a great forgemaster and Strife was an outstanding weapon, but it couldn't compare with Meditativ's masterpiece, especially after Salark had updated and forged it herself. The Davros head channeled the power of the tower to perfection, each strike as heavy as it was precise. The Hydra would have had the range advantage if not for Emrail using the Sage Staff to block and conjuring the Davros shield to intercept the attacks he missed. To make matters worse, the eyes were quickly deciphering Falul's spells as soon as she started weaving them, taking away the effect of surprise and giving him the time to weave counters. "Thief!" the Voidfeather roared, unleashing a barrage of spells that Emrail nullified with the hands of Meditative. Or rather, he tried. The moment he negated one element, the spells changed their nature. The eyes allowed him to keep up with the changes, but Falul didn't let him focus enough to anticipate them. That and the Drake and the Tiamat were charging at him from behind. Emrail's eyes went wide in fear, and his jaw opened in a silent scream. Then, when he was about to be overpowered, he dropped the mask and a smug grin appeared on his face. Idiots! He released the spells imbued in the Sage Crown, triggering an emerald blast that reduced the three beasts into a pulp. Unlike the Sage Staff, the crown lacked the Balor eyes and couldn't draw in the elements with the staff's same efficiency. What it could do, instead, was act as a multi-spells holding ring that boosted the effects of the enchantments the longer they were stored. Thanks to the power of the Yggdrasil wood, the High Chancellor had fused multiple Tier 5 spirit spells together, using the crown to enhance them and the tower to fuel them. The final result was less powerful than a Nova spirit spell, but way more versatile. Countless emerald bullets from Manastorm hit with the strength and speed of trucks. Upon hit, they released a noxious blast comprised of breakdown and rainstorm. The former used the power of the elements to affect the area around its target and make the air poisonous with darkness while the ground turned into molten lava. The latter used water to drench its victims and carry the other elements past the layers of protection. Emerald bullets hit the worms like a flurry of fists from a giant with 100 hands. Breakdown turned Maugre into hell, and Rainstorm dealt them internal damage, all at the same time. With a single move, Emrail had halted the charge, making his enemies fall to their knees and choking on their own blood. There's a reason a mage is considered invincible inside his tower, and I'm wearing mine. Falul had 7 heads, but only 1 heart, so the High Chancellor struck at her chest with the fury. The Davros of the Royal Fortress armor blocked the blow, but the Davros head of the hammer still caused a shockwave strong enough to crack her ribs and send them piercing the organs they were supposed to protect. Falul's left lung collapsed, sealing her breathing technique while her heart went into ventricular fibrillation. All of her eyes rolled back and her heads went limp as only the healing powers of the armor kept her from losing consciousness, and with it her life. The Voidfeather kept striking with everything he had, but aside from blackening Emrail's armor, he achieved nothing. "Did you really think a measly spell could damage a mage tower?" he said with a laugh while hitting Lith's face and smashing the frontal half of his skull. "Keep firing. I like hearing that wench's screams of pain." The Voidfeather roared in horror and shock, reminded that every attack the tower suffered would also affect Solless. "Once I'm done with you, I'll take my sweet time taming her, so thanks for softening that stupid girl for me. The void feather disappeared, replaced by the void who attempted to grab Emrail. He just sidestepped out of reach and hit Adjutor in a descending blow to the crown of his head. The squishy sound the Drake emitted horrified Solless and brought the rest of the group to turn around in shock. Blood poured from Adjutor's helm, seeping out the eyes and mouth slits, and from the cracks that the hammer strike had opened. "Master!" Morok screamed in fear as he saw the life force of his mentor slowly fading away. The void roared in rage, spreading his deadly black fog, but in an open space, Emrail only had to take a few steps back to escape its reach. Chapter 2661, Falling Apart, Part 1. Please, you and that dragon are pathetic one-trick ponies. You can't do squat from a distance, and the other one is useless in close-quarters combat, Emrail said to the void. One brief moment of distraction was all it took to make the delicate balance of the fight collapse. When Morok stopped in midair to turn around and dart toward Adjutor, he became a fixed target long enough to also be easy prey. The arrows coming at his back exploded before hitting their mark thanks to the elemental stream coming from his V-shaped bones, but the resulting explosion sent him spinning like a top. The following volley of arrows reached its target, piercing and sticking to his armor until he looked like a porcupine. The Tier 5 spells they were imbued with kicked the Tyrant off the sky, filling the air with a mist comprised of his own flesh and blood. Nalron's constructs froze when he looked over his shoulder, allowing the elves to surround him, and Freya missed the timing to rescue him because she was looking back too. Morok's scream made Quilla lose her focus, but at least she had the quick wit to retreat instead of standing still, and released all the spells she had at the ready as cover fire. A barrage of heat rays mowed down the elven lines where they had dropped the shields in favor of their bows, but the wounds were small and already cauterized, making them easy to heal. Alaja could only watch helplessly as the offensive formation she had organized crumbled, and her defensive arrays were taken down in quick succession. If the elven troops join their forces with Emrail, our chances of victory will go from little to none, she thought. What the heck can I do alone against so many opponents, or against someone who could take down 3 Violet Cord awakened like it was child's play? The High Chancellor walked toward Falul to finish her off, deeming her to be the greatest threat to his plan. Without her, the only opponent with Davros equipment will be gone, and her treasures will be mine. Without the life maelstrom, nobody can stand against a mage walking with his tower as one. His train of thought derailed when the sentries alerted him of an incoming attack. The fuck? Double Edge went millimeters away from his face, and only because even though it was heavy, adamant and dragon bones were no match for the tower-fused fury. How can you still stand? Lith didn't reply. The tree went on a dissertation about the origin of abominations, and Solless babbled about a lion cub and the circle of life. Shut up, Emrail snarled as the voices in his head hindered his focus without actually explaining anything. Lith still had part of the life maelstrom Falul had infused him with, and had split it with war so that the angry blade could clash with the much stronger hammer without breaking. Blocking the fury with a blade is idiotic, but it's better than death. Lith did his best to dodge and deflect whenever he could, but there were times when he had no choice but to parry. Also, he couldn't politely ask Emrail to stop blocking. Thanks to the eyes, the elf had a clear idea of Lith's martial style, and was exploiting such knowledge to beat the blade to its breaking point. "You bastards," the High Chancellor said to the Tiamat and his own unwilling slaves. "That's how you did it." Emrail had sent the sentries scouting the battlefield to make sure that the lesser dragons wouldn't miraculously revive as well, just to discover a bald patch of ground where Lith had laid until a moment before. The void couldn't get far from him, but plants were still living beings, and the fringe was filled to the brim with world energy. The abomination had sucked everything dry and sent the stolen life force to Lith to heal his wounds the moment they had been opened. Guilty as charged, Lith pressed forward with everything he had, channeling fusion magic through war to double its effectiveness. If only I could conjure my golems or get my hands on the equipment stored in the pocket dimension, I could also call upon the demons for help. Right now, it would just be a waste of energy. I'd lose mana to summon weak and naked soldiers with no guarantee of having enough time to recharge my core with invigoration. He inwardly cursed, doing his best just to stop Emrail from finding his balance again. The elf was forced to step back in order to avoid the void's claws and not let the black fog surround him. Lith had no control over his soul projection, but it was still like being 2 against 1. The problem was that Emrail was faster and stronger than them, plus with the eyes, and the sentries there was nothing that Lith tried that the elf couldn't anticipate and counter. Feints and spells were foiled just as easily with Emrail, using the eyes of Meditative to read their runes, as soon as Lith conjured them, and the sentries to follow his blade's every move to predict its trajectory. "Stop staring at us like a moron and kill him." The High Chancellor shifted to a two-handed grip on the sage staff and passed the fury to Solless. Killing her old master is the perfect rite of passage to break Elfin Meditative down and end this farce. Too bad that the sentence lacked a clear, direct object, so Solless just threw the hammer at one of the elves surrounding Nalrond, turning them into a pulp and rescuing the Rizar. "I meant Verhin. Kill Verhin." Solless obeyed the worst she could, having her arms pop out of the tower right in front of his eyes and blinding him temporarily while she tried to strangle Lith. Tried because he was too far, and Emrail had never specified how she was supposed to perform the task. She also recalled the fury as fast as she could, which Lith dodged easily since he knew Solless well enough to understand her plan. Emrail, however, didn't. When the hammer flew past Lith, the elf failed to grab the hammer and took the full force of the blow right in his face. "Good job, child." The tree brimmed with joy as their captor stumbled back, his vision blurry from the blow. Lith followed in the fury's wake, aiming a horizontal thrust right in the gap between the helm and the chest plate's collar of the Voidwalker. "If the moron didn't alter my blueprints, I can cut off his head and rescue Solless." Lith regretted not going to help Falul, but he preferred gambling on a possible victory than achieving a certain stalemate that might end as badly as before. "Go back to your cage." Emrail sent the order to Solless telepathically since he had no time to waste. He linked his consciousness with the sentries, replacing his still useless eyes with their readings and ordering the tower to reach accordingly. The fury intercepted Double Edge with surgical precision, setting it off its target and dealing a blow so heavy that the metal cracked and Lith's hands went numb. Chapter 2662, Falling Apart, Part 2. "I'm not done yet." Lith abandoned his Tiamat form and switched to the Voidfeather dragon in the hope that the instincts and abilities of the divine beast could offer him a solution. Spirit vision showed him how Emrail and Solless now had the same energy signature and life force. It revealed to him like the familiar energies from the different floors of the tower were now mixed to give birth to the uncanny power that had crippled in an instant two of the most powerful awakened he knew. The mystical sight also detected the constant flow of world energy and mass moving from the armor to the hammer, but all of those things only made him understand how desperate the fight was. Emrail exploited the temporary weakness in Lith's arms to perform an X-shaped attack with the staff and fury, leaving him no way out. In the case of a blink, Emrail would have simply followed, but not before throwing the hammer. "The fury will strike him from the front, while the staff will hit him from the back, along with all the power I have accumulated this far." The 3 gems and 3 eyes on Sage Staff's head burned with elemental energy, waiting for the right moment to be unleashed. Lith breathed a burst of void flames from all over his body and turned himself into a living pyre. Emrail didn't stop his attack, the world energy flowing through his weapons more than enough to resist the black flames until they ran out of strength. His assessment was right, and the pillar of fire was cut asunder from the slash, but that was it. There was no one there. Lith had used the Voidfeather dragon's shadow step to escape. The flames had elongated his shadow enough to overlap with the elf's and move to his back. Unfortunately for Lith, the eyes of Meditative knew that trick, and the sentries alerted Emrail of the threat the moment he started to emerge from the shadows. "Again with the dragon? Are you that stupid or just that desperate?" The High Chancellor didn't even have to turn around to unleash the frozen wasteland stored in the mouth of Meditative. The anti-dragon spell snuffed the breath of origin flames that was coming out of Lith's mouth and turned his body into a shivering mess. "I'm just that desperate." Lith looked at his allies, discovering that the time he had bought them had kept them alive, but they were far from recovering. He then switched to his abomination form, getting rid of the crippling cold as the spark of chaos and the darkness fed upon the enemy mana. "By the world tree, you really are an abomination then." The amusement in Emrail's voice raised countless red flags in Lith's mind. "That's great news. Dealing with an abomination is much easier than someone who can use spirit fusion." Another spell stored in the mouth was released, the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Cruel Sun. A sphere of black flames engulfed both Lith and Emrail, but it was only the abomination who suffered from the massive amount of darkness magic that painted the spell black. The intense heat, instead, made the air unbreathable, sealing an awakened breathing technique and turning Lith's equipment into a searing furnace. Double Edge and the Voidwalker armor turned red-hot, the heat weakening them enough for the darkness to creep in. On top of that, in his darkness body, there was nothing that stopped the pain that the clashing energies inflicted upon Lith. Darkness ate at darkness, making the abomination flicker as it lost mass to survive, and its huger soared. It all went blank when the sage staff hit him, releasing the darkness element stored in the Balor's eye. Lith was sent tumbling with a huge dent in his breastplate and knocked out of his abomination form. He was down on his knee, gasping for air due to the trouble he had breathing. Even outside the area of effect of cruel sun, the air was poor in oxygen, and his ribs were as cracked as his equipment. "Thanks for your gifts, Lith Tiamat Verhin." Emrail stepped in front of him with the majesty of a king. "I'll use your bones for the frame of my throne, and I'll make sure that your name will be remembered forever for your unwilling contribution to my cause." The elemental crystals on the Fury lit up with black, yellow, and red energy. Fire and darkness maximized its destructive power, while air gave it the speed of lightning despite its humongous mass. "No, no, no." Solless tried everything she could, but the orders from her new master bound her more strongly than any chain. "I won't let you do that. I'm going to kill you with my own hands." Her fury was transmitted to her soul projection that until that moment had kept hammering at the imaginary metal between its hands. Soulless, rage and fear overcame her obsession with her past and made her focus on her present. The golden-scaled creature of the projection snarled, hammering at Emrail's head. The psychic weapon phased through his body without doing him any damage, but the same couldn't be said about his own soul projection. The immaterial fury struck its head with enough strength to make Emrail falter and miss his step. He was using darkness fusion, but it couldn't stop the pain from a telepathic injury. When the blow came down, Lith had barely managed to raise his arms in a weak guard. The real fury struck in a short arc, too narrow to reach its original target, Lith's head. Yet it was wide enough to reach Double Edge, which was horizontally raised in front of his face. It was strong enough to shatter the blade into pieces and then do the same to War Within. The angry blade screamed in what could only be described as agony, while the pieces of black metal were sent flying around, and the violet crystals on its fuller fell to the ground. The impact sent Lith flying as well, ending belly down with his face in the ground. He could feel War's pain through their blood bond, its strength fading along with the spells of the pseudo-cores that formed its semi-conscience. The shock flooded Lith with adrenaline, clearing his head from the dizziness caused by his injuries. "It's fine. War is not a living being, and thanks to my paranoia, I always have a dimensional item with me. I can store War inside and keep it frozen in time until I get to Grandma and have her repair it with creation magic," he thought, trying to convince himself. He had to get out of there alive first, and without War, the next blow of the Fury would also be the last. "Finish him," Emrail ordered the nearest Elven unit. They had moved away from the original spot, reaching one of the edges of the encirclement. The High Chancellor would have loved to deal the killing blow himself, but Solless, soul projection, kept hitting him. "Stop it, you whore. You can order me what to do, not what to think, you fucker," she replied in hatred, hoping to draw his attention long enough for Lith to escape. Chapter 2663 Born in Flames, Part 1 2663 Born in Flames, Part 1 Lith's chest heaved from the wounds while hunger drained the strength from his limbs and clouded his brain so much that he had trouble focusing. Weaving spells felt like trudging through tar, but his body was too weak to react, so his mind was all he had left. He tried to store War inside the dimensional amulet, but the weapon used what was left of its enchantments to resist the pull and tugged at Lith's consciousness. "No," War said. "Don't be an idiot." The tug of war made Lith's casting time become even longer. "You aren't like Double Edge. That's just a piece of bone and metal that I can reforge as many times as I want. You are a sentient being and no one, not even Orion, can put you back together if your spells fade." "I'm not sentient. I know I'm no person. I'm just a thing," War replied. "You are a person to me." Lith felt his heart tighten. "I can't lose you and Solless in a single day." "Agreed, you can't." War's voice worked through the pain to sound aloof and mechanical as usual. "So let me help you rescue her. Let me protect you one last time, Master." "Fine," Lith gritted his teeth while swallowing blood and saliva. "Let's fight together then, old friend." While the conversation happened via the blood link, the nearest 10-man unit of elves knocked and released 2 volleys of 30 arrows each. The moment Lith stopped trying to store War away and clenched its hilt, the only unbroken part of the blade, the metal fragments scattered on the ground came to life. They surrounded Lith, spinning around him and cutting down the 60 incoming arrows. The enchanted adamant cut through the adamant of the tips and the wood of the shafts, jamming the spells imbued inside of the arrows with War's counter-flow ability, and leeching whatever they could with the Devour ability. No explosion followed, nor a single spark of energy was released. Only sawdust and metal filled the air. The elves were appalled, but it took more than a setback to make them forget the discipline that decades of rigorous training had instilled in them. They knocked 3 more arrows each, and War's metal fragments turned toward them. The elves drew the strings back, and War's pieces bolted forward. Before the fingers could release the next volley, the angry swarm struck them with so much violence that it pinned the elves to the ground. The metal shards worked their way from the inside, activating the reverse imprint ability that usually befell solely upon those who tried to wield War. The bodies of the elves bloated like overinflated balloons, their blood and mana flowing in reverse. The 10-man unit blew up with an agonizing choir of screams, blood, and entrails flying everywhere. Yet while the organs landed with a wet thud, the blood stayed in the air. The adamant fragments collected it until the last drop, coating themselves with the blood before going back to Lith. The coagulated mass that was supposed to become War's sealing scabbard was instead used to connect the broken pieces together. The life force carried by the blood served as a scaffold to channel the mana of the angry blade's pseudo-cores and keep it from fading away. In a split second, the elven unit was dead, and a red and black blade had taken form in Lith's hand. Every piece was back in its place, using the blood as both glue and conductor for the mystical energies. Stand up, friend. War used all the stolen life force it couldn't store to flood Lith's body, healing his wounds and consuming the excess blood to provide him with the nutrients he lacked. The blood, Lith and Solless thought in unison despite their bond being still broken. I had forgotten about it. War was just a regular bastard sword before taking his blood. We are connected. Lith can help War as much as War can help me, Lith. Lith clenched the blade harder, ordering it to release the metal spikes of their first encounter. They prickled his skin, making droplets of blood drip on the hilt that were transmitted to the blade, revitalizing it further. Regular blood was a decent replacement, whereas Lith's blood was a part of War as much as the metal and mana that comprised its body. Even those few drops were enough to restore the blade to its original prowess and slow down the pseudo-core's degeneration process. If it works for the pocket dimension, then it must work for the current War as well. Lith kept the spikes out, dripping blood on the hilt and releasing a spark of his life force. The shattered blade burst with emerald flames that filled the gaps and turned every iota of lost energy into destructive power. War was still dying, but now its essence would empower it instead of just fading into nothingness. Finally, Emrail had escaped Solless' assault by releasing his own soul projection. He had no idea how to move it, let alone make it fight, but neither did Solless. Now that the Emrail's soul projection was out, hers was just attacking his physical body to no avail. The elf's psychic image looked just like himself, but dressed in luxurious clothes worthy of a king, and sitting on a wooden throne carved in the heart of the world tree. A holographic map in front of him detailed his territories, which amounted to 1/4 of Garland and the position of his troops. The soul projection wore an expression of pure joy, feeling at the peak of its existence. Not him, stupid projection, Salu's cursed, attacked the guy on the throne. Yet the golden-scaled creature kept hammering at the real Emrail, since her hatred was addressed toward him. Immortal flames? He furrowed his eyebrow in disbelief. You are more stupid than I thought. Those things are powerful, but you lack the strength to pay the price they demand. I wish you were right, Lith snarled, knowing that it was War's essence fueling the flames, not him. The 7 violet mana crystals were aligned again along the fuller of the blade, yet the one further from the hilt started to blink until its light went off. The tip of the blade was still alight with power, but with one less crystal, the burden of the enchantments was now fueled by the remaining 6. Lith saw the 6th gemstone crackle, its light getting duller as the clock ticked. He kept his human form despite it being weaker than the dragon and the abomination, because it had no weakness that the enemy could exploit. Lith's soul projection was back to being the Voidfeather dragon, but the creature had a troubled expression. He wept for War as well and knew that his spells could at best hurt Solless. There was little the Voidfeather could do to tip the scales of the battle, but it was better than nothing. Lith and Emrail clashed again, but even with the power of the immortal flames boosting Lith's strikes, the result was the same as before. The elf had the mass of the tower, the knowledge of the eyes, and centuries of martial prowess. Chapter 2664 Born in Flames, Part 2. 2664 Born in Flames, Part 2. The shattered blade could now deform itself via the flames, twisting and turning like a snake past the enemy's guard, but Emrail always blocked it, no matter how impossible the angle of the attack was. The sentries kept feeding him information, and the energy coating his weapons shielded them from the destructive heat of the immortal flames. A normal enchanted armor would have imploded due to the mana required, but Emrail's was no armor, it was Meditativ's tower. Any other weapon would have melted on contact, and its enchantments be consumed at every clash, but Solless, Fury was the apex of Meditativ's work, and it was at one with the tower. Lith fought hard and lost hard, one swing of the Fury too many, and the flames failed to keep the blade's shards together. Good riddance, Verhen. Emrail was about to deliver the finishing blow when a silvery glaive aimed at his neck. What? The sentries confirmed to him that the Hydra was still on the ground, yet Strife was missing. He parried the blade and prepared to follow up with a shattering blow when an emerald streak tackled him from behind, too fast to react even with the sentries warning him in time. Thanks for the lesson, jackass, Adjutor said. Now it's my turn to teach you something. The Drake had turned his body into pure mana with spirit fusion, and used it to weave together a series of Tier 5 spirit spells at the speed of thought. Adjutor had chosen them carefully so that each one of the spells would boost the effects of the next in a destructive crescendo. Emrail tried to conjure the powers of the tower to defend himself, but found its energy reserves dry. Surprise, motherfucker! Only then did Falul stand up, revealing the hands of Meditative that had been hogging most of the surrounding world energy for a while. How? Emrail asked, but the emerald onslaught smothered his voice. The Voidfeather grinned in satisfaction, as at least that part of the plan had worked out. Since he couldn't harm Emrail, the dragon had let the tower deflect his spells toward his fallen comrades, before switching them into healing magic with void magic. The moment the awakened had regained their senses, it had taken them just the time for a few breaths to recover their full strength. At that point, they had waited for the right moment to strike. Falul had also used tendrils of spirit magic to reach her allies from below the ground, and imbue them with life maelstrom without anyone noticing. The 7 heads of the Hydra cast several spells at once, using true and fake magic plus body casting, keeping herself at a distance to not interfere with Adjutor's work. She only threw and recovered Strife non-stop to mess up with the High Chancellor's stance. I can't compete with the tower in terms of energy manipulation, not even with the help of the hands of Meditative, Falul thought. What I can do is to use the power I have accumulated to fuel my royal fortress armor. There's a limit to how much mana my violet-cored body can withstand, whereas Tyrant's work has no such problem. She could feel the reserves of life maelstrom recharging faster than usual and the several spells of the armor gaining new strength from the hands. The royal fortress armor worked akin to an 8-head, allowing the Hydra to save mana and alter the rhythm of her attacks in a way that Emrail would have a hard time predicting. Lith looked left at Quilla and the others keeping the battalion of elves away, and then to his right where the lesser dragons were giving their all. Yet he knew the prowess of his former tower better. He had taken enough blows to know that despite Falul's and Adjutor's best efforts, it wouldn't be enough to stop Emrail. It would be a different story if I had already reached the bright violet core as well. Lith gritted his teeth, watching the 6th violet crystal lose its luster, and knowing that every second lost brought war closer to its end. This time a few fragments of adamant fell to the ground, and no matter how much Lith and war called upon them, they didn't rise again. Emrail knows me, but I know the tower better than anyone else. I can deal with it, but I can't do it with my current power. I can't do it alone. You are not alone. The soul projection changed into the void that reached down and grabbed the hilt of the shattered blade with his black hand. War, destroy. A spark of black life force reached the blade, painting it black and instilling chaos along the edges of the immortal flames. I won't let you go like that, old friend, nor will one let that bastard hurt you. The Voidfeather dragged the void down. He became the soul projection again and grabbed the hilt with his red-scaled hand. War, ignite. A spark of violet life force reached the immortal flames, turning them from emerald green to midnight blue. The chaos no longer corrupted the adamant of the blade, the blue flames consuming everything that the war couldn't withstand and using it to further increase its strength. What the fuck? Lith recognized in the blue flames in front of him those that Elijah saw within him when she looked at him with soul vision. The same blue flames that he had witnessed in the mindscape when Magur had shown him a potential future. War was stronger than before, its mana flow more vigorous, violent, and destructive than ever. Yet it wasn't enough. Even with whatever those flames were, the gap with a bright violet cord awakened was too big, let alone with Emrail wearing the tower. Lith took a deep breath with invigoration to restore his strength, while also turning his attention inside of himself. The fringe gave him the unique opportunity to communicate with the aspects of his life force. If the Voidfeather could talk, then he could also listen. Why are you doing this? Lith used war to channel his thoughts to the Voidfeather dragon, focusing his willpower to keep the mind link between dragon and blade from closing. I get it. You hate me, and I deserve it, yet Solless doesn't. That bastard took her away from us and orders her around like she's a smart home appliance. How can you claim to care about her yet stand there and do nothing? You are supposed to be the good guy, yet you stand on the wrong side of this battle. How can you help war yet refuse to help Solless? If you merged with me and the Void, I don't hate you, the Voidfeather snarled. That's the jackass job. I despise him because he poisons with his hate everything we touch, because he feels joy killing our enemies and smiles only when he breaks them piece by piece, as if it can solve anything. You I resent instead. You whined about your wounds for years, yet you were the one tearing them open and making sure they wouldn't heal. You pushed everyone away because you were too afraid of getting hurt again. Chapter 2665 Agreement, Part 1. 2665 Agreement, Part 1. It's because of you that Uriel, Floria, Nana, Lark, and everyone who ever gave a crap about us died without knowing how much we cared for them. As the Voidfeather dragon spoke, the flames on his feathered wings changed color according to the cursed element they were channeling. With each word, the worm's voice turned into a deafening roar that forced Lith to cup his ears. Yet you are right. The flames died out and his voice became as low as a whisper. My feelings for you haven't changed, yet if there's anyone I despise more than the Void, if there's anyone I resent more than you, it's that accursed elf. The Voidfeather dragon stared at Emrail with rage and allowed himself to feel hatred. The same hatred that comprised every fiber of the Void and that now flowed inside the dragon's ethereal veins, turning his red scales black. New horns grew on his head, while the old ones became longer and bigger. The feathers on the first set of wings were consumed by blue flames, revealing the membrane underneath. His remaining set of feathered wings now burned steadily, with 6 different kinds of cursed flames. The blue fire spread from the now membranous wings to the spine, and from there, it lit up the black feathers on the way toward the head. At that point, the blue flames propagated along the bone spikes, setting them ablaze in what looked like a burning crown. The Void Demon Dragon, the form that Lith would have assumed if in the past he had let his human side be swallowed by either the dragon or the abomination, only had 2 white eyes without pupils. That's it, Lith checked himself with invigoration, and there was nothing different about him. His mana core was still violet, and his life force was still that of a Tiamat. His mass, magical, and physical prowess were unchanged. At least until the merging between the Void and the Voidfeather dragon reached the limit that Lith's life forces currently allowed. The excess energy that couldn't be stored within the soul projection seeped through the bond it shared with the human side. Lith screamed in pain as the blackness covered his skin, starting from his head and flowing down as if someone had dropped a bucket of paint on him. His 7 eyes turned white, and his black-violet aura was replaced by midnight blue flames that burned at everything. The air, the dust particles in it, the surrounding world energy, and even Lith's own flesh. Only the partial merging with the other life forces kept him from being consumed by the flames as well, the blackness acting as an insulent and shielding him from most of the damage. Most but not all. The blazing dark energies covered his entire body, turning his fingers into claws and his teeth into pale fangs. The moment his whole body turned black, his hair caught fire and his skin cracked into countless scales from between which leaked more blue flames. At the same time, 5 of Lith's 7 eyes seemed to cry white tears that defied gravity and dripped toward the sky. The 5 pristine torrents climbed up the Void Demon Dragon's body until they reached his face. The white tears formed 5 white pools that condensed into as many eyes, giving the dragon part of the power of the human side. The man below and the dragon above roared in unison as they both stabilized and their eyes burst with elemental energy, white no more. Lith tried to conjure his demons, but his mana burned blue. The shadows burned. Everything burned. Wait, what? Falul, Adjutor, and Emrail stopped their fight for a split second, feeling every hair or scale on their bodies stand up in alarm. Screams and roars were just air and didn't impress them, but the power they carried was another story entirely. The three of them turned around toward the thing that Lith had become, feeling the pressure of a true divine beast exuding from his body. Neither he nor his soul projection were that strong alone, but together they produced the same terrifying presence that a real dragon would. On top of that, the burning blade between his hands emitted an aura of its own that perfectly aligned with Lith's, kicking things up another notch. Adjutor grunted in approval and resumed his attack, whereas Falul remained stunned, and so did Emrail. At least until the first hit of the Drake landed, and they both snapped out of it respectively to support her comrade and save his own life. What's going on? There's a sudden drop in the world energies level, but I can't detect any source for this phenomenon. The Hydra and the elf thought alike, one perceiving the changes in the fringe via the hands while the other through the tower. Emrail had even tried to use the eyes of Menadian to understand what was happening, but according to the artifact, there was nothing going on. You two, what's the name of that thing and what can it do? He worded his questions so that no deflection was allowed. I don't know, they replied. Solless knew Lith ever since he was 4, and the World Tree was the inheritor of millennia of knowledge, passed down from their predecessors, from times before even the Guardians, so those 3 words scared Emrail to death. It doesn't matter. Whatever that is, it can't be stronger than Menadian's toe. Dodge! Lith fell to his knees, holding his chest in pain, yet his voice roared like thunder. Adjutor and Falul had no idea what was happening and why Lith hadn't used the mind link, but they trusted him with their lives. They moved away, leaving Emrail alone and utterly confused. The feathered wings of the void demon dragon had drained the surrounding world energy from the moment the divine beast had formed, and the accumulated power had now reached the critical mass. Lith recognized the burning sensation in his chest. He had a hard time believing it could hurt so much, even though it wasn't building up inside his own heart, but he had long since learned that reality didn't give a damn about what he believed. The void demon dragon's feathers blazed with all kinds of flames as a silvery light bled from his chest, and quickly moved up along his neck and out through his mouth. Dread flames as focused and fast as a laser erupted from the dragon's maw, crossing the space between Lith and Emrail in an instant. What the? The elf conjured all the barriers stored in both the tower and the armor, but the flames burned them all. The silvery blast engulfed him from head to toe, eating at his defenses, his mana, the world around him, the tower, and the body beneath. Solless and Emrail screamed together, feeling their essences being consumed in searing agony. The dread flames moved past the elf, carving a meters-deep trench in the ground in their wake and turning an entire unit of elves into cinders. Adjutor Falul, leave him to me. This fucker is mine. Lith gestured them to stand aside as he charged forward, the blazing blade screaming a bone-chilling war cry. The lesser dragons did as instructed, making Emrail curse under his breath. Chapter 2666 Agreement, Part 2. 2666 Agreement, Part 2. Fighting Verhin alone is definitely easier, but if our duel goes on for too long, the 2 lessers will recover their strength and kill my soldiers. Emrail's analysis was spot on. Adjutor had assumed his physical form again, and was now able to recover from the wounds and exhaustion caused by the spirit fusion. As for Falul, not only was she drinking barrels of nutrients from 5 mouths, but she was also channeling the power from the hands into the royal fortress armor to replenish the life maelstrom faster than usual. Emrail instead was still quite shaky from the dread flames, and even with the immortal body array from the heart of the tower, he had yet to fully recover. There was something wrong with him, as if the tower had suddenly shifted down 1 gear. That and the violence of the impact as he blocked war caught him by surprise. He had expected the fragments of the blade to hold an insignificant amount of power compared to when they were a real weapon and coated in double edge. Instead, the blow had been much heavier than before, and Verhin had no care for the might of the Fury any longer. The strike had been clean and straightforward, as if he wasn't worried about the blade taking more damage. Because he was. War was already shattered and bleeding, making quickness more important than finesse. Also, the blue flames didn't just hold the pieces of the dying blade together. They embodied the fusion between chaos and immortal flames, burning everything in their path. The clash failed to deform the fragments because they moved away like water, while the blue flames struck at the hammer and eroded the aura empowering it. "I applaud your warrior honor." Emrail noticed that Lith was stronger than before, but not enough to be a threat by himself, so Emrail found his bravado back. "Fighting me alone is." Two black flaming fists hammered at him from above while he was busy repelling war, and squashed the High Chancellor into a pulp. The Void Demon Dragon struck at the elf's soul projection, so that the tower suffered no harm. Lith didn't miss a beat, plunging the tip of his blade down where the heart of his sprawled enemy was supposed to be. Emrail survived only thanks to the immortal body array first, and then due to the tower warp. He became one with the flow of world energy, and moved away at a safe distance without creating any opening that life vision could predict. "Damn it, I created that spell to protect Lith. It's one of my greatest accomplishments and my first step into rebirth magic, yet that fucker used it to save his sorry ass." Solless thought as the distance turned out to not be safe. Lith extended his arms, emitting a final eclipse from his right hand and a plague storm from the left. A raging stream of darkness-infused violet flames with the heat of a sun knocked the elf off his feet, while a hail of darkness bullets dragged him along like an avalanche. Emrail cursed. Most of the tower's barriers were still recovering from the dread flames and out of order. He conjured the darkness and fire sealing arrays to put an end to the onslaught. Or so he thought until blue magic circles appeared on the Void Demon Dragons, hands and wings, switching the elements respectively into light and water. The flame pillar turned into a freezing ray with the mass of a freight train, while the darkness bullets became hard light restraints that chained his arms and feet. How? The dragon is supposed to use only magic while the abomination can only attack physically. How can that thing do both? "Who's the one-trick pony now?" the Void Demon Dragon replied, giving the impression he could read Emrail's mind. "I warned you before. Bad things happen when we agree, and we agree that you must die." Lith bolted forward with a flying spell, and as he came closer, the elf felt the world energy thinning. That's it. Earlier the abomination gained physical substance by feeding off the abundant world energy of the fringe. The fringe's output is the same as a mana geyser, and abominations become stronger the more nourishment they have. Now that they have fused together, the dragon has gained substance as well. That's why he can use those odd flames, Emrail thought while flying back as well. He couldn't afford to stay still anymore without the dragon pummeled him. Emrail had to constantly move around and use his superior might to keep Lith at a distance, while killing him with spells. The High Chancellor switched from the Fury to the Sage Staff to exploit its superior reach and its ability to boost his magic. Yggdrasil wood was inferior to Davros, but far superior to adamant. At the following clash, Emrail activated the elemental crystals, releasing 6 pillars of magic that blasted every metal shard of the blade away and hit Lith from point-blank range. Only the hilt was left, but Lith refused to let go as he tumbled on the ground and clawed with his hands to regain his footing. The 5th mana crystal faded as well, and more adamant fragments failed to rise. "You are a very strong mage, but nothing compared to one with his own tower." Emrail quickly cast his spirit spell via the mouth, fueled it with the hands, and amplified it with the Master Mirror. The final result was still less powerful than a Nova spell, but the eyes fixed on Lith ensured Emrail that the Tiamat had no way to dodge or defend himself. The elf unleashed Spiral Gorge just to be forced to turn around and use it as a means of defense. The sentries had warned him of Falul's attack, and he couldn't afford to ignore it. The Hydra was coated in silver lightning, her physical might further amplified by the Royal Fortress armor, and so was her glaive. 6 of her 7 heads held a spell of untold power each that crackled with life maelstrom. From her opposite side, a living stream of emerald and silver light was taking the shape of a chain of Tier 5 spirit spells. As for Lith, he had found his footing again, and was completing the formation of the 3-pronged attack, even though his blade was now only made of blue fire. The adamant fragments had been scattered across the battlefield, and opted for a recharge before going back. They caught an Elven squad by surprise and slaughtered them. War took their blood as a prize, using it to fuel the flames and buy itself a few more seconds. "You said you wanted to fight me alone," Emrail yelled in outrage as more and more attacks slipped past the tower's defenses and dented his armor. "And you believed that?" Lith, Solless, Adjetor, Falul, and even the tree said in unison. Emrail felt stupid, but also confused. "I don't get it. I've seen from the Yggdrasil data banks how strong Verhin was even back when he was just a blue core. He was stronger than I am now. Then why is this my limit?" The tower is supposed to have recovered more floors from the battle at the Famer mines. Can the Nova spells really make so much of a difference? Chapter 2667, Remember Me, Part 1. 2667, Remember Me, Part 1. The answer was no. Nova spells weren't the cause of the gap between the tower Lith had used back at the Famer mines and the one in Emrail's hands. The problem was that even when Lith still had just a blue core, he had fought alongside Solless, not against her. No matter how many opponents they faced, he took care of the physical aspect of the fight while she dealt with intel and spells. Solless was the one manipulating the tower and operating its enchantments. She was the one collecting the data from the sentries and filtering only the relevant bits. Emrail instead was doing it all on his own. The tower was actually several times stronger than it had been at the Famer mines. It had recovered many floors, the eyes, and the mouth. Yet Emrail was but one elf, and there was a limit to what his focus could achieve. On top of that, there was a reason the Void Demon Dragon had blasted Emrail, and the tower with the dread flames, despite knowing that they would hurt Solless. Lith had learned the hard way that the tower was set to prioritize her survival. It meant that whenever she and the host were both hurt, the tower would drain its host to keep her safe. It was how Lith had weakened the tower's battle form and the source of the weariness that Emrail was experiencing. Ajeter's spells created a concussive series of blasts that ruined Emrail's footwork and drained the barriers protecting him. Without them, strife cut deep into the tower armor, wounding the elf's right arm and back. Fallow's mouths bit him from head to waist, injecting straight into his flesh both the acidic venom of her fangs and the spells she had conjured. Lith wrapped war around the sage staff, pushing it away as he unleashed his Tier 5 spirit spell, Primordial Roar, along with the Void Demon Dragon. Emrail survived once again thanks to the immortal body array, but he was getting hungry. So hungry that he could barely focus anymore. He used the tower warp to slip away unhindered and even managed to use his breathing technique. It restored his mental focus and his stamina, but he was still starving. At the same time, War's fourth crystal lost its light. The outermost layers of the blade's enchantments collapsed, and with them a handful of adamant shards. The angry blade still had its full power, but its remaining energy kept burning faster and faster. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Emrail had one of Solless' tonics appear right in his mouth, and even though they tasted like shit, he almost lost himself in the feeding ecstasy. Many elves had died, but there were still enough to bring down the three beasts if their spells struck them in the back. "Guys, I need your help." Lith conjured a blue six-pointed star above his head, taking the place in the array as the seventh. Uriel's hexagram drained dozens of arrows dry of their fire, darkness, air, and water elements. 4 points of the star lit up to their full capacity, leaving only the earth and light elements off. There were still more arrows coming, forcing Fallow to return to her original size and spin Strife to deflect as many darts as she could while using the wings of the Royal Fortress armor to take care of the rest. She took quite some damage, but between the life maelstrom coursing through her equipment and her body back to its peak condition, she could bear with it, especially with one of her heads tucked inside the armor using her breathing technique non-stop. "What kind of help?" Ajeter tried to establish a mind link to save time, but the blue flames exuding from Lith's body burned it just like they had done with the previous. Everything that wasn't attached to his own body was consumed by the fire's hunger. "I can cast Silverwing's Annihilation alone, but only if that's fully charged up." Lith pointed at the array floating over their heads. Those words meant nothing to Emrail, but luckily for him, the research about Uriel's hexagram was stored inside Soluspedia, so he only had to think about the mysterious array to learn its workings. "By the tree, no," he gasped in shock. He had managed to use his breathing technique, but even with the tower's help, he couldn't conjure the power of the annihilation. "The wench has a blue core, just like my soldiers, whereas this monstrosity requires 7 bright violet cord awakened. If only there were 6 more like me, we would be unstoppable. Curse you and your arrogance, world tree." "Thank you," the Yggdrasil replied. "Why do you think I send my chroniclers alone? This way they can't get strange ideas and avoid the temptation of using anti-guardian spells against me. I'm more powerful than any divine beast, but I'm no guardian. What about you?" "How do I defend myself, slave?" Emrail fell for the tree's taunt and asked Solless for advice. "Fuck you, that's how." What? The shock from her defiance hit him as hard as one of Lith's fists. "You know what? I'm not an object. I'm a person and this tower is asterisk my body. Solless had tried until that moment to reconnect with the power core of the tower. As she herself had said, Emrail could tell her what to do or say, not what to think, and she could manipulate the tower with her mind. The insult was just a rude way to say that she had no clue how to stop an annihilation. After all, he had asked her for an answer, not a polite one. On it, Adjutor cast his best Tier 5 healing spell, pouring in it as much mana as the hexagram could take. The 6 stars lit up, and the different elemental energies flowed into each other and into Lith until they merged together with his spirit magic and formed a perfect Silverwing's annihilation. Stop it, Emrail could feel the tower working against him, becoming weaker and harder to move. I forbid you to think. Solless had worked hard to build telepathic boundaries by following Dawn's teachings, so she managed to hold against those unreasonable orders. Yet she was just a novice compared to the bright day, and the tower was just an object. It reacted by cutting her off the mainframe and isolating her mind in a corner of her life support system. Suddenly, Solless was less than a thing, less than a voice in her host's head. She was reduced to a ghost prisoner of her own mind, still able to perceive the world but incapable even of reasoning. Everything she knew, even the most basic feeling, was gone. She was reduced to something even more insignificant than the pebble form she had been back when Lith had rescued her from Protector. She felt beaten and violated, yet she wasn't allowed to manifest her sadness. She was reduced to a faded dream in someone else's memory. The High Chancellor flew away, knowing that the weak spot of arrays was that they couldn't be moved. If I put enough distance between us, no matter how strong a spell is, it can be easily avoided. Chapter 2668, Remember Me, Part 2. 2668, Remember Me, Part 2. The Void Demon Dragon agreed with him, so the dragon compressed Uriel's hexagram, altering the placement of its runes and turning it into a powerful pseudo-core. I can carry it, but in the meantime I can't do anything else. You are on your own. Numberlith replied while gripping War's hilt, I'm not. Leave him to me until I give you the signal. Lith chased Emrail, while the dragon used the world energy that he absorbed from the fringe to keep the annihilation stable and boost its power. After all, Lith only had a violet core, and the worm could use a bit of time to bring the accumulated spirit magic on par with the other elements. I don't get it, Adjutor asked. What can Lith achieve without us? I have no clue, but I do know what we can achieve without him. Falul pointed at their disciples, still fighting an uphill battle. Good thinking. Let's cripple the enemy's strength and boost our confidence. Fighting a goddamn tower made me feel like when I was still a weak hatchling. The Drake roared as he unleashed a freezing breath of elemental flow that decimated an Elven unit. He was still overcharged with life maelstrom, and his mana core was bright violet, whereas the elves were mere bright blue true mages. Compared to him, they were children. Their strength lay in numbers and surprise attacks. They were no match for the lesser dragon in a direct confrontation. Not with Falul blinking amid her wounded apprentices and restoring their vigor. Not with her head spitting acid and Tier 5 spirit spells like they were confetti. Not with Freya turning every blink and warp into a death trap that killed its caster and their nearest allies. Not with Nalron's constructs throwing the elven formations in disarray, and his heat rays burning bows and quivers. Not with Olija using her staff to conjure multiple elemental sealing arrays at the same time, making everyone who wasn't an awakened nothing more than a meat sack. Not with Quilla using Bloodbent to carry her spells right in the middle of the enemy lines before unleashing them. Not with Morok flying through the battlefield, his eyes destroying everything in front of him while his wings burned everything behind. No, 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 Emrail cried in despair. Do you have any idea what you are doing? How many centuries did it take to give birth and train so many warriors? You are destroying millennia of our heritage. I don't care, Lith replied. Once I'm done with you, I'm going to find everyone involved and kill them all. The elf grunted, having a hard time while operating the tower, blocking war, and keeping an eye on the Void Demon Dragon at the same time. He would have loved to let the sentries take care of that, but according to them, neither the dragon nor the spell he carried existed. It was the perfect scenario for Lith's plan, yet he couldn't find a single reason to smile, not even inwardly. The space in his mind where Solless had been was now empty. The pain and the rage that her mere presence kept at bay ever since he was 4 was running rampant like when he was still Dirk McCoy. The void was a part of him, and with it came everything that the abomination embodied. It took Lith's sheer willpower to keep his emotions under control and not fall into an animalistic frenzy. On top of that, War's clock was ticking out. The third crystal went out, and even though the power of the blade was unaffected, now every time War clashed with the Fury or the Sage Staff, small fragments of adamant fell down to never rise up again. Even with the blood and fire acting as an emergency monocirculatory system, the damages to the shattered blade were too severe. Its spells were quickly and inexorably degrading, forcing War to cut the weakest branches to preserve the main structural integrity. Yet it was only when the second violet mana crystal on the fuller started to blink did Lith panic. No, no, no. He was scared at the idea of becoming incapable of saving Solless without the blade, and grieved its loss in equal measure. Don't worry, War replied, its voice feebler than ever. A semi-sentient artifact couldn't pant or cough, but as its pseudo-cores weakened, War's rage was dying out. There was no vigor, no fury, or bloodthirst in the echo of its thoughts, only pain. We are still together. Not for much longer, but we still are. Lith felt the relief of the blade at the realization that with oblivion it would also come the absence of pain. Please, remember me once I'm gone. Even though I'm just a piece of metal, I'm afraid to die, to be forgotten like I never existed. I will remember, Lith roared in pain, unleashing a burst of blue flames from both his throat and the blade. As long as I draw breath, I'll remember you. Emrail almost went slamming against a tree due to the double blast, but the sentries allowed him to dodge even from such a close distance. Verhin looks desperate. He seems to be in a rush, he thought. I wonder if it's because he can't hold the array for long or because he's running on fumes. Those blue flames are too powerful. They must have some side effect. As if Magus was listening to him, the second mana crystal went dull and War's flames flickered, giving him what looked like a plausible answer. On the other hand, Falul and Agita were slaughtering Emrail's loyal troops. Lith waved his right hand, making the ground split in a shockwave that messed up with Emrail's footwork. The moment the crevice reached him, a bolt of lightning erupted from it. It wasn't enough to send the elf into a spasm, but the flash of light produced by the bolt turned into a dense cloud of darkness, and then into several chains of light. They held long enough for Lith to catch up, and for War to almost reach the elf's heart. What is this trickery? He asked, more to the tree and Solless than Lith. Void magic, she replied, leaving the tree and the elf puzzled. The eyes of Menadian showed him the runes of the original spell, and how they had suddenly changed their shape and order, yet the artifact provided no information about how Lith managed to do it. I'm not the Supreme Dragon, I'm the Supreme Magus, Lith replied while releasing fireballs that turned into frost waves and more darkness. I have to gamble everything on the tower being worthy of its fame. Emrail stopped his escape, keeping his eyes on the void demon dragon while the sentries locked on Lith, and the tower moved Emrail's body accordingly. He kept a tower warp at the ready in case he was wrong, and the dragon either unleashed the annihilation or tried to punch him into meat paste. Luckily for him, none of it happened. The worm kept clawing at the sphere between his hands, doing the gods knew what and didn't take part in the fight. Chapter 2669 No Regret, Part 1 2669 No Regret, Part 1 Emrail inwardly sighed in relief, channeling the power of the tower inside the sage staff before lunging it and activating its 6 elemental focal points. Lith was caught by surprise by the sudden change of pace and forced to block the blast. More and more fragments of adamant fell down, bringing his rage to the next level. The blue aura of flames burst out more violently than ever, but Emrail didn't mind it. He switched the staff with the fury and had the hammer duplicate itself to employ a dual-wielding style. Lith fought with everything he had, using void magic to keep surprising his opponent, and the blue flames to counter spells too powerful or sudden for him to block. Alas, he was alone and War was dying whereas the tower was recovering, and so was Emrail. The twin hammers found their mark more and more often, sending metal shards flying through the sky and leaving deep dents in the Voidwalker armor despite the flaming aura protecting it. The High Chancellor felt confident about his victory as the battle slowly fell into his own rhythm, and Verhin struggled harder to keep up. Then Lith had the adamant fragments form the blade inside the flames again and struck with uncanny speed. Emrail used one hammer to block and readied the other to counter, but the blow was heavier than he expected. He was forced to cross the hammers, stopping the attack yet ending up being pushed back. The elf dismissed it as the last burst of strength of a cornered prey, yet the follow-up attack was just as fast. Then the next was faster, and so was every attack that followed, forcing Emrail to turtle up. More and more of Lith's spells reached their mark, His flaming breath seemed to have become unpredictable, and his blade moved like a snake. Literally. With war's form shattering, Lith exploited the situation to have the flame that held the blade together bend at unnatural angles, going around the hammers or wrapping itself around the hammerheads while sending the tip to strike at the hilt where the elf's hands were. The eyes of Menadian saw and anticipated everything, but Emrail couldn't keep up. With every hit, Lith seemed to become faster in body and mind, his spells chained without a pause. A plague storm hit both the elf and the tower, forming a meters-thick cocoon that chased the two fighters but only sapped the strength of one of them. "What's happening?" Emrail asked multiple times with rising panic in his voice. "It's called Tiamat fear," Solless willingly explained. "It's similar to dragon fear, but it also infects the world energy, the same that you are sucking in via the tower and the hands. They are just things and are unaffected by the Tiamat fear, yet you're a living being and are one with them. Your link with the artifacts is letting the Tiamat fear reach your mana core, and from there it goes everywhere." The sudden revelation left Emrail stunned, so War opened a deep diagonal cut from his right shoulder to his left hip. The tower armor was damaged, and the blue flames burned the edges of the cracks, making them harder to fix. A mirror wound appeared on Solless' mental image, making her clench her teeth in pain, yet she didn't whimper. "It's not him getting faster, I'm just getting slower." Only then did Emrail notice that he was stuttering even in his mind, that his hands trembled so much that he needed focus just to not lose his grip on the Furies. Fear affected his spellcasting and strength. The longer they fought, the more the Tiamat fear spread throughout his core, mind, and body. "Wait a second, you never helped me since the beginning of the fight. Why did you tell me the truth now?" "Because it makes you scared," Solless yelled telepathically as loudly as she could, making Emrail's head hurt. He lost his focus, and War found an opening to his body again. Emrail and Solless were hurt the same way, but she used the pain to flood the telepathic channel with her screams until he cut her off. Now, Lith left the flaming blade lodged inside the elf's body while he jumped back. 2 sets of the Tier 5 spirit spell, Griffin Fetters, wrapped around Emrail's body from either side. The sentries had warned him, but he had lacked the speed to dodge, just like he also lacked the strength to break free. Griffin Fetters was a spell studied to restrain a griffin, the mightiest among the divine beasts, yet a tower was much stronger. Unless, of course, its wearer was crippled by fear and its body weakened. Lith knew that every hit to the tower also hurt Solless, but it was the only way he had found to turn the tables. Tiamat fear weakened Emrail mind, while the tower's protocols that kept Solless safe drained his body. Another of Emrail's mistakes was assuming that Menadian's tower was just like any other cursed object, forced to protect its host in order to exert its true power. He had no idea that he was right, but that Solless was marked as the primary host, making him expendable. The Griffin Fetters restricted Emrail and sealed dimensional magic by compressing the space in between their links. Before the tower could accumulate enough power to break free, the Void Demon Dragon unleashed Silverwing's annihilation. The High Chancellor gave everything he had, using every spell, enchantment, and tower floor to survive. Every barrier shattered, and every enchantment was snuffed out in front of the Emerald Tide. The 7 elemental pillars struck him like the finger of an angry god, covering the tower armor with cracks. Despite the power from the fringe and that accumulated in the hands, the gray stone crumbled piece by piece, ripping Solless to shreds. The tower reacted by moving the fragments behind the High Chancellor and draining his life force and mana to ensure her survival. Lith kept staring at Emrail, recalling the spell the moment the tower's energy signature, and the elf-s became too weak. The annihilation had still lots of power left, but Lith couldn't risk killing Solless along with Emrail. "Wait, stop, I yield," the elf said amid gasps. Not even his breathing technique could recover his strength anymore. "You have no need to keep fighting." His skin was gaunt, and his body skeletal due to his metabolism cannibalizing bones and muscles. "You are right, I have no need to." Lith didn't like Emrail mistaking the ceasefire for mercy, so he cut the extended right arm with the palm out that the elf had raised in surrender. "Yet I want to." Blood gushed out of the stump, just for it to be set ablaze by the blue flames, making the pain from the amputation 100 times worse. "If I kill you, I get my partner back. 2 birds with 1 stone." Lith stepped forward as Emrail crawled back, cutting off the elf's left leg next. The first and final violet crystal went off, leaving solely the mana and blood accumulated inside War's enchantments to keep it going. The shattered blade felt its essence fading, but also the pride of having no regret left. Chapter 2670 No Regret, Part 2. 2670 No Regret, Part 2. Wait, please. Feeling that the tower was killing him faster than the blue flames, Emrail took out another wooden box from his dimensional amulet and threw it at Lith with the only hand he had left. He had brought another in case the living legacy proved to be capable of poisoning his mind after a prolonged exposure. It was the ancient technique that the elves had devised to use cursed objects while minimizing the risks of getting used by them. Lith imprinted the removal unit and activated it on the fly. Blue strings of energy captured the stone ring from Emrail's finger. They sealed it inside the box and then brought it to Lith's hand. He immediately restored the imprint, feeling his strength and mana being drained by the broken tower faster than even the abomination touch of the void demon dragon could restore it. Yet Solless' light was back, the void in his mind was filled, and he felt whole again. The happiness that was flooding his being was worth all the pain and weakness that were ravaging his body. "Welcome back, Solless," he said with a huge smile as he gulped nutrients and used his breathing technique just not to collapse. "One would have never left you with this Solless." There was something wrong with her. Her light was dimmer and her voice was sealed. Lith's joy turned into abject terror, thinking that his attempts to rescue her had inflicted permanent damage upon her. "Solless, what's wrong? Please talk to me." He had no idea that she was just following orders, incapable of moving, acting, and even thinking unless spoken to. "Please free me, Lith," she replied, bawling her mind out as his question temporarily lifted the restrictions on her mind. Free from Lith's eyes blazed with mana, and his whole body twisted in fury the moment his tired brain connected the dots laid by Emrail's earlier screams. "You can do whatever you want whenever you want. You are my other half." The new orders overrode the old ones, making Solless light strong and allowing her to share the pain and humiliation she had suffered. "See, you have her back, there's no need to kill me." Emrail mistook Lith's outraged silence for calm. "I can help you. I can convince the Parliament to do whatever you want. I can share with you the knowledge of the World Tree." Through the mind fusion, Lith experienced Solless agony in becoming just a thing. Every order she had been forced to follow had defiled her mind and taken away a piece of her. She had hurt Lith against her will and was riddled with guilt for every wound she had inflicted on him. Her body had been dispelled, her mind trapped, and even her thoughts swatted like an annoying fly. Even though she knew to be a person, Solless wasn't so sure about it anymore. Everything that she had fought so hard to achieve had been ripped off from her with but a word, and it could happen again at any time. She was terrified of everything and everyone, even of Lith. "With your forge-mastering arts and all the Yggdrasil would you need, we can," an inhuman roar cut off Emrail's pitch. All the stone fragments and dust belonging to the tower that had been scattered throughout the fringe formed a vortex around Lith, seeping inside his body instead of covering it. Horns burst out of his head, 8 wings popped out of his back, and a second jaw appeared right under the first. His 7 eyes rearranged themselves in a circle, making space for 2 golden ones more. Thick scales covered his body, but this time they were entirely black, their edges white from the heat that burned within his body. A second set of arms emerged from below his shoulders, the new right hand gripping War's hilt as well. The sudden influx of mana and world energy rejuvenated the shattered blade. The adamant shards returned to the blue fire as the fusion between Lith and Solless rebuilt the destroyed branch of War's mana circulatory system with creation magic. "I'm so sorry," the second mouth spoke with a feminine voice as golden tears streamed from 2 of the 9 eyes. "I did this to you. My fury shattered you, yet you fought and suffered for me until now." The tears dripped into the fire while new spikes pierced the second hand as well, adding new blood. The mana crystals on the fuller lit back up one after another, but that was their limit. Even with the combined power of the fusion and the tower, their creation magic could staunch the wound, not treat it. "I already failed my daughter." War's thoughts were filled with new vigor and pain. "I couldn't lose you too, master." "I'm not your master," Solless cried harder, empathizing with the blade's lack of a sense of self. After what she had gone through, she found the idea of being someone's owner revolting. The feeling of being an expandable tool at the whims of another person still tormented her mind, and she couldn't bear the thought of inflicting it upon someone else. "You are," yet she failed in finding the proper words to express how she felt. War wasn't truly alive. It had no life force nor soul. just echoes from Orion's feelings at the moment of its creation and those from Lith's blood during the years the blade had absorbed his mana along with bits of his personality. The term friend seemed too much, but calling war a tool was so demeaning that it hurt Solless. In her fury, she plunged the blade inside Emrail's chest, taking care the hit wouldn't be fatal. War needed to burn mana to prolong its existence, but it didn't need to be its own. The blue flame ravaged the elf's body, consuming his very life essence to fuel the blade's enchantments and keep them stable. What the fuck is that thing? It had taken Ageter a while to snap out of the shock. The soulless Lith thing was still humanoid in appearance, but their aura had gone from plummeting while Lith took on himself soulless, wounds to soaring after their life forces had become one. Their flaming aura had quickly reached an intensity equivalent to the bright violet level and kept growing stronger by the second. The grayish-black of the Tower Voidwalker armor was turning into gold-veined black and white. To make things even more unsettling, floating above the creature there were two soul projections. The dragon and the golden-scaled being were screaming at each other without saying anything that the human ear could comprehend. Long story short, Lith has a tower, Solless is the tower, and sometimes they merge, Falul replied. They what? Morok and Ageter said in unison. It's complicated, Quilla replied. It takes more than a second to explain everything. Focus on the battle. Lith, stop it. Quilla's words had reminded her that the situation was far from being solved. We have to help the others to deal with the elves. The elves? The creature's eyes blinked several times as if they had just woken up. The elves. The voices of Lith and Solless sounded like an angry choir as their forearms spread out. Chapter 2671, The Worst of Both Worlds, Part 1. 2671, The Worst of Both Worlds, Part 1. You wanted my power, I'll give you my power. The heads of the elven warriors exploded one after the other in a gruesome crescendo. Fountains of blood gushed from their necks that grew even taller when their bodies crumpled like trash squeezed by a compactor. The broken bones snapped and crunched, turning living beings into meat sacks in a few excruciating seconds. Morok had to stop fighting and started puking. How can that be Chor spirit magic? He could see with life vision countless tendrils infused with light magic that transferred every drop of stolen blood and life force to the flaming blade. You were willing to take our lives, so we are taking yours in compensation. Solless shrieked in fury, trying her best to replicate what she had seen her soul projection doing and mixing it with creation magic. As Lith understood what she was doing, the void demon dragon and the golden-scaled creature that still floated above their heads approached each other until they overlapped. The thing that emerged from their union looked more than human, yet less at the same time. The black overshadowed the gold, and the four sets of wings were all bursting with blue flames. Leave that to us. The fused soul projection grabbed War's hilt, using the collected elven blood plus that of the fusion between Lith and Solless to open new mana channels inside the shattered blade. It exploited the ruined state of the blade to temporarily disconnect some adamant pieces and soften them with controlled bursts of origin flames, so that once they bathed in the blue flames again, they opposed no resistance to the new mana flow. This is the best we can do. We have bought as much time as we can. Anything else is beyond us. The eyes of Menadian couldn't perceive the spells used by a soul projection, but they could study its effects on the adamant. Usually, Lith and Solless would have loved to collect priceless data, but in that moment they couldn't care less. The violent explosions of the spells employed and the amount of mana released during the conflict had alerted the inhabitants of the fringe. Duin from the Werepeople's village and elves from Cetrali had rushed to check on the source of the anomaly, discovering an appalling answer. The area of the clearing was in ruin due to the cave-in caused by Emrail's troops. Dozens of elven corpses littered the place, and the only people alive belonged to a group of human and emperor beasts soaked in blood. The High Chancellor was still alive and screaming in agony, as his whole body was set ablaze in blue flames that erupted from his orifices and stumps. Leahy was among the border guards who had sounded the alarm first, and was now staring at the familiar yet alien figure of the fusion. Duin and elves wanted to make the invader pay in blood, but the aura of the lesser dragons was terrifying. The aura of the other thing, however, sent horror freezing their veins. The two species were enemies in everyday's life, but they charged together against a common enemy. Until the creature had turned around, fixing its gaze upon them. The Tiamat fear struck them down like a bolt of lightning, turning the charge into a chaotic tumble where the people in the back tripped on those in the front. The eyes of the creature studied the newcomers, trying to understand the part they had played in the ambush. Soon Lith caught Leahy's familiar scent and singled her out amid the mob. "Did you know?" The uppermost spoke alone, making his voice recognizable. "Lord Kaisel," she muttered in disbelief. "Did you know they were coming to kill us? Did you sell us to your High Chancellor?" Both mouths roared, sending a shockwave that made elves and Duin bleed from their eyes and ears. Even Morak, Freya, and Nalrund weren't immune to it. Anyone without at least the violet core found themselves kneeling and puking from the shock. The raw and unbridled killing intent that the hybrid's voice carried was further aggravated by the Tiamat fear, bringing its victims on the verge of insanity. "No, I swear upon my blood that I didn't," Leahy said in between sobs, able to speak only because the pressure was lower on her. "My only wish is to serve. Everything I've done was to help your cause. Please believe me." She yelped in fear as a tendril of spirit magic picked her up from the ground and brought her centimeters away from the hybrid. They sniffed her and listened to her heartbeat, finding fear but no ill will. Leahy was telling the truth, or at least what she firmly believed to be the truth. If she had helped Emrail in any way, he had to have manipulated her without her even noticing. It was enough for Lith, but not for Solless, who squeezed the elf harder. She has everything. Beauty, magical power, talent, and freedom. Yet all she does is whine like a fucking child. Lith's hate mixed with her trauma, making Solless seek any way to vent her anger. She hated Emrail. Emrail was an elf, and so was Leahy. Along with Solless, suspicions about how the High Chancellor had located the site of the ritual. That was enough for her to warrant rightful vengeance. "She's telling the truth." Lith stopped Solless' hand before the hold became lethal. "He's right," the World Tree intervened. "I'm the one who sold you out. I taught Emrail the locator spell that allowed him to find you from your amulet's signal, yet I did it only because he tortured me to do it. I know it doesn't make things any better for you, Elfin, but if you have to take it out on someone, take it on me. This mess is all my fault." Solless froze in place, tormented by fury and compassion in equal measure. She wanted to burn the Yggdrasil to ashes for what they had done, but at the same time, she knew their pain. She too had been enslaved by Emrail and forced to do his bidding. Blaming the tree was like blaming herself for hurting Lith and her friends. She never wanted to do that. She had fought the command with every fiber of her being, yet she had obeyed anyway. The tree had just done the same thing. "Fine," Solless let go of Leahy, throwing her away like a dirty rag. "We have stuff to do, so we'll leave you in charge." A wave of her hand undid the body sculpting spell that twisted the Yggdrasil life force and allowed them to reconnect with the sage crown, recovering the connection with their main body and its power. "If anything happens to them while we are away, I'll take on your offer and burn you and your stupid fringe to the ground," Solless said while the World Tree recovered Eldun, their chronicler, with a warp and cured him. "Guys, we are going to visit Grandma," the hybrid said with the rumbling voice of twin gods of thunder. "She's the only one who might be able to save war. We'll be back soon." Chapter 2672, The Worst of Both Worlds, Part 2. 2672, The Worst of Both Worlds, Part 2. They walked up to the still burning, still screaming Emrail, whose body was now fully engulfed in blue flames. His life force was spent, making his skin sag like molten wax and his muscles thin like branches after a draft. There was nothing left of the proud elf who had dreamed of rebuilding the Elven kingdom. Even his soul projection now showed him burning alive in a blazing inferno, his mouth opened in a silent scream that matched the main body. "You were so cocky when you gave me orders." Solless put one hand on War's hilt and the other on Emrail's jaw, closing it shut so that only her voice remained. "You felt so entitled to steal me away like a petty thief and then abuse me to your heart's content." Being so close to him, seeing his face, and hearing his pathetic whimpers almost drove her over the edge with fury. Yet she had to hold it in, refusing to give him a quick or easy death. "Now that our roles are reversed, I have only one order for you." She pried his mouth open with violence while the second jaw of the hybrid lowered and moved millimeters away from him, as if she wanted to kiss him. "Die!" A jet stream of origin flames went down Emrail's throat without burning anything in its path. Solless was using Lith's mastery over the mystical flames to attack only part of the lungs, the liver, the kidneys, and the brain stem. By damaging the lungs, she had sealed Emrail's breathing technique and made every breath an agony. The damage to the liver and kidneys brought him pain and spread toxins throughout his body, causing a cascade of organ failure. But the real kicker was the brainstem. Solless had destroyed the centers that regulated involuntary breathing, so Emrail had to work through the pain and will his lungs to fill themselves with air. The moment he lost focus or the pain blinded him, he stopped breathing. The elf went into a panic, desperately searching for a way to survive, but he found only despair. The damage to his body was so extensive that only invigoration could have fixed him. Too bad that the only people who could use it were the same ones he had just tried to murder. "That's a bit extreme," Adjutor said. "Cry me a river, fucking lizard." Solless, Snarl pushed the drake back several meters and left 2 deep trenches in his wake. "First get yourself enslaved, then, when you have first experience on the matter, you can preach to me about forgiveness." "Solless, I get that you are angry, but war is still dying." Lith didn't like being the one who pulled the brakes, but he liked what Solless was becoming even less. It was a mix of him and her while they both were at their worst. "You are right, sorry." Solless savored Emrail's agony and despair for one last second before turning him into ashes. She couldn't stay long enough to see him die, and she couldn't risk that someone might take pity on him. She wanted him dead, and to make sure that he had no way to be brought back, not even as an undead. "Do you think we are in trouble?" Lith asked, fighting to not let Solless' fury drown her and attempting to calm her down. "I mean for showing everyone our fusion." "Number," she replied with a sneer. "Adjatar, Alaja, and Morak are okay. The elves know nothing of what happened. Even if they speak about it to the council, people like Ragu will just believe they are delirious due to the Tiamat fear. As for the tree, they know everything, even more than Grandpa. The Yggdrasil knew about me and the tower. It was them exposing my existence to Emrail. They already knew," she said while tower warping to the Blood Desert. Alas, she was wrong. The World Tree did know about Elfin, the tower, and how most cursed objects worked. They knew how a living legacy would fuse with its host, but only in cases like the Horsemen or the Black Star. They shared one body and mind until one of them became dominant and the other a puppet. The Yggdrasil was aware of the Mage Tower's battle mode, but it was supposed to be a mere exoskeleton, not become the flesh and blood of its master. The World Tree had no idea of the power that was released when, instead of suppressing each other, relic and user truly became one. They had never seen it happen before because it never had. Now, however, the tree had witnessed the power of a violet cord awakened reaching the white without its side effects. They had seen with their own mystical senses what could be achieved when 2 cores were backed by the enchantments of a complex power core. Now everything makes sense, the tree thought. The long millennia of exile, the appearance of the Guardians, and the small-minded stubbornness of my predecessors to waste their lives in the fringe were all a preparation for this moment. The moment when I'd discover what a bright violet cord awakened can achieve with the right servant. If only I had a tower like that, but with one of my chroniclers instead of a petulant girl as its medium, I would be unstoppable. I'd have the longevity of my kind, the power of the fusion, and the enchantments of a living artifact in the leaves of my branches. Becoming a guardian would become a simple matter, and even if the old guardians tried to stop me, I could fight them. Destiny is calling on to me, and it found me ready to answer. Space. Blood Desert, Heavenly Plume Tribe, Overlord's Palace. The hybrid moved from the fringe to the geyser, upon which Salark had positioned her palace, in order to let Lith visit her without the need of leaving a trail of paperwork with warp gates, or in case of emergency. Lith and Solless bypassed all the mystical defense systems because even in their current form, they were recognized by Salark's spells and treated as honored guests. The same, however, couldn't be said about the guards. All they saw was a hulking figure armed with a flaming sword, a hammer, and a Yggdrasil staff appearing in one of the innermost and allegedly most secure areas of the palace. The phoenixes of the nest jumped at the hybrid, no questions asked, unleashing the rightful fury of their overlord upon the intruder. Solless wanted to beat them to a pulp, but Lith refused to follow her in an act of senseless violence. He stored the fury and the sage staff in the pocket dimension, but when he tried to do the same with war, it failed. Dimensional spaces rejected kinetic energy, and the blue flames packed enough heat to melt a mountain. Lith was forced between snuffing them out and storing war, or keeping them burning and consuming the blade's essence. The blue flames are the only thing keeping the adamant pieces together. Without them, I can put war in a timeless state, but I'm also likely to kill him. Lith thought as he used his now 3 free hands to grab at the incoming spears and twist them along with their wielders. Chapter 2673 Phoenix's Forge, Part 1. Chapter 2673 Phoenix's Forge, Part 1. 2673 Phoenix's Forge, Part 1. Lith was now much stronger than the Phoenixes, but every member of the nest had to achieve the bright violet core on their own and acquire at least 1 millennium of battle experience to earn a spot in the Overlord's elite forces. Also, every piece of their equipment was crafted by Salark, boosting the guards' physical and magical prowess by several folds. The effect of surprise from the hybrids might lasted only for a split second, after which the Phoenixes used teamwork to make up for the gap in raw power. "We come in peace," the creature's roar shook the palace's tent, making their claim sound insincere. "We are Lith Solless." The guards bolted forward with perfect coordination, forcing the intruder to decide what to block and what to endure, but no matter the choice they made, they would take a lot of damage. The hybrid roared again, using war to deflect a spear, 3 hands to block as many incoming weapons, and their wings to swat the Phoenixes coming from behind like flies. The guards reacted by turning their bodies and weapons into living origin flames to escape the enemy's grasp and continue their onslaught. The hybrid took a deep breath, charging his mouths and 8 wings with different kinds of flames that they unleashed against the incoming Phoenixes. Enough, a burst of white aura followed by the blackest darkness, since the void stopped all the mystical flames. For a moment, Lith and Solless thought that Dawn had somehow followed them with her steed, but their mystical senses corrected them. Sinmara, the white-cored phoenix of darkness and Salark's right-hand man, had appeared in the middle of the conflict, putting an end to it. "Little brother, is that really you?" It took her a while to decipher the energy signature resulting from the fusion. Yes, damn it. They had never been so happy to see her since the day Sinmara had refused to help them save Floria. "Please, call Grandma, we need her help." They showed Sinmara war, taking care of not exposing her to either the deadly blade or hilt. She looked at the shattered blade, and dozens of questions popped up in her mind, but she voiced none. "It can wait," she thought while alerting the Overlord of a code blood emergency. It was both the highest state of alert of the palace and something that only a member of the family in distress could trigger. It bypassed the hushing and dimensional boundary arrays that the Overlord used for her most important business, like those with which she was dealing right now. Giera's colonization was a big deal, and so were the blueprints of the trains that she was plotting to seize. Salark was above stealing from one of her featherlings, but the royals were another story. Economic espionage was part of the political game, something that the Empire and the Kingdom attempted on the Blood Desert every day, so the Overlord had no qualms about returning the favor. If Lith is so na-a-tilde-v that he entrusted those idiots with such a masterpiece, he can't blame me for the code blood, interrupted the meeting with her high command, and provided Salark with the dimensional coordinates of the emergency. She warped away without a word, no explanation asked nor given. All those who took part in the clandestine summits located in one of Salark's pockets of space were Phoenixes as well. They had been born, bred, and trained to the belief that the well-being of the nest was above any amount of money and influence. What in the Great Mother's name is happening? Salark would have feared that someone was attempting on Alicia's life, if not for Ligon giving her updates on the baby's development every 5 minutes. "Oh myself, what have you guys done?" She wasn't talking just about war, but also their pitiful mental state. "Wait. Too slow, no time." Salark put the index and middle fingers of both hands on the hybrid's forehead. She activated the blood imprint to learn everything that she had missed while in her isolation, and pulled her hands away, unraveling the fusion. Lith's body appeared in front of her right hand and Solless in front of the left, both with their eyes wide in surprise. "I'm sorry, but I had to do it." Salark wiped 2 silent tears from her own cheeks. "I would have loved for the tower to heal both of your life forces a bit more, but if I allowed that, your minds would have been destroyed. Solless, you are not the kind of person who hurts others in order to express your anger. You are not revenge-driven. That's Lith's thing." She cupped Solless' face, kissing her forehead. "Lith, I understand your fury, but you should have done what Solless has always done for you and tempered her pain, not fuel it. Sure, violence would have given her relief for a while, but following your methods would have left even deeper scars as soon as she came to realize what she had done." Salark moved in front of Lith, repeating the gestures of affection. "I'm sorry, Grandma," they said in unison, but she shut them up by placing her hands on their mouths. "As I said, we don't have time, not if we want to save war." The Overlord pointed at the shattered blade that was losing power by the second now that the fusion was undone. "Sinmara, make sure no one disturbs us," she said while turning to her second in command. Yes, my liege. Unless there's another code blood, I'll deal with the blood desert in your absence. I could say, what are the odds? But that would jinx this big time. Solless nodded and warped the three of them in her forge-mastering lab. The place wasn't much different from the forge in the tower, except it was much bigger. It had direct access to a bubbling stream of magma that she used as a source of heating for the smelting process of metals, and every single tool in the room was made of Davros. Lith could have spent hours just tinkering with the various pieces of equipment he had never seen before, but, as Solless had said, he had no time. What do you mean we? He asked. We came here because we've already tried and failed everything we could. Our only hope is your creation magic. I'm sorry, but what am I supposed to do? Solless replied. I can't touch either the blade or the hilt, and if I break your imprint right now, war will collapse. The blood and the mana you have infused it with are the only things keeping the blade together. If I snuff out the flames, the pseudo-cores will fade. If I remove the imprint, they'll fade. If one apply any spell which bears a foreign energy signature, the blade's pseudo-cores will consume the energy they have left to counter them. And war's consciousness will fade, Solless nodded. She was still angry and hurt, but now that she had her body again, she managed to regain her cool for war's sake. If the situation is beyond even you, then what do you need us for? Lith asked. Chapter 2674 Phoenix's Forge, Part 2. Chapter 2674 Phoenix's Forge, Part 2. 2674 Phoenix's Forge, Part 2. Just because it's beyond me, it doesn't mean it's also beyond us. Solless patted their heads. My creation magic still works and you guys can freely interact with war. Simple, isn't it? Do you mean we can do a three-way fusion? Solless was flabbergasted. In your dreams, the Overlord dismissed the idea with a scoff. I meant that you two are going to use creation magic under my guidance. I've already allowed you to witness it enough times to learn the basics. It has always been my intention to show you the real deal one day, but I never thought it would happen so soon. She moved behind them and put her hands on their backs, pushing them forward. Walk in front of those Davros forges. Solless, take out the Fury and give Lith a copy. They did as instructed, but even after reaching their destination, Solless kept the physical contact. We'll now switch to a mind link to save time. First, I know you'd love to use the eyes to steal my secrets, but if you do, you'll lack the mental focus to perform the task. Second, you guys suck. At your level, there's no way you can handle the energy necessary for this kind of creation magic, so I'll have to do it for you. I can move your bodies and manipulate your cores, but only if you let me. Resist my influence, question my judgment, or hesitate for 1 second and everything will be for naught. Are we clear? She asked, receiving nods in reply. Third, I love you guys, but I'm no charity. This is your blade, Lith, so cough up every ingredient you are willing to consume, and I mean the good stuff. For once in his life, Lith didn't care about money and took the Davros, white crystals, and the rest of the Dryad's reward out of the pocket dimension. Thank my paranoia, I've already purified everything just for a situation like this, he thought. His heart bled at the idea that the crystal mines and the crucible would lose efficiency due to the loss of the precious materials, but he sucked it up. Nice, Solless patted his back. It would be nicer if you weren't already crying for the loss of the precious materials, though. By the way, it's called making an investment. The Overlord furrowed her brows, while Solless threw a sideway glare at Lith while conjuring her power. Can I set the tower here, Grandma? She asked. Of course. Feel free to do anything that you think will increase our odds of success, Solless replied, noticing that Lith was looking at her in a funny way. Aside from spilling my blood or trying to take from me something that you can use as an ingredient. Lith sighed in disappointment and turned forward. What an opportunistic brat, the Overlord grunted before taking a deep breath to calm down. This is one of my personal Tier 5 creation magic spells. I call this Phoenix's Forge. Solless channeled her mana inside Lith and Solless, taking away her own energy signature so that it became their own. The bond with the tower also flooded them with world energy, allowing them to resist a power way beyond their capacity. Do you think we can do like Emrail and use the Master Mirror to kick things up another notch? Solless said. Glad you asked. Solless sent the mana from them to the tower where it was amplified before being returned. The first step in a case like this, when I can't undo the imprint, is called separation. Black mana filled with darkness magic moved from Solless to Lith, then to the Master Mirror and back, and finally into the Davros Forge in front of him. At the same time, a white stream of mana filled with light magic followed the same path but through Solless. War floated between the two forges, where it was exposed to the two conflicting energies at the same time, and in equal measure. The darkness attacked the flames, the metal, and even the mana pathways in the attempt to tear them apart, while the light coated both matter and energy, protecting them from the black flood. Lith found it a fool's errand akin to weaving Penelope's shroud. Whatever the darkness did, the light seemed to undo it in an endless loop. After a few seconds, the changes in war became visible to life vision. The constant destruction and regeneration process was slowly splitting the metal of the blade from the mana of the enchantments. With each cycle, the hold that adamant and crystals had on the pseudo-cores, mana circulatory system, and mana pathways loosened. The process became faster and faster until Lith and Solless could follow it with their naked eyes. The darkness split matter from energy, while light seeped in the cracks between them. The light element repaired metal, crystals, and spells, while also coating them in an insulating layer that protected them from the following waves of darkness element that were free to focus solely on the still exposed parts. Before Lith could even understand what was happening, the adamant of the shattered blade and the hilt lay lifeless on the floor, whereas the whole spell matrix that comprised War's essence was still floating between the two Davros forges. Lith could see War's mana flow for the first time with life vision without the need for invigoration. The pseudo-cores were still intact, and so were the mana pathways, whereas several branches of the mana circulatory system were damaged or missing. On top of that, there were huge holes in the rune patterns where the mana crystals were supposed to be. The energy mass was covered by a thick veil of mist that flowed back and forth, making it hard to discern the single runes. "Is it me, or is War's spell matrix blurred?" Solless asked. "It is blurred," Salark nodded. "I used creation magic to isolate the spells that comprise War's soul, including Orion's cloaking enchantments, since I couldn't take one without the other." "What are going to do now?" Lith chimed in. "After using him for years, I know roughly how the mana flows to form War's enchantments and abilities, but it's not enough. If we want to repair War, we need a clear vision of the entire structure. We can't rely on guesswork." "I couldn't agree more." Salark slightly rotated her hands that were still placed against Lith's and Solless' backs. The light flow isolated most of the spell matrix, while the darkness attacked selectively a few runes, shattering them. In the blink of an eye, the cloaking runes were gone, and with them the mist. War's secrets lay exposed in front of Lith and Solless, brilliant in their simplicity and so easy to replicate. Yet it wasn't such a vision that shocked them to their core. "Wait, what?" Lith turned from the energy mass to Salark nonstop. "How did you know which were the cloaking runes, and why are you using us to channel the elements?" "I didn't know," Salark replied. "I simply accessed your muscle memory to spot which runes were activated by your mana, and those that instead never required direct fueling." Chapter 2675 From Ruin to War, Part 1. 2675 From Ruin to War, Part 1. "As for your other question, creation magic requires darkness and light," the Overlord said. "I'm exploiting your bond with War to alter its spell matrix without triggering Orion's defensive system, and the natural affinities of you two to amplify the elemental flow. Your eyes don't give you affinity toward light, Lith, just like Solless, hair doesn't give her affinity for darkness. They only unlock domination that you wouldn't otherwise possess. I get you can access Lith's memories and manipulate his mana due to his phoenix blood, but how can you do the same with me?" Solless asked. "Is it because of our bond?" "You are partially correct," Salark nodded. "It's because of your bond that you carry phoenix blood as well, Solless. It's the reason my blood imprint ability works on you too, and I can use you as a medium for my spells." "What, how?" Lith and Solless asked in unison. "It's actually obvious," Salark chuckled. "Maugr gave Lith my blood, and he gave it to you, Solless. For years you've fed upon his life force, using it to restore your own. It's like building a second house from the spare materials of the first. The final shape is different, but the properties of the buildings are the same. Not to mention how, every time you two fuse, your life essences flow freely into one another, making the changes more significant." "One more question," Lith asked. "If you could do this at any time, why work so hard to recruit Orion when you could just steal his secrets? Do I look like a petty thief to you?" Her sudden frown and angry glare made him rush to give her an apologetic bow. "I have no qualms about stealing from my enemies, but I've never stolen from my colleagues. It's a matter of honor and respect. It's the reason I didn't force you to share your trains and tablets with me, but I borrowed the blueprints from the royals. Taking from you would have been bullying. Taking from them is espionage." "That's some Strawman logic," Solless was flabbergasted. No, just logic. They steal from me, I steal from them. It's part of the politics game. Salark pressed her fingers on their backs and tendrils of black mana destroyed the corrupted ends of war's mana circulatory system, while white tendrils rebuilt it. In a few moments, everything was as it was supposed to be. This is war as you know it. The question is it enough? Do you really want me to just imbue it in Davros without changing anything? No to both. Lith took the blueprints of a new version of war out of the pocket dimension. He was altering the schematics of the updated enchantments on the fly, improving on them the moment the eyes of Menadian gave him and Solless a more precise understanding of the blade's spell matrix. We've always dreamed to see what would become of war if he had a power core instead of just pseudo-cores. We've researched a few more spells we could use in battle, but we never got the opportunity to make a proper blueprint. Until now. Also, we didn't know how to ask you about it without sounding like ungrateful jerks. Solless blushed a little. But since you are the one offering to do it, you don't feel guilty anymore? Salark completed the phrase for Solless, chuckling. Don't get too cocky, though. I'll do it, but I won't put anything of mine in this work. Material brains, it's all on you too. It's fair, Lith nodded. It's the same thing you did for the Fury, right? Right, those are the terms of my offer. Then can I expect you to fix any unintended flaw during the upgrade like you did for Menadian spells? He asked. So much for not getting cocky. Salark's eyes went wide in indignation. How dare you trap me with my own words? You are lucky that I like you, because otherwise I'd treat you like the con man you are. So it's a yes. Lith tried a 7-pronged puppy eyes attack. Yes, Salark pouted. Sweet, here's the schematics we've prepared. Lith handed the parchment to her, giving her the time to study it. There's a few mistakes here and there. She pointed them out with a snarl while altering the parchment. This is how it's supposed to look. Thanks, Grandma. You are the best. Solless threw her own best puppy impression, trying to soften the angry guardian. Yeah, let's get done with this. I've got work to do. Salark grunted as she made them get close enough to reach the blade with their hammers. She cleared the fragments of adamant and dragon bones from the magic circle, storing the material of the old war and double edge in a corner of the room. Then Salark used the darkness element to cut open war's spell matrix and the light element to expand and rearrange it. New strings of runes flowed in the middle of the energy mass, harmonizing with the pseudo-cores. First, they formed more pseudo-cores that would have worked on their own. Then, they merged with the other cores, letting the runes from the various enchantments mix and removing the parts that were pointlessly repeated. This way, war went from having multiple enchantments that worked on their own to being in control of a great number of magical runes that would produce a different effect based on the order in which they were activated. The main difference between the old and the new war was that the former could mix its abilities together to achieve different effects, whereas the latter would have a limited grimoire of its own. War's abilities wouldn't be limited by the type of enchantments anymore, only by the number and type of runes at its disposal. Salark even added Lith's best cloaking runes, but they didn't affect the forgemastering process. As its inventor, Lith knew how to turn off their distortion field while Salark had no need to because she perceived everything through him. Okay, now let's move on to the final part. Try not to forget anything of what I've shown you or the feelings you have experienced while using Phoenix's forge. Let it be your guide while you research your own creation magic. Salark weaved runes on their backs, forcing them to action. Lith grabbed the Davros with his bare hands, splitting it into a blade and hilt with a cross guard. Thank the gods, unlike in fantasy bullshit, blades don't weigh much. A bastard sword goes from 0.91 kilos, 2 pounds, to 1.6 kilos, 3.5 pounds. Otherwise I'll end up with no Davros left for the crucible, he thought. He shaped it as close to war's old form as he could, working on the two pieces separately before connecting them. At the same time, Solless collected the white mana crystals, cutting them to perfection until she had 18 of them, all about 3 centimeters 1, 2 tall and 1 centimeter 0, 4 wide. 4 of them would go in pairs on either side of the hilt, forming what looked like the blade's eyes, and they stayed white. Their purpose was to fuel the blade and its spells. Chapter 2676 From Ruin to War Part 2. Solless also split in pairs the other 14 crystals, enhancing a single element for each pair of elemental crystals that would go on both sides of the fuller. They would power the blade's fusion magic and sustain the Davros, power to channel the elements to produce bloodline abilities-like effects. How do we want to arrange them? Solless sighed. inwardly regretting not having a single clue about the violet dimensional gem that they had witnessed solely on the Arthan and Seaful sets. Not in the light spectrum's order, but according to void magic, Lith replied. The spirit crystal was in the middle, next to the air and orange crystal respectively closer to the tip and the hilt. Then there were the fire and water crystals, and lastly the darkness and light crystals. The design allowed the elements to be carried along the blade's edge from tip to pommel by the lights and darkness, flow, and then meet in the middle where they strengthened the spirit crystal by becoming one with it. Then the spirit magic was split into its 6 elemental components, and the cycle started anew. Interesting concept. Salark studied it for a bit. Where did you get the idea? From Quilla's improved version of the magic circle to contact Magur, Solless replied. Thanks to the spirit crystal, we can obtain the same effect even though the elements are arranged into a line instead of a circle. Brilliant, but we are not done yet. We still need the external runes or the forgemastering process will fail. Salark extended her hand, and Lith passed her the best runesmithing patterns he had. She glanced at the spell matrix and at the parchment for a while, trying to make them fit. Even with the tower, the fury, and my forges, I don't think these are enough to handle Davros at your level. She tormented her lower lip. We need to cheat a bit. Luckily, I don't have to break my word since we are going to use your method. Her hand shapeshifted into talons, cutting deep into Lith's palms that bled profusely. What was that for? He was shocked by both the attack and the fact that the injuries weren't healing. Ingredients. Your blood is stronger and I can't add Solless without the risk that a future Emrail might exploit it to also steal war. She gripped his back, re-establishing her control over Lith's body. He was now shaping his own life essence into a perfect replica of the spell matrix. They were identical from the power core down to the rune patterns. The only difference was that one was made of pure energy and the other one was physical. Salark had Lith grab the blade so that the blood flowed inside of it while retaining its shape. Then, she proceeded with the bonding and runesmithing process. The runes and mana crystals placed themselves according to the blood patterns, establishing the first layer of the mana circulatory system simply by following the blood flow. Then she had the light element coursing through Solless push the energy matrix toward the blade. It's hammer time, Salark said while channeling the world energy in the Davros forges. The mirror images attracted each other like magnets of opposite polarity, but the Davros resisted the process, and so did the energy exuded by the mana crystals. To overcome the repulsive force, Salark used darkness to hamper the natural flow of world energy of the Davros in the areas away from the spells, and light to enhance the spark of Lith's life force in the blood, spreading it throughout the metal. One weakened the enchanted metal's resistance, while the other enhanced its affinity toward the incoming energy mass, until the blood started to seep inside the energy and vice versa. Lith and Solless had already charged their hammers and released the collected energy to push the enchantments in and keep the blood from leaking. This is amazing, Lith thought, noticing how the imperfections in the power core that formed during the forgemastering process were easily fixed. Light controlled the blood and kept its shape fixed so that darkness could weaken the energy just enough to reshape itself according to its twin. Bumps and indentures in the spheres needed no hammering, just gentle nudges to flow back into the correct shape. It's not just that. Grandma is recreating the technique that we saw my soul projection use back in the fringe right in front of us. The problem was that despite all that, the Davros still opposed a massive resistance that they could overcome only thanks to the combined effects of the tower, the Furies, the Davros forges fueling Menadian's Monowell technique, and Salark's creation magic. When the process was over, the blade was already imprinted, and in its final form while Lith and Solless were drenched in sweat. They panted like bellows while lying on the floor, incapable of standing anymore. It's a nice piece if I can say it myself. Salark studied the blade through a tendril of spirit magic, avoiding any direct contact. How are you going to call it? From ruin to war, the next logical step would be apocalypse or Armageddon, and freely adapted from Megarian. Magur too had its myths about the end of the world, but they were considered just myths, stories to tell in front of the fireplace to scare unruly kids. The new blade had its hilt still red from the blood Lith had spilled. The 2 white mana crystals on either side of the guard still looked like mean eyes, glaring at the enemies on both sides of the blade. The only change in the crossguard was the upward spikes on the external side that resembled thin fangs, giving the impression that below the eyes there was half a maw when the sword was held with the tip down. The blade itself, however, was different. Its metal wasn't pure black anymore, shifting from black to white according to the elemental energy channeled at the moment. Black for the elements of destruction, and the hard effects of the elements of balance. White for the elements of creation, and the soft effects of the elements of balance. Neither would do. Lith shook his head, trying to get up amid pants. They both herald the end of times, leaving no place for hope and survival. Since I got war, he has changed as much as I did. He's not a mere instrument of carnage anymore. He's sacrificed himself to help me save Solless. He has done everything I asked him to protect my wife and child. I can't bestow upon him the name of a calamity. Lith stood up, feeling the perfect balance between hilt and blade, and appreciating Sallark's craftsmanship by performing a few routine exercises. The edge cut through the air, producing a swish even though there was no strength behind the movement. The Overlord saw each swing produce an air blade that the sword countered on its own to protect those around its owner. There was no aggression in Lith, and the weapon matched his calm, severing the world energy in the air just to fix it right after its passage. Chapter 2677 from War 2, Part 1. A fine balance between offense and defense, Sallark said, making no sense to Lith and Solless, who failed to notice the blade's self-imposed harmlessness. Between creation and destruction. That's why I decided to rename war into Ragnarök, the twilight of the old gods and world that yet heralds the dawn of a new beginning, not just an omen of death, but also of rebirth. Lith spilled a bit more blood to form a sheath thick enough to seal Ragnarök and keep it tame. As long as I'm not included among your dying old gods, I like this name. Sallark replied with a flat tone and a furrowed brow, waiting for clarification before showing any reaction. Of course you're not included, Grandma, Lith laughed at the preposterous idea. You are no god, you are family. Then congratulations on your new weapon. Sallark gave him a warm smile and opened her arms for an embrace, but waited for him to store Ragnarök away before delivering the hug. It's good for a young awakened, but crappy for an elder, let alone a guardian. Feel free to come visit me whenever Ragnarök needs an upgrade. Thanks, Grandma, Lith returned the embrace, patting her back. Since we are already here, can you please? A frost glare almost stopped him in his tracks. Restore what's left of war and double edge. I'll reforge them myself, but I can't salvage the dragon bones or the mana crystals without your help. Granted, she grunted, recycling the destroyed weapons into their basic and pristine components before turning to Solless. Come here. I know you went through a lot of bad stuff today, but don't let it scar you forever. Go home, stay with your family, and cry as much as you need. If you need peace, isolation, or just a few personal chefs, the doors of my palace are always open for you. Thanks, Grandma. Solless hugged the guardian, feeling the warmth of Sallark's aura give her strength, and fearing what would become of her once they left. Dad had no problems dealing with his trauma when Grandma was around, but he also crumbled the moment she walked away, she thought. Do you think I should tell everyone about what happened, or should I keep quiet? Solless actually said. Kami and Mom could get agitated, and the stress might affect the babies. Don't be silly, Sallark poked on Solless' nose. Of course you have to tell them. How can the people you love help you in your time of need if you don't let them know you need help in the first place? But, Great Mother Almighty, today I can't catch a break. Sallark rolled her eyes and warped everyone in Lucia, including those they had left in the fringe. Thank the gods you are back. Camilla was so happy to see Lith again that she started to tear up. You have no idea how much I missed you. The thought of being free of her guardian babysitters took a huge burden off her chest. I was gone for barely a few days. What the heck has happened during my absence? He asked in utter confusion. A lot of things. Ligain looked annoyed but said no more. But I'll say no more until you guys have a few days to recover. You went through even more. What do you mean? Everyone but Sallark said in shock, expecting the others to have gone through hell and back. Before that, I need to know how it went with the elves. Lith turned toward Falul. They weren't happy that we've slaughtered so many of them, but once the World Tree and Chronicler Eldon explained the truth to them, things took a turn for the better. Falul replied. They have to discuss the matters of Giera again in the light of the recent developments. If you ask me, they are likely to take up our offer anyway. Why is that? Solless asked. Because the tree stated that all of Emrail's promises were lies. The Yggdrasil won't do the elves who don't serve them any favors, nor will they help the elves to establish their own kingdom. Their choice is between an eternity of peaceful servitude or a battle for freedom, and only one is a choice that they can go back from. Indeed, Adjutor nodded, staring at Solless and Lith with a mix of envy and annoyance. We'll talk about our business later. It can wait, whereas Solless can't. Between the awkward silence and Solless becoming as pale as a ghost, Lith's family started to freak out. Okay, that's it. What the heck happened inside the fringe? Camilla said. Salark gave everyone a complete version of the events via a mind link, cutting out the violent parts from the version she gave to the children. Good gods, Roz blurted out in outrage. How could you know all this and do nothing about it, Mother? It's not up to me to live the life of others, Salark shrugged. I consider Lith as a member of my family, but I won't protect him from the consequences of his own decisions. It's how he's grown into the man he is. It's how all of my children grow. Are you all right, dear? Roz grabbed Solless by the shoulders. He was the one who could empathize the best with the experience of being taken prisoner and abused by a madman. Yes, no, I don't know. On the one hand, she wanted to reassure her family that everything was okay, but on the other hand, she knew it would be a lie. And I won't know as long as Grandma is here. That's why I've taken you here and spilled the beans in your stead. This way you can have all the support you need and they know exactly what they are dealing with, Salark said. Call me if you need me. She opened a warp gate leading back to her palace that she crossed while waving with her hand. Do you want us to leave? Morok asked in one of his rare fits of kindness. Yes, thanks, I like you and Adjutor, but I barely know you guys, Solless nodded. Do you want us to stay? Quilla asked, pointing at Freya and Nalrond. She was the only member of the group to have experienced a slave spell, and she knew how it could mess with its victim's head. Yes, please. Do you want to talk, or would you like a bit of silence? I don't know. Now that Salark was gone, Solless wanted to cry, fall apart, and run away at the same time. I do, Ligon stood up. In cases like yours, literature suggests. To shut the farm up and not overstay your welcome. Salark dragged him past the still-opened gate that closed instantly. Without the guardians, the house fell into an uncomfortable silence. No one knew what to say, afraid that they might hurt Solless' feelings or make it harder for her to open up. They waited for her to talk first, but Solless was at a loss for words. She felt hurt, humiliated, protected, and calm at the same time. Seconds turned into minutes, but no word was uttered even after half an hour had passed. Chapter 2678 from War 2, Part 2. Chapter 2678 from War 2, Part 2. 2678 from War 2, Part 2. This doesn't make sense, Solless thought. Why do my feelings go up and down like a roller coaster? How could I be so calm while reforging war into Ragnarök? I was supposed to be distraught, and even with Grandma's presence Another wave of sadness threatened to drown her, but the despair it brought her didn't last. Lith was still holding her shoulder while she sat, happy to have her back, happy to be back with his family. By my mom, how could I be this stupid? Solless thought. I'm sorry, but I'd like for everyone to leave except for Mom, Dad, and Quilla, she actually said. Why? The hurt in Lith's voice weakened her defenses, causing Solless an emotional pain so intense that it seemed physical. Because of our bond, she replied. I can't deal with my feelings with you here. You are my rock and my armor in more than one way. Your presence works even better than Grandma's because you are not just powerful. You also share with me your willpower, your strength, and you infect me with a joy that is not mine. I'm sorry if it sounds mean, but I just can't find a proper term. Then she turned towards Sentin, Rena, and the others. As for you guys, I'm sorry, but being surrounded by so many people makes me feel pitied. I want Mom to be here because I'm a crybaby. I want Dad and Quilla to stay because they are the only ones who can truly understand how I feel without judging me. I don't think I have the strength to open up in front of you all, not now. Her words stung Lith, who wanted to be there for her, but they hurt Roz more. She wants Elina for emotional support and me because of my experience. Would she kick me out as well if it wasn't for Orpal kidnapping me? Am I such a shitty parent compared to my wife? He looked at his children, hoping they could understand his turmoil and give him an answer. Yet all they did was smile at him before turning away and leaving. Without the crowd and the children, Solless felt like she could breathe again. She didn't feel the gaze of her fellow mages weighing on her and dissecting her weakness. At the same time, however, without Lith and Salark, there was nothing stopping the emotional onslaught from ravaging her heart. She felt violated for being forced to follow Emrail's orders, guilty for all the pain that the tower and the fury had caused. By using the hammer that she had inherited from her mother to hurt Solless, friends, and shatter war, Emrail had tainted the fury as well. She was also appalled by her own actions in massacring the helpless elves after the defeat of the High Chancellor. What she had done while fused with Lith was not only unforgivable, but also the closest thing to forbidden magic she had ever done. "There's something I need to tell you." Solless stuttered every other word, but she then proceeded to retell everything Salark had shared via the mind link with her own words. At the recollection of Emrail's first order, she started to cry, and her voice broke. As she recounted how the elf had used the fury to hurt the people she loved, Solless was forced to take a break from time to make her words understandable again. It took over 2 hours to describe the events that had taken place inside the fringe, and the scars that being enslaved had left in her heart. She spent the whole time hugging Elina, bawling her eyes out, and blowing her nose on a handkerchief Elina held for Solless like she would for a small child. Elina even cleaned Solless from the snot and kissed her head from time to time, never stopping caressing her back. Once she was done, Roz prepared for her a strong tea made even stronger by a few drops of red dragon, a liquor meant to intoxicate even divine beasts. He sweetened it with plenty of honey, just like Solless liked it. Her throat was hoarse from the talking, and crying, so the tea did wonders for her. The honey was a balm for her sour mood, while the alcohol spread the equivalent of a warm embrace from inside her body. After she was done with her tea, Solless looked at her audience, who took the prolonged silence as their cue to speak. "I'm really sorry you had to experience a slave ring as well, Solless, yet I'm also a bit envious of you." Quilla took Solless' hand in her own and looked her in the eyes, showing there was no mockery in her words. "Envious?" Solless echoed, that word making her feel as if Magur had been turned upside down. "Yes, envious," Quilla nodded, "because you hurt Falul and the others, but they are still alive, whereas Uriel is gone and I killed him." An awkward silence filled the room while the youngest of the Urnas stared at her own hands, still seeing the red of Uriel's blood covering them, feeling the weight of the enchanted knife Nalar had given her, seeing the ring on her finger. To that day, Quilla never wore rings aside from the spell-holding ones, and whenever she put one on, her hands trembled. Solless lowered her gaze, knowing that it was no competition, but Quilla was right. She had it way worse. "Also, I'm envious because at least you had the world tree to talk to," Quilla said, delivering her a second blow. "Being under Nalar's slave spell was the same as when Emrail ordered you not to think. I was a prisoner of my mind. My body moved on its own, showing emotions that I didn't feel and saying words that weren't mine. I remember screaming, crying, and yelling, but no one could listen to me. With every order I had to follow, every time I failed to resist Nalar's command, I lost hope of being rescued. At least everyone knew you were enslaved. You saw your friends fight for you, not against you. The tree kept you company, whereas I was alone, slowly delving into madness, and hoping that someone would kill me before I was forced to enact Nalar's kill orders." A tear streamed down Quilla's cheek at the memory. "After they took Nalar's ring off from me, it wasn't the remorse that destroyed me. I was already broken from the prolonged isolation, and when I felt the dagger stab Mom, I gave up on myself. Killing Uriel pushed me over the edge. It wasn't an accident. I did try to kill myself by burning my life force to save my mother back then. Everyone knew that, but until that moment Quilla had never found the strength to admit it." Solless nodded, feeling compassion for her friend and a sick relief from not having ever thought even for 1 second about taking her own life. Roz offered Quilla a tea, this time spiked with regular alcohol and with less than half its weight in honey. She wasn't crying, but she needed a pretext to swallow a lot and a bit of time to compose herself. Chapter 2679, Death Wish, Part 1. 2679, Death Wish, Part 1. "We are here for Solless, not for me, yet I'm glad I managed to take that burden off my chest. It's the first time I can talk about my time under the slave ring with someone who went through the same thing," Quilla thought while slowly sipping the hot beverage. "I know more about being held prisoner and tortured than I wish for my worst enemy," Roz said to drive the attention away from Quilla while she was still recovering. "I also know how it feels to lash at innocence just to feel better about yourself. I'm envious of you as well, Solless, but of your fortitude of character. Once you have been freed, you've hurt only your enemies, people you had to shut up anyway to protect the secret of Menadian's tower. I instead took it out on my family, on my children and wife. I haven't spilled a drop of blood, but that's far from an achievement. Also, I'm envious because you found the strength to step forward and ask for help right after those events instead of wallowing for weeks in self-pity. That's not strength, Dad. What Orpal did to you, it was terrible, yes, but no different from what you have experienced." Roz cut her short by gently caressing her cheek. Even though through a proxy, you have hurt Lith and the others, and they have been forced to hurt you back. It's something that would have shattered a lesser person and broken weaker bonds, yet here we are. You are an amazing woman, Solless. You are stronger than I will ever be, and for that, I couldn't be prouder of you. I know that I'm not really your father, but I want you to know that I love you like one of my own, and that I feel happy like a child every time you call me Dad. Thank you, Dad, Solless sniffled, this time out of joy. She let go of Elina and embraced Roz as delicately and tightly as she could. Elina said nothing, because silence was the best she had to offer. I have no idea what any of them must have endured. I don't want to ruin this moment by saying cheesy and trivial words, she thought. I'll give my opinion only if they ask for it. I'll respect their pain by letting them share it among themselves. After a few seconds, Solless let go of Roz and went back to sit near Elina, grabbing her hand for comfort. What do you think I should do with the Fury and the Sage Staff? She asked. I beg your pardon? Elina didn't understand the question more than she understood why it was being addressed to her. I can't get rid of the tower without hurting myself, but I can dispose of those weapons, or at least reforge them into something else. And why would you do that? Elina asked in confusion. Because they were gifts, something precious that my mother and Lith gave to me to make sure I could defend myself. Yet now they are dirty with the blood of my friends, and I don't know if I can touch them ever again. Let me get this straight, Elina said. If someone were to hurt a member of my family with one of my pots, then I'm supposed to give up on cooking. Of course not, but you can just throw away the pot, Solless replied. No, your comparison doesn't hold because a pot is just a tool you can find anywhere for cheap, whereas the Fury and the staff are priceless items. Elina shook her head. They embody the love and the affection of their makers for you, just like cooking reminds me of the happy times I spent in the kitchen with my family. You can't let the actions of a jerk like Emrail drive you to such an extent. But it's because of me that war has been shattered. It's because of me that Lith and the others were battered and beaten. If only he had imprinted my weapons himself, this would have never happened. And they wouldn't be really yours to start with, Quilla pointed out. They would just be borrowed tools that you'd lose in the case your life force and core heal, and you are no longer bound to the tower. It's no big deal, Solless shrugged. We can always have Grandma remove the imprint and it would be like letting someone else blow the candles on your birthday cake and open your presents. Elina shook her head. I'm sorry, dear, but you are talking nonsense. What Emrail did is only Emrail's fault, and luckily, the fool already paid for it, Roz said. You have no reason to punish yourself, just like Quilla isn't responsible for Nalar's kills or I for Meln's schemes. According to your logic, I should spend my days in atonement for being used as bait to ruin Lith's life and exile us from the kingdom. We are not responsible for our torturers, Solless. We are their victims, just like everyone else. Quilla nodded but remained silent, giving Solless the time to ponder those words. I guess they are right. I mean, I didn't hesitate to take the original Fury from Betrothal, even knowing that it had been used in my mother's death, and then in countless atrocities, Solless thought. Yet her logic and her heart were still at odds, and the idea of holding the Fury again made her stomach churn. What about the elves I killed after I fused with Lith? She asked after a while. What about them? Quilla furrowed her brows. I still murdered them in cold blood. I massacred them once they were defeated, and I consumed their life essence. Cold blood? Quilla looked as outraged as she sounded. Solless, I was there. You were out of your mind and inside Lith's. Also, how can you forget that it was those elves who ambushed us? They blew Morok to bits. I almost drowned because of them. Heck, Emrail would have never managed to kidnap you without his goons. They were all guilty as fuck. Even if they surrendered, and they didn't, it wouldn't have excused them of their actions. If someone attempted to kill Elina, and once you stopped him, he surrendered and said sorry, would you let him go? I would kill that bastard after making him spill everything he knows about the attempt, Solless said with a snarl. I wouldn't risk killing the hitman without learning everything I could about the instigator. At all costs, right? Quilla asked. Right. Then what's the difference between a hitman and the elves? Quilla replied. Is your life less valuable than Elina? Is it mine? Also, you didn't do it for shits and giggles, you did it to save war. Ragnar A tilde paragraph K, Solless corrected her. Whatever, do you get my point? Solless tormented her hair for a while, finding the reasoning valid but shaky. I don't think that their cruel actions justify mine, she said after a while. I agree on that, Quilla nodded, surprising everyone. But look at it this way. If Lith, Falul, or I for that matter wanted to kill them in revenge would have stopped us. Chapter 2680 Death Wish, Part 2. 2680 Death Wish, Part 2. Would you have fought us over a bunch of murderous, greedy bastards? Quilla asked. No, Solless shook her head. Then who cares? I mean, one of the things that helped me the most while I was recovering from my enslavement was knowing that Nalar and her accomplices were all dead, that they couldn't hurt me anymore, Quilla said. I'm sorry, dear, but I'm with Quilla, Roz said. Knowing that Meln is out there plotting the gods know what still gives me nightmares. I know that I'm still his father and he is my son, but I'd pay my weight in gold to have him dead. Dear, Elina tried to say, but he cut her short, standing abruptly and pacing around the room. Don't you dear me? I'm the one who still looks over his shoulder every time I go out of the house, afraid of being kidnapped again. I'm the one who sees his mocking face in every shadow at night. I won't apologize for wanting Meln dead. It would make my life so much easier. I was just trying to say that I feel the same. She had walked behind him, gently holding his shoulders. I have already disowned Meln after what he did to Lith, yet what he did to Tyrant and you is even worse. I'm ashamed to admit that I've been praying for him to attack Camilla ever since we learned about her pregnancy. Why, everyone was flabbergasted. Because this way that shitspawn would fall into Salark's hands, and then we could take turns returning him all the bad he has done to us, Elina said with a cold expression on her face. Because this way I would be certain that the new life we are bringing into this world will grow safe, instead of under the constant threat of her mad sibling. I'm afraid for Surin and I'll be, until Meln isn't put down like the rabid beast he is. I don't want our baby girl to suffer for our mistakes. Elina held her swollen belly, having a hard time holding back her tears and keeping her voice from cracking. Roz inwardly cursed his temper and rushed to prepare one more tea, this time with leaves of a plant renowned for its soothing effects. Screw it, at this point, I'll make more for the girls and one for myself too. Once they were all seated again, they went from lively to silent according to the mood of the conversation. The pauses were never awkward, giving everyone the chance to put their respective thoughts in order. Solless still felt a heavy burden on her conscience, but she found a thin smile creasing her face. Who would have ever thought that after Lith's murderers anonymous I'd have my own support group, she thought, putting her pain and worries in perspective through the experiences of the others. Space. Blood Desert, Salark's palace at the same time. Lith and the rest of the family had moved there in order to give Solless space and learn from Ligon about the events that had taken place during Lith's absence. Today I really can't catch a break, Salark grumbled, giving up on her projects for espionage against the kingdom and the invasion of Giera for the rest of the night. Okay, what did you want to tell me about? Lith asked while performing a full checkup on both Camilla and Alicia, through every diagnostic means at his disposal. The baby was as healthy as a phoenix and as hungry as a dragon. Camilla instead was hungry, cranky, and would soon need to pee, all information that Lith relayed to his wife. Why do you think I'm cranky? I'm tired of being hungry no matter how much I eat, and going to the bathroom every 5 farming minutes. On top of that, my husband has the hobby to almost die on a regular basis. She replied with a snarl that turned her hands into claws. Are you sure you don't want to wait? Ligon asked. You've been through a lot. Why would the news get better with time? Lith replied. No, that works only for cheese and alcohol in general, the father of all dragons sighed. Since there's no way to sugarcoat the pill, I'll go straight to the point. In the past few days, there have been several attempts to kidnap Camilla. When, her eyes went wide in surprise. Good, Lith said with a smug grin. You better rephrase that, or I'm going to make your death wish come true. Suddenly, her voice carried the coldness of an ice age, while her breath the warmth of origin flames. I mean, I knew that something like this would happen. Lith raised his hands in surrender. I made a lot of enemies in the past, and this was on paper the perfect time for them to exact their revenge. I know that the Guardians are protecting you, so with that, good. I meant that I was happy they had taken out the trash for me. There will be less to be worried about in the future. Thoughtful intention but terrible delivery, she grunted, excusing herself for the bathroom break. I'll forgive you this time. We thought about that as well, so that's not the weird part, Ligon continued. Some of the kidnappers were just humans, others were mages or undead, and only a few of them were actually awakened. That's not weird at all, Lith replied. I made enemies of all kinds. Can I please finish without being interrupted? The dragon grumbled, and so did the ground. I'm sorry, please finish what you were saying. The weird part is that all of them knew the term of our oath word by word, and that's something that only those who took part in the council meeting to celebrate your bloodline should know. In fact, the plans of all the kidnappers revolved around capturing Camilla without hurting her. Things like making her lose consciousness or taking her away while she slept. Are you serious? I know, right? Ligon was as baffled as Lith. Those morons really thought they could twist my words with sophistry and semantics, as if a guardian's oath is some kind of law school where they teach you to exploit the loopholes in the wording of a decree. How could they be so stupid that they really believed we would stick to the literal meaning of our promise instead of its spirit? I don't give a farm about the kidnappers' stupidity, Lith replied. That's actually good news. There's nothing scarier than a smart opponent. Idiots are always welcome. What bothers me is how they could know about the terms of the oath. I have 2 theories about it, Ligon said, drawing everyone's attention to him. You do? Salark was genuinely impressed. I read the minds of those I captured, but I discovered nothing. Did you scold them? Lith said while nodding at the kids. No, it would have been too light a punishment. I sent them to my pits of detention. They are still there if you want to talk with them. Salark winked mischievously multiple times. Grandma, you have something in your eye. Aaron offered her a towel and a bowl full of conjured water. Chapter 2681 Key to Power, Part 1. 2681 Key to Power, Part 1. You are a real gentleman, sweetie. Salark ruffled Aaron's hair. Yes, I do have theories. Ligon hated being interrupted, but he also loved children, so the 2 things canceled each other. The first and more obvious possibility is that Meln is behind the attempts. Knight is smart enough to spread the terms of our oath around and use idiots to put her theories to the test. Sounds like something you would do, but there's a catch, Lith pondered. Everyone knew about Orpal's obsession with the women in Lith's life, and his desire to destroy everything and everyone he loved. He wasn't there on that day, and Knight never had informants in the council. The undead courts have no way to know either, and Baba Yaga's firstborns already refused to help him. I know, Ligon nodded. This brings us to the second and more disturbing theory. Elijah was never the target, just a distraction. The real goal of these kidnapping attempts is to lay the foundations for Camilla's murder once the baby is born. Everyone spat out their tea while Lith and Salark dropped their cups. The silver-veined porcelain shattered, staining the hand-woven carpet below the chairs with the liquid it contained. Murder her? Why? Lith could feel his stomach churning in worry, the pain from the partial fusion of his life forces returning as both the Void and the Voidfeather went on a rampage. Are you seriously asking me that? Ligon raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Okay, let me summarize it for you. You are a Magus. You have proven to have a great talent for forge mastery that has further bloomed after receiving lessons from Salark herself. You are a self-awakened who has achieved the violet core on his own. You carry the bloodline of 2 guardians and are a divine beast yourself. You are the inventor of the trains and the tablets that soon will be widespread on both Giera and Garland. You are the link with both the elves of the Fringe and monsters of Zelex, so it's reasonable to assume that whoever has influence over you also has influence over the entire colonization process. That's still about me. What does Camilla? Let me finish, damn it, Ligon snarled. Your offspring is now renowned for having the Guardian's protection, and your bloodline has already proven to be quite potent. Camilla, if you please. Lith wanted to pose more questions, but Ligon looked royally pissed off, and Lith didn't want to push his luck since even Salark seemed to have no idea what he was talking about. It was supposed to be a secret, but okay. Camilla cleared her throat in embarrassment. After you return from the Golden Griffin, I've decided to learn magic so that I'll be capable of following Elijah around as she grows up and avoid ending up like Thrain. Solless has been giving me secret lessons whenever we had the time, and during her absence, Grandpa took her place. She gave him a bow. No need to thank me, Emhel, A.N., daughter of mine in Draconic. It's always a pleasure teaching to such a fascinating student. Lith tried to speak in confusion, but Ligon's glare shut him up. Please show them what you can do. Camilla used a few Tier 1 and 2 spells, which was unsurprising due to her deep yellow mana core. The Tier 3, however, were quite impressive, especially her flight spell. It was nothing special per se, but a deep yellow core showing the precision and control over the mana flow necessary to fly with the grace of a bird, instead of the roughness of a tossed rock, was rare. I wanted to tell you all of this on our next date to surprise you. She blushed a little with pride. To show you that I can fly on my own now, this instead is really hard. Camilla waved her hands to better control her mana as she attempted the second exercise of the path necessary to master dimensional magic, Pilfer. The spell required to open 2 small gates at a variable distance. It also demanded the student to make them big and stable enough to let their hand through. The spell's name derived from being originally created by dimensional mages to steal or pickpocket from a distance. Lith recognized the dot of light, and when it stretched into 2 black spheres that slowly distorted the space between them in the familiar funnel-like shape of an event horizon, his jaw dropped to the floor along with those of everyone else but Liga's. Camilla failed to stabilize the black spheres and no gate appeared. The spell collapsed on itself with a crackle and a thud. Sorry, it's really hard and I have only so much time to practice. Camilla panted, her stomach grumbling for a well-deserved recharge. What was that? Freya jumped up from her chair. And don't you dare answer me literally, I know the spell, I mean how can she even do it? Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to tell you that I'm using what Solless calls the spoon-feeding method. I achieved none of this on my own, I just follow Solless and Liga's instructions. Camilla shrugged. Whenever I hit a wall, they tell me how to overcome it. This just makes your performance way less amazing, but it's still damn disturbing, Freya replied. Spoon-fed or not, how can a deep yellow core do that? I've seen cyan cores struggling to hold the dimensional energies in place. I'm pregnant, duh, Camilla said it like it explained everything, and it did. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked after noticing that everyone was pale and shocked. Because you've just proved my point. Liga sighed. Elijah is already past the red core, and I think she'll reach the bright red before even being born. Yet that's not enough to explain the amplification effect she has on her mother. To do that, Elijah must have the same potency of a full divine beast like Sharjin, and also have passed on to Camilla her affinities. A snap of his fingers covered Camilla in black, red, and yellow scales. Another affinity? Lith was flabbergasted. Now do you still want to ask me why they want to kill her? Ligon asked. Actually, yes, Rena said. It still makes no sense to me. Because, child, your brother is powerful, talented, influential, and monogamous. If you also take into account his known crippled life force and the fact that Camilla has awakened, you now have a full picture. They want to kill me to take my place, Camilla said in horror. Yes, it makes perfect sense, Salark nodded. It happened to all of us even before we became guardians. Our partners would be targeted just so that we would return to the dating market. I mean, think about it. The woman who Hecame's Ith's wife will have the influence of a targeted just so that we would return to the dating market. I mean, think about it. The woman who becomes Lith's wife will have the influence of a Magus, the standing on the royal court of a baroness, and control over the colonization of Giera. If she's also an awakened, imagine what she could do with another Elijah in her womb and the protection of 3 guardians. A real mage with a violet core would be unstoppable. No offense, dear. Chapter 2682 Key to Power, Part 2. 2682 Key to Power, Part 2. None taken. Camilla swallowed a lump of saliva. If I'm right, these attacks aren't meant to kidnap her. Whoever is behind it must know the attempts are bound to fail. They are just probing the defense system that protects Camilla while also making sure that there are no loopholes in the Guardian's oath. That's why all the assailants know it word by word and try to play around it. Wait a second, something isn't right. Rena's brain spun at full gear. If whoever is behind this knows about the Guardians, then how can they hope to escape your wrath? Grandma can read minds, and the moment a woman approaches Lith, Salark will know of her involvement in Camilla's death. You are too nigh tilde v, child, Salark sighed. Everyone knows I read minds because that's how trials in the desert work, hence whoever they send will probably be just a puppet, someone who doesn't even know she's being used. Someone who loves and respects the culprit, and who will unwittingly follow their plan. Someone who probably has a genuine interest in Lith in order to pass the screening that those around him will put her through. If Ligon's theory is correct, this is the work of a single awakened bloodline. They were present at the ceremony, have the means to spread the news, and must have already a violet cord candidate ready to step in. Lith's brain was still frozen by the revelation, but the looming threat quickly snapped him out of it, allowing him to see a sliver of light in the darkness. You said that it happened to you in the past. How did you solve the problem? Easy, Ligon replied. You find them and then you hit them so hard that nobody will ever dare to try something like that again. A total wipeout. But if I'm really against an awakened bloodline, what can I do with just Solless and Tister alone? Lith asked. Alone, Freya and Nalrund snarled, feeling offended. Have you forgot about your friends? Alone, Ligon growled, feeling outraged. Do you know what happens when someone tries to steal a dragon's egg? No, Lith didn't know the answer, but something in the tone of the father of all dragons told him he was going to like it. My brood goes on a warpath. The egg of one of us is the egg of all of us. I get it, but call me. She bears the eggs. Salark put her hand on Ligon's shoulder before his wrath scared the children. As I told you, this happens often, so when our kind finds a spouse, we all take it personally. None of our children cares about what happens to Camilla, but if you ask their help to avenge her death, they will all follow. This is public knowledge and usually deterrent enough to nip such ploys in the bud. That's why Ligon spoke about a single awakened bloodline, cocky enough to try. The others are probably scared and waiting on the sidelines to see how it goes. Well, I have bad news for them, Ligon growled. Salark, Tyrus, and I have let the assailants slip past the Queen's core and your magical beasts on purpose. We hid them from sight so that whoever is behind this couldn't collect any real data. We gave the instigator a false sense of security, while also capturing all their pawns alive and ready to be interrogated. Lith sighed in relief at Ligon's foresight and was glad to have him as an ally. The father of all dragons spoke slowly and with a calm voice, but the fire behind his eyes threatened to burn Maugr to a crisp. Space. Later that same night, after Solless was done venting with her support group, the Verhins moved to their mansion on the east side of the Trawn Woods. They wanted to have a mana geyser nearby to allow Solless to keep her human form and keep her company. Also, they wanted to start getting accustomed to the place now that it had been fully furnished. Soon there would be 2 royal galas, and they would be both hosted in the Verhin mansion. One for Lith's birthday, and another for Elijah's birth. Once there, Lith felt the need to share with everyone the parts that Salark had left out simply, because she couldn't witness them even with her breathing technique. Like his meeting with Maugr and his latest quarrel with the Voidfeather dragon. Lith hoped to gain insight from reliving the events, and maybe also receive some advice. Alas, no one knew what to say, and after a cup of warm milk, everyone felt tired from the long night and the heavy news they had received. Please be honest with me, dear, Roz said while putting on his pajamas. Am I a bad father? The room had a king-sized canopy bed in the middle of the north wall, and large windows on the east side so let sunrise in and wake up its occupants. A soft hand-woven black and red carpet covered the whole floor, keeping the room warm and dulling the steps of its occupants. The tapestry bore the Verhin family's insignia on the 4 corners, and a scene from Lith destroying the Black Star in the middle. There were lots of wardrobes lined up against the other 2 walls, filled with more clothes than Roz and Elina would ever wear. The clothes were gifts from merchants and nobles from all over the kingdom who wanted to get into their son's good book. Manipulating Lith was nigh impossible, whereas his parents were still simple people, easy to impress. By giving Roz and Elina gifts, those people hoped to gain a direct channel of communication with Lith through his parents. Alas, Roz and Elina had gone through a lot, so they were simple but not dumb. They accepted everything under the condition that those items were tokens of gratitude for their son's endeavors. They took the names of everyone involved, and then passed them all to Lith to check them out before even bringing a single button inside the house. Why do you ask me that? Elina was puzzled by his question and glad that their room had its own bathroom. You have always been a fantastic husband and an amazing father. I wish, Roz sighed. Between Lith and Solless seeing Maugr with your face and Solless needing only your comfort, I must have screwed up big time at some point. I wonder if Renna and Tista feel the same, but I'm too afraid of their answer to ask. Elina pondered his words for a while in silence. She had always considered those things flattering, without thinking about how they could affect her husband's fatherly pride. I don't think so, she replied after a while. I'm sure that all of our children love you as much as they love me, especially Tista and Renna. Lith is a special case. I admit that our bond is probably stronger than yours, but not because you did something wrong. I was just lucky. What do you mean? Roz asked with a confused expression. Renna is one of our firstborns. We gave her and her twin more time and attention than most of our children got. Chapter 2683, The Right Way, Part 1. 2683, The Right Way, Part 1. Once Renna's siblings were born, she was our rock, and she has always helped us with the house and the farm. She spent lots of time with both of us, and she loves us dearly, Elina said. Tista was ill as a child, so we always paid special attention to her. She had our utmost care, and she's the one who slept in our bed the most since we needed to check on her condition often. Tista knows how much you love and care for her, because you showed it to her for years before, and after Lith was born. He instead was our miracle baby, yet the one you neglected the most at the same time. We had so many things to do and so little money. Renat spent the most time with him as an infant, and I stayed at home with him as a child. He was too weak to help you with the farm, so he used his magic to help me with the daily chores first, and then with the cooking. He and I spent a lot of time together while I taught him my recipes and how to take care of Tista. You instead were always outside with the boys. The thought of her dead child, and her mad one formed a lump in her throat that she had to swallow, taking care of the fields and animals. We both assumed that once Lith would become older, you would take the lion's share of his time, but you know how things went. I know, Roz sighed. Between the 4 and 6 years of age, when he was supposed to play with the neighbors, Lith hunted with Celia. After he became 6, when I was supposed to teach him how to take care of the animals, he became Nana's apprentice. Then at 12, when he would have been strong enough to take care of the fields and the crops with me, he left for the academy. For all that time, even when Lith still lived at home with us, I rarely got to spend any time with him aside from the meals. As I said, I was lucky. Elina's tone was apologetic, as if it was someone her fault. Lith is my miracle baby. Every time I held him, I remembered the fear of losing him, so I spent with him every bit of time I could make. Yet I could do it solely because taking care of the house was my role. Otherwise, now I would be in your shoes. Do you think it's too late to make up for all the time I've lost? Roz asked while looking her in the eyes. I don't know. Elina lowered her gaze, not wanting to give her husband false hope. Space. Lith's bedroom at the same time. The master bedroom of the Verhin mansion was similar to that of Roz and Elina, just bigger and with different furniture. Camilla had Lith move the bed near the bathroom door so that she could go back and forth from it in a few steps. She also had arranged on her bedstand a variety of dimensional amulets. One was filled with hot and cold beverages, another with salty snacks, and a third one containing sweets in a fresh from the oven fridge state. The carpet of their room depicted his ascension to supreme Magus and was a gift from the royals. The wardrobes were filled with clothes as well, yet they belonged solely to Camilla. A dressing table covered with makeup products and jewelry boxes also resided in her half of the room. Every time he thought about how much it had cost him to give her the necessary for Camilla's current and future court's life, Lith's wallet bled. Those clothes and jewels were the only things in the mansion for which he had to pay himself, but it still hurt. That was until she saw Camilla smile, and such thoughts faded away. That night, however, they were both in a sour mood. Camilla hadn't liked learning about either the kidnapping attempts or how people in the awakened community believed her position was wasted on her. Lith, instead, was still shocked by his bond with Solless being broken and almost losing war. The news about the impending threat looming at Camilla's head had added even more rocket fuel to the flames. I shouldn't be surprised after all, Camilla grumbled. I can't catch one single break, Lith sighed. I mean, people still talk shit about Zinnia, and her husband is just an archmage. Such was the venom in her voice that one could almost hear the air quotes. I really believed that with 3 guardians protecting you I had nothing to worry about, Lith replied. You know how they call us behind our backs? The Spider Sisters. That's because we caught a juicy fly in our web and then climbed up to the roof of the social ladder. I can't believe that with everything that's happening I also have to I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Lith said, after realizing they weren't in the same conversation. No, what are you talking about? A brief quarrel and a long discussion about their respective grievances later, they finally moved on to common ground. Something they were equally worried about. What do you make of Mager's warning? Lith asked while cuddling with her. Play your meeting with her from the start again, please, Camilla replied. None of her grudges against the awakened community would matter if everyone was dead, and Mager turned into a charred wasteland. It makes as much sense as the first time I experienced it. None, Lith groaned. I don't know, Camilla pondered. It kind of does. Meaning? Well, consider this. Your divine beast and abomination sides fused on their own, and it hurt. Did it ever hurt before? She asked. No, wait, now that I think about it, yes. It was similar to what I experienced under the When All Are One Array's effects, but much worse. Lith almost sat up in realization, but Camilla's head was on his chest, so he stopped before hurting her. Maybe because back then your life forces were simply overloaded like a non-awakened violet core, whereas today, they were twisted in a wrong shape. How can you tell? You are no healer and there was no time for anyone to take a look at my life force, he asked. Because it hurt, remember? She replied. It's not supposed to hurt. It didn't hurt even when your cracks got worse and you bled life force. You only found out about it later. True, Lith nodded. My guess is that to save Solless you took a step in the wrong direction and forced the void and the dragon to merge, hence the pain. She gently pressed her fingers on his chest, pushing him down. Whatever the blue flames were, they are bad for you. They used your aura as fuel, burning at it and you at the same time. And if I'm right, the thing you saw in Magus' answer to void magic's full potential was what the dragon to merge, hence the pain. She gently pressed her fingers on his chest, pushing him down. Whatever the blue flames were, they are bad for you. They used your aura as fuel, burning at it and you at the same time. And if I'm right, the thing you saw in Magus' answer to void magic's full potential was what would become of you after going all the way down in the wrong direction. Camilla pensively drummed her fingers. After the void consumes both you and the dragon. Chapter 2684 The Right Way, Part 2. 2684 The Right Way, Part 2. Now that I think about it, when I accepted your marriage proposal and achieved the violet, Grandma told me that the secret lay in allowing myself to feel love, whereas this time, the void feather had to let himself be poisoned by the void's hate to merge with him. In a way, it was a step to the side, if not even back. How could I not think about this sooner? How could no one do it? Lith blurted out loud in surprise. Maybe because you and Solless are still shaken to your bones from today's events. Maybe because the others went through a lot as well, and they have their own burden to carry. Also, consider that neither Ligon nor Salark. Grandma, the Overlord's angry voice cut her short. Privacy, damn it! Camilla raised her fist with the middle finger extended since she had failed to sit up. Leave us alone, Grandma, okay. No answer followed, so Camilla decided to believe they were alone. The clock marking past midnight and the beginning of Salark's shift said otherwise. Neither Ligon nor Grandma would tell you anything even if they knew. Were they to do it, they would screw up your path toward the bright violet and guardianhood, something I feel they are both invested in. She waited for a reply, but Salark remained silent. If that's the wrong way, then what's the right one? Lith pinched his nose in frustration. I don't know. Camilla brought herself up so that he could rest on her bosom as she caressed his head. And based on what Magus confirmed to you, neither does she. Magus doesn't really know the future, she just makes up answers from the data she collects. That's why her answers in the mind space are sometimes nebulous. She has probably just theories that were she to share with you might compromise the final result. Luckily for us, I can take a guess based on my extensive knowledge of you. Off the top of my head, the right way must come natural, not be forced again. Camilla raised her index finger. Also, it must start from your human side like back when I proposed. This time the void and the dragon reached an agreement despite you, not because of you. She raised her middle finger as well. You were so cut out of the whole deal that they shared their abilities with you and vice versa as a side effect, not as something intentional. Last, but not least, it's not a matter of power, but of acceptance. Camilla raised her ring finger. Remember Magus' answer about the bright violet core. The pieces don't fit, so you must make them fit to each other. How? Lith looked at her with eyes filled with hope. I don't know, she giggled. I'm glad for your vote of confidence, but don't overestimate me. Even when baby-powered, I'm still just a constable. She threaded her fingers into his and then covered her hands in black scales, prompting him to do the same. Camilla used the dragon's bloodline ability to share their emotions through physical contact to express her faith in him. By holding hands and without saying one word, she told Lith many things. She shared with him her confidence that he would find a way to make things with his life forces right, and that she wasn't scared of any death threat as long as he was by her side. Through her scales, Camilla let Lith know that she would still love and accept him regardless of the changes that fusing his life forces might bring to his mind and physical appearance. Lith felt his chest tighten and his eyes misting. The contact through dragon scales was deeper than a mind link. Not only those thoughts couldn't lie, but they also brought with them waves of warm and sweet emotions. Thank you, he said with both his voice and scales. No, thank you for being you. She buried her face in his chest, giggling like a little girl due to his reply that she could feel through her scales. Among the bloodline abilities that Elina granted her, Camilla loved the dragon scales the most. They didn't give her strength nor did they boost her magic, yet they gave her everything she truly wanted. The scales connected mother and daughter, giving Camilla the certainty that Elina was well and felt safe and protected. They also connected husband and wife, giving her the safety and reassurance of being loved beyond what mere words could express. The scales were more than the proof of the connection between the family of three that lay in the canopy bed. They were the connection itself. The fear and worry from Ligon's words faded away, drowned in the love she felt crashing against her hands. Camilla fell asleep soon after, knowing that whatever the tomorrow would bring it would be good. Space. The next morning, the couple was walking toward the dining room while chatting. Since Elina had trouble getting up early and Lith helped Camilla in the morning, Renaa was now in charge of the morning breakfast. She loved to be the one taking care of her family for once, but she also felt disappointed by the lukewarm reception of her goodwill. "Why can't Uncle Lith cook?" Lyria pouted. "Lyria," Senton scolded her. "How can you be so ungrateful? You should appreciate your mother's efforts." "I do appreciate them, but I'm also hungry," Lyria rebuked. "I want the good stuff, not the bland food Mom cooks." "Lyria," Senton was about to scold her when a hand grabbed his wrist. "I agree with you, brother-in-law." Aaron kept his voice calm and composed, giving his best Lith impression. "She's a rude little prick." "It takes one to know one," Lyria snarled. "But she's right. Where's the ice cream? Where are the pancakes and the hot chocolate?" His tone was solemn, as if they were talking about the bare survival necessities. "Do you call this a breakfast?" Aaron pointed at the steaming feast on the table that ranged from porridge to eggs and bacon. Various kinds of fruit juice and hot beverages were placed evenly, making the composition and the meal worthy of a noble household. "By the gods, how spoiled are you kids?" Senton couldn't believe his ears. "Breakfast?" Garrick ran into the kitchen with the enthusiasm and energy of a 5-year-old who had been locked away his whole life. "Thank you, Auntie. It smells delicious." "It was my pleasure, young man," Renaa sniffled. At first, the idea of waking up under the same roof as the farmer and her child had upset Renaa a bit. But now, she was moved by Garrick's kindness and joy at the simplest things. Meanwhile, Lith and Camilla walked slowly arm in arm, her head leaning on his shoulder. "I love how strong divine beasts are. You give the expression pitching a tent a literal meaning," she said with a giggle. "Kami," Lith blushed up to his ears. "What? I just meant to say I'm always happy to help you put it down." The more her body changed, the more she felt self-conscious about it, so she loved it when Lith manifested how he found her attractive anyway. Chapter 2685 The Art of Conversation, Part 1. 2685 The Art of Conversation, Part 1. "Think of the kids, damn it," Lith blushed harder. They met Elina and Roz along the way and reached the dining room together. The rest of the family and their guests were already assembled, including the magical beasts. Fluffy the bike had grown bigger, stronger, and fatter than his clanmates thanks to the hearty regular meals. He had quickly adjusted to his new condition of pet steed friend and was amiably conversing with Garrick in between asking for seconds. The meal was pleasant for the adults and lively for the kids. Garrick showed off his powers while Aaron and Lyria taught him their favorite magic tricks. Despite Lyria's claims, Renaa's cooking was excellent, just not up to Lith's or Elina's standards. Renaa noticed during breakfast that Ryla tried her best to act normal, but she couldn't help sighing at staring from time to time. At first, Renaa thought Ryla was looking at Senton in a way more affectionate than it was proper. After a while, however, Renaa noticed that the farmer looked at her the same way. Once the breakfast was over and Ryla was helping Renaa clean up everything, Renaa decided to use that moment when they were alone to understand what was bothering their guest. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare." Ryla flushed a little while wringing her hands. "I'm just curious and envious of you two." "What do you mean?" Renaa had always felt like the less special member of her family. Even Elina had seen more action than her, dealing with guardians and royals before the presence of such powerful beings became a common occurrence in the Verhin family. On top of that, Ryla was gorgeous, tall, and powerful. "What can she be possibly envious of me? I've always been good-looking, but compared to her I'm nothing special," she thought. "I've never lay with a man I loved." Ryla's words hit Renaa like a bomb. "Glimo's just used me and that was it. I'm curious about how it feels to have someone who cares for you and defends you. I'm envious of your beautiful family and how your children are so lucky that they can afford to talk to you like that. Glimo's enforced a strict discipline, and Garrick was alone so often that his joy from my mere presence always breaks my heart. Gods, I'm so sorry. Suddenly Renaa felt like the most special and luckiest woman on Maugr. Why, you didn't play any role in our captivity, did you? Ryla tilted her head to the side in confusion. The prolonged isolation in Zelex and her former role as High Priestess made her oblivious to social cues. Of course I didn't, Renaa was flabbergasted. I meant that I'm sorry you had to go through so much and that you could use a friend. Like who? The farmer blinked her 6 eyes in puzzlement. Like me, gods, this will take a while. Renaa chuckled and invited Ryla for a walk. Meanwhile, in the external garden, Camilla was watching Lith teaching magic to the kids that they would practice during their next game when Zorith appeared out of nowhere and gave her a tackle-like hug. Kami, thank the gods you are all right. I've been so worried that I've been patrolling the mansion the whole night. What, why? Forgive her, Camilla. Beitra appeared a moment later, needing sheer strength to pry Camilla free from the embrace. After Zor heard from Zin about the death threats, it was impossible to keep her away from you. Camilla had told everything to her sister the previous night in order to vent her feelings before going to sleep, failing to take into account the reaction to the news of Elijah's godmother. Thanks, Zorith, but there's no need for that. Camilla patted the shadow dragon's back. As long as Elijah is in my womb, the guardians protect me as well. I know you are powerful, but I doubt you can do any better. Don't worry about me. There's still time before I give birth. You are right. Zorith jumped up to her feet. I'm wasting my and your time here instead of using it to do the right thing. What right thing? The shadow dragon ignored her and took her communication amulet out of her pocket dimension. Upthought, I want you to comb search the criminal underworld for any hit placed against Camilla Verhin. Find everyone who posted the jobs, anyone who took them, and bring them to me alive. One want it done for yesterday. Upthought was an Eldritch Ogre hybrid more ancient, and now also more powerful than Xenagrash, but her position in the organization's totem pole was way lower. The master didn't trust her as much, and had already expressed his intention to get rid of her at the first hint of insubordination. To make matters worse, angering Xenagrash also meant antagonizing Beitra and ending up on the bottom of her to-do list. Upthought knew how serious Xenagrash was about her role as godmother, and that there was only one answer that wouldn't make her equipment delayed until never o'clock. On it, boss. The Ogre Eldritch alerted the other members of the organization, giving the mission maximum priority. Space. Wegan region, lair of Adjetor the Drake. Why are you still here? He asked his unwelcome guest. Don't you have a palace or something? I'm sorry, Master Adjetor, but I need a place where to crash for a few days. Morok tidied up the guest room he had slept in with the methodical discipline the army had ingrained into him. A few days, I mean why? Adjetor rolled his eyes. I can get Quilla hiding things from me while we were dating, especially family stuff, but that was a huge secret. I mean a mage tower-sized secret. I think you are overreacting, the Drake shrugged. A mage tower is something akin to my spirit fusion or Falul's domination. You don't show it to just anyone, and it wasn't Quilla's secret either. Yeah, right, Morok snorted. Yet I'm the only one who missed the cool trips to the moon, the spa days in the desert, and the list goes on. Are you telling me you resent her for having fun without you? Adjetor was flabbergasted. Of course, Morok looked at the Drake as if he was insane. She cut me out from some of the most beautiful first experiences in her life that we were supposed to share. I was her fiancé for the god's sake. A simple sorry doesn't solve anything. I need to put my foot down and set some boundaries. I'm okay with my wife being friends with another man, but I'm not okay with her prioritizing him over me. I told her this yesterday, and that until she finds a way to make it up to me, I'm not going back home. And how should she do that? Adjetor asked. Not my problem, I'm the victim here, Morok shrugged. The Drake felt a whole new level of respect for his disciple, and decided to let him stay for as long as Morok needed. Space. A few weeks passed, Camilla entered the 3rd trimester, and many events came to pass. Renaa started to spend more and more time in the Verhin mansion with Ryla, creating a bond of friendship between the two women. Chapter 2686, The Art of Conversation, Part 2. 2686, The Art of Conversation, Part 2. The farmer was in desperate need of company, while Renaa just wanted to help and receive a few pointers in raising magically gifted children. I don't want to repeat with the triplets the mistakes I made with Lyria, she thought. Renaa watched the kids play with Ryla and invited the members of Zelex's Senate at least once a week. Sarah and the others didn't like much the idea of being guests in Lith's house again, but their children had fallen in love with the park, the Tron woods, and the ice cream. What's the point of being free if we keep living like prisoners in this underground city? Zagra, her son, said, crushing her straw argument to refuse the invitation. Even though Ryla had never gotten along with the rest of the Senate, they were still people she had known her whole life and the closest thing to a family she had. Urhin the Balor and Bri, the orc, shared Sarah's grievances, but their children couldn't care less. They loved running in the sun, playing with the magical beasts, and eating to their heart's content without worrying about the food rations for the day. Just seeing the smiles on their small faces and hearing their joyous laughter was enough to force their mothers to be as amicable as they could. Renau was a generous host, and after dealing with beasts, undead, and plant folk on a daily basis, she had no prejudice against any kind of creature, fallen races included. She needed but a few visits to break the ice and make her guests feel welcome. Raz and Quilla spent a lot of time with Solless in the tower, holding regular meetings of their own small support group. The three of them had found relief in sharing their respective experiences and talking with other people who had walked a mile in their shoes. Raz also loved the initiative, because it allowed him to spend more time with Solless and bond with her. He was eager to build a relationship as good as the one Solless had with Elina, while Solless enjoyed having a father figure in her life. She was an adult, but the issues that Thrain's violent death had left were far from being resolved. Raz did his best to support her, and even delegated some of his responsibilities to the farm in order to have time to spend with Lith. Your sister and daughter are going to be born around the same time, and I'm a bit rusty with newborns, Raz said one day while they dined together. What do you say if you lend me the nursery of the tower and let your old man teach you all the skills he has learned over the years? Lith gladly accepted, and the two men spent time together every day practicing how to change cloth diapers, burp a small child, and how to deal with them when they had trouble sleeping. With 6 children on his resume, Raz had plenty of stories and silly anecdotes that Lith was willing to listen to and learn from. Usually, their lessons ended with them sitting in front of the fireplace with a glass of water, dragon in hand. As for Morag, it took Quilla quite some effort to win back her husband. She was a very romantic girl, but it was her first time being the one who had to come up with a romantic gesture. Her first attempt was to buy him expensive gifts that he returned with a dry letter reading. No matter what people say, I'm not a gold digger. You hurt my feelings and want you to give me a sincere apology, not a weregild. P.S. Sex doesn't count either. She had to set up a second honeymoon, bringing him to romantic places for romantic dates, and even bringing Morag to Maugur's moon. He insisted on exploring it together since Quilla had never done that before, but this is a story for another day. Suffice it to say that they made up, and Adjutor finally returned to his solitary existence. Around that time, Camilla was forced to take a break from her job. According to Army regulations, the 3rd trimester of pregnancy was part of the mandatory maternity leave, so she had either to stay home or find another way to spend her time. Gods, Kami, you have no idea how happy I am for having you all for myself, Zinnia said while the house staff set the table with silverware and empty plates. We have so much to do and so little time to do it. The queen had already included Camilla in several social activities that she couldn't turn down without being both rude and ungrateful. The royals had paid for the mansion and lots of other things, so she had to suck it up and smile. We'll start with what piece of cutlery must be used for each dish, and then we'll move to the art of conversation. I know how to talk, Zin, Camilla whined. I don't do public speeches, but I'm a pretty good conversationalist. Don't be silly, Zinnia chuckled. The art of conversation means to be able to talk without actually saying anything like the nobles do. Also, it requires learning how to reply to subtle insults and allegations in kind. I hate you all so much. Camilla banged her head against the table, missing the time spent with constables Griffin and Phoenix. You better take this seriously, child. Lady Gianni Ernas walked in from the double doors of the dining hall before the page could announce her. These events are far from a waste of time. They are your best shot at finding out who wants to kill you and change the mind of anyone who might want to follow their example. Rest assured that I'll be with you the whole time. May the gods strike me down if I let what happened to my little flower befall you as well. Space. Village of Lucia, Fastero House a few days later. Celia's pregnancy had finally come to term, so she had called the best midwives. She knew the moment she felt the familiar pain of the first contraction. Falul had come first, followed by Salark, who meant to uphold her word. In less than 5 minutes, everything was over, and Celia could introduce to her friends the newest member of her family, a baby boy she had named Salkar. "Did you name you kid after Salark, like we did for our Surin?" Elina asked while holding the baby boy in her arms. "No, I named him Salkar after Celia," the huntress grunted from her bed. "After 4 kids, I think I deserve it." "You sure do." Protector couldn't stop himself from checking up on his wife and his kids with invigoration nonstop. He was still scared from Fenrir's birth, when he had been forced to call Falul to save Celia's life. The moment Salark finished restoring the huntress' body to its pre-pregnancy state and gave him the all-clear, Ryman hugged Celia and peppered her with kisses. "Let me go, you damn oaf. This is all your fault." She tried and failed to sound angry, needing reassurance from her own fears. Chapter 2687 Shared Wounds, Part 1. 2687 Shared Wounds, Part 1. "This is our last child, okay? Unless heaven and earth switch places or I change my mind, you'd better always use that damn birth control spell," Celia said. "I will," Ryman sniffled while letting her go. He had held Salkar right after Celia, but he already felt the need to hold his son again. As soon as Elina passed the child to him, Salkar started to cry. Protector used a baby voice to calm Salkar, strutting around and showing the newborn to his guests like it was the greatest accomplishment of his life. "You see that?" Camilla hushed them while pointing the father and son couple at Lith. "That's you in a few months." "Please," Lith scoffed, his tone as cold as it was indifferent. "He's just an emperor beast, whereas I'm a divine beast." "What do you mean?" Camilla asked, making him look her dead in the eyes. Lith's face was a stone-cold mask when he said, "I cry much harder than that." Camilla burst out laughing at the joke, making her spell fade and several heads turned toward them. She was happy to explain herself and stage the conversation to the best of her abilities. Soon laughter filled the house, and even Salkar stopped crying to look around in curiosity. Space. Time passed and things kept moving forward. Camilla's days in the royal court were as long as they were boring. She learned to hate the noble dames pandering to her every whim even more than those who tried to belittle and mock her under the veil of their courteous words. Even though Gianni knew about the presence of a guardian always following Camilla, the Archon never lowered her guard, keeping her mouth shut and her eyes open whenever her attention wasn't otherwise required. "With me and the Queen present, no one would be so crazy that they would attempt anything remotely funny, but I can still read the room and check how much these women know." Gianni was happy to oblige by recounting the events of the day of the Black Sun, even though she knew that it made Camilla uncomfortable. It made her feel more like a weapon than a person, and fear that people might consider Elijah just the same way. Gianni didn't care one bit, since being the one telling the story allowed her to have all eyes on her. Just by watching the reactions of her spectators, Gianni could assess not only their feelings on the matter, but also how much they already knew about those events. Even the best liar had a hard time feigning the proper level of surprise while discovering such a big secret. Gianni baited her enemies multiple times, adding details she made up on the spot. Those who were genuinely unaware of what had happened gasped in awe, whereas those who knew something had their faces filled with disbelief and confusion. Gianni took a mental note of everyone she just suspected and moved on with pleasantries as if she had noticed nothing. Camilla hated the royal court more with every visit, but she owed the Queen a lot. Silpha would always be her main host, keep her company, and ensure her safety. The Queen also censured anyone who crossed the line with her glare and, on a few occasions, with a mean right hook. "The crushed face teaches best," Silpha said to the outraged noblewomen during one of such events, forcing them to silence with her mere tone. "This is my house, and Baroness Verhin is my honored guest. Any disrespect to her is also addressed to me. One more word and I'll have you trialed for slander of the crown. If you find my judgment unfair, feel free to appeal to the king." Meron was the calm one between the royal couple, but he was renowned for becoming feral whenever someone messed with the Queen. No one wanted to jump out of the frying pan and under the blade of the executioner, so the king received no appeal. The last month of the year came, and Lith's birthday approached. He was annoyed at the idea of hosting a gala, but the royals had built the Verhin mansion under that precise condition, leaving him to suck it up and grin. To make matters worse, Lith had no clue how to host a royal gala, and neither did any member of his family. Luckily for him, Orion was more than happy to help. It had been Roz's idea to call the Lord of House Ernas because he wanted his son and friend to talk to each other. After Floria's death, Lith and Orion had kept contact to a minimum, seeing each other only when strictly necessary. Orion had a hard time standing in Lith's presence because it reminded him of the time that they had spent together with Floria. Lith's voice and mannerisms conjured countless memories from the past when Orion's daughter and Lith had been together. The Lord of House Ernas was still dealing with grief, and the regret of having opposed to his daughter's relationship made everything worse. If I let them be, if it was my little flower who'd got pregnant with him instead of Camilla, she would still be alive. Orion hated such manipulative thoughts, yet he couldn't help himself. Deep down, he hated himself and Camilla, the latter for having stolen the opportunity that might have otherwise belonged to Floria. Lith found it difficult to talk with Orion because he felt guilty. He had promised the Ernas couple to do everything he could to bring back their daughter alive, and even though he had upheld his word, Lith had still failed. That and the fact of having fallen for Thrud's trap and killed Floria with his own hand made Lith's grief harder to overcome. Whenever he was in the same room with Orion, Lith could feel his right arm wet with Floria's blood, and Orion's eyes seemed to accuse him silently, no matter what his voice or expression said. Roz had worked hard to bring them together because he wanted to mend their relationship and help them overcome their respective grief. That, and having the opportunity to spend more quality time with his son during an important moment of his life. Many birds with one stone, Roz thought, not knowing how similar to Lith he was. So, Orion awkwardly cleared his throat, trying to make conversation after relaying the final orders to the house staff he had brought from his own household for the occasion. Your old man here tells me you two scoundrels are neck-deep in cloth diapers and practice dolls. Yeah, Lith scratched his head in embarrassment, glad to have followed his father's advice about asking for Orion's help. With everything that was happening and the attempts on Camilla's life, security was his first priority. He lacked the time to vet candidates and perform deep background checks, whereas Orion's house staff was loyal to the bone. They had even stood their ground against Orpal despite knowing they had no chance of survival. That's my weak spot. I was the youngest, and when Aaron and Lyria were born, I was already at the academy. I know squat about dealing with newborns. Chapter 2688 Shared Wounds, Part 2. 2688 Shared Wounds, Part 2. What about Renaz's triplets? Orion asked. They were born at the end of your military tour, and they are barely 2 years old now. I might have skipped town on purpose a few times and dropped the little stinky bombs on Nalrond whenever I could. Lith turned around to pretend to check the tables and actually hid his face. They weren't mine, and my free time is precious. Dirty bastard. Orion laughed while Roz sent a reproachful gaze to them both. Well, I'm just like you too. I haven't dealt with a newborn ever since. You know, I'm rusty as well. Mind if I join your little club from time to time? No problem, Lith nodded. A gala required making sure that there would be enough space, seats, and food for everyone. The furniture had to be different from that of everyday life, more luxurious to impress the highest nobles and more discreet because it would stay at the edge of the rooms instead of the center. The furniture had to be easy on the eyes, but not so much that it would steal attention from the main event taking place in the hall. Like magic, cooking, and most things in life, it was a matter of balance. A long, eerie silence befell the corpse of the conversation, and like a true healer, Roz resuscitated it. By the way, Lith, I told Orion about the struggles you are having with your violet core. I hope you don't mind. No, Dad, quite the contrary. Lith shook his head. Orion here is a friend and knows about awakening. At this point, I could use some advice, any advice, heck, even platitudes will do. Man, you awakened sure have it hard. Orion did feel Lith's pain since he had a similar issue that prevented him from awakening. The only thing I had to do to get mine was grow up. You instead need some kind of enlightenment, correct? More or less, Lith nodded. As you know, my life force is split. The problem is that my mind is in the same condition and I can't fix one without fixing the other first. Suggestions. Have you tried meditation, talking therapy, or just sitting in front of a mirror and telling yourself what you know is wrong with you, how to fix it? Orion talked from experience, having done all of the above to work on his grief. Yes, I spoke with my awakened, undead, and even my abomination friends. I meditated and I went to a god's damned fringe. I tried immersing myself in nature, work, and even did voluntary work. Nothing helped, Lith sighed. With time, demon grasp was becoming less and less effective. Lith was close to manifesting enough vortexes that once awakened would bring his violet core to the next level. The problem was that his body resisted the change. Using his breathing technique was becoming increasingly difficult and painful, forcing him to take long breaks to make sure his mana core wouldn't break. Lith had even tried following Solless' example and having his own support group with Nandi, Bytra, and Theseus. Lith suffered from split life forces, and the Eldritch hybrids suffered from nice-split personality. They all had to come to terms with their respective past and actions. The main difference was that Lith's condition made it impossible for him to make progress, whereas the abominations experienced fits of blind rage called blood madness. It was caused by the pure mind of the abomination's clone, being tainted by the memories of the atrocities committed by their originals. Roz was the one who had that idea as well, since he, Quilla, and Solless were benefiting from their support group. Things had gone smoothly for Lith at first, but it had taken him a short while to realize there was actually little common ground to work with. Bytra and the others were ultimately innocents. They weren't the ones who had made those decisions millennia ago, nor did they commit any crime. Their burden came from dealing with the price that the original abominations had paid to gain the power and knowledge that their clones now wielded. Lith instead was his own man and the source of his own problems. Ever since his days on Earth, Lith/Derek had learned how to channel his hatred and rage to face the adversities head-on. That same hatred had followed him on Magur, pushing him to keep breathing, fighting, and working on whatever he needed to better his life. His love for Karl first and Tista later had given him purpose and direction, but it had always been hatred that had fueled his ambition. The important people in his life gave him the strength to resist the pull of his rage, to not let the hate poison his very being. Yet it was just palliative care. Lith had no idea how to temper those feelings, let alone how to live without them. Without his rage, he was empty. Without hate, there was just a dead man wearing a dead child's skin. Those weren't mere emotions anymore. They were an integral part of his identity. "Then I'm out of ideas, sorry," Orion shrugged, using small spheres of light to point where new chandeliers would be needed to light the room evenly during the ball. "For what it's worth, those things didn't work for me either." Lith nodded, and the three men started working again. Silence filled the room again, but this time Roz didn't need to step in. Orion clenched his hand and spoke first. "My little one told me that war was shattered inside the fringe. It must have hurt. War was the first of the war series and one of my best pieces." "You have no idea." Lith stopped what he was doing and turned around to look Orion in the eyes. "But it was worth it. No one died this time." "No, you misunderstood me." Orion scratched his head in embarrassment. "I wasn't blaming you for breaking the sword. I was offering you to make a new one. It's sort of our tradition. First the gatekeeper, then ruin, and finally war. I was expecting you to contact me for a replacement for a while already. If it turns out you changed your peerless weaponsmith for the workings of a lizard, I'll be offended, even if it's a real dragon." Orion laughed to make it clear that he was just joking. Didn't Quilla? Only then did Lith realize that aside from Solless, Salark, and Camilla, no one had actually seen Ragnar Atilda paragraph K. Salark had cut off that part from her mind link with the rest of the friends and family to keep her creation magic lesson a secret. They knew the Angry Blade by name, but that was it. Lith hadn't fought once after leaving the fringe, and he kept the blade stored to avoid someone touching it accidentally. Camilla was the exception because Lith hid nothing from her, and he had felt the need to introduce her to the reborn member of the family. "I'm sorry, I should have told you right when it happened." Lith clapped his hands, prompting the house staff to leave the room as fast as they could. Chapter 2689.1 Lith's Gala Part 1 2689 Lith's Gala Part 1 Then Lith activated a hush zone, a cloaking array, dimensional and elemental sealing arrays. Orion looked around nervously, years of discipline and battle instincts screaming at him. He was surrounded by mystical defenses and at the mercy of a person he didn't like. Yet he took a deep breath and relaxed. "Go ahead, I trust you," he said to both Lith and himself. Ragnar Atilda paragraph K appeared in a burst of emerald flames. Its blood scabbard so tight that the elemental crystals on the fuller protruded from it, shining like precious gemstones. Orion didn't miss the blade, ignoring the dimensional seal, nor the fact that it looked a lot like war, but it was nothing like it. "Great Mother Almighty, did you crack my cloaking runes and make a new sword of your own? It's a feat as insulting as it's impressing. I guess congratulations are in order." Orion offered Lith his hand, but Lith didn't move. No to both. I didn't crack anything. War was shattered but not lost, so I brought him to Gr Salark. Orion noticed Lith calling the blade like a person, but just nodded for him to continue. She used her creation magic through me to both use me as a tool and give me a lesson as a forgemaster. She took away your runes, and I provided her with new spells and materials. I used war as a base to create Ragnar A tilde paragraph K. It's made of Davros instead of adamant, and you followed the pattern of the Seaful sword after giving it a spin of your own. Orion cut him short while examining the blade from a distance. I guess you've also found a way to overcome the limit of the pseudo-cores I used. Judging from the pressure Ragnar A tilde paragraph K exudes while still sheathed, it must have a power core. A rough one, but you are correct about everything, Lith nodded. Gran the Overlord offered me to reforge it again once my forgemastery improves. Before that, Lith threw a parchment that Orion caught on the fly. Once opened, it revealed the pattern of cloaking runes that Lith and Solless had employed in reforging the blade. What does this mean? Orion asked. As I said, the base is your blade. I just improved from it. I couldn't use your runes only because I don't know them. If not for Salark, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Hence, I consider Ragnar A tilde paragraph K still to be your blade. Feel free to look at it with your spells, Lith replied. Orion was aware that Lith was doing him a great honor. A forgemaster sharing his workings with a colleague was the highest form of trust and respect between mages. He decided to accept that honor and took his forgemastering wand out of his pocket. The moment the silvery tendril of mana touched the blade, the white crystals on the hilt lit up. It seemed like the blade was alive, and it had opened its eyes after being woken up from its slumber. Father, Ragnar A tilde paragraph K said upon recognizing the familiar mana and figure of Orion. By the gods, it talks. Orion jumped back in surprise, moving his eyes from Lith to the blade, and wondering how could the overlord of the Blood Desert condone the use of forbidden magic. He actually always did, even back when he was just war, Lith said. I can vouch for that, Roz said after noticing the disbelief in Orion's eyes. The first time I heard that voice, it was scary for me as well. Seriously? Orion asked. Yeah, you can ask Quilla, Freya, or Kami if you want. Heck, once War even spoke in front of her colleagues. I doubt they've forgotten about that, Lith said. Orion asked him to lower the dimensional array and made that call, confirming Lith's words. It wasn't due to a matter of trust so much as utter disbelief. I did this. Orion could feel through his spell the fury that had possessed him back when he had forged War still inhabiting the blade. Yet there was more now. A part of Lith had been planted after he had imprinted the blade, and the seed had grown after the use of creation magic. Father, I'm sorry. The sheath near to the white crystals liquefied, giving the impression that Ragnar A tilde paragraph K was crying blood tears. I failed you. I failed protecting daughter. I failed. The sheath deformed, growing arms from the middle of the scabbard, and legs from either side of the tip, taking the form of a perfectly proportioned small blood golem. Ragnar A tilde paragraph K's body had no neck, the white eyes near the top of its chest. The hilt looked more like a sprout growing from the top or a hat. The latches and locks clicked to form words, the voice filled with pain and guilt. Forgive me, Ragnar A tilde paragraph K wailed, falling on all fours in a kneeling position, the hilt touching the ground. I've changed, I've learned, new daughter, I won't fail again. Lith fell on his right knee as well, like the day he had been made Magus. I'm sorry too, Orion. Lith had decided that even though hatred was out of his reach, he could at least deal with his greatest regret. I failed to bring Floria back home. She would be still alive if not for me. Maybe she would still be enslaved and under Thrud's thumb, but at least she would still be alive. You would still have hope. My daughter has yet to be born. I haven't spent a single day with her, but I know that if anything happened to her, I'd be devastated. I can't even imagine what you're going through. I know that words can't change anything. Shut up, Orion cut Lith short. For the gods' sake, shut up, the both of you. He started to pace around the room like a caged tiger, feeling grief and rage battling for dominance. The more he moved, the worse he felt. Orion moved to the nearest chair and sat down seconds before losing his mind. He poured himself a drink that he swallowed in one gulp, and then another. At the third one, his nostrils weren't flaring anymore, and he could finally restrain himself to small sips. When Orion calmed down, he threw a disgusted look at the bottle and his own reflection in the glass. I can't believe I lost control again, he thought. Every time I feel overwhelmed, I resort to alcohol as a crutch. I had promised my little flower to stop drinking, yet here I am, So much for a father's word. Orion had developed his addiction to liquor back when he was divorcing Gianni, but after talking with Floria, he had quit cold turkey, until Floria's death. When Gianni had announced him to be pregnant, Orion had quit drinking again and had never strayed from his path, until that moment. Orion put the glass down and used a quick healing spell to break down the alcohol and purge it from his body. He was determined to face his demons on his own like a man instead of an addict. His bladder demanded its due, but it had to wait. "Stand up, Lith, stand up," War Orion said. Chapter 2690.2, Lith's Gala Part 2. 2690 Lith's Gala Part 2. I never blamed either of you for what happened to my little flower. When Floria started her military career, Lith, you weren't even together anymore. She did what she wanted to do. You intervened solely upon my request to help Quilla with her research on the Odi, and it's thanks to you that both my daughters came back alive from that nightmare in Culla. You went to save them again at the Famer Mines, and helped Floria to awaken not to turn her into your slave, but because you didn't want her to die. Once her apprenticeship with Falul was over, you left my little flower free to do what she wanted. She joined the War of the Griffins by her own will, and she kept fighting after your banishment from the kingdom. Floria did it for the honor of her family and to protect the country she loved. So stand up, because I won't let you insult her memory by apologizing for being a good friend to her. Orion offered Lith his hand to help him get back to his feet, and Lith took it. I never hated you or War. You two did everything you could. The only person I hate besides Thrud is myself. The Lord of House Ernaz stared at his own hands with fury, as if they had betrayed him. I'm the one who filled her head with dreams about the Night Guard. I put the first sword in her hand and taught her about magic. I pushed her down the path that led Floria to her death like an idiot. Orion yelled every word, at the top of his lungs, finding himself out of breath quickly. I watched you two fight, especially after Thrud kidnapped my little flower. I never cared for the people you killed or the cities you set ablaze. I secretly cheered for you, begging you to kill so many people that Thrud would be forced to choose whether to release Floria or rule over a bunch of ruins. If you ever saw disappointment on my face, it wasn't about you. I was disappointed in myself because I wanted to be out there, doing even worse things than you instead of playing general from the safety of Valoran's walls. Yet I was nowhere as strong as you. Not a day passes since then that I don't hate myself for my weakness. Orion's voice became low, filled with self-loathing and spite. You treated Floria right until her last breath. You did everything I asked you, and for that, you have my gratitude. I've avoided you not because I resent you, but because seeing you reminds me of my failures as a man and a father. So stand tall, Lith, and thank you for saving War. Orion clasped Lith's forearm, and Lith returned the gesture of brotherhood of the kingdom's elite forces. Ragnar A tilde paragraph K, the blade said while standing up. A fitting name, Orion nodded. Wish I thought about it. War ended up being an ill omen. I will stop apologizing only if you stop hating yourself, Orion, Lith said. Even during her year-long trial, Floria never blamed you for her choices. Her love for magic and for this country made her the person she was, and she got them both from you. Don't be angry with yourself for being a good father. You gave Floria everything she could dream of, but once she left your arms, her life was her own. You can't blame yourself for her choices. We both could have locked her away somewhere, and maybe she would still be alive. But I'm sure that she wouldn't be the person we love anymore. We would have killed her with our own hands and tainted even the good memories we have of her. I know, Orion nodded, but it's hard to keep living without her. I need someone to blame. I need it to find the strength to keep moving. I know, Lith patted Orion's shoulder, seeing himself in Orion's eyes. He was glad to have faced Orion and cleared their relationship. Also, he was a bit scared of Ragnar A tilde paragraph K's body, or whatever that was. Yet none of it helped Lith with his issues. He knew that Orion was just like him, and that there was nothing they could do to help each other. Space. On the day of Lith's birthday, the preparations for the royal gala had been completed, double-checked by Gianni just to be safe, and triple-checked by the Queen just to be safer. She knew the reputation of the miser Magus all too well, and she couldn't risk that he would cut corners to save a few coins. For the first time since the construction of the manor had been completed, the garden was filled with luxurious stagecoaches and DeLoreans from the guests, while the main hall was filled with people. Lith had just turned 20, but the stress made him feel over 100 years old. Aside from his family and friends, the guests were people he didn't like nor did he care about. A royal gala had nothing to do with fun and friendship. It was all about networking and politics. There were going to be royals, nobility, people from the Awakened Council, the Fringe in the Blood Desert, and from the Empire. Following the protocol of royal events, Camilla and Lith stood at the main entrance of the mansion, welcoming the most important guests as soon as they stepped out of their enchanted stagecoaches. Only guests of secondary importance would use the private warp gate. It seemed a contradiction only until one discovered that while the people brought by carriage/DeLorean had already been identified, searched, and could take part in the gala upon their arrival, those using the gate would be detained until the security checks were completed. It meant a longer queue, a short interrogation, and the impossibility of being announced by the page at the entrance. Hence those coming out of the gate had to introduce themselves to all the other guests, even if they had arrived after them. Usually the hosts of the event had to stand up the whole time, but due to Camilla's status she was allowed a chair and to sit in between greetings. For the occasion, Lith wore his supreme Magus white robe over his high uniform of the kingdom. The royals had gifted him a brooch shaped like his family's insignia that he wore on the scarf on his neck. The dragon was carved out of a black diamond, the tower from a white one, while the crossed sword and staff were made out of gold and silver that framed the gemstones. To avoid pointless friction with the nobles, Lith only had his membranous wings out. They rested upon his shoulder like a mantle, creating a stark contrast with the mage robe. Just enough to remind everyone of his true nature and hint at his prized creation, void magic. Camilla, instead, wore a red evening dress that left her shoulders, neck, and arms exposed. The silk of the fabric was embroidered in gold, creating a feathered pattern. She wore the original camellia on her hearth, another as a corsage, and her parure was made of gold crafted to resemble the mystical flower. Chapter 2691.1, Powers at Play, Part 1. 2691 Powers at Play, Part 1. Camilla's set of jewels consisted of a necklace, earrings, and a tiara, all decorated with magical flaming camellias. Lith, my boy, I'm so proud of you. Professor Zogger Vaster was the first of the important guests to arrive. I hope that the inside of this place is as impressive as the outside. He pointed at the decorative arrays that encompassed the mansion up to the Tron Woods. Lith had combined light mastery and magical formations to light everything as day, while also placing animated sculptures in key places. Fireworks exploded in a loop, illuminating the night sky and forming the shapes of dragons, phoenixes, and griffins. On the way that led from the carriages to the entrance, there were holograms depicting a younger Lith accompanied by one of his late friends. A 4-year-old Lith stood near Count Trequil Lark, at 12 with Marchioness Mirim de Star, at 15 with Floria, and at 17 with Manohar. The statues recounted the journey of the Supreme Magus and how despite those precious friends were now dead, they still lived in his memory. I hope it's better, Lith replied with a warm smile. My father, Orion, and I worked hard to make this event memorable. I'm sure it will be. Zinnia suffered greatly from etiquette forbidding her from embracing even her sister. You are glowing, Kami. I can't wait to have the opportunity to give you a proper welcome inside. Come on, kids. Thanks for your hospitality, Uncle Lith, Aunt Kami. Philia and Frey gave their hosts respectively a curtsy and a bow, showing a perfect knowledge of court etiquette. Thank you for coming, young mistress and lord, Lith said with a chuckle. Get in. Your posse is waiting for you. I promise you that you won't get bored like at the other galas. Good job, kid. See you inside. Tezca the Sun-Eater walked right behind the kids in the form of a huge wolfish fox with silvery and black fur. He wore a big black bow tie that marked him as a guest and an authorized pet. Thank you for allowing Father to be by our side on this day. I'm sure that if he were here today, his monocle would jump out of his eye socket in joy at least once a minute. Count Jadon Lark said, and as if on cue, Lark's hologram delivered. In life, Dad would have killed to be here, so in death, maybe he'll resurrect. Countess Keela Lark, Jadon's sister, had to wipe out an insistent tear at the familiar performance. Get inside and have some fun. Camilla held Kellia's hand tight, consoling her to the best etiquette allowed her. The nearest bathroom is on the left, first corridor, first door, you can't miss it. Thanks, the Larks entered with their respective families. Hey Lith, thanks for the invitation. My missus couldn't believe it when we received your call, right dear? Baron Iros Wyallen from Jamble said to his wife, Mirias. I was just overwhelmed. The usual pallor of the Baroness was alleviated by a light makeup and an insistent blush of pride. I can never thank you enough for the gift of your friendship. Mirias Wyallen usually avoided public ceremonies in the presence of her husband, Yet on that day, she couldn't pass the opportunity to flaunt her blessing. Not only had she been invited personally by the supreme Magus of the kingdom, but she had also come riding a Lorien. Aside from the royals and a few of the most important noble families, no one had one of those wonders of magic. Mere barons like Mirias and Iros were the subject of the envious gazes of dukes and archdukes, something that Mirias wouldn't miss for the world. "The pleasure is mine," Lith replied with a small bow. "Please, get inside. I made sure that both of you will like the party." After them came the Destars, Brynja, and Aints. They both appreciated the lifelike statue of Miriam and the grace with which she greeted the guests. Then came Professor Duke Marth and his wife, Rissa the Dryad. "It's a nice garden, but it could have been better if you asked my help." Rissa shook the hands of her hosts with a bright smile. "Nice to see you outside the royal court, Kami. How do you feel?" "Exhausted. I can't wait for this to be over." Yet the long line of carriages disagreed with her. "Please don't start fights, but don't pull punches if someone provokes you. You have my permission." "You got it," the Dryad chuckled, having her biceps triple its size for a split second. "Thank you for coming, Professor Marth. How's Durrell?" Lith asked. "Getting better at running away," Marth sighed. "Thank the gods he has no idea where to go and scares easily, so at worst we find him under a table." Orion and Gianni froze for a second at the vision of the younger version of their late daughter, but thanked their hosts only with a brief nod of the head, walking in quickly to not pointlessly prolong Lith's and Camilla's duty. Nalrun came with Freya, Quilla with Morok, Celia and Ryman arrived with their kids, and Falul came accompanied by both Adjutor and her mother, Fearwol. Last but far from least came the royal couple. It was part of the tradition so that at the moment of their arrival, they would be announced to all the other guests. It made them the only couple aside from the hosts of the gala that wouldn't have to introduce themselves to anyone. "Your Majesty," Lith gave the king and queen a deep bow while Camilla went as low as she could without falling over. "It's an honor having you here." "Supreme Magus Verhin," Meron nodded in welcome. "Thanks for having us and for honoring our fallen. Too many people are eager to forget about the past and the lessons we should learn from it." The king still had a few gray streaks in his hair due to the forbidden ritual, but was otherwise back to his full strength. He wore his high uniform, similar to Lith's but white and golden. A red-furred long cloak rested on his shoulders, and he had the sword of Sifil hung on his hip as badge of his office. The queen wore an elegant and elaborate evening dress with no neckline. The jewels and decorations on the fabric depicted the day of the coronation of the first king and queen. Her arms would have been exposed if not for the white evening gloves she wore. They highlighted the golden rings on her fingers, each with a precious gemstone the size of a nut. Just by selling the raw materials of her necklace, earrings, and crown, one could build the Verhin mansion 10 times over. "Please don't bow, Baroness Verhin," Silpha grabbed Camilla's hand. "I remember well how awkward the last trimester is, and the law dispenses you from these niceties. See you inside." 4 royal guards, each wearing a royal fortress armor in battle mode, followed them in a square formation. Their helmets were closed shut, and their identities a secret, allowing them to skip formalities. In the main hall, Tista was taking care of the guests. Chapter 2692.2, Powers at Play, Part 2. 2692 Powers at Play, Part 2. She was the only other member of the family with a firm grasp of etiquette and great skill in dealing with backhand compliments. Between her gorgeous emerald dress, the square neckline, and her feathered wings resting on her shoulders, men were too busy staring, and women too focused on not dying of envy to say a word. "By the gods, you guys are so cool," Laren said, prompting the approval of the rest of the kids, even the annoying, arrogant, noble ones. "I know," Aaron said with an aloof voice while pretending to check his fingernails for dirt. "We Verhins are just built different." He was leaning back on the massive figure of Onyx who wore a ribbon on her head to mark her as a female and a guest. 2 black membranous wings rested on Aaron's shoulders, but unlike Lith's, they weren't upside down. "And so are we Proudhammers," Lyria pointed out while tapping her left foot in annoyance. She wore a cute pink evening dress, and a pair of silvery feathered wings came out of her back. Abominus rolled his eyes, scratching at his neck where his bow tie was in the attempt to take it off. "Bad, Abominus, bad," she stopped him. "You'll scare our guests this way." "As if they can get any more scared," he said with a scoff, scaring the noble kids witless. Usually, pets weren't allowed at royal galas, but since the event was hosted at Lith's house, he could bend the rules. With their magical beast friends, The kids had the confidence to face any bully without the need for constant adult supervision. Filia and Frey had Tezca, Lilia and Laren had Slash and Crash, and Garrick had Fluffy. Fluffy, what a dumb name, a young baron attempted to say with a laugh, but once the bike stood up on his hind legs and revealed his fangs, the noble kid couldn't find anything funny about the beast anymore. Aaron and Lyria would have been insecure and afraid to embarrass their parents and brother-uncle if not for the gift from their grandparents. Only for that evening, Ligaen and Salark had awakened the bloodlines of all the Verhins. Raz had thick black feathered wings, Elina flaming red membranous wings, and both felt the power of their ancestors coursing through their veins. It gave them such an adrenaline rush that instead of acting meek like usual, they exuded an aura of authority that brooked no disrespect. And once again I'm cut out, Senton sighed, looking at his wife's gold-veined, black-feathered wings. Thank the gods, she replied with a disgusted expression. Imagine if we were blood-related. Good gods, you are right, and I'm an idiot, Senton shuddered at the idea. No, you are my idiot. She gave him a soft kiss that raised more envy than 3 sets of wings. I like this place and people look posh and proper with their expensive clothes. Zekel nodded, dressed like a noble but moving with the grace of an anvil. Where's the food, though? I didn't spend my day putting on makeup. I'm hungry. Dad, Senton blushed in embarrassment. Don't worry, son. If one of these dandies says something, I'll introduce them to the welcome committee. The blacksmith patted the nearest magical beast, unfazed by the reproachful glares of the nobles. I'm too old for this crap. King Meron Griffin and Queen Silpha Griffin, the page said, after slamming his golden staff on the floor twice. The royals were the only ones exonerated from the list of middle names and titles, because otherwise it would take hours to introduce the whole family. Supreme Magus Lith Tiamat Verhin, Baroness Camilla Verhin, and young Baroness Elijah Verhin. After the baby shower, Elijah had received her own noble title, and etiquette required to announce her as well to remind everyone of her imminent birth. See, now you have the royal permission to eat for 2, Lith said as Camilla blushed in embarrassment, making her chuckle. You are right, thanks. The double doors closed behind them, and the protective arrays of the house sealed all kinds of magic but light. Otherwise, the holograms and decorations that Lith and Nalrund had set up would have gone to waste. The first part of a gala was about mingling and helping the guests to socialize. As for the hosts, Lith and Camilla were supposed to walk around non-stop and have a good word for everyone, but she tired easily and often had to sit down. At that point, Lith would keep moving while she would stay still, and people would come to pay her homage like to a queen. Lith had made sure that she would never be alone. His golems, Trouble and Raptor, were shrunk respectively to the size of a big dog and a human, both wearing a tuxedo. They stood behind her by either side, while Ragnar Atilda Paragraph K stood in front of her. With its short stature, conical shape, and red color, the blade looked like a huge carrot come to life. Yet it was a carrot wearing a tuxedo, with fangs, arms, and legs, and a limited but scary vocabulary. I see you. Ragnar Atilda Paragraph K growled at the slightest sign of hostility, the white mana crystals on the guard glowing eerily. To avoid accidents, the blade had shapeshifted the hilt away so that Camilla could also lean on the crossguard, and use her short, overprotective page as a walking aid. It talks. Every time the latches formed a word, people stepped away, throwing fearful glances at the blade and its owner. Marvelous indeed, yet a bit creepy. How is it possible, Magus Verhin? The king asked, eager to dispel the silent allegations about forbidden magic that weighed on the room. My blade was shattered, and I had to reforge it with the help of Overlord Salark, Lith replied. According to her, sometimes when a great forgemaster crafts a masterpiece, he can literally pour his heart and soul in his creation. I guess that's what happened. Do you mind if Archmage and Royal Forgemaster Ernest takes a look? King Meron asked, and Lith nodded in agreement. Orion only had to cast a few spells, and pretend to perform a deep scan before giving his report. Power core, no life force or mana flow, your majesty, Orion said with a bow. This is no cursed object, just a work of genius. He was actually praising himself and Lith, making Gianni grin with pride. Speaking of the Overlord, where is she? Silpha looked around the room. She's not here, Camilla replied. She doesn't like being restricted by protocol and etiquette. Overlord Salark will take part in the private birthday party tomorrow with the rest of her nest. We are also expecting Ligaen and his brood. Ah, the king regretted not being invited, but not even he could intrude on powerful beings who had no reason to be polite with him. Please, let them know that I'm willing to settle any political issue between our countries. They just need to call me. I'll deliver your message personally. Lith nodded and went back to his guests. I'm glad to see that everything worked out between you two, Solless said to Quilla and Morok. Chapter 26, 93-Dimensional Magus, Part 1. I was afraid your marriage would be one of the shortest in the history of the Griffin Kingdom, Solless said. She wore a golden evening dress with a V neckline and a silver parure shaped like flowers that were actually comprised of small forge-mastering tools. The silver of the jewels brought out the gold of her dress and hair, while the precious gemstones gave them color. No way, Morok waved his hand in denial. I worked too hard to get where I am. I would never divorce, but I have no qualms about putting my foot down when needed. He's right, Quilla blushed a bit in embarrassment. By the way, thanks for your help, Solless. I don't know what I would have done without you. Among the many places Quilla had brought her husband, there was Maugre's moon, but the only way to get up there was with the tower warp. Don't mention it, did you like? Solless pointed at the sky. It was gorgeous and dangerous, Quilla glared at Morok. He demanded we explored the place and visited the neighbors. Really? Solless was flabbergasted. How did it go? Well, with Ligain, sort of. Quilla blushed again. Salark was there too, and judging from her glare, I'm afraid we interrupted something. Gods, Solless burst up laughing at the idea. I hope she didn't go feral. No, Morok shook his head. They were really nice and offered us a cup of tea. Poisoned? Tista asked. No, but they pointed us out at Inzialot next. Quilla pinched her nose. We almost got captured. The crazy bastard was already listing on his fingers all the experiments he wanted to perform on us. Almost, Solless echoed. How did you escape? I pointed behind Inzialot, yelling to watch out for the flying pig, Quilla replied. It was just a hologram, but it distracted him long enough for us to spirit warp away. The weird part is that he wasn't surprised so much as scared. Morok tormented his chin. He started yelling, not again, gods no, or something. After that, we decided to skip Fennegar and go back to Lith's turf. We found an enchanting glade with a small lake. The fish there were simply delicious. At the same time, Nalrund and Freya were wishing Lith a happy birthday. Thanks, guys, where's the present? I need to cover the expense of this shenanigan and every bit helps, he said. What a cheapskate, Freya punched his arm, hurting herself. It's the red-wrapped one with the golden ribbon in the huge pile. Don't listen to him, we are glad to have you guys here, Camilla said. I don't want to steal your thunder, so this is no public announcement, just a friendly heads-up, Nalrund said. After we came back from the fringe, I asked Freya to marry me and she said yes. Wait, what? Lith was flabbergasted. He means congratulations, Camilla nudged him. He's just surprised because Nalrund seemed adamant about waiting until he fixed his life forces. I was, Nalrund sighed. But after 2 visits to a fringe solved nothing and no one knows what to do, I've decided that waiting any longer would be a waste of time. I need to live in the moment. If I fail to awaken, I won't have much time with Freya, and even if I do, my late awakening would still make my lifespan shorter than hers. I prefer enjoying what I have rather than chasing what I don't. Wise words, but late awakening. Camilla furrowed her brows and flared her nostrils. I'm older than you and I've awakened less than 9 months ago. Do you expect me to drop dead at any moment? No. The Razar perceived the nuclear threat and acted accordingly. Your case is different. If Lith fixes his life force, he'll outlive us all, whereas Freya, and I won't have the same lifespan unless I merge my life forces. I see. Camilla calmed down immediately, turning her frown upside down. Well, congratulations, then. Consider your invitations already accepted. Man, if this is boring. Aaron pointed at the musicians who were taking place on the bandstand. Let's go out and do something really fun. The kids jumped on their respective steeds, taking 2 guests each and, conveniently, leaving the most obnoxious kids behind. Garrick was shapeshifted into human form and Fluffy could carry 4 more people, making him pretty popular. Lith had set up a magical playground to make the night memorable for the kids. There were swings, literal sandcastles with sand golems guards, and hard light weapons. The latter were meant to play war, or just a magical version of paintball with unlimited ammo. And there they go. Sarah, the Hattie Queen, inwardly prayed that nothing wrong would happen. She and the rest of the members of Zelex's Senate were among Lith's guests and were drawing a lot of attention. The silver fur of the Hattie brought out the black of her dress, giving her the look of a ray of moonlight in the darkness of the night. She hated being used for a political ploy, but at least Lith had been upfront with her. Your people are going to Giera, and soon mine will follow. When they meet, there are only two possible outcomes. Either the mistrust keeps them apart and they start killing each other at the first accident, or we give them a reason to work together. By taking part in the Gala, you're going to prove to everyone that the fallen races are not the monsters everyone believes. By associating yourself with me, the people of Zellex will fall under the protection of my political umbrella. Your choice. Lith's invitation didn't sound friendly and wasn't meant to be. Sarah had ended up accepting only because her friends had convinced her, Renaa included. Despite their inhuman appearance, Bri and Arhin were garnering a lot of attention. The orc looked like a dark-skinned elf, and elves hadn't been seen around for millennia, making her a being out of a fairy tale. The Balor, instead, had 6 eyes and blue skin, but her beauty was stunning. "Are you a member of the Verhin family?" many asked her, believing that the multiple eyes and wings were a family thing. "No, I'm just a Balor." Her reply was even more shocking than the answer they were expecting. "Thank you for coming." Lith gave the Hattie a warm smile and a deep bow as if they were best friends. "Queen Sarah, allow me to introduce you to King Meron and Queen Silpha." "The pleasure is all mine." The Hattie gave the royals a deep bow before exchanging pleasantries. "Also, I find your choice in furniture quite distasteful, Magus Verhin." She pointed at Trouble. "That's the corpse of a Balor. Why didn't you consider Arhin's feelings before displaying such a thing?" "For the same reason I invited Emperor Beasts, and yet I displayed Raptor." He pointed at the corpse of the Vagrash. "When I kill my enemies, I don't worry about the feelings of their kin, only about making the best outcome for me." "You'll have to forgive my brother." Renaa stepped between them. "He has a hard time being polite toward those who threaten his life, just like you." Chapter 26, 94-Dimensional Magus, Part 2. "Fine," Sarah grunted. "It's nice to finally meet you, Queen Sarah." Meron offered her his hand. "I hope our people can get along and work together to build our homes in Giera. Care to introduce you to your entourage?" After the presentations and a bit of small talk, the royals were impressed by the degree of intelligence and awareness of the reverted monsters. They had expected barely functional bloodthirsty creatures, whereas the members of Zellex's Senate seemed more rational than most humans. "I'm sure our people will get along." Queen Silpha gave Ryla a polite nod of the head, but before she moved on to learn more about the fascinating orc and her crystal staff, there was a question lingering on her mind. "Magus Verhin, you talked about inviting Emperor Beasts, but aside from the children's friends, I see no one here." "Allow me to correct you, Your Majesty." Lith pointed at her Falul, Firwul, and Adjutor, the obvious guests she hadn't mentioned to not betray their nature. "Also, those are Reaper, Lifebringer, and Sentinel, the kings of the Tron Woods." The 2 men and 1 woman were placed in key points of the room, ready to intervene in case something happened. There were also Valia, Tryon, Locrias, and Vergrave, but the demons were spending time with their families, not standing guard. "I'm sure you've already met Phila the Behemoth." "Howdy," a very tall, muscular, and shapely woman who seemed to have a penchant for the ice cream said. "Last but not least, to put my guests from Zellex at ease and bring someone who has no problem showing his true self, allow me to introduce you to an acquaintance of mine that you've heard about a few times. Tezca, if you please." The Filgja had given 1 tail to each of his clones and kept 8 for himself, but one was just the spirit tail, which was almost useless. The creature that walked out of the antechamber was about 2.377 meters tall and wore a tailor-made evening suit that fit his body like a glove. The black and silvery fur didn't seem to bother the fabric, and if not for his height, the clawed hands, the tails, and the wolfish head, he would have been quite dandy. His chest was wide enough to play chess and still have plenty of space, and each one of his arms seemed to be capable of uprooting a tree. "Good evening," he said with a wolfish smile while cutting through the crowd that parted in front of him like a parade in front of a king. "I'm glad Lith invited me over. Our meeting is long overdue." Tezca's voice was calm and friendly, but those present couldn't stop staring at his every movement, as if he was going to attack them at any time. "Tezca," the king echoed, having a hard time not letting his voice quiver. "The Sun Eater." The queen gripped her husband's arm to find strength and the Seaful sword just to be safe. "The World Shifter." Firwul dropped her glass in shock and put Falul behind her, hoping that the royal fortress armor she wore would be enough to protect them both. Sadly, she considered Adjutor as an expendable meat shield. Many other names, most of which unflattering, filled the air, but Tezca nodded politely to every one of them as if they were words of praise. "Yes, I am," Yet I'm a bit disappointed that no one mentioned my original title, the First Dimensional Mage. I beg your pardon, both the king and Freya asked in awe. You heard me. I invented and taught dimensional magic, but no one ever made me a magus only because back then the title didn't even exist. Tezca's smile widened, revealing even more of his white fangs. Maybe it's a few dozens of thousands of years late, but being here with my dear friends, I can't help but think that dimensional magus Tezca has a nice ring to it. Don't you agree? Sure, the queen said, but just because those were the only words she could muster. She was a bright violet-cored fake awakened who regularly sparred with Tyrant herself, yet she felt small and helpless in front of the Filgja. How did you two meet? The king asked. I'm sure you remember the freak accident in Mikosh with the wargs. Lith had tried to talk, but Tezca had beaten him to the punch. I'm sorry, but that was my fault, sort of. One of my disciples went behind my back in the attempt to kill me and take my place. Magus Verhin stopped him for me, and I hate debts. Once I learned about his involvement, I started to protect his house, like your queen's corps surely has reported you. The royals nodded, remembering all too well the day phoenixes and a mysterious wolf-fox creature had entered Lith's house after being invited. The problem was that between his and your protections, Verhin didn't need me much, but his sister-in-law did. I knew Lady Camilla would have been devastated if something happened to Lady Zinnia, so I focused on her. When Thrud's generals tried to kidnap her children, I disposed of them. I tried getting rid of the Mad Queen as well, but she cowardly ran away. She ran. Silpha remembered both her own fight with Thrud and the sightings of the colossal creature on the day of the kidnappings. The queen was as scared as Gianni was envious. If that thing followed Floria instead of Zinnia, my daughter would be still alive. Yes, but it wasn't a big deal. The Golden Griffin would have resurrected her anyway, so I messed up with it as much as I could. It bought you a few days of respite, if you remember. Tezca spoke casually as if they were talking about his vacations. The idea of someone capable of scaring Thrud, and even dealing such a blow to an academy, caused everyone a fit of abject terror. Everyone but Sarah. Even if she was still grieving the death of her husband, her whole body was screaming at her, and her heart pounded so hard that she was afraid it would break out of her ribcage. To her standards, Tezca was strong, handsome, and his warg half made him godlike in her eyes. This is not the smell of an alpha, more like of someone who eats alphas for breakfast. Like Magur one day woke up and decided that alpha wasn't enough and came up with a new word just for him. I thank you for your help, Magus Tezca. King Meron's survival instinct told him that it was better to keep the Sun Eater calm and happy. Yet it's not enough to make up for all the people who died in Mikosh and the damage it sustained. If you want money, I have plenty, Tezca shrugged. If you want a victim, I'll give you plenty. No, monetary compensation will be enough. The threat and the killing intent accompanying it were enough to make Meron's courage take a leave of absence. Good, because now I'm even with Verhin, and I don't plan on staying around for long. I came here only to let him know that our debt is settled. Chapter 2695 Special Guests, Part 1. 2695 Special Guests, Part 1. Son of a fox, Vaster inwardly cursed. Lith and Tezca have found a way to both strengthen Lith's influence in the royal court and clear up my name. By linking Tezca with Mikosh and Lith's house, people will stop wondering why Zinnia's children were protected by such a powerful beast. Lith made it all about himself, and Tezca played along with the help of the cloaking rings Orion, and I made for Gianni. Unless the royals use invigoration on Tezca, his energy signature is different from the children's steeds. Also, Tezca gained the ability to control multiple bodies only after becoming a hybrid, so the royals can't even consider the possibility that it's always the same fox. A copper coin for your thoughts, dear. Zinnia drew his attention by kissing his cheek. I was just thanking the gods for having such good friends. Vaster nodded at the charade in front of them. Also, I was eating my liver as an appetizer. Even a huge furred fox is more courted than me. A few noble ladies didn't seem to mind the race difference much. Not after how successful Camilla's marriage seemed to be. Not after hearing that Tezca was that ancient and so powerful that he made the royals quiver and hand him the Magus title. Having him in their household would have meant becoming the real royal family, and their bloodline would birth heroes who would be sung by bards forever. Only because they are as blind as they are dumb. Zinnia kissed him again, this time on the lips. Time and pressure make diamonds, dear. Those unwilling to dirty their hands a bit to look for something precious will always have to settle for shiny stuff that anyone can have. Thanks, Vaster's envy faded away, and he and Zinnia went to join the conversation. Tezca feigned absolute ignorance toward Vaster but bowed to Zinnia, making people gasp. After looking after you for so long, I feel like I know you a bit. Who's this guy? My husband, Professor Zogger Vaster. Zinnia replied with a curtsy, completely unfazed by the imposing presence of her trusted nanny. Oh yes, I've read your papers about body sculpting, but I've never put a face on the name. The Filgja's eyes widened in recognition. Simply brilliant. More gasps followed the praise, making Vaster turn to a shade of purple. That said, I've worked with wargs to achieve my current condition, Your Majesty. I can assure you they are a proud and trustworthy race. Their natural evolution, the Hattie, must be even better. Treat them right, and they'll do the same. Thank you, Lord Tezca. Sarah's tail waggled like crazy, and her voice was hoarse as if she had something stuck in her throat. Are there any more surprises before the ball starts, Magus Verhin? The longer Silpha resisted Tezca's pressure, the more she recovered her usual unflinching bearing. A couple. At a wave of Lith's hands, 2 more groups of guests walked inside the main hall, each garnering the same attention and respectful admiration as Tezca. One was the delegation from Cetrali, which was comprised of elven warriors of rare power and beauty. Unlike Bri, their skin glowed like there was a star hidden in their hearts, and the grace with which they moved was out of this world. The second group was heterogeneous, but just as imposing. Gala, Nika, and several undead from the eclipsed lands marched united under Vladian's and Ilthan's banners. The firstborn vampire and banshee revealed their identity and power, making people wonder if Lith had gone crazy. The number of eldritch horrors under his roof seemed to never end. Lith introduced them according to protocol and made it clear they were his guests under the bond of hospitality. Any disrespect toward them would be also aimed at him, and he took full responsibility for the actions of his protégés. My name is Leahy Birdsong, Your Majesty. She gave a curtsy to Lith first, then the royals, and then to the rest of the guests in descending order of power. I'm the ambassador from the Vine City of Cetrali, and I've come here to swear our allegiance to Lord Verhin's cause. No one missed how she linked her oath to Lith instead of the kingdom, making it clear who held the leash. We are going to help the Griffin Kingdom in its efforts to colonize Giera, and we are willing to act as mediators with the rest of our kin in order to bring more Vine cities to join your cause. Thanks for the great news you bring us, Lady Birdsong. Please join the celebrations and be merry. The king's brain spun at full gear while assessing the implications of the time, place, and wordings of her declaration. For someone who hates politics, Verhin is damn cunning. I had no idea he knew where to find elves, he said to Silpha via a mind link. He got us completely blindsy. Firel here is willing to be your hostage and concubine as proof of our sincerity. When Leahy said those words, Meron gulped hard, and Silpha's eyes almost popped out in outrage. I beg your pardon? The king tried to defuse the situation, certain that there had to be a mistake in the translation from Elvish language to Megarian. You are renowned to be a valiant and powerful king. Leahy spoke slowly and softly, like to a dumb child, to make sure that nothing was lost in the translation from Elvish language to Megarian. Firel would be honored to teach you about our customs and carry your seed. Over my dead body, Silpha roared, staring at the youthful and stunning elf maiden like at an assassin wielding a poisoned knife. That can be arranged, but it would be an incredibly rude act on our side, even with your agreement. Leahy looked more and more puzzled. Are you sure that's what you want? You little... There's a misunderstanding here. Lith stopped the mediation before the queen went on a rampage. He briefly explained Elven customs and how Firel wasn't a homewrecker, but was doing the royals the highest honor Cetrali could award a non-elf. Then, he briefly explained the customs of the kingdom about marriage, drawing amazed gasps from the elves. What about the undead delegation? King Meron rushed to change the topic, seeing the embers of war smoldering in Silpha's eyes. Vladian, if you please. Lith stepped back, letting the firstborn vampire explain himself. Your Majesty, he gave everyone a bow performed according to an etiquette that didn't care about mating potential. I'm here on behalf of the Eclipsed Lands and the Gorgon Empire to offer you an alliance. An alliance? Silpha snapped out of her fury, setting the elven vixen on the back burner, for now. Yes, my queen, Vladian nodded. We don't have your trains, but our flying fortresses give us an edge you don't have. Also, all the time, energy, and resources you poured into fighting through the Empire employed them to plan the colonization of Giera. I lived there for millennia before the plague. I know the continent like the back of my hand, and so do my retainers. He waved at the undead at his service. Chapter 2696 Special Guests, Part 2. 2696 Special Guests, Part 2. We know where natural strongholds can be found. We know about the position of all the magical resources and geysers that the creatures from Zelex will need. More importantly, we know how to hunt, Vladian said. We undead are relentless and hard-to-kill predators. Even though monsters provide us with poor nourishment, quantity can make up for quality. We can wear the monster tides down at night while you sunwalkers attack them during the day. A constant onslaught that would whittle the monsters' numbers, while also never giving them the time to recover their strength or numbers. A tempting offer indeed, Meron nodded. Yet I doubt that you'd do it out of the goodness of your heart. What's in it for you? My people are still dying, Your Majesty, Vladian said with a steel voice. The eclipsed lands can't feed all those who escaped Giera's fall, and those we can't help end up at the mercy of the undead courts. All we want is the opportunity to go back home and take our rightful place in society. You are too smart a man to not know that where power and life thrive, the undead follow. I'm offering you the chance to make a difference. To choose between the undead courts, which will infiltrate your ranks anyway and feed on your success from the shadows, and the eclipsed lands, which will help you out in the open. You can have a sly enemy or a willing ally, your choice. What about the Empress? Silpha pondered. Giera is big, and the monster tides are massive. Ilthin stepped forward while waving at Lith and Camilla. They could almost hear her mentioning the promised, threesome, and something about Lith's bloodline, an argument with which they were certain Leahy would happily ride along. I was enough to make their present and future selves facepalm in embarrassment. You can't have one without the other. The Empire will strike at the monsters from one side while you attack them from the opposite. There's plenty of space in Giera for 2 players, and it's better to work together instead of against each other while also dealing with the monster tides. Besides, do you think you have better margins of negotiation with Overlord Salark? With her, it's always her way or the fight way. Together, we can beat her. Here on Garland, it's impossible, but on Giera we have every advantage on her, but only if we join our forces. You two make several excellent points. Meron nodded. Points too good to be overlooked just based on prejudice and old grievances. You can tell the Empress that the Crown will take this matter into serious consideration and relay our ruling through the proper channels. Is there anything else? Silpha asked while looking at Lith, who simply shook his head. Actually, yes. Ilthin Demir, Elf Lady and Firstborn Banshee said, making Lith and Camilla brace for impact. She had hair of gold, eyes of silver, and a heart still scarred by the man who had ripped it out of her chest in the search for immortality after swearing his eternal love to her. After visiting the fringe, I finally understood why she's so flirty. Also, I bet that she passed those absurd elven customs to all those she sired, Lith thought. It would explain why, no matter their race of origin, Banshee behave like elves. Camilla replied via the mind link. Usually seeing such beauties and knowing they lusted after her husband would have angered Camilla to no end. Thanks to the dragon scales on her hand and Lith's arm, however, she could feel his embarrassment, and how his heart skipped a beat only when looking at her. Are you really a Svartalf? Ilthin asked Bri, who nodded in reply. It's amazing. Your race fell so long ago that I had almost forgotten what you look like. Did you find a way to revert the process on your own, or did the cutie help you? The reverted orc looked at Lith, to whom the Banshee was pointing, wondering how could a cold-blooded mass murderer be considered cute before saying. Neither. We were victims of the experiments of a crazy tyrannical eye. There's still no permanent solution, just this. She pulled down the collar of her dress, revealing the harmonizer. If not for the mana geyser, I would still be an orc. Too bad. If Ilthin was disappointed, she shrugged it off quickly. I'm happy to meet my lost cousins no matter your appearance, as long as you don't mind mine. I'm a banshee and I'm a few tens of thousands of years old. Oh gods, Leahy chimed in with undeserved enthusiasm while Bri gasped in shock. It's amazing. You found a way to awaken and become truly immortal. Care to share with our people how? Ilthin raised her delicate eyebrow in a thin arc, looking at the huntress like someone who had regained consciousness after a blow to the head. I just did. As I said, I'm a banshee. And I'm sure that's an impressive title for your accomplishment, Leahy replied. My question is, how do I become one? For the gods' sake, let me explain, or this will take all night. Lith took Leahy's hand, who gladly misinterpreted his intentions and blushed wildly. A quick mind link reminded the huntress of the undead race, its subspecies in general, and banshees in particular. I changed my mind. I'm fine as I am, thank you. Leahy took a step back, looking at the beautiful elf lady with fear. She also hid behind Lith's back to play the damsel in distress card. I admit that I'm a bit scared, BRI said. Undead have a terrible reputation, but so do fallen races, so I think we are even. I'd like to know you better, especially if our respective races are going to work together. I'd like to meet you on a neutral ground, though, Renah. Maybe, she replied with flaming eyes, but if we do this, only in the absence of my husband. Senton was very, very loyal, which made him very, very delicious to Ilthan's eyes. She threw occasional glances at him that awakened his wife's Tiamat's blood. Party pooper, the Banshee pouted. But I'll take your offer, whatever your demands are. I've longed to be reunited with my brethren for too long to mind the small details. Lith sighed in relief as the different parties built the foundation for a future alliance, or just a friendly exchange of knowledge. The royals were the most satisfied with Lith's birthday, immediately followed by the awakened council. They both would benefit from the help in colonizing Giera, but only the royals had interest in the collaboration with the Empress. Just like she wanted to steal from them the secret of the trains and tablets, the royals wanted to learn about the Empire's flying fortresses and its many magical wonders. Diplomatic efforts were the backbone of espionage, and both parties knew it. The council had to content itself with the study of the harmonizers, Gleemo's evolutionary opus, and maybe with befriending the elves enough to learn about the position of the fringe. The members of the fallen races, instead, discovered a growing kinship with the undead and simply loved Tezca just because he was one of them, and everyone was afraid of him. Chapter 2697, Private Party, Part 1. 2697, Private Party, Part 1. If I may, with all due respect, your customs are idiotic, Leahy said after discussing with the members of Cetrali's delegation for a while. What do you mean? Ilthan frowned, feeling offended. I mean, take Lord Verhin. There's only one of him, and limiting him to one woman is detrimental for the whole Magar. This way it will take forever for his species to multiply. There's no rush, Silpha replied, feeling the issue touching her very closely. What are a few decades in the lifespan of a divine beast, the blink of an eye? She actually has a point. Contrary to everyone's expectations, it wasn't Ilthan speaking. The humans already got their share. He's half human and half beast, so it's only fair to mix the Tiamat's bloodline with an emperor beast as well. My daughter is a powerful mage and has developed a deep bond with Verhin, which makes her the most reasonable choice. Firwal, the Hydra, stepped forward while pushing Falul in front of her. Mom, even Falul's toes turned red. Don't mom me. Firwal's voice was that of an angry parent disciplining a brat throwing a tantrum. You belong to one of the 5 founding pillars of the kingdom, and Verhin's the new one. You shared your home and knowledge with him, to which he replied by giving you a priceless gift. Do you deny it? No, but before Falul could wish for Magar to kill her, someone else buted in. Not so fast, you old hag, Fila said. There's no point in adding more dragon blood to the mix, and from a diluted well at that. The most logical choice is someone from the Griffin bloodline. I candidate myself, but I'm willing to step down if someone from a pure bloodline comes forward. Who are you calling an old hag? Firwal was about to escalate the conflict when someone else raised the ante. The beasts can solve their dispute later, but since we are discussing the issue, then the eclipsed lands demand their fair share, Elelthin said. And so does Cetrali. Leahy didn't care whose coattails she rode as long as she got what she wanted. Well, too bad this isn't a democracy. Camilla stomped her foot hard enough to cause a shockwave. No one but me touches my husband. I don't give a damn if slowing down the spread of his race is detrimental for Magar. Lith is mine, mine, mine. Then she conjured a hologram of the planet between her hands and shattered it under her foot before clarifying, mine. But sweetie, no one is saying that you can't be part of it, Ilthan said, trying to calm Camilla down. I've offered him first and then you a threesome, and neither of you turned it down, but you also didn't reply. What if? No means no, end of discussion, are we clear? Camilla cut her short. What she said? Lith had taken a few steps back when that madness had started, sending Camilla forth because she held a power no one could question or defy. But Firwal tried to say, I said, are we clear, yes or no? As her blood pressure rose, so did Elijah's. Feeling her mother's distress, the baby readied for a fight and triggered a ripple effect through her blood that alerted her grandparents. The sky screamed with thunder, and the earth grumbled with quakes. Tyrus light, Ligoin's fire, and Salark's life and death energy manifested behind Lady Verhin's back. heralding the Guardians' coming and their wrath. Yes, everyone raised their hands in surrender and dropped the topic like a live grenade. For the record, I'm not interested in Lith outside of a platonic relationship. Everyone but Tezca, who kept sipping his drink and eating ice cream. I'm his honorable guest. Please, leave me alone if you Guardians come here to smite these pesky ants. The various delegations stepped away, leaving the Verhins, Tezca, and the royals alone. Only after Camilla's anger subsided did everything go back to normal. Good gods, that was something, the king said. Indeed, Silpha glared at him. We'll talk about this at home. She hadn't liked his lack of objections at the amorous proffers of the elf maiden. Dear, she caught me by surprise. Not in public. The queen walked away with the grace of an empress and the boiling fury of a storm. The king knew that if left brewing, Silpha's rage could only get worse, so he ignored her words and brought her to a private place where they could talk. Thanks, babe, Lith sighed in relief. I really didn't want to offend anyone, but if they kept treating me like some kind of mindless slab of meat, I'd have given them a piece of my mind. Any time, Camilla grunted, but not at him. If any of those power bunnies tries to hop in your pants, just give me a call and I'll do the rest. Feisty, Tezca chuckled. I like you. Thank you, Camilla gave the Sun-Eater a big squeeze, drawing several curious gazes. One for what? Tezca's was among them. For always protecting my sister, my nephew and niece, and even their happiness. I wanted to thank you for years, but we never seemed to meet. If I wasn't overbooked already, I'd ask you to be our nanny as well, Camilla replied. Mine is a full-time job, but I'm honored by your offer. Tezca gave her a small bow. But I can assure you that whenever your kids play with mine, I'll always be there. Now, if you'll excuse me. He walked away as well, mingling with the people from Zelex and the undead who he considered as sort of distant relatives. After a while, the opening music announced the beginning of the ball, and the kids returned. Aaron would dance with Philia, Lyria with Frey, Lilia with Zagra, while Laren and Garrick with two young noble dames. The first dance was bound to be the king with the now serene queen and Lith with Camilla, since spouses outranked even the royals during galas. After the first dance, Lith switched partners with the king. At that point, it was the family's turn. Usually, Elina would take the first turn, but she left the honor to Solless. That poor child still has to recover from what that monster of Emrail did to her, she told Camilla to explain her decision. She is recovering, but the recent trauma reopened the wounds from her parents' death. Solless needs to know she's part of our family, and that nothing can change that. I agree, Camilla nodded, wishing Solless a speedy recovery. Alas, many in the room didn't share her compassion. Great Mage Solless Verhin is very pretty, said one of the guests, uncaring of who heard him. I don't get why Magus Verhin didn't marry her. Me neither, a noblewoman replied. I would get it if she was his sister or one of his cousins, but they are distant relatives, so blood shouldn't be an issue. She's a powerful mage and a valiant fighter, the perfect candidate for a powerful bloodline. Indeed, another one nodded. She went through thick and thick with Verhin while he was exiled in the desert. She helped him create void magic and fought alongside him as the Golden Knight during the War of the Griffins. Chapter 2698 Private Party, Part 2. I have nothing against Lady Yavel, mind you. It's just there's no comparison between them. Under any other circumstance, the fact that those people called Camilla by her maiden name and drew painful comparisons that she did herself often would have greatly hurt her, but not today. Camilla had taken off her evening gloves during the dance to keep her scales in contact with Lith's. The love he felt while looking at her, and how his heart pounded whenever he brushed against her baby bump filled her with confidence. Dragons must be the happiest creatures on Magur, she thought. No doubts, no worries, only certainties. Once Lith had danced with his whole family, including Lyria and Philia, it was time for the friends. He went to Orion and Gianni and asked for their permission. They both went pale while Freya's and Quilla's eyes watered a bit, but they all agreed. Lith returned to the center of the dance floor alone, and before anyone could question his actions, he conjured Floria's hologram. The construct wore an emerald evening dress and white evening gloves, emphasizing her gold-colored skin due to the lack of colors in the projection. The dress was skin-tight, with a neckline that somehow exerted a push-up effect. The construct wore part of its hair down, like a silky black waterfall that reached its tights, while the rest formed a tress resembling a wreath over its head. The ball gun was decorated with flower-shaped small jewels, and Lith's golden lily pendant was the only necklace the construct wore, drawing attention to Floria's slim neck. The construct was dressed like the last time they had danced at a gala and wore the same smile. The apparition threw the ballroom into silence until the music started. Quilla was right, Lith thought. I can't let Floria's death force me to forget every good moment we spent together. She gave me so much, and putting her out of my life just because her memory hurts would be damn ungrateful of me. The construct moved with grace, its feet lithe as they followed the rhythm. Unlike the dress and jewels, Floria's projection looked like Solless back when she had her energy body. She was entirely golden, making her recognizable, but lacking many features to not make the apparition too painful to watch. One day I'll give you color, but not today, Lith thought. I miss you too much, Floria Ernas. You are the first woman who ever loved me unconditionally despite we shared no bond. I wish that back when you were still alive, I took the time to let you know how much you meant to me. Lith kept the construct only for one dance, and then resumed the regular schedule. The rest of the gala was as pleasant as that kind of events filled with envy and petty grudges can be. At least, however, it was uneventful. Space. The following day, Verhin Mansion. Lith's social birthday was celebrated the day before so that at midnight the date would overlap with his real birthday, while also leaving him the time to celebrate solely with family and friends. This time, on top of the Ernas, the Larks, the Distars, and Zinnia, there were also the members of Zelix's Senate. You didn't have to invite us twice, Lord Verhin. Sarah felt embarrassed by the confidence and trust shown to her and her family. Just call me Lith, Sarah. Lith shrugged her objections off. Also, you are Rena's friend, which is enough to qualify for an invitation. Please, just be kind to Ryla and especially to Garrick. Whatever isolation you experienced, they had it worse, and they were also alone, whereas at least you had your husband. Sarah pondered his words, but the reason she had accepted was another. Her kids loved the sun, the woods, the food, and the Fasteros. The young Hattie felt shunned by the outside world and were scared of strangers, but they felt at ease with the Skull and the magical beasts. As much as Sarah resented Lith, she liked Rena and her own children more. I'm sorry for missing the party yesterday, little brother, Zorath said with a deep sigh, but today Bite and I are all yours. The Shadow Dragon and the fourth ruler of the Flames had skipped the official party to avoid being seen with Vaster. The Eldritches usually avoided the court, but a few people still knew them as the professor's nieces. If someone pointed out their relationship and a guardian were to hear it, they would immediately realize the real identity of the master. Don't worry, Zor, Camilla gave her a warm smile. What matters is that you are here today. Elijah missed her godmother. Those words were enough to make the Eldritch tear up like a baby, hugging Camilla first, and her belly second. Thanks, Auntie missed you too, baby girl, Zorath said. Auntie will kill entire races to keep you safe, Xenagrosh said while becoming covered in black scales. That won't be necessary. Ligon patted her daughter's back, stopping her shape-shifting back and forth from loving human to merciless eldritch. We all are going to protect Elijah until she comes of age. He waved at Tyrus and Salark, who were there as well. The members of the Nest and of the Brood took it as their cue for a huge hurrah and cheers. That day there were enough phoenixes and dragons assembled in the mansion that they could burn the whole garland to ashes in a matter of minutes if provoked. I've brought gifts. Baitra handed Lith baby clothes with more protective enchantments than threads, toys safe for the baby and dangerous for everyone else, and a crib equipped with a force field and an automated milk bottle system. Thanks, Lith was flabbergasted but happy. He had thought of making them as well, but he lacked the time, skill, and materials to succeed. Don't mention it. The Reiju stamped a huge kiss on his cheek, then Camilla's, and then her baby bump. I'm sorry Zagar couldn't make it, Camilla said to her sister. Me too, Zinnia replied, knowing he was actually absent on purpose. But you know how busy life in the academy is. He can't take 2 days off in a row. After the gift exchanges and pleasantries were done, Quilla and Morak walked up to Lith and Solless. He has something he wants to say to you, Quilla pointed at the Tyrant. I'm sorry for calling you Lith's secret girlfriend all this time. Morak gave Solless an apologetic bow. Now that Quilla explained everything to me, I realize how rude and inconsiderate I was. Don't mention it. Solless blushed in embarrassment at his unusual thoughtful behavior. That's what everyone thought before knowing the full story. They just worded their concerns in a more polite way. Thank you for your forgiveness. He gave her another bow. Can I ask you a few questions, or is it rude? Shoot, I can't promise I will answer if it gets too personal, though, Solless chuckled. I don't think it's personal so much as setting a baseline to get to know each other, Morak pondered. I mean, I was wrong all this time. You aren't Lith's secret girlfriend, more like Camilla's secret wife, correct? Chapter 2699 Talent and Mana, Part 1. I beg your pardon. Solless became a deep shade of purple. Well, you and Lith share one body and one life. It's also natural to share the wife. Morag shrugged. No, it's not, Solless and Quilla said in unison while Lith laughed his ass off. No need to be such a prude. I know that you've been just a voice in Lith's head. You were there while he checked the goods and took the test rides with his previous girlfriends. Yes or no? Yes, but Solless regretted having ever left the stone ring. So when he decided to wife Camilla up, you must have given him your approval. Their relationship wouldn't have lasted that long if you constantly nagged against it. Morag pointed out. That's true, but it's not like that. I have my own body now, see? She waved her pink hand in front of his eyes and grabbed his hand to let him feel her warmth. We don't share Camilla, okay? I see, Morag nodded. So it's you and Camilla who share Lith. Excuse you, Camilla joined the fray. I mean, he's legally married to one and magically married to the other. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Lucky bastard. What did you say? Quilla glared at him. Hey, my heart has space only for you, sweetie, but Lith's is clearly more spacious. Suddenly Lith wasn't laughing anymore. Just out of curiosity, are you three exclusive or it's more like the more the merrier? It would explain why yesterday all those chicks wanted a piece of Lith, or better of his D. Morag, Lith, Quilla, Camilla, Solless, and even Freya yelled in unison. Okay, fine. Great Mother Almighty, no need to ruffle your feathers like that. I was just asking for a friend. Morag shrugged and left. I'm sorry, Quilla bowed and then turned around to chase him. I need to make sure he doesn't get himself killed. Their homage before allowing themselves to disturb the party with their chirping. 1433. Where's Tezca? Salark still found the quarrel hilarious, but for Camilla's sake she giggled instead of guffawing. I didn't bring him today, Overlord. Zinnia gave her a curtsy. I know you two have your differences and there's no need for him today. She waved at the guardians and the divine beasts present. Even the crickets paid their homage before allowing themselves to disturb the party with their chirping. Do you mind calling him? I need to talk with Tezca, Salark said. Our conversation will be peaceful and under the rules of hospitality. You have my word that no harm will befall him unless the Sun-Eater strikes first. I can ask him, but I can't promise more, Zinnia stuttered. That's more than enough, thank you. The Overlord gave her a nod of the head, yet it was enough to make Zinnia's hands quiver for the honor given to her. What's up, little sparrow? Tezca Chaos warped, this time wearing no clothes. His silver and black fur shone under the sunlight, both reflecting and absorbing its rays in equal measure. I have an offer for you, old fox. Salark didn't mind the teasing, but the same couldn't be said about her children. They didn't like the disrespect, nor that the Eldritch often remarked that he was the older of the two. I'm listening. Tezca took a flute and a stake. I want to resume our fight from where it was interrupted millennia ago. I want to see how much stronger we both have become, she said, plunging the garden into a shocked silence. It would be a non-lethal spar, Salark quickly added after seeing how pale Zinnia and her children had become. We go all out, but we stop before the bitter end. I swear it on my warrior's honor. Why should I accept? Tezca sounded more curious than worried. What's in it for me? The same thing there's in it for me, the Overlord replied. Don't think that I'm blind to the Master's machinations. Your little pack is preparing for something big, something that might even put you against the Guardians. And the lack of care in the Sun-Eater's voice was astounding. If he felt threatened by the presence of Salark and her nest, it didn't show. Those like Creven who had met Tezca in the past could feel that he had changed deeply, but they couldn't understand how or how much, no matter how long they studied him with their mystical senses. And it's very hard finding a decent challenge, especially for you, am I right? Gods, if I wish you weren't, Tezca sighed, showing the first emotion since his appearance. Annoyance. No matter how powerful they are, people like Thrud are like kids to you, Salark continued. They are young, inexperienced, and boring. To understand how truly powerful you have become and spot the areas where you are still lacking, you need a true opponent. Someone like me, we both get to learn something new about you, and we work up some sweat. It's been a long time since my last spat with Zagran, and our fights are getting kind of repetitive. I need a real challenge as well. Okay, Tezca finished his drink and finished his steak. State your terms and conditions. I'm not falling for any trap or loophole. My terms are as simple as my laws, Salark flared up in anger. I follow the spirit of my promises. I don't nitpick with wording. We'll meet on my turf in 2 days so that we both have the time to prepare. Our fight will be no holds barred, but also non-lethal. If either of us understands the other has lost, we stop. If the other surrenders, we stop. Also, I promise you safe passage in and out of my territory, no matter who wins and who loses. Whoever stands on your path once we are done will face my wrath. I will stop at nothing and no one until you are safe. Do we have a deal? Salark extended her hand to him. Yes, but I have a few conditions of my own. Tezca opened his hand, but he didn't take Salark's. Like what? The Overlord furrowed her brow in confusion. I want the kids to watch our fight. The Sun-Eater pointed at Philia and Frey. I want them to enjoy the same protection you offer me. Why? Both Zinnia and Salark asked. Because I care for them, Tezca replied. Because even though their mana core is weak, there's talent in their small bodies. Because I have no heirs nor disciples, and I want to leave behind a few lessons in case something were to happen to me. Last but not least, I want them to witness the full scope of my powers. I want them to see their Uncle Tezca as a cool warrior instead of a bloody murderer for once. Don't say that, Uncle. Frey grabbed the Filgja's massive leg. You are one of the good guys. You saved me, my sister, and Mom countless times. Sure thing, buddy. Tezca's hand was so big that its palm alone matched the boy's head. Sure thing. Salark looked at the scene in utter disbelief. She knew the Sun-Eater, and she knew how sensitive to evil kids were. Yet the love Philia and Frey radiated toward the Sun-Eater was blinding to the point of making her envious. Chapter 2700 Talent and Mana, Part 2. 2700 Talent and Mana, Part 2. Deal, Salark said. Wait, Zinnia stepped between them before their hands could touch. I wish to come as well, please. One more person means nothing to me, Salark shrugged, but at this point I feel entitled to a similar concession. Why? Tezca snorted. We both know that you can share everything with your nest via your call of the blood. Whatever I do, your runts will know anyway. Not my runts, the Overlord shook her head. I want to bring those two as my guests. She pointed at Lith and Freya. Hey, Camilla said in annoyance. Fine, you two, you'll keep company to your sister. Salark rolled her eyes. Let me think about it. Tezca walked towards the trio, his eyes wandering on each one of them and then on Solless. He had often met those people, he had seen them in the past, but he had never bothered really looking at them. In his eyes, they were as pretty and ephemeral as butterflies. There was no point in memorizing the pattern of their wings. Let me guess, these two are a package deal. Salark nodded, knowing that any attempt to hide the pocket dimension from the inventor of dimensional magic was as stupid as trying to deny the existence of the sun. The Sun-Eater could feel the same dimensional space stretching from both Lith and Solless, leaving him only one logical conclusion. This one is funny. Tezca bent down until his head was at the same eye level as Freya, covering her in a cold sweat. There's talent in her as well, and she's even been dabbling with my magic for a while now. Freya was proud of her ability as a dimensional mage, and calling her 7 years of blood, sweat, and tears in perfecting her skills, dabbling, was offensive at best. Yet she couldn't move or even breathe under the gaze of the nightmare in front of her. She felt like he was looking past the clothes and flesh covering her. Like Tezca was staring at her true essence, making her feel naked and completely at his mercy. Deal, I like both Yavels and Lith as my little brother. I can allow him a +1. The two ancient monsters shook their hands, and the tension in the air disappeared as fast as it had manifested. Freya could finally start breathing again, and her knees buckled up. She panted like a bellows, feeling exhausted as if she had fought for her life against impossible odds. Do you really think we are talented, Uncle Tezca? Philia asked him. For some reason, the kids looked at Freya in a funny way, finding her weird. Freya was the only one who had experienced Tezca's pressure. To everyone else he had just talked. I don't think I know, he replied. Talent and mana capacity are two completely different things. The first is decided at birth, while the second can be expanded through awakening. What's awakening? Frey asked with a puzzled look on his small face. Ask your mother. Tezca disengaged before Zinnia's glare could bore a hole through his skull. How the heck does she do that? Salark had noticed how the Sun-Eater respected that weak human woman more than her, and it pissed the Overlord off beyond belief. The party resumed as normal, and since there was no boring etiquette hindering the fun, everyone talked, ate, and laughed as much as they pleased without a care for differences in social status or bloodline. Lith's demons in particular were able to move around without people being scared of them, and to interact with their respective families without the other guests treating them like freaks, for consorting with lost souls. Tyrant spent most of the time with Aaron and Lara, helping them with their games in the hope of reconnecting with them. He was still a stranger to them and their least favorite sibling uncle, but he could only blame himself for that. Between Tyrant's long absence and ill reputation among the family, the kids had no reason to trust him. That day he had decided to take control of Raptor and alter its size and properties to those of a normal magical beast, in order to let the other children play fairly. Elina and Roz looked at their lost son with pride, recognizing the progress Tyrant had made to better himself. Once he would have never accepted the demeaning role of a steed, whereas now there was no trace of his past arrogance. Locrius hugged and kissed his wife non-stop, greatly embarrassing Gilly, his daughter. The fact that he also paraded her around like the most beautiful girl on Magus didn't help either. Valia just laughed her ass off at Gilly's expense while her parents scolded her for her lack of tact. Then, her father asked Ligon if there was a nice dragon among his brood that might be interested in Valia, and the hilarity stopped. Dad, Valia's soul inhabited her own body, but it was still a corpse. Yet she managed to blush up to her ears. Overlord Salark, can you please introduce someone to my daughter? Valia's mother asked, revealing that her parents had planned for a two-pronged attack. I know that an undead's virility is low, but we'd really love to have a grandchild. Mom, one. The rest of the words died on Valia's lips as she noticed her mother's watery eyes as she looked at the many youths assembled. I'll see what I can do. Salark nodded and returned to the party. Only Rimfaz Vergrave, former colonel of the kingdom and current demon, sat alone in a corner. He had no family, and with no soldier to train, there wasn't much he could do. The war of the Griffins is over and Thrud is dead, he thought while nibbling at the food on his plate. My duty is over, maybe it's time to move on. Rimfaz, come here please. He recognized Lady Verhen's voice, the only one in the family who called the demons by their name. He didn't bother walking, fusing with the nearest shadow and jumping next to Camilla to save time. What do you need, my El? Vergrave's dead heart skipped a beat, and his shadow form almost seeped out of his own corpse in surprise. He inhabited his original body, like Valia, and he was always raised as a demon of the fallen as well. Right next to Lady Verhen stood a blonde woman in her mid-30s with blonde hair held up in a chignon that was more suited to the daily chores than to a party. She had blue eyes and the pained expression of someone who had recently lost a loved one. The blonde woman wore day clothes of good quality, but they looked haggard compared with the rest of the guests. She had dark bags under her bloodshot eyes, signs that she slept little and had recently cried a lot. She kept wringing her hands while looking at Vergrave so much that her dry skin cracked and bled under the pressure of her nails. What is Shia doing here? Why did you tell her that I'm alive, I mean a demon? You had no right to do this without asking my permission first, Lady Verhen, the demon said in outrage, without worrying to hide the edge in his tone.